Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726. The two girls agreed to be friends in the same school. Although she was humiliated by Li Zuanai for a while, Song Qingming did not feel any resentment when he learned that she and Song Qingyu had returned safely. He still followed the two of them into the meeting Immortal Pavilion with a smile. Not long after, Wang Xian, who learned that Song Qingming had returned, also finished her alchemy business and came here to drink tea and chat with the three of them. After leaving the family for 10 years, Song Qingyu naturally gained a lot of experience outside. Together with Li Zuanai, he kept telling Song Qingming and others about many strange things they had encountered in the East China Sea's Yuxin world over the years. After the two separated from Song Qingming and others in Xiandan City, they also traveled to many places in the East China Sea. Not only did they explore several secret realms, but they also followed several casual cultivators of the same level to take a treasure ship to the outer sea for a period of time. The two of them not only gained a lot of experience along the way, but also forged a deep friendship with each other. Now their relationship is even better than that of Song Qingming. Of course, during the 10 years of traveling, Song Qingyu and the others gained a lot of opportunities, and their cultivation has improved, but they have also encountered a lot of dangers. When Song Qingyu was hunting monsters in the open sea, he was once targeted by a powerful monster king and almost lost his life. In the end, he escaped with the help of Li Zuanai. After hearing Song Qingyu and the others talk about the dangerous situations they had encountered, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were also a little nervous. However, when cultivators go out to experience and find opportunities, they can't avoid encountering dangers. When Song Qingming and others were hunting monsters in the open sea, they encountered the sky wind beast tide and were almost forced into a desperate situation. If he hadn't had so many spiritual objects on him at the time, plus a bit of luck, he probably wouldn't have survived until now and would have died outside. After spending half a day recounting his own experiences, Song Qingyu asked Song Qingming, who was sitting next to him sipping tea, "Seventh brother, my sister-in-law told me about Sister He. I didn't expect that she would encounter such danger the last time she came back. It's a pity that I was not at home at that time and couldn't help. She has been training in the East China Sea Immortal world for many years, and has always forgotten to visit her in Beihou Palace. I'm afraid she has some resentment towards me now. I will find a chance to go to Sister He to apologize." Wang Xian only knew the general situation about Immortal. What she and Song Qingyu said was that Immortal was attacked by a wandering cultivator in Qing County, and was later rescued by Song Qingming, Xiaomo and others. As a sister to Immortal, Song Qingyu naturally heard about the experience of her good sister. Song Qingming also said calmly, "The world of immortal cultivation is not peaceful everywhere. You must be very careful whether you are outside or at home. To be honest, I didn't expect that there were still bandits hiding in Funiu Mountain. If it weren't for a fairy Xia of Beihou Palace who helped solve this hidden danger last time, I'm afraid we will suffer here in the future." After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian were also frightened. Although the Qing County led by the family in recent years was very peaceful on the surface, it also encountered many dangers behind the scenes. Let alone the monster riots. You went to the East China Sea to exchange spiritual objects this time, and your sister-in-law said that you would be back in a month. Why did I see you after so long? Could it be that the trip to Beihou Palace this time was not favorable and you didn't get what you wanted? If so, I will accompany you to Beihou Palace again next time, and then ask Sister He for help. Don't worry, even if she has complaints about me, she will definitely not be really angry with me." Seeing Song Qingyu suddenly asking about his affairs, Song Qingming hurriedly shook his head and said, "Although I didn't see Fairy Xia when I went to Beihou Palace this time, the trip was relatively smooth and I have exchanged the things. The reason why I came back a little late was that I visited an old friend on the way, and then helped her a favor, which delayed some time." "Old friend? What old friend does seventh brother have in the East China Sea? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? And you can ask seventh brother for help. I guess this old friend is not another fairy." Hearing the smirk from Song Qingyu's mouth, Wang Xian and Li Zuanai, who were sitting next to him, turned their curious eyes to Song Qingming, and seemed to be very interested in the old friend he mentioned. Seeing that the three people present were looking at him at the same time, Song Qingming felt helpless. He could only glare at Song Qingyu and explain to everyone, "This person is a junior I met when I was traveling in the East China Sea. At that time, I saw that she was having a hard time practicing Taoism, and her character was not bad, so I helped her. When I parted with you in Xiandan City last time, I happened to meet her again. Seeing that she had made great progress in her practice and had successfully established her foundation, I thought it was a matter of fate, so I gave her some guidance. This time when I went to the East China Sea, I wanted to visit her on the way, but she invited me to help explore a giant cave, which gave me some unexpected gains. It can be regarded as an opportunity." At this point, a smile suddenly appeared on Song Qingming's face, and then he told everyone around him everything about how he, Luo Li and the other two explored the cave of Xianxi Taoist. Song Qingming's words successfully diverted Wang Xian and the others' attention to exploring the cave. Especially after hearing that Song Qingming had obtained several high-quality level 3 magic weapons, the three people sitting next to him flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Song Qingyu, who was just thinking of making fun of Song Qingming, now had a look of envy on his face and said, "My senior sister and I have been traveling outside for 10 years. We have been to many secret places where it is said that there are treasures, but we have not been able to find a few good things. Seventh brother, you just visit an old friend of the younger generation, and you can actually gain so much? This world is really unfair. Why can't I always encounter such a good thing?" Hearing Song Qingyu's grievance, Li Zuanai on the side said thoughtfully, "Junior brother Song did this good deed back then, and today he can get this good result. It is indeed a rare thing. Qingyu, don't be envious. Your opportunity will always come, but the time has not come yet. I believe that as long as you practice hard, sooner or later you will get a better opportunity than junior brother Song." Yes. Speaking of opportunities, Qingyu, you were only in the foundation building stage back then, but you were able to obtain a complete sword cultivation inheritance. How could your opportunities be weaker than others? Why should you envy your husband? Senior sister Li is right. As long as you practice well, the opportunities you can get in the future will definitely not be worse than your husband. Well, sister-in-law is right. If you talk about opportunities, I can practice until now, which is the greatest opportunity in my life. If it weren't for my seventh brother carrying me up the mountain, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Hearing the comfort from Li Zuanai and Wang Xian, Song Qingyu immediately changed his words and smiled, and everyone else also showed a relieved smile. The four of them hadn't gathered together for many years, and they chatted for most of the day until the sun set and they returned to their caves. As night fell, Li Zuanai, who was meditating in the cave specially arranged for him by the Song family, suddenly heard a wave of fluctuations coming from the ban at the door, and hurriedly put away his magic power and got up and came to the door. "Qingyu, why are you coming to see me so late?" After Li Zuanai opened the restriction of the formation outside, he saw Song Qingyu walking in slowly, and immediately asked with a smile. Song Qingyu looked at Li Zuanai and pointed at the door. After she restored the ban outside the door, he spoke with confidence, "Senior sister, about that place, why don't we tell Brother Seven directly? With his help, we may have a chance to go in. Don't worry, Brother Seven is so close to us. Even if he doesn't want to go, he will definitely not disclose the matter casually. Do you think we should talk to him tomorrow to see what he thinks?" Hearing what Song Qingyu said, Li Zuanai's face suddenly showed some helplessness. He shook his head and said to Song Qingyu, "I knew you couldn't keep things in your heart. If I hadn't reminded you in time today, I'm afraid you would have been unable to help but speak to junior brother Song. Didn't I tell you before I came back that we would go together and try after our cultivation broke through to the late giant stage? How can you be so impatient and forget our agreement as soon as you come back? It's really a waste of all the things I said to you before." Seeing that Li Zuanai was a little unhappy, Song Qingyu hurriedly stepped forward and nodded, "Don't worry, senior sister. Since I promised you this, I will not tell anyone without your consent. Otherwise, I would not have come to ask you tonight. I was just anxious and wanted to ask you what you think. I didn't mean to disobey you. Please don't be angry with me for this. Since you feel that something is wrong, let's do as we agreed before and wait until we both break through to the late giant stage. Don't worry, I will not tell anyone behind your back." Seeing Song Qingyu say this, Li Zuanai's expression eased a little and he slowly said, "Qingyu, you also know that the place is extremely dangerous. Even if junior brother Song, a late giant and cultivator, goes to help, we are not very sure. Why let him take the risk now? It is better to wait until our respective cultivation levels have improved a bit, then it will be safer to go there. I can promise you that if it still doesn't work next time we go there, I will tell junior brother Song and the others about it, but before that you have to keep your mouth shut and don't let junior brother Song and the others easily notice it, okay? Then listen to senior sister, and tell us next time we go. Hearing this, Li Zuanai nodded with relief and said, it's good that you know. Go back and practice quickly. Don't let people see you running to me so late, and let junior brother Song and the others see the clues. Song Qingming seeing this, she waved her hand and said, sister, you are worrying too much? This is Funiu Mountain. Who dares to gossip about me? Unless he wants to go to Yinfangling to mine for a few years, he will be happy. Seeing Song Qingming's move, Li Zuanai nodded and smiled, haha. You, the ancestor, have a high prestige in the mountain. I think they are more afraid of you than junior brother Song. Junior brother Song has a smart sister like you to help manage the family, which really saves a lot of worries. No wonder he often has time to travel around. Okay. If you have nothing to do, I still have to continue practicing. We will talk slowly tomorrow if we have anything to say. After sending Song Qingming away, who was still reluctant to leave, Li Zuanai looked at her leaving figure, but a little envy suddenly appeared in his eyes. After a while, he turned around and started his meditation practice again. After Song Qingming came back, he and Wang Xian were still the same as usual. In addition to practicing in seclusion, they were busy with their own alchemy and repairing formations. Song Qingming took Li Zuanai with him to leave Qing County and travel around Wuiguo. A few months later, Li Zuanai finally decided to go back, and the two returned to Funiu Mountain together. Because he was worried about Li Zuanai returning to Donghuangguo alone, Song Qingming shamelessly said that he would go with her, saying that he wanted to go back and ask his master Ling Sataoist some questions about the practice. However, this time, Li Zuanai did not give Song Qingming a cold look. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, he immediately nodded and agreed to the matter, and set off with him to return to Donghuangguo. Because he had been there once, Song Qingming was familiar with the road this time and was much faster than when he came. Although the two encountered some obstacles when passing through the Fantasy Sea Desert, they were all safe and sound, and soon got rid of the trouble. It took only more than half a year to successfully cross the desert and reach Donghuangguo. The journey that followed was also very smooth. After the two entered the eastern Phoenix country, they traveled south for several months and entered the territory of Nanzhao. One day, on a small island located off the coast of Nanzhao, several mortal fishermen were drying the broken fishing nets that had just been fished out of the sea on the shore. Suddenly, a white light flew quickly from the sky and stopped on the shore. Then, two figures on a flying boat appeared in the eyes of the busy fishermen. They were Li Zuanai and Song Qingming, who wanted to return to the Taixu Gate. Seeing the two immortal masters who fell from the sky, they were startled at first. And only after seeing the faces of the people clearly did they hurry over. Two immortal masters, are you going to the open sea? Li Zuanai, who had changed into a man's outfit, saw the mortal fisherman in front of him and replied softly, yes, we are going to the open sea. Take me to see your master. My master is on the mountain. Please follow me. After confirming the origins of Li Zuanai and the others, one of the older elders smiled and nodded, then led Li Zuanai and the others to the middle of the island. This island is called Bailey Island, not far from the Nanling Island where Song Qingming went last time. He and Li Zuanai came here to take the treasure ship back to Taixu Gate. There are many monks on Nanling Island, and there are all kinds of people. Like when Song Qingming first looked for Taixu Gate, taking a treasure ship from Nanling Island to the open sea, it is always easy to attract attention if you do it too many times. Therefore, every time Li Zuanai and other disciples of the Taixu sect returned to the sect, they would go to this Bailey Island to take a small boat out to sea, and follow the safe route designated by the sect to go to the Yuxuan Island near the sect. The person who was responsible for picking them up on this island was also a cultivator who had some connection with the Taixu sect. Although this person's cultivation was not high and was only at the foundation building stage, he was very familiar with the routes in the sea and often drove the treasure ship to the open sea without any mistakes. Just as Li Zuanai and Song Qingming followed the old man to the island, a green escape light suddenly flew from the horizon not far away, and landed directly not far from the few people. turning into a sturdy man in yellow clothes. This yellow-clothed man not only looked a little fierce, but his cultivation was also much higher than Song Qingming and Li Zuanai, and he had reached the 9th level of the Golden Collar. Seeing that the newcomer had such a high cultivation level and was staring at the two of them, Song Qingming suddenly became a little nervous. Just when he was about to ask the other party about his purpose, Li Zuanai beside him spoke first with a look of surprise. "Brother, why is it you, Zuanai? I felt your life card nearby before, so I wanted to chase you to see, but I didn't expect it was really you who came back." The big man in yellow saw Li Zuanai and immediately smiled and greeted her. "I just came back this time, and big brother caught up with me. Could it be that you have been waiting nearby?" Hearing Li Zuanai's doubts, the big man in yellow smiled calmly and said, "Girl, why are you getting more and more cunning now? The family has so many industries around, can't I come here for a walk? But you finally came back and didn't even go home to take a look. Why are you running here again? Since you went out to become a disciple, you have been running around all these years. The ancestor in the mountain often misses you and worries about you, don't you know, brother? I know everything you said. I just went back last time. How can I not have been home for a long time? There are so many people in the family, why do you always miss me alone?" Hearing her brother's chatter, Li Zuanai's face suddenly turned a little unhappy. Song Qingming, who was standing aside, heard the conversation between the two and immediately understood. The big man in yellow in front of him not only knew Li Zuanai, but also seemed to be her family. The nervous mood just now relaxed immediately. Seeing that the brother and sister were talking, Song Qingming stood aside, fearing that the other party might be inconvenienced, so he took the initiative to turn around and walked aside, waving to the fisherman who was leading the way, indicating that he should wait for them in front for a while. At this time, the yellow-clothed man's eyes had also shifted to Song Qingming. Seeing that the young man in front of him was actually a late giant and cultivator, he couldn't help showing a little surprise on his face, and took the initiative to step forward and bow to Song Qingming who was about to leave. "My fellow Taoist, I am Li Zuanfeng from Qi Mountain, and I am honored." Li Zuanai, who was standing aside, saw Li Zuanfeng step forward to greet Song Qingming, and she became a little nervous in an instant. She didn't dare to send a private message for fear of being discovered, so she could only try to squeeze her eyes at Song Qingming behind Li Zuanfeng. Seeing Li Zuanfeng take the initiative to greet him, Song Qingming quickly turned around and bowed in return, saying, "I am Song Qingming, an outsider cultivator." Dao is polite. After Song Qingming met Li Zuanai, he had heard some information about Li Zuanai's cultivation family from her mouth, and knew that the other party came from the famous Yuanying Immortal clan Liuan Mountain Li family in Nanzhao. However, seeing Li Zuanai winking at him, Song Qingming also knew that she was worried that he would say the wrong thing in front of Li Zuanfeng, so he quickly hid his identity and directly said that he was an outsider cultivator. Seeing that Song Qingming understood what he meant at once, Li Zuanai was relieved. "Oh. So Dao Song is an outsider cultivator. I thought Dao and my sister came here together because of the friendship of the same sect." There was some misunderstanding. Hearing Li Zuanfeng directly say the 4 words friendship of the same sect, Song Qingming looked at him with a surprised face. For a moment, he was not sure whether the other party had guessed his identity, and he didn't know how to answer. Not only was Song Qingming a little surprised, but even Li Zuanai, who had just relaxed behind him, became a little nervous. He hurriedly stepped forward and said to Li Zuanfeng, "Brother, what are you talking about? This fellow Taoist Song is just a casual cultivator I met when I was out for training. There is no such thing as a fellow disciple. Fellow Taoist Song came to Nanzhao this time to visit the Outer Sea. I happen to be more familiar with this place, so I brought him along." Hearing Li Zuanai blaming him, Li Zuanfeng hurriedly smiled and explained, "Haha. Did I misunderstand? You are so nervous that I don't want anyone to speak. I am a straightforward person and often speak without thinking. If I said something wrong just now, I hope that Brother Song will not mind it. Just pretend that you didn't hear it." Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hand and said, "Brother Li is quick-witted, which is also my favorite character. What's there to mind? Brother Dao, you are too polite." The Liuyanshan Li family is a family of immortal cultivation with a longer heritage than the Xiaoao sect. There is also a Yuanying ancestor in the family, and its strength is not inferior to the Xiaoao sect of Uyghur. As a family of immortal cultivation that has been passed down in Nanzhao for thousands of years, The Li family is also one of the few Yuanying forces that know the existence of the Taixu sect, and they are also aware of Li Zuanai's worship of the Lingsa Taoist. However, although they know the existence of the Taixu sect, they don't know much about this mysterious sect located in the Outer Sea. After Li Zuanai joined the Taixu sect, she also followed the sect rules like Song Qingming and did not tell her family anything about the Taixu sect. As Li Zuanai's elder brother, Li Zuanfang knew that his sister had joined a mysterious sect, but he did not know the details. It should not be so easy to guess the relationship between Song Qingming and her. However, the other party's question was obviously a test, and Song Qingming was a little helpless about it. After all, he and Li Zuanai were caught here by the other party. No matter how he explained, it would inevitably make people suspicious. After getting to know each other with Song Qingming, Li Zuanfang turned around calmly and said to Li Zuanai beside him, "Zuanai, the ancestor has something urgent to ask you to go home recently. Since you are back, just follow me back to the mountain. Fellow Taoist Song just wants to go to the open sea, which is not a difficult thing. You can just rent a treasure ship nearby. You don't have to follow me for the rest of the things." Chapter 727 Farewell. Brother, is it true that the ancestor has something urgent to discuss with me? When Li Zuanai heard that his elder brother Li Zuanfang asked him to go home first, his face turned a little ugly. Seeing Li Zuanfang nod, he sighed and said, "Brother, can you wait a moment? I still have some things to tell fellow Taoist Song. I will go back with you later." Li Zuanfang nodded calmly when he heard it, then looked at Song Qingming meaningfully, then turned around and left the place and walked towards the port behind. After Li Zuanfang walked away, Li Zuanai turned around and said to Song Qingming calmly, "Junior brother Song, I have something going on at home so I won't go back to the sect with you. When you see master and senior brothers, remember to say hello to them for me. I will go to see them after I finish my family affairs. Well, please rest assured, senior sister, I will definitely pass on the message." Family affairs are also very important for people like us who practice cultivation. I believe that master and others will understand you when they know it. Seeing that Li Zuanai had something going on at home and had to go back to the family with his brother first, Song Qingming nodded and agreed without thinking too much. But seeing that the other party seemed a little unhappy, Song Qingming thought that Li Zuanai was worried about her family affairs, so he couldn't help but comfort her. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Li Zuanai forced a smile on her face and bowed, saying, "Thank you very much, junior brother Song. It's just a small favor. There's no need to be so polite, senior sister." I feel a little embarrassed. Seeing Li Zuanai suddenly being so polite to him, Song Qingming was slightly stunned and hurriedly bowed in return. Seeing Song Qingming's unnaturalness, Li Zuanai didn't care too much, and continued to say, "Junior brother Song, after today's separation, we don't know when we will have the opportunity to meet again. Before we part, I want to ask you for one more thing. I wonder if junior brother Song can do it, haha. Don't worry, senior sister Li, although master has taken care of me so far away that I don't have to go back to the mountain to practice according to the rules, I will definitely come to the sect often when I am free. And if you want any spiritual objects, just tell me directly, don't be so polite to me. You and I are friends for life and death. If you have something on you, I will naturally not be stingy." Hearing Li Zuanai suddenly asking for something from him, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of doubt, wondering what spiritual object she had taken a fancy to on his body. After all, the other party was also a fellow sister who saved his life, and it was not an excessive thing to ask him for one or two personal belongings. Facing the request made by Li Zuanai, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much and agreed immediately. What made Song Qingming a little strange was that when Li Zuanai spoke to him just now, her attitude seemed to be a different person from usual, and she was very polite, so he couldn't figure out what the other party wanted for a while. After getting Song Qingming's consent, Li Zuanai's face still didn't show much joy, and she said directly with a normal look, "Before I came back this time, I had a private agreement with Qingming, and I might have to go back to find her. Can you give me the token you returned to you last time? So that it will be more convenient for me to go to Funiu Mountain to find Qingming next time. You want this token to enter and exit the formation." Hearing Li Zuanai say what she wanted, Song Qingming's face was a little surprised. He took out the family elder token that he had put in his storage bag, and confirmed with her with some uncertainty. The token in Song Qingming's hand was used to cooperate with a specific spell to independently pass through the family spiritual land Funiu Mountain formation. In the Song family, only elders above the foundation building stage can have it alone. During the last monster riot, Song Qingming gave Li Zuanai a token because of the emergency, so that she could go to Funiu Mountain to take refuge when he was not around. Later, when the monster riot ended, Li Zuanai had no use for it, so she returned the token to Song Qingming. Now, when he heard that the other party suddenly mentioned the token again, Song Qingming took it out again with some doubts. Seeing the token in Song Qingming's hand, Li Zuanai nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is what I want. Junior brother Song, you should not refuse my small request." Before, when he heard Li Zuanai asking him for spiritual objects, Song Qingming always thought that what she wanted might be a high-level spiritual talisman or a magic weapon that could be useful to her. He just racked his brains, but he didn't expect that what Li Zuanai wanted was actually this inconspicuous family elder token in his hand, which made Song Qingming stunned, and he was a little suspicious whether Li Zuanai had something else to say. Seeing Song Qingming holding the token and looking at her in confusion, Li Zuanai suddenly forced a smile and said, "Why, Junior brother Song really doesn't want to give it to me? What are you talking about, senior sister? Just take it if you want it." "I just didn't expect that you would want this thing," Song Qingming said, and took the token in his hand and handed it to Li Zuanai. "I know you must think that what I want is a precious spiritual object, but I have been following my master for so many years, and I have seen all kinds of good things. Junior brother Song is underestimating me this time." Li Zuanai got the token she wanted, put it away carefully, and then as usual, he said something bad to Song Qingming, and then turned around and walked towards where Li Zuanfang was. "Senior sister, wait a minute." Li Zuanai had just taken a few steps when she was suddenly stopped by Song Qingming behind her. She turned around in confusion and found that Song Qingming was holding a jade box in his hand and came to her with a smile on his face. "Senior sister Li, this item was actually prepared by me as a gift to you. I wanted to give it to you when I left, but now I have to say goodbye to you and I don't know when we will meet again, so why not give it to you here first?" Song Qingming said, and then he put the jade box in his hand directly into Li Zuanai's hand. The box contained a third-level medium-quality Dongyun pill that Wang Xian had refined not long ago. Because he had already refined a lot of Dongyun pills, Song Qingyu, Wang Xian and others had already refined them, and there were still some pills, so Song Qingming took one out to thank Li Zuanai for helping the Song family during the monster turmoil. Li Zuanai's cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Golden Core, and it is not far from breaking through to the late stage of the Golden Core. With the help of this pill, her cultivation speed will definitely be much faster. Maybe the next time the two meet, her cultivation will be able to catch up with Song Qingming as she wishes. Seeing the jade box given by Song Qingming, Li Zuanai's face changed for a while, and he said with some surprise, "I thought you regretted it and wanted to take the token back, but I didn't expect you are so sensible and know to give gifts to senior sister." Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand and said, "There is no reason to ask for something back after giving it away. Just take the token with confidence. In the future, I welcome you to go to Funiu any time you want. The mountains are high and the roads are long. I won't give you more. I hope senior sister take care." After that, Song Qingming bowed slightly to Li Zuanai with a serious face. "In this case, I won't be polite with you, take care." After seeing this, Li Zuanai put away the jade box in his hand and bowed in return. The two of them had a formal farewell. Afterwards, the two turned around and left in different directions. Li Zuanfeng, who was standing at the port waiting below, saw Li Zuanai walking over with a calm face, and immediately stepped forward to greet him. "My business has been done, brother, let's go back first." Hearing Li Zuanai urging him, Li Zuanfeng nodded slightly, hesitated for a while and suddenly said, "Zuanai, the ancestor was a little angry that you left without saying goodbye last time. You have been smart since you were a child. You know some things even if you don't say them. You should be mentally prepared when you go back this time, brother. I know there are some things that can't be avoided. I just feel bad, so I want to go out for a walk. These are also agreed by my master. Don't worry, the ancestor won't do anything to me. You have been guarding me here for so long, it should be his intention. Brother, even if you don't admit it, I can guess it. I am really touched to see that you all are so worried about me not being able to come back. If I had known this earlier, I would have stayed outside for a few more days to see how long you, brother, can hold out here." After hearing this, Li Zuanfeng showed a somewhat helpless smile to Li Zuanai, who looked a little bad, and said nothing more. He directly released his flying boat and jumped on it with Li Zuanai. The two of them quickly turned into a beam of light and left the Bailey Island directly. Li Zuanai, who was standing on the flying boat, looked at the island that was gradually disappearing in front of her, and took out the jade box that Song Qingming had just given her, opened it and took a look, and then slowly put it away. Song Qingming, who had already walked to the middle of the island, saw the light suddenly disappearing in the sky, stood there in silence for a moment, and then turned and entered a courtyard. As soon as he entered the door, Song Qingming saw an old man in blue clothes who was over 50 years old and had a full beard walking towards him. This person was the cultivator in charge of taking care of the Bailey Island and had met Song Qingming more than 10 years ago. Seeing Song Qingming coming to the island, the old man in blue immediately knew his purpose and led him directly into a secret room on the west side of the courtyard. The next day, Song Qingming followed the old man on a boat. The treasure ship went out to sea together, and it took more than half a month to finally arrive near Yuxun Island. After the treasure ship entered a place dozens of miles away from Yuxun Island, Song Qingming took out some spiritual stones and gave them to the old man in blue, and then changed to his own flying boat and flew to the island. Soon, Song Qingming, who had arrived on the island, passed through the mountain protection formation and came to the Yanhu village he had been away from for a long time, and saw those mortal villagers who were very familiar to him working in the fields. It has been more than 10 years since Song Qingming left last time, and the appearance of the villagers in Yanhu village has changed a lot. Many children who were still very young when Song Qingming left have now grown up, and he can't recognize them for a while. Many elderly people in the village have passed away and left this world. Song Qingming had just entered the village and was about to report to the sect first and say hello to his master Lingyuan Taoist, when a young man in his 20s suddenly ran up to him. "It's Master Song, you are really back." Seeing that the young man in front of him looked familiar, Song Qingming immediately smiled and said, "Are you Fenqi? Are your parents okay?" This young man was none other than Wang Fenqi, the son of Wang Qin and his wife, who were familiar with Song Qingming. Seeing that Song Qingming recognized him at a glance, Wang Fenqi was very excited and nodded quickly, saying, "My parents are fine, but my grandmother is gone. I didn't expect that after so many years, Master Song could still recognize me at a glance." More than a decade, for a giant and cultivator like Song Qingming, is just the time for a few retreats, but for ordinary people, it is enough for them to spend the first half of their lives. Hearing Wang Fenqi say that his grandmother was no longer with him, Song Qingming recalled a memory of the old woman, and couldn't help but sigh that time passed too quickly. "Master, would you like to come to my house for a visit later? My father has been talking about you for many years, and he misses you." Hearing Wang Fenqi's invitation, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, saying, "Since you are here, you must go for a visit. You should tell your father first, and I will come to find you when I am done here." "Okay, Master, I will go back and tell my father." Seeing that Song Qingming agreed, Wang Fenqi immediately nodded excitedly, then turned around and walked quickly towards his home. After saying goodbye to Wang Fenqi, Song Qingming went directly to an ordinary courtyard to the east of Yanhu village and met his third brother Wang Bichen, who was practicing here. Like Zhang Xingyan, Wang Bichen was a direct disciple of Master Lingyuan Taoist, and his cultivation was much higher than that of his fourth brother Zhang Xingyan, having already reached the fourth level of the nascent soul. However, before this, Wang Bichen had basically been cultivating in the sect and rarely went down the mountain. When Song Qingming first came to the Taixu sect, he had only met this third brother once at a lecture by his master, and was not very familiar with him. "Hello, third brother." As soon as he saw Wang Bichen after entering the door, Song Qingming, who was slightly surprised, hurried forward to greet him. Seeing Song Qingming coming in, Wang Bichen quickly put down the things in his hands, smiled and asked him to sit down at the stone table beside him. "Brother Qingming, you must have come back to look for Master this time. But it's a bit unfortunate. 10 years ago, Master took fourth brother on a long journey to the Nanlin's house Yuxin world and has not returned yet. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait until next time." Wang Bichen, who knew Song Qingming's purpose as soon as he met him, immediately informed him that Master was not there. "Master is not at the mountain gate? This is really a bit unfortunate." After hearing that Master Lingyuan Taoist was out traveling, Song Qingming showed some surprise on his face, and sighed with some regret. Seeing that Song Qingming was a little disappointed for not seeing the master, Wang Bicheng's face showed no surprise. He smiled and said, "We still don't know when the master will come back. If you have any urgent matters, you can tell me. I will convey it to the master when he comes back. If you are not in a hurry, you can also stay and practice for a while and wait and see. Maybe the master will come back after a while. I don't have any urgent matters. I was going to send senior sister Zuanai back this time, but on the way, senior sister met her brother who had something to ask her and went home first. Before leaving, senior sister Zuanai asked me to say hello to the master and you brothers on her behalf. Since the master is not here, I will listen to senior brother 3 and stay to practice for half a year and wait and see. If he hasn't come back by then, I will make other plans." Song Qingming sent Li Zuanai back this time. He originally wanted to stay for a while to complete his own practice task. When he heard Wang Bicheng's suggestion, he immediately agreed. "Well, I know about junior sister Li. Don't worry, I will help tell master when the time comes." After sitting down and chatting with his third senior brother Wang Bicheng for a while, Song Qingming followed his arrangement and stayed, preparing to go to other villages tomorrow to complete the practice tasks assigned by the master. As the sky darkened, smoke from cooking was floating everywhere in Yanhu village. Song Qingming, who smelled the unique smell of fireworks in the village, stood up and said goodbye to Wang Bicheng, and came to the home of Wang Qin and his wife in the village. After more than 10 years of separation, although the appearance of Wang Qin and his wife has not changed much, the smiles on their faces still can't hide the vicissitudes left by those years. Seeing Song Qingming, who helped them back then, coming, the couple were very happy in their hearts. Not only did they prepare a large table of delicious meals for Song Qingming, they also called several neighbors around to accompany him to drink a few glasses. Song Qingming did not refuse this, and soon integrated into these ordinary mortals, holding up the wine glass and listening to them share the changes in the village over the years. Although they are all ordinary mortals, the villagers of Yanhu village have been guarding this piece of pure land for generations, and they don't have too many worries. Most people are quite satisfied with this peaceful life. Wang Qin and his wife helped their son Wang Fenqi get married through hard work. A few years ago, they gave birth to a fat grandson. Their daughter also married to a neighboring village last year and often came back to visit them. Although the family is a bit dull, they work hard with their own hands, live in harmony with their neighbors without too many conflicts, and their lives are also enjoyable. Just after finishing dinner, Song Qingming was about to say goodbye and leave, and Wang Qin's wife suddenly came to Song Qingming with a 3-year-old child and stopped him. "Master Song, my grandson has never had a big name. You just happened to come today. Why don't you help him give him a name, so that we don't have to trouble the village master again?" Looking at the boy in Wang Qin's wife's arms, Song Qingming was about to speak up, but his eyes suddenly locked on his forehead, and a bit of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing that Song Qingming was just staring at the little grandson in his arms and had not spoken a word, Wang Qin's wife was about to remind him, but Song Qingming suddenly put a finger on the child's forehead and then closed his eyes. Seeing Song Qingming's unusual behavior, Wang Qin's family immediately surrounded him. Just when they were puzzled, Song Qingming quickly retracted his finger and smiled. "Master Song, could this child have a destiny with immortals? The people living in Yanhu village are basically descendants of the Taixia sect monks. Their ancestors were all high-level monks, and the probability of giving birth to spiritual roots is much higher than that of ordinary mortal towns outside. Wang Qin has lived in Yanhu village for so many years, and naturally he has heard that there are people with destiny with immortals in the village who are taken to the Immortal Mountain to practice." Seeing Song Qingming's unusual behavior, with a hint of joy on his face, he has guessed a little bit, and asked excitedly. Hearing Wang Qin's question, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, saying, "This child is indeed destined to be an immortal, but he is still young now. When he grows up, he can be sent directly to the mountains to practice." "Master, my son is really destined to be an immortal." "That's great." Upon hearing that his son had a destiny with immortals, Wang Fenqi shouted excitedly, and pulled his wife forward to bow to Song Qingming. "Thank you, Master Song, for bringing destiny with immortals to my son." Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hands and said, "Whether he has destiny with immortals is not brought by me, but by the child's own luck. I just happened to find out earlier. Don't hurry up, haha. Master Song, you found out that my grandson has destiny with immortals as soon as you came back. You have brought a little luck to my family, and you should accept their greetings, knowing from Song Qingming that his grandson had destiny with immortals and could become a master like Song Qingming in the future. The Wang Qin family looked very happy. Only Wang Qin's wife had no smile on her face at this moment. She looked at her grandson in her arms with some reluctance, as if she was reluctant to let him leave home alone to practice in the mountains in the future. Seeing the reluctant look in Wang Qin's wife's eyes, Song Qingming suddenly thought of his mother when he left home that year, and it seemed that she was also reluctant to send him out. Among the millions of mortals in the world of cultivating immortals, who doesn't want himself or his relatives to have some immortal fate? However, after practicing, immortals and mortals are separated. If you want to practice better, you must try to give up the ties with immortal relatives. Not everyone can face these calmly. After thinking of a big name for this child with immortal fate, Song Qingming got up and said goodbye to Wang Qin, and returned to the small courtyard where he lived that year. Early the next morning, Song Qingming left Yanhu village and went to another mortal village arranged by his third brother Wang Bichen to practice. This stay lasted for more than a year, until Song Qingming felt that his practice in the world this time was very successful, and then he took the initiative to say goodbye to his brother Wang Bichen and set off to leave Yuxun Island. During the more than 1 year on the island, Master Link's Taoist did not return, and Song Qingming did not see his senior sister Li Zuanyi coming here. Instead, he met several fellow disciples who came to the island to practice like him. These people were at a similar level to Song Qingming, and they were all cultivators who had successfully formed a golden elixir. It was just that after they practiced the Yuxun Sutra, the skills they comprehended were slightly inferior to Song Qingming's Qinggai Lian Baoju, and they were basically still at the golden elixir level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728. 10 years later, heading north. After leaving the Taixu Gate, Song Qingming did not return directly to the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, but chose to travel around Nanzhou and the two nearby states. Since the monster turmoil, Song Qingming not only harvested a lot of monster materials in the turmoil, but also obtained a lot of high-level spiritual medicines in the Xian'an sect secret realm with Wang Xian. Not long ago, when he visited Luoli in the East China Sea immortal cultivation world, he found the cave of Xianxi Taoist and made a small fortune. Song Qingming, who had no shortage of spiritual stones and high-level materials, had finally come to the Donghuan Kingdom immortal cultivation world, so it was naturally impossible for him to go back empty-handed. It took more than half a year for Song Qingming to go to many large-scale markets that were no less than Xian'an City, and exchange the spiritual objects in his hands for many cultivation pills and other spiritual objects he needed. Unfortunately, the only thing that disappointed him was that he wanted to find a high-level material with fire attributes to repair the yin-yang Baji formation in his hand, but he never got his wish in more than half a year. In the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world, although the quality of the third-grade upper-grade materials is not particularly rare, they are not everywhere in the market. Song Qingming searched so many large-scale markets, but only saw a few third-grade middle-grade fire attribute materials of lower quality. If the yin-yang Baji formation is repaired with such low-quality materials, the power of the formation will definitely be damaged, and it will not be able to be restored to its original level. Song Qingming thought about it and decided not to make do. After arriving at the Liangzhou territory, Song Qingming's storage magic tool on his waist was already filled with many spiritual objects, and he did not bring many spiritual stones. He took the initiative to embark on the return journey back to the Funiu Mountain range cultivation world. Although he was alone when he came back, Song Qingming was very familiar with the road after several trips. He crossed the Fantasy Sea Desert and returned to Uiguo without encountering any danger. Song Qingming, who successfully returned to Funiu Mountain, brought back a lot of high-level cultivation pills, and shared a lot with Song Qinggai and Wang Xian. The three of them soon closed their doors to practice, and returned to their usual days of hard practice. Time flies, and the years pass by. In a blink of an eye, another 10 years of peaceful days have passed. 10 years later, in a cave in the Wu Kingdom in the southern part of the floating cloud mountains, a young man in green clothes, with a focused look on his face, was condensing his magic power, and a faint golden light was emanating from his body. It was obvious that he was trying to break through the golden elixir realm. A moment later, the young man who was trying to control his magic power to condense the golden elixir suddenly lost his magic power and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then the golden light covering his body gradually dissipated. Feeling that the golden elixir that had just condensed in his body had slowly dispersed and melted into elixir liquid again, the green-clothed man who failed to form the elixir could not help but sigh with some regret. What the seventh uncle said is true. It is not so easy to get through the step of forming the elixir. Even if my spiritual roots are better, I couldn't go further than them in this first time forming the elixir. The green-clothed man sat there thinking for a long time, and after recalling his failure, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he picked up a healing pill that had been prepared on the side, threw it directly into his mouth, and began to refine the pill to treat his injuries. Half a month later, feeling that his injuries had improved a lot, the man in green walked out of the cave, took a look at the long-lost sunshine outside, and turned to another cave not far away. Your injuries haven't been treated yet, why did you come out so soon? Don't you want to form a pill again? Before the man in green released the sound transmission talisman he had just held in his hand, a voice suddenly came from the cave, and then a figure in a green robe that covered most of his face appeared in front of him out of thin air. Seeing the green-robed man in front of him, the man in blue hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, I am incompetent and failed to form a pill. I disappoint you. Hearing this, the green-robed man waved his hand indifferently and said, I told you a long time ago that forming a pill is not that easy. I expected you to fail. Don't worry, I said I would make you form a pill, and I will definitely do it. But don't forget what you promised me before, otherwise even if you succeed in forming a pill in the future, I will still have a way to make you return to the building. Basic realm, don't worry, senior. Although my cultivation is low, I am not an ungrateful person. My life was saved by you, otherwise I would have died long ago. Even if I risk my life to repay you, I won't frown. Seeing the green-robed man in front of him, he said with a firm face, but the green-robed man was unmoved and chuckled, haha. There are many ungrateful people in this world. I won't believe your words. If you want to repay me, you must have the qualifications first. Okay. I have something to go out for, you go back to the cave to recuperate, take these pills, and come to me when your injuries are almost healed. After the green-robed man finished speaking, he threw 2 white porcelain bottles to the green-robed man, and then ignored him and turned back to his own cave. The man in green who got the porcelain bottle looked at the green-robed man who was leaving, and said nothing more. He just bowed to the other person's back and then turned and left. Wigo, King County, Funiu. On this day, a red sound transmission talisman representing an emergency communication flew directly to the towering Funiu Mountain, and landed in the hands of the monk guard in the law enforcement hall of the Song family. The Song family disciple who got the communication talisman saw that the talisman in his hand was an emergency communication talisman, and hurriedly dropped the things in his hands and ran straight to the place where the family elders were in the inner room. Soon, the communication talisman came to the hands of Song Yuanfang, who was busy in the family's meeting room. Husband, what happened? Why did you suddenly send such an urgent call for help? Wang Leking, who was sitting aside to help Song Yuanfang with his affairs, saw the red communication talisman in her husband's hand and immediately asked curiously. After the Song family became the giant in Immortal clan, they have dominated the northeast of Uyghur for more than 100 years. Since the monster riots, the family territory has been very peaceful and nothing major has happened. In recent years, such urgent sound transmission talismans have rarely been seen. Song Yuanfang opened the sound transmission talisman, glanced at the content inside, and replied with a slightly solemn expression, it is a letter of help from Jin Shenfang. A third-level demon king suddenly appeared near the market and is attacking the mountain protection formation. The situation is a bit urgent. I have to tell the ancestor first. I'm sorry to bother you with the matter here. After Song Yuanfang finished speaking, he left the conference hall and walked quickly to the top of the mountain. After a while, Song Yuanfang came to the outside of Song Qingming's cave on the top of the mountain. He took a look at the cave that was in retreat and there seemed to be no changes. Song Yuanfang thought about it and turned around and came to the outside of Song Qingyu's cave not far away, and sent the sound transmission talisman in his hand. Half an hour later, outside the Jinshanfang in Pingyan County, a white rhino several feet tall and covered with armor was leading hundreds of low-level monsters outside the market, constantly attacking the market formation that blocked their advance. The pressure emanating from the leading white rhino had reached the middle stage of the golden core. Every time it attacked, the Qingming Mountain protection formation shook violently. Hundreds of Qingming monks hiding in the market saw the white rhino demon king leading the way outside, and all of them had a bit of fear on their faces. They did not dare to go out to stop him and could only hide in the formation to organize the monks to operate the formation to resist. Qingming is located in the remote northeast. Since its establishment, except for the monster riots that occur once 100 years, it has rarely been attacked by monster kings above level 3. The white rhino demon king in front of him suddenly appeared from nowhere. A few days ago, he first killed several teams of wandering cultivators who went out to hunt monsters nearby, and now he is actually leading his monster army to attack Qingming directly to the south. On the wall of Fangxi, several foundation building monks stationed here were watching everything happening in front of them with worry, but they were somewhat helpless. Brother Xiao, this demon king is so powerful, I'm afraid we can't hold out for long. If the formation is broken, you and I will be doomed. Should we use the talisman to stop the demon king first and buy more time? No. This talisman can only be used when it is absolutely necessary. Now is not the time. Hold on to the formation first. When the ancestors from Funiu Mountain come, we will be safe. Standing in front was a middle-aged man named Xiao Lingyuan. He was the current head of the Xiao family in Qingming County and the cultivator with the highest cultivation level in Qingming. He had already cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building. Hearing a foundation building monk next to him propose to use the 3rd level low-grade talisman stored in Fangxi, Xiao Lingyuan just thought about it for a moment and immediately shook his head to reject the other party's proposal. This 3rd level spiritual talisman stored in the market was a spiritual object bestowed by the giant and ancestor of Funiu Mountain in the past, and it was explained that it could only be used at a critical moment. Even though he knew that the mountain protection formation outside was already somewhat dangerous, Xiao Lingyuan still gritted his teeth and shook his head, and did not rashly choose to use this important trump card immediately. Fellow Taoist Xiao, now is not the time to act on impulse. I hope you can think more about other cultivators in the market and don't hesitate. Just as the other party was trying hard to persuade him, a sword light suddenly appeared in the south of Qingming and flew towards this side quickly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lingyuan's face immediately showed a look of joy. Haha. Reinforcements are coming. I wonder if it is the giant and ancestor of Funiu Mountain who is coming this time. Seeing that the speed of this golden light was obviously beyond the scope of the foundation building cultivator, it must be a giant and ancestor. Before Xiao Lingyuan could speak, a foundation building cultivator next to him shouted with joy. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Lingyuan reached out and touched the beard at the corner of his mouth, and replied confidently, "The sword light is so sharp, it must be a master who practices the way of sword cultivation. The person who came should be the Qingming ancestor of Funiu Mountain. It is rumored that the Qingming ancestor's cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th level of the golden core, and she is only one step away from breaking through the 6th level of the golden core. Moreover, she has practiced the way of sword cultivation, and she can hold her own even when facing a great demon king in the late golden core stage. Today, the ancestor has come to help in person, and this demon king is afraid that he is seeking his own death. Fellow Taoists, do not miss such a good opportunity, and prepare for the battle. We can also take this opportunity to show off in front of the ancestor." Hearing Xiao Lingyuan's encouragement, the several foundation building cultivators standing beside him were all shocked, and hurriedly ordered the many Qi refining cultivators stationed in the market below to prepare to counterattack the army of monsters outside. Seeing Song Qingming, who was riding on a flying sword, coming towards him from a distance with a sharp sword light, the white rhino demon king, who had never been able to break through the Qingming mountain protection formation, immediately turned around and blocked the opponent's sword light with the extremely hard horn on his head. "Evil beast! How dare you invade my Song family's territory?" Song Qingming, who had just arrived holding the Qingming golden light sword, glanced at the white rhino demon king in front of him, angrily scolded, and the flying sword in his hand was divided into 5 again, and slashed at the opponent from 5 different directions again. Facing Song Qingming's sharp attack, the white rhino demon king was not in a hurry. A colorful spiritual light shot out from the top of the horn on his head, turning into a shield to block his body, trying to forcibly take Song Qingming's attack. However, what it didn't expect was that Song Qingming's cultivation was obviously higher than it, and this colorful shield did not completely block the opponent's attack. After the sword light penetrated the shield, it left several scars on the White Rhino Demon King. Seeing that the opponent's flying sword was so sharp and could easily break through the defense shield that he was so proud of, the White Rhino Demon King was shocked and left the army of monsters behind him, turned around and fled north quickly. Seeing that the opponent had just fought with him for a few rounds and then withdrew directly, it was somewhat beyond Song Qingyu's expectations, so he hurriedly stepped on the flying sword to chase him. The two of them ran and fought for nearly 100 miles. Seeing that they were about to go deep into the floating cloud mountains, Song Qingyu stopped chasing reluctantly. Although the magical power of this White Rhino Demon King was ordinary, he also had a defensive magic weapon hidden on his body, which was quite powerful. In addition, the Demon King's physical body was also very tyrannical. Even if he was hit by dozens of swords from Song Qingyu, he only suffered some minor injuries that were not fatal, and finally he escaped successfully. After failing to kill the opponent successfully, Song Qingyu showed a little regret on his face, and did not stay too long to immediately control the flying sword under his feet to return to Jinshanfang. When Song Qingyu came back, Xiao Linglong and others stationed in the market had already led the cultivators to repel the attacks of the low-level monsters and drove them all back to the Funiu Mountains in the north. Seeing Song Qingyu returning alone on the flying sword, several people hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to him. Junior greets the ancestor. After Song Qingyu glanced at the battlefield below, he directly asked Xiao Linglong, "You should be from the Xiao family, what are the casualties this time?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong immediately replied, reporting to the senior, "The Demon King came a little suddenly this time. Although we activated the mountain protection formation in time, there were still many cultivators and mortals nearby who failed to retreat to the market in time and died tragically at the hands of the monsters. In addition to the subsequent battles with the monsters, a total of 79 cultivators and more than 260 mortals were killed or injured this time. The injured have been sent to the rear treasury for treatment. All the cultivators who died in the battle, whether they are nearby family cultivators or independent cultivators living in the market, will be compensated according to the rules of the market, and the injured will be given healing pills in time. After you have dealt with it, remember to submit a copy of the list and account to Funiu Mountain for backup and archiving. This matter cannot be delayed. After all, Jinshanfeng is still the front line of the floating cloud mountains. In the future, you must send more cultivators to explore the movements of monsters and be prepared in time. Don't be careless like this time." As Song Qingyu spoke, his eyes looking at Xiao Linglong were still a little cold, which made the head of the Xiao family feel an invisible pressure from behind, and he nodded repeatedly in response. "Don't worry, ancestor. We will definitely strengthen our vigilance in the future and will not let the monster succeed so easily again." Seeing this, Song Qingyu glanced at a few people and said nothing more. He moved his magic power and turned into a beam of light and disappeared directly on the spot. After Song Qingyu left, Xiao Linglong and the others, whose foreheads were already slightly sweaty, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and hurriedly turned around and walked towards the location of the market treasury. After leaving Jinshanfang, Song Qingyu went straight back to Qing County. She had just passed through the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation and suddenly saw a burst of colorful clouds on the top of the mountain. Could this be that the seventh brother has broken through his cultivation? Seeing the abnormal celestial phenomenon on the top of the mountain, Song Qingyu hurriedly controlled the flying sword under his feet to approach the location of the rosy clouds. After returning from the Donghuan Kingdom cultivation world, Song Qingming brought back a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects needed for cultivation. The three Jinden ancestors of the Song family have also made considerable progress in their cultivation in the past 10 years. Among them, Song Qingming and Wang Xian's cultivation bases have been successfully improved to the peak bottleneck. As early as a year ago, they had been in seclusion to try to break through their own cultivation realms. Although they were both in seclusion to break through their cultivation bases, Song Qingming only broke through a small realm in his cultivation base from the 7th level of Jinden to the 8th level of Jinden. Compared with Wang Xian's breakthrough from the 3rd level of Jinden to the 4th level of Jinden, it was much easier to directly cross to the middle stage of Jinden. Therefore, after seeing the colorful rays of light at the top of the mountain, Song Qingyu's first reaction was that it should be Song Qingming who chose to retreat earlier who caused this strange phenomenon in the world. However, when she came under the rays of light, Song Qingyu found that her previous guess was a little wrong. This rays of light did not come from the cave where Song Qingming was in seclusion, but was located in another cave not far away. Seeing a figure in green standing not far in front of the cave, Song Qingming, who had just arrived here, immediately smiled and walked over quickly. Seventh brother. I just thought you were the one who made the noise, but it turned out that my sister-in-law had broken through first. It seems that we both need to work harder in cultivation, otherwise we will be caught up by my sister-in-law sooner or later. Song Qingming, who was looking at the rosy clouds in the sky, smiled and shook his head and said, when you reach the golden core realm, many times, breaking through cultivation also depends on your understanding of cultivation. Otherwise, even if you practice hard, it is impossible to be one step ahead of others. Don't think that I am not far from breaking through cultivation, but a little difference can make a big difference. I can't find the opportunity to break through my cultivation level. Even if I retreat for 10 years, it will be difficult to achieve anything. However, we were not optimistic about Xian's retreat at the beginning. We didn't expect that she would succeed in realizing the opportunity to break through the bottleneck by chance. You are right. If the opportunity comes in the future, it will not be strange for Xian to surpass you and me. Song Qingming finished speaking, and seeing that nothing happened here, he turned around and patted Song Qingyu's shoulder, who was still thinking about something. The two of them quickly walked towards the Huxin pavilion not far away. Yuan Fang came up just now, and I heard from him that you went to Jinshan Fang. How is the situation over there? Hearing Song Qingming asking about Jinshan Fang, Song Qingyu's face changed slightly and slowly said, I don't know where Demon King in the middle stage of Jinan came from and besieged the market, scaring the people of the Cao family. I didn't want to fight him, but he was so cunning that he fled to the floating cloud mountains as soon as he fought with me. I chased him all the way but couldn't do anything to him. Although the strength of this Demon King is average, his intelligence is no less than that of the young Demon King. He will flee decisively if he knows he can't win. Although I drove him away this time, I'm afraid he will come again next time. After thinking for a moment, Song Qingming said directly, this demon has never appeared before. It should be a Demon King from outside with no background. When Xian comes out of retreat, we will find a chance to go to the north together to see if we can find its lair and kill it. Otherwise, with this hidden danger, it will be difficult for us to rest assured at home next time we go out. Although Jinshan Feng is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, it is still too close to Pingyan County. Every time it is attacked by a demon beast, it will affect the nearby cultivators and mortals. Now that we have enough manpower, we should find a way to set up a few more lines of defense to block the monster army in the north and solve this problem. Otherwise, the next time the monsters riot, Pingyan County will fall into crisis again. Seventh brother, do you mean that we should take the initiative to attack northward? Hearing what Song Qingming said, Song Qingyu asked with some surprise. Since the Uyghur Xiuxin world was unified by the Xiaoyao sect, it has been facing the threat of northern monsters for thousands of years. Except for a few times when it has some advantages, it has been at a disadvantage most of the time. Under the leadership of the Xiaoyao sect, the Uyghur cultivators have basically been passively defending in recent years, and rarely take the initiative to go deep into the floating cloud mountains to compete with monsters for territory. Seeing that Song Qingyu understood what he meant, Song Qingming immediately nodded slightly and said, the last time the monsters rioted, the sect severely damaged the Funiu Mountain monster clan. Now their strength has not fully recovered. It is the best time for us to develop northward. Senior sister Bai has been in seclusion for so long, it is estimated that she is not far from breaking through the nascent soul realm. If she can successfully advance to the nascent soul realm this time, the sect will certainly begin to expand its territory, and we must also prepare in advance. Song Qingyu heard this and said in confusion, Seventh brother, senior sister Bai has been in seclusion for so long, is she really breaking through the nascent soul realm? The last time I went to the sect, I specifically asked junior brother Fang about it, but he hesitated and didn't explain clearly, so I thought I guessed wrong. Chapter 729 Silver Armor, All-Spirit Puppet Array. The fact that Bai Yuxin had retreated to break through the nascent soul has always been the most secretive thing in the Xiaoyao sect. Over the years, the Xiaoyao sect has been blocking the news and keeping it strictly confidential. Even Song Qingming knew about this because Su Ziyan had a good relationship with him, so she indirectly revealed a little to him. However, it takes at least a dozen years to break through the nascent soul through retreat. Bai Yuxin has not appeared in public for these years. It is definitely impossible to completely hide it after a long time. After Song Qingming came back, she went to the sect several times but did not see Bai Yuxin, the head of the sect. Naturally, she also heard some rumors about a retreat to form a nascent soul. However, she still had some doubts about this matter. It was not until Song Qingming said it directly to her face just now that Song Qingming confirmed her previous guess. Song Qingming nodded and confirmed, "Senior sister Bai has been in seclusion for more than 10 years. According to the time it takes for ordinary cultivators to condense the nascent soul, she should be out of seclusion in the next few years." Seventh brother, do you think senior sister Bai has a good chance of successfully breaking through the nascent soul realm this time? Seeing this, Song Qingming shook his head and smiled at Song Qingming. Haha. Your seventh brother, have no experience in breaking through the nascent soul realm, so how can I say such things casually? Senior sister Bai has a natural spiritual root aptitude and has already had the experience of breaking through the nascent soul realm once. Logically speaking, her chances of success this time should not be low. However, breaking through the nascent soul realm is much more difficult than forming a pill. How many talented cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation have been blocked at this step? I really can't say whether senior sister Bai can succeed this time. No matter what the sect will do next, no matter what changes we make, we need to plan ahead and make some preparations in advance. Well, Brother Qi always thinks farther than me. With you in the family will definitely get better and better in the future. Hearing Song Qingming's flattery, Song Qingming couldn't help but shook his head slightly and said, "The development of the family is not just my business. You and Yuan Fang are also very important to the family. Whether I am here or not in the future, I hope that the family can be carried forward in your hands." There were only a dozen people on the mountain back then. We have come to the present step by step. What can the family do now that can be worse than it was then? Don't worry, Brother Qi, even if we are gone, I believe that Yuan Fang and others can take good care of the family. After Song Qingming finished speaking, a confident smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "You are right. Each generation has its own mission. No matter what happens in the future, the family will always be handed over to the younger generations. All we can do is try to pave the way for them. Well, anyway, no matter what happens, I will definitely listen to you. Seventh brother, I will take care of my sister-in-law. You must have a lot of things to do after just coming out of retreat. You should go back and take care of your own things in the next few days. I will notify you as soon as my sister-in-law comes out of retreat." Seeing that Song Qingming wanted to stay and protect Wang Xian in retreat, Song Qingming nodded slightly without saying much, and then turned and walked towards his cave. In the past few years, Song Qingming has been concentrating on retreating and trying to break through his cultivation. Although he has not succeeded yet, if Wang Xian's breakthrough in realm today had not caused a strange phenomenon in the world, and Song Qingming, who was retreating in the cave, suddenly felt the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy, I am afraid he would not have come out so early. Song Qingming, who had just returned to the cave, took 2 bottles of pills from the wooden shelf beside the hall outside, and then came to a newly opened stone chamber inside the cave. Although the area of this stone chamber is not small, it is 5 or 6 feet long and wide, but it is very empty and there is almost nothing inside. There is only a small spirit gathering array in the middle of the stone chamber, which is emitting waves of dazzling spiritual light. Song Qingming walked directly to the spirit gathering array, waved his hand to open a layer of restrictions outside, and then walked directly into the array. In this operating spirit gathering array, there are 2 people wearing black iron masks sitting upright, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and meditating. Song Qingming came to the 2 people and handed over the 2 porcelain bottles he had just taken. The 2 masked men immediately reached out and took one of the porcelain bottles. Then the 2 of them opened the porcelain bottles in unison, poured out a pill from it, threw it into their mouths, and continued to meditate and practice. During the whole process, the 2 people wearing black iron masks did not say a word, as if they were controlled by someone, and they completed the action just now. After giving the elixir to the other party, Song Qingming released his spiritual sense to scan the 2 people sitting on the ground, and then a bit of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although a lot of elixirs have been consumed, the current cultivation speed is indeed not slow. As long as there is a sufficient supply of elixirs, you will be able to catch up with me sooner or later. The 2 people wearing black iron masks are not normal cultivators, but corpse puppets made by Song Qingming himself. One of them is Golden Wind, who has followed Song Qingming for many years. Now his cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of the Golden Core. The other is another corpse puppet, Silver Armor, that Song Qingming has spent time to refine over the years. His cultivation is lower and he has just broken through the 3rd level of the Golden Core. At the beginning, Song Qingming wandered around the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world for more than half a year. Although he did not find the high-level fire attribute materials that he wanted to repair the formation the most, he also purchased a lot of good things. In a large market in Liangzhou, Song Qingming happened to see someone selling a good quality ghost pale in a shop, so he spent a lot of spirit stones to buy it. After returning to Uyghur, Song Qingming spent most of his time on refining corpse puppets in addition to his daily practice. After spending more than a year, he finally used this ghost pill to refine his second corpse puppet, Silver Armor. Because he happened to have a bottle of Yanling water that he got from Duan Longshan's storage bag that year, after refining it with the secret method given by Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming didn't spend much time to raise the cultivation of Silver Armor to the 3rd level of the Golden Pale realm. The main reason why Song Qingming spent so much resources and energy to cultivate the second Golden Pale corpse puppet was to arrange the Heavenly Corpse Puppet Array that he got from the Heavenly Corpse Taoist that year. After so many years of research, Song Qingming discovered that this Heavenly Corpse Puppet Array was not the original formation of the Heavenly Corpse Taoist, but a copy of it from an ancient formation diagram he accidentally obtained. After obtaining the many secret manuals of martial arts left by the Taoist priest Xianqi, Song Qingming quickly found the original ancient formation diagram in it and discovered that the original power of this formation was even better. However, this formation diagram was already a little incomplete, and Song Qingming tried but still failed to completely restore it. In the end, he had no choice but to give up and settle for the next best thing. He transformed the original Heavenly Corpse Puppet Array through his own comprehension and obtained a new formation Oneling Puppet Array. The power of this formation is not much different from the original Heavenly Corpse Puppet Array, but the layout requirements are much simpler. As long as there are 3 corpse puppets or puppet beasts of the same level, you can try to arrange a relatively simple formation. Moreover, as the number of puppet beasts and corpse puppets increases, the power of the Oneling Puppet Array will become stronger and stronger. If there are more than a dozen giant and corpse puppets of the same level to form a formation, even a unyielding cultivator can fight with it. However, for Song Qingming, this situation can only be thought about in his mind, and it is difficult to actually realize it. As for corpse puppets, because cultivators have limited spiritual awareness, they can usually only control one corpse puppet of the same level. Even though Song Qingming's spiritual awareness is much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level after practicing the soul-devouring art, he can only control 2 at the same time at most. If it is replaced with a puppet beast with weaker strength, Song Qingming can now control quite a few at the same time, but the strength of the puppet beast controlling the formation will be weakened, and the power of the formation will also be weakened. Moreover, puppet beasts above level 3 are basically treasured by large sects and are very rare on the market. Song Qingming has been wandering around the Eastern Phoenix country for several years, and he has only seen a 3rd level low-grade puppet beast, and has not had the opportunity to purchase more high-level puppet beasts. Even the Eastern Phoenix country with abundant resources is like this, let alone remote places like the floating cloud mountains. It is not something that can be done overnight to collect enough puppet beasts to form a formation to fight against enemies of higher levels. Song Qingming can only do his best, and there is no way to ensure that he can do it. Fortunately, Song Qingming understood the difficulty when he first got the 10,000 spirits puppet array and did not force it. He was already very satisfied that he could arrange the simplest one. After letting Golden Wind and Silver Armor stay in the inner room to practice alone, Song Qingming quickly came out and walked into a stone chamber next to him where his spirit insects and monsters were stored. As soon as he entered the door, the golden illusion butterflies who sensed Song Qingming's appearance surrounded him, and the ice and fire dragon that was entrenched in a corner of the stone chamber also smelled a familiar smell and immediately jumped towards Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming also hurriedly took out the elixir that he had prepared long ago, as well as a bottle of white spirit water brought from the Xianyuan sect secret realm, and poured them into the sink next to him. Seeing Song Qingming's move, the greedy ice and fire dragon soon led a group of golden illusion butterflies and rushed directly to the water tank. Not long after, they devoured all the spiritual objects brought by Song Qingming. 10 years have passed, And these spiritual beasts and insects that follow Song Qingming have also changed a lot. The ice and fire dragon and golden illusion butterfly have improved their cultivation very quickly under the feeding of Song Qingming with white spiritual water, and are close to the peak of foundation building. Even the sky fire penghu cultivates slower, with the help of a spiritual fruit that Wang Xian exchanged from the Heavenly Pale Alliance a few years ago, has successfully broken through to the late stage of foundation building. If these spiritual beasts rely on their own cultivation in the wild, I'm afraid they can only build their foundation for a short time at most. In recent years, they have been following Song Qingming and have been eating and drinking well, and have never lacked elixirs and spiritual objects. The speed of cultivation has at least doubled. However, they have also helped Song Qingming a lot over the years, especially the golden illusion butterfly can quietly help explore the way and guard, and can also contain a mid-stage giant and cultivator when attacking in groups, and their strength is also not weak. Although the initial investment of spiritual beasts is a bit large, and it is difficult to see returns in a short period of time, if they are properly cultivated, their potential is much greater than that of dead things such as corpse puppets. Song Qingming is now spending so much effort to cultivate them, and he also hopes that they can help him a lot in the future. After taking care of his spiritual beasts, Song Qingming turned and came to the hall outside the cave, and collected some of the cultivation manuals that were scattered around the cave. After tidying up his cave, Song Qingming did not choose to continue sitting down to practice, but came to the stone table next to him and took out a high-level spiritual talisman illustration to savor it carefully. After returning from the Eastern Phoenix country, the strength of the spiritual beasts and corpse puppets around Song Qingming has increased significantly over the years, but only his own cultivation has not changed much so far, and is still stuck in the 7th level of Jiandan. Although Song Qingming, who returned to Funiu Mountain, brought back a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects from the Donghuang country cultivation world, he had already cultivated to the peak of the 7th level of the Golden Core 3 years ago. However, in recent years, Song Qingming has tried to break through the realm several times, but found that he encountered a bottleneck that was difficult to touch, and several attempts ended in failure. This bottleneck of the late Golden Core is much more difficult than Song Qingming had imagined before. It is no wonder that among the Golden Core cultivators Song Qingming knows, most people will be stuck at the 6th and 7th levels of the Golden Core for a long time, and very few people can quickly cultivate to the 9th level of the Golden Core. After practicing for so many years, Song Qingming also knows that when the realm of cultivation reaches a certain point, it is not possible to force hard work in order to break through the realm. In many cases, it is necessary to wait for an opportunity to successfully break through the bottleneck and go further. Seeing that his own cultivation can never break through quickly, Song Qingming changed his mind and gave up continuing to retreat, intending to transfer his energy to other things first and then talk about it slowly later. This high-level spiritual talisman illustration book was also brought back by Song Qingming from the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world. It records many high-level spiritual talismans above level 3, and even records several types of level 4 spiritual talismans. Since his talisman-making technique broke through to the 3rd level middle grade, Song Qingming has been suffering from not having many high-level spiritual talisman illustration books in his hands for these years, and rarely has the opportunity to improve his talisman-making skills. Last time in the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world, he happened to find a high-level spiritual talisman illustration book, which finally gave him the opportunity to make some progress in this aspect of talisman making. In these years, Song Qingming has not only drawn many 3rd level middle grade spiritual talismans, but also tried to make 3rd level top grade spiritual talismans. However, so far, after spending several copies of materials, he has only successfully drawn a slightly flawed inferior product, and has not really improved his talisman making skills to the 3rd level top grade. Although he has not yet successfully improved his talisman making skills, Song Qingming has great confidence in improving his talisman making skills after having this high-level spiritual talisman illustration book. After practicing Taoism for so many years, Song Qingming still likes talismans. He always has a few good quality talismans on him in case of emergency. However, with the improvement of his own cultivation, it has been difficult for Song Qingming to purchase 3rd grade upper grade talismans that are equivalent to his cultivation in the market in recent years. In the Xiaoyao sect, the one with the highest talisman making skills is the law enforcement elder Li Wutong. Although he is already a 3rd grade upper grade talisman maker, Due to the lack of talisman-making materials in the floating cloud mountains, Li Wutong rarely draws third-grade upper-grade talismans. Therefore, among the many giant and elders of the entire Xiaoyao sect, few people have high-level talismans such as third-grade upper-grade talismans. Song Qingming has always wanted to exchange one from the sect but has never succeeded. Since it is difficult to get it outside, it is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others, so he might as well find a way to improve his talisman-making skills, so that in the future, as long as he can find all the materials, he can easily draw any talisman he wants. Improving the skill of making talismans can not only meet your needs in the future, but also take the extra talismans to exchange for other spiritual objects you need. These are also very important for Song Qingming. After carefully studying the talisman illustrations in his hand for a long time, Song Qingming suddenly stood up and took out a high-level talisman paper and spread it on the table. Then he picked up the talisman pen on the table and dipped some cinnabar on the side, and his eyes shifted to the blank talisman paper in front of him. Then he adjusted his breath, recalled the steps he had just thought of in his mind again, and his eyes gradually became very focused. With the movement of the spiritual light on his body, Song Qingming's mana suddenly poured into the talisman pen in his hand through the meridians, and began to control the talisman pen to move slowly on the talisman paper. 3 days and 3 nights passed quickly. With the last stroke of the talisman pen in Song Qingming's hand, the runes that had been connected together instantly began to emit a flash of spiritual light. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately put down the talisman pen and pinched his hands. He quickly cast a spell and released a ban on the talisman paper, sealing all the spiritual light on it. 4 high-level talismans above level 3, because the spiritual power contained in the runes is very strong, even if they are stored in the storage bag, they can be easily sensed by others. Therefore, when the talisman maker draws the talisman, he will finally arrange a small band on it to cover up its aura, which is conducive to the cultivator to achieve unexpected effects when using it. After completing this step, Song Qingming picked up the talisman in his hand and observed it carefully. Seeing that there was no flaw in the rune on it, he smiled with satisfaction. I have spent so many high-level materials, and this time it finally worked. Although he did not succeed in his cultivation after such a long retreat, he was still very happy that he successfully advanced to become a third-level upper-grade talisman maker. Song Qingming put away the talisman in his hand and was about to go out for a walk, but he didn't expect that a sound transmission node happened to fly into his cave at this time. After opening the talisman and taking a look, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of joy again. He hurriedly packed up the remaining talisman materials on the table, then walked out of the cave directly and quickly came to the Huxin pavilion on the top of the mountain. Song Qingming, who had just walked up to the 3rd floor, looked up and saw Song Qingyu and Wang Xian, who had just come out of retreat, chatting. He immediately stepped forward to congratulate Wang Xian. Haha. I was just about to go out to take a look, but I didn't expect you to have come out of retreat in advance. It seems that your breakthrough this time is a little different, much smoother than mine back then. Wang Xian, who had just broken through, was very happy at the moment. She nodded and smiled and replied, I have indeed gained a lot from this retreat. Not only did I successfully break through my cultivation, but I also feel that the road ahead has become much clearer. But speaking of it, these years of entering the world and experiencing ordinary life have indeed improved my character a lot, and helped me a lot when I was in retreat. I also want to thank my husband for his guidance. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for me to break through this time, and I would definitely have to waste a lot of time. Seeing Wang Xian suddenly bowed to thank him, Song Qingming hurriedly stepped forward and waved his hand and said, You and I have supported each other for many years, so why be so polite? Besides, not everyone can gain so much from practicing in the secular world. How much one can comprehend from it depends entirely on one's own opportunities. You don't have to attribute all the credit to me. Well, Brother Qi is right. Sister-in-law, you see, I have been practicing with you for quite some time, but I still can't bear it. Now it seems that I don't have this opportunity. Since returning to the family from traveling, Song Qingyu often saw Wang Xian going down the mountain to practice, and curiously followed her several times. However, compared with Wang Xian, Song Qingyu's experience in practicing in the secular world was obviously much worse. He did not have much patience in practicing, and he gradually slacked off after persisting for less than a month. At this moment, Seeing that Wang Xiayun had practiced in the secular world for many years and finally gained something, Song Qingyu's face was both very envious and a little helpless. Seeing the expression on Song Qingyu's face, Song Qingming immediately opened his mouth to comfort him. Qingyu, you are practicing the way of sword cultivation, which emphasizes decisiveness in killing. Practicing in the secular world may not be useful for you, and you don't have to keep entangled in this matter. You have a complete sword cultivation inheritance, and you can at least cultivate to the nascent soul stage. This is the greatest opportunity for your cultivation. Why envy these things anymore? Yes, Qingyu, you practice the way of sword cultivation. Whether it is fighting or cultivation, you are half a point better than us. In the future, you will definitely have a greater chance of condensing the nascent soul than us. Don't envy my little opportunity. Hearing this, Song Qingyu immediately let go of his heart and smiled. Haha. I just couldn't help but envy it. My sister-in-law said it so nicely, how dare I not obey? Brother Qi, come and sit over here. Today, I brewed the spiritual tea myself. You can try it first to see how it tastes. Seeing Song Qingyu holding a cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea and placing it in front of him, Song Qingming hurriedly took it and found an empty seat to sit down. The three of them had not gathered together for a long time, and this time they encountered the happy event of Wang Xiayun's breakthrough in cultivation, so they also celebrated it. After chatting for a while, Song Qingming started to discuss with the two of them about the family's future development to the north, and wanted to hear the opinions of the two girls. Wang Xiayun and Song Qingyu both supported Song Qingming's idea of developing to the north, and gave a lot of ideas. The three of them quickly worked out a rough action plan together. Finally, the Mid-Autumn Festival lottery event has reached the last day, and the lottery will be held tomorrow. Book friends who have not joined the group should hurry up. Chapter 730, Changes in the Family Monks, Working Together for Development. Half a month later, in the meeting hall of the Song family, Song Qingming, Wang Xiayun and Song Qingyu, the three giant ancestors, sat at the head, and the other foundation-building elders of the Song family were already sitting on both sides of the hall. After deciding with Song Qingyu and Wang Xiayun on the family's next strategy for development to the north, Song Qingming notified Song Yuanfang to call back the family's foundation-building elders outside to Funiu Mountain to discuss the matter. More than 20 years have passed since the monster turmoil. Today, the overall family strength of the Song family has not only recovered to the level before the turmoil, but has also become stronger than before. Looking at the many foundation-building elders of the family sitting in front of them, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu also showed some satisfaction with the development and changes of the family. In addition to Song Qingming and the three giant ancestors, the Song family has added 3 foundation-building elders in the past 10 years. Now the number of foundation-building cultivators has reached 16, which is not much different from the peak of the Ma family. The 3 new foundation-building elders are Song Zuanying of the Zhuan generation, Song Linfeng and Song Linru of the Lin generation. Among the 3, Song Linru has the best talent for cultivation. He is the second double spiritual root cultivator in the Song family. He is only in his early 30s, but he has already successfully built his foundation. His cultivation speed is a few points faster than that of Song Yuanli, who also has double spiritual roots. This is also due to the fact that the Song family is now a Golden Elixir Immortal clan, and its strength is far greater than when Song Yuanli went up the mountain. The cultivation resources that the family can provide to Song Linru are also better than those of Song Yuanli. Song Zuanying and Song Linfeng are 2 of the 3 spiritual roots with average qualifications. They do not have particularly outstanding cultivation talents. Both of them succeeded in building their foundations in their 40s, which is not much different from Song Qingming back then. However, Song Zuanying has a good talent in spiritual plants. Before he succeeded in building his foundation, he has already raised the level of spiritual plants to the 2nd level lower grade. His spiritual plant talent is not much worse than that of Song Yuangsu back then. Thanks to such a powerful immortal cultivation skill, Song Zuanying was able to collect enough merits to exchange for foundation building pills earlier than many peers in the clan, and successfully became a family elder after building his foundation. In addition to the 3 elders who had just started building their foundation, the other foundation building elders of the Song family had also made significant changes in their cultivation after so many years. The few people who chose to leave the family to go out for training, except for Song Yuanli who has not returned yet, have now returned to the family one after another, and each of them has gained a lot from their training. Among them, Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin, who went to Qin State, gained a lot of knowledge while traveling abroad. The two also got an opportunity in the market to explore the cave of a giant and cultivator who had been sitting for many years. Although they went a little late and someone had already got there first. The careful Liu Yuxin still found a missed third-level spiritual object from it, and the two of them exchanged it for a lot of spiritual stones. With these spiritual stones in hand, Liu Yuxin not only successfully broke through to the late stage of foundation building, but Song Chang's cultivation level has also reached the 8th level of foundation building. Now Song Chang and his wife are both late-stage cultivators of foundation building. In the eyes of many cultivators of the Song family, they have become the seeds of the family that can form pillars. Their prestige has gradually surpassed other elders of the family, and is only slightly worse than Song Yuanfang, who has been in charge of the family for many years. Song Yuanhao, who chose to go to the Song Kingdom in the southeast of Tai Lake, also had a good opportunity. After arriving in Song Kingdom, he got the opportunity to participate in a secret trial opened by the Funiu sect, as he wished. Not only did he get a lot of spiritual objects from the secret realm, he also found a third-level lower-grade spiritual medicine. However, when Song Yuanhao was competing with others for spiritual objects in the secret realm, he was unlucky enough to meet a powerful master of the late stage of foundation building. After a battle, although Song Yuanhao successfully escaped with a second-level upper-grade spiritual talisman given to him by Song Qingming, he was seriously injured and it took more than a year for him to recover slowly. Because of the delay in recuperation, Song Yuanhao's cultivation level was not successfully broken through to the 7th level of foundation building until a few years ago, and he was one step slower than Liu Yuxin in cultivation. However, Song Yuanhao's travels this time also increased his knowledge and fighting ability. In addition, he himself is not inferior to the spiritual root cultivators with double spiritual roots. As long as he practices diligently, he will have a great chance to surpass Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin and succeed in forming a pill first. Song Yuanqian and Song Yuangsu also left the family to practice, but compared with others, their opportunities were a little worse. They only gained some knowledge and did not get any high-level spiritual objects. Now their cultivation level is still in the middle stage of foundation building, which is a little slower than the cultivation speed of Song Chang's and others. Among them, Song Yuangsu has cultivated to the 6th level of foundation building, and is not far from the late stage of foundation building. Because Song Yuanqian built her foundation relatively late, her cultivation level has just broken through the 5th level of foundation building. Now, many of the foundation building elders of the Song family who were arranged by Song Qingming to go out for training have returned to the family. Only Song Yuanli has been in Wu for more than 10 years and has not returned yet, which makes Song Qingming a little worried. If Song Qingming had not seen that Song Yuanli had sent a message back during this period, and the life card he left in the family did not have any accidents, Song Qingming would have planned to go out to find him. Many foundation building cultivators in the family went out for training. Some of them had good luck and found their own opportunities, while others had bad luck and gained mediocre results. These were all expected by Song Qingming. After all, personal opportunities are something that is difficult to figure out. You can't definitely encounter them when you go out for training. Regardless of whether these younger generations of the family have gained anything outside, as long as they can come back safely, Song Qingming will be very pleased. Now, more than a dozen foundation building cultivators in the family, except Song Yuanli who has not returned yet and Song Zuanting who is stationed in Qi Mountain, have come to the family's meeting room. At present, there are a total of 16 foundation building elders in the Song family, among which there are 4 late foundation building cultivators, namely Song Yuanli, who had already cultivated to the 8th level of foundation building before going out for training, Song Chang's, who successfully broke through a few years ago, and Liu Yuxin and Song Yuanhao, who are at the 7th level of foundation building. There are 6 mid-foundation building cultivators, among whom Song Yuanfang and Song Yuangsu have cultivated to the 6th level of foundation building, while Song Yuanqian, Wang Leking, and Song Zuanting are still at the 5th level of foundation building. The last mid-foundation building elder, Song Zuanqing, successfully broke through to the middle level of foundation building a few years ago, and his current cultivation level is only the 4th level of foundation building. The remaining 6 early foundation building elders, Song Zuanfeng, Song Zuanao, Song Zuanling, Song Zuanying, Song Linfeng, and Song Linru, have not cultivated their foundations for a long time, and basically they succeeded in building their foundations after the monsters and beasts rioted. At present, their cultivation levels are still at the first and second levels of foundation building, and only Song Zhuanfeng's cultivation level is slightly higher, having reached the peak of the third level of foundation building, and is not far from breaking through to the middle level of foundation building. In addition to the changes in the foundation building monks, the number of Qi refining monks and mortals in the Song family has also increased significantly in recent years. After the monster turmoil, after more than 20 years of recuperation, the number of Song family monks has also ushered in a wave of explosion, and now it has exceeded more than 600 people. Although there is still some distance compared to the nearly 1,000 monks at the peak of the Ma family, as long as the family develops slowly, the number of Song family monks will sooner or later exceed this number. The number of mortals in the family has also steadily increased over the years thanks to the peace in Qing County. Not long ago, it has been counted to more than 900,000, and it is not far from exceeding 1 million. Because of the development of the family, these mortals in the family are no longer limited to Funiu Mountain and are scattered in every corner of Qing County. Qinghefang, Qianfang, Shuangfang Mountain, Beiang Mountain. Basically, as long as the Song family's industries are affected, there are mortals from the family settled here to help the monks manage these industries. Even Mount Mountain, thousands of miles away, now has mortal blood left by Song family monks. After taking a glance at the many family elders in front of him and seeing that they were all present, Song Qingming took the lead and directly stated the purpose of gathering everyone. Yuan Fang should have informed you of the purpose of inviting you back to discuss matters today, so I will not elaborate on it. Now that the family is developing so fast, we certainly cannot be confined to this small area of Qing County. We should find a way to expand our influence. Otherwise, if we are trapped in a corner, no matter how many cultivation resources we have, they will be consumed sooner or later. This is not conducive to the future development of the family. I have decided to organize cultivators to open up wasteland and expand the territory in the north in the near future. You are all family elders. If you have any opinions or ideas, you can say them now. Everyone is free to speak freely and don't be too restrained. The monster turmoil has just passed. Now is a good time for the development of the family. I agree with the idea of the patriarch to expand the territory to the north. 16th uncle is right. The family is now well staffed. There are dozens of vassal families in Qing and Pingayang counties that can be deployed. We could have expanded our influence long ago. Now there are no powerful monsters in the many spiritual mountain territories to the north of Jinshanfang. There is no need for several ancestors to take action. We can easily wipe out all the spiritual mountains within 1,000 miles. I also agreed to expand the territory, hearing the idea of Song Qingming, the patriarch, saying that the family was going to expand its territory to the north. Song Yuanfang, who was sitting at the top, immediately stood up and echoed. Many other family elders also stood up and expressed their agreement, and no one objected. Any low-level family in the world of immortal cultivation, once it advances to a high-level Jinden or Yuanying force, will basically quickly expand its power. The Song family has been a Jinden immortal family for many years, and has only created the Qianfang market. It has never vigorously expanded its territory, and many cultivators in the family have long been dissatisfied with this. Over the years, including Song Yuanfang, many family elders have proposed to expand the territory. However, due to the fact that the family has just advanced to Jinden family, the number of cultivators lacks a foundation and is somewhat unstable. Song Qingming has focused his main energy on his own cultivation and supporting Song Qinggayu and the others in the formation of Den, and has been relatively conservative about the family's expansion of territory. At this moment, hearing that Song Qingming, the clan leader, had the idea of expanding the territory, the foundation building elders naturally agreed with it, and all of them showed a bit of excitement on their faces. The expansion of the family power can also bring a lot of resources to the Song family. At that time, every family cultivator can benefit from it, and the foundation building elders can certainly share a lot of benefits. These are all in the interests of all of them. They are eager for the family to expand as soon as possible, and naturally no one will jump out to oppose it at this time. The Song family's territory is adjacent to other counties of Uyghur in the west and south, and there is no room for expansion. It can only develop to the east and north. Although there are no high-level demon kings in the Yunwu mountain in the east, it is surrounded by mountains and many places have miasma that is not suitable for mortals to survive. which is very troublesome to manage. At present, the Song family has only found Qi, a place that is more suitable for development to the east. After so many years of development, although a lot of new territories have been expanded, the development space is also relatively limited. Although there are many mountains at the junction of the Funiu Mountains in the north, the terrain there is relatively flat, and the living environment is much better than that of the Funiu Mountain. It is also the best direction for the Song family to expand their territory. After hearing the impassioned speeches of everyone, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly and said, since the family has decided to expand its territory to the north, it is naturally not possible to just take some second-level spiritual mountains. Otherwise, there is no need to call you all back. I already have a goal in my mind, to directly take the third-level spiritual vein of Baoshiling, as the front line for our Song family to fight against the northern monsters in the future, so that the war will not affect the territories of Pingyang and Qing counties at will. If none of you have any objections, then this matter is settled. Except for Yuan Fang, Yuan Jin, Yu Qing, Zhuan Feng, and Zhuan Qing who stay in the family, the others will go to Baoshiling with me in 2 months. Follow the order of the clan leader. Song Qingming had just issued an order, and the many family elders who were selected on the scene were immediately delighted and responded in unison. Only Song Yuanqian and Song Zuanqing, who were personally named by Song Qingming to stay, showed some disappointment on their faces, and seemed a little regretful that they were not selected to participate in the family's subsequent expansion of territory. Although the Song family is a family power, from the very beginning of the establishment of the family, the ancestors followed the good deed system of the Xiaoyao sect to establish the family's Angjin Pavilion to evaluate and manage the family monks. Every member of the Song family will have his own account book in the family's Angjin Pavilion, and all his merits and demerits in the family will be recorded. All those who have made contributions to the family, regardless of the size of their contributions, can get the family good deeds issued by the Zhangjin Pavilion, and then use the Zhangjin Pavilion to exchange for various spiritual objects and cultivation resources they need. In order to prove their own value to other people in the family and get more support from the family merits recorded in the Zhangjin Pavilion are the most important proof for evaluating each member of the family. For every member of the Song family, the family's good deeds are what they have always dreamed of and what they want most. Because in the future, the family will support the foundation building or the formation of the elixir. If you don't have enough golden pavilion merits, it will be difficult to compete with others in the selection, and you can only miss the opportunity and the road in vain. But it is not so easy for ordinary cultivators to obtain family merits. You must have the ability to make contributions to the family. In addition, daily practice requires a lot of cultivation resources, which will consume family merits. Some of the Qi Refining clan members who have just gone up the mountain, like Song Qingming when his cultivation was low, can accumulate many merits throughout the year. Even for these family foundation building elders, in addition to guarding the Lingshan industry for the family and occasionally using the immortal cultivation skills in their hands to undertake family tasks, they rarely have the opportunity to obtain family merits. Only people like Song Yuanxu, who have a very outstanding high-level immortal cultivation skill, can earn family merits faster than others, and live a more comfortable life. Now that the family is expanding outward, it is a great opportunity for all the Song family members to make contributions to the family. They are naturally very regretful that they were not selected. Just after the family meeting, Song Yuanqian and Song Zuanqing specifically found the family's chief steward Song Yuanfang, asking him to help talk to several ancestors and give them a chance to contribute to the family this time. In response, Song Yuanfang's face was also somewhat helpless. The family's expansion of territory to the north was a major event that could not be accomplished in a day or two. So many cultivators in the family, including the ancestors like Song Qingming, were leaving the family, and some cultivators must be left behind to guard the family's various sacred mountains. No matter who Song Qingming chose, there would always be someone who would miss this opportunity. Of course, I agree that you two are willing to contribute to the family. However, with so many family businesses now, we have to let no one stay to look after them, don't you think? To be honest, if 7th uncle hadn't personally named me, I would have also wanted to go to the front line. I've been staying in the family for all these years, and my hands and feet are becoming more and more numb. Since the ancestor chose us to stay, he trusts us. Everyone should patiently do the things in hand and don't think too much. I believe that when he comes back, he will definitely not forget us. Hearing Song Yuanfang's comfort, Song Yuanqian, who was standing aside, couldn't help but sigh and said, "Alice. It's so hard to get a chance to contribute to the family, but we missed it. We were really unlucky this time. It seems that we will hardly get the opportunity to form a pill in this lifetime." Song Yuanqian had been traveling for many years before, but had never been able to find an opportunity, and finally had to return empty-handed. He had always envied Song Chang's and others who also got opportunities when they went out. Now the great opportunity for the family to expand outwards has been missed. At this moment, Song Yuanqian couldn't help but sigh that her luck has been bad in recent years. Seeing this, Song Yuanfang's face changed slightly, and he immediately shook his head and scolded, "You are only at the 5th level of foundation building now, and you haven't even reached the late stage of foundation building. Why are you always thinking about forming the elixir? How can you achieve the golden elixir with such high ambitions? I think you should learn more from Chang's and others. It is the right way to improve your cultivation first." Since being recognized by the clan leader Song Qingming, Song Yuanfang has been in charge of the family's affairs for these years, and his prestige in the family is not comparable to that of ordinary foundation-building elders. Even Song Yuanli and Song Chang's, who have higher cultivation than him, are respectful in front of Song Yuanfang and respect him as the family's chief steward. Seeing that this brother, who always behaved very kindly in front of others, suddenly changed his face and became a little angry, Song Yuanqian was also shocked and lowered her head quickly, and the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little awkward. Seeing this, Song Zuanqing, who was standing aside, stepped forward and made peace for her, saying, "Haha. Uncle 16 is right. Our cultivation is still shallow, and it is indeed too early to talk about the matter of forming a pill. Moreover, the road to the golden pill is so difficult. There are more than tens of thousands of cultivators in our Wei country, and how many of them can be lucky enough to form a pill successfully? Even in the Xiaoao sect, few people have this confidence. Why should we bother ourselves with this trouble? We should first improve our cultivation steadily, and then wait for the opportunity." When my 7th uncle went out to form the elixir, although I was still a novice in cultivation, I could remember everything. I know how difficult it was for him at that time. These things are not as simple as you think. Let alone the few of us. My 8th uncle has been practicing in Xiaoao sect for many years and his talent is worse than ours. Even if he has the support of the sect and obtained the elixir forming spiritual objects, he still can't pass this level. It's a waste that you, as an elder, have been building the foundation for so many years, but you are not as thorough as Zuanqing in cultivation." Hearing Song Zuanqing's frank words, Song Yuanfang nodded slightly to show his approval, and his expression eased a little. Song Yuanqian, who had been scolded, saw that Song Yuanfang's face looked better, so he nodded humbly and said, "I just said it verbally and didn't mean anything else. Don't be angry, 16th brother." Hearing this, Song Yuanfang sighed calmly and said, "I know you didn't mean it, but the family is developing so fast now, and there are so many people, so it's inevitable that there will be gossip. We still have to pay more attention to the impact of everything. Now is the time for the family to expand its territory. What you said just now is not conducive to the unity of the family. It's okay for you to say it in front of me, but if the ancestors on the top of the mountain hear it, how should you explain it? Don't just be happy for a while, think more about the consequences. 16th brother, I know I was wrong, and I will pay more attention in the future." After hearing Song Yuanfang's explanation, Song Yuanqian also came back to his senses at this moment, realized that the words just now were wrong, and hurriedly responded to the other party's reminder. Seeing this, Song Yuanfang was also somewhat relieved and waved his hand and said, "It's okay for you to know. If there's a chance, I will remind my 7th uncle about this matter. He has always been fair in doing things, and he will definitely not treat us unfairly. You don't have to worry about this matter, you can go back with peace of mind. No matter who in the family will have the opportunity to form a pill in the future, I hope you don't think too much. Now the family is developing well. As long as we can all work together, our lives will always get better and better in the future. Maybe everyone will have the opportunity to form a pill, so why rush it? Well, thank you, 16th brother. We will go back and not disturb you anymore." Knowing that Song Yuanfang had taken this matter to heart, Song Yuanqian and Song Zuanqing showed some joy on their faces and nodded quickly to take their leave. Chapter 731, Attack on White Lion Ridge. Funiu Mountain family decided on the strategy to expand northward. The entire Song family immediately began to mobilize. The cultivators outside began to return to Funiu Mountain to wait for the family's dispatch, and the family's gold storage pavilion also opened the treasury to distribute the supplies needed on the battlefield to the cultivators who were confirmed to be going on the expedition. In addition to Funiu Mountain, almost all the Immortal cultivation families under the Song family have successively received the call from Funiu Mountain, requiring them to send some cultivators to follow the Song family to expand the territory to the north. After receiving the call, the foundation-building families in Qing and Pingayang counties immediately followed the Song family and began to mobilize. Not only that, Qianfang, Jinshanfang and Qinghefang, which are located in the territory of the Song family, also began to post notices to hire independent cultivators to participate in this action to expand the territory. In order to invite many independent cultivators to participate, the conditions offered by the Song family this time are very generous. As long as there are merits in killing monsters, they can not only get a certain reward. Those with outstanding merits can also freely choose a spiritual vein below level 3 from these newly expanded spiritual veins for cultivation, or create a new cultivation family, and in the future, they can all be vassals of the Song family and be protected by Funiu Mountain. As soon as this notice was posted, it immediately received responses from many casual cultivators in the Song family. Hearing that following the Song family to expand their territory would give them the opportunity to seize spiritual veins and create a cultivation family, even some old casual cultivators in the neighboring counties who had this idea came to Qing County to join in the fun. Soon 2 months passed in a flash, and at this time, hundreds of casual cultivators who had heard the news from all over the square to the west of Qianfang had gathered. Under the arrangement of the Song family cultivators, these people stood in several rows honestly and were patiently accepting the roll calls of several cultivators from the market law enforcement team. On the other side of the square, hundreds of cultivators also gathered, but compared to those casual cultivators with irregular formations, these people were organized into several groups, and their cultivation quality was obviously higher. At this time, another group of monks in uniform came over from the street east of the market. The leader, a middle-aged man, had just led the monks behind him to an open space when he heard a familiar voice behind him. I thought Zinayan would lead the team at Lotus Mountain this time, but I didn't expect that it was Brother Gao who came in person. It's been a long time, Brother Gao. Gao Changjin turned around immediately after hearing this, and saw Li Chenggao and Luo Daozhen walking towards him. He immediately smiled and stepped forward to greet them in return. Fellow Taoist Li and fellow Taoist Luo are doing well. Originally, it should have been Zinayan who came, but he happened to make some progress in his cultivation a few days ago and went into seclusion to practice, so I had to come down the mountain. Oh, fellow Taoist Zinayan is in seclusion again. This time, he may be preparing to break through to the middle stage of foundation building. I have to congratulate fellow Taoist Go in advance. When fellow Taoist Zinayan comes out of seclusion, please inform us, so that we can have the chance to go to Lianhu Mountain to have a drink. Haha. Not bad, not bad. My Lianhu Mountain has always welcomed friends from all over the world. You two fellow Taoists can come anytime you want. I have a few jars of good wine that I have collected for many years, which is just right for you two. Fellow Taoist Gao is so generous. It's settled then. Gao Changjin and the other two were chatting happily here. On the other side, several foundation-building cultivators headed by the Wang family of Taiyuan Mountain, who were also standing not far away, saw this scene and showed a bit of disdain on their faces. Humph. I was wondering why the business in the market has been targeted by the Gao family recently. These old guys really got together a long time ago. Brother Wang, I have long said that the Gao family and the Li family have a special relationship, but you still didn't believe me. You can finally see it this time, Gao Changjin. I really misjudged him before. This man looks honest on the surface, as if he dares not to do anything, but he is quite courageous behind the scenes. He actually dares to get together with the Li family openly. Don't worry, although Li Chenggao has good talent, it is not so easy to form a golden elixir. As long as Funiu doesn't come forward to help him, it will be wishful thinking for him to break through the golden elixir realm. The person who spoke was named Wang Leping, a middle-stage foundation-building elder of the Wang family of Taiyuan Mountain, and the one who was talking to him was another foundation-building family in Qing County, the Chen family of Immortal Mountain. The master is Chen Zilian. Several decades ago, the previous head of the Chen family, Chen Yunan, came to Qing County with his family from Funiu Mountain as a casual cultivator and founded the Immortal Mountain Chen family. After the Chen family took root in Qing County, it has been developing well. Chen Yunnan is also relatively low-key. Although he is an outsider cultivator, he has a good relationship with the major local immortal cultivation families. It's just that Chen Yunnan was unlucky later. During the last monster riot, he was unlucky like Wang Sibo and encountered a powerful monster. He died directly in the Jinshanfang. Fortunately, the Chen family received compensation after the war, and used the foundation building pill to cultivate a foundation building cultivator, Chen Zillion, which slowly alleviated the embarrassment of the family not having a foundation building cultivator. Although Chen Zillion successfully established his foundation and took charge of the Chen family, because of Chen Yunnan's sudden departure, the Chen family was in the status of Qing County dropped a lot in a flash, and the market business on which the family depended for survival was often squeezed out by other families such as the Li family and the Luo family. In order to get rid of the difficulties faced by the family, Chen Zillion took the initiative to find Taiyuan Mountain and form an alliance with the Wang family to fight against the relentless pressure from the Li family and the Luo family. After the monster turmoil, the Chen family and the Wang family secretly formed an alliance, and the Li family and the Luo family had also been in the same boat for a long time. The several foundation-building families in the entire Qing County slowly split into two factions. On one side is the old-school foundation-building family Taiyuan Mountain Wang family, headed by the Tixan Mountain Chen family and the Fengtao Mountain Wang family. On the other side is the alliance formed by the emerging foundation-building families Qilin Mountain Li family, Lotus Mountain Gao family, and Gaopingling Luo family, and their strength is also not weak. Among them, the Li family was in the hands of Li Chengaiyu for just over 100 years. The development is also very rapid. The family not only has Li Chengaiyu, the patriarch of the 9th level of foundation building, but also 2 other new foundation building monks and nearly 200 Qi refining monks. Today, the Li family of Qilin Mountain has 3 foundation building monks. Their strength has surpassed that of the Gao family when Gao Yubei was still there. They have a little confidence to challenge the first foundation building family of Qing County, the Wang family of Taiyuan Mountain. Wang Meng of the Wang family and Li Chengaiyu of the Li family have both cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building. They both seem to have some hope of forming a pill, but it is not clear who has a greater chance of forming a pill. Although the two sides have not fought openly due to the Funiu Mountain Song family, they have already disliked each other in secret and have been fighting for power in the market. This time, after receiving the call of the Funiu Mountain Song family, the 6 major foundation building families of Qing County sent many monks to the Qianfang to participate in the action of expanding their territory to the north. After both sides arrived here, they naturally split into 2 teams and stood in a group. Although they seemed to be chatting, their eyes were always staring at each other from a distance. Just when many cultivators were busy in the middle of the square, a huge figure suddenly flew in the air outside the market, and then a huge flying boat passed through the market mountain protection formation and came to the sky above the square. Seeing this scene, many cultivators present immediately calmed down and locked their eyes on the large flying boat in front of them. After this huge flying boat came to the sky above the square, it stopped, and then slowly descended and landed directly on the open space in the middle of the square. After a while, 3 foundation building cultivators wearing Song family costumes walked down from the flying boat. At this time, Liu Yuxin, who had been waiting for a long time below, saw Song Chang's walking in front and immediately came forward to greet him with a happy face, and then turned around and waved to the other leaders of the foundation building families, calling them all over. Dear fellow Taoists, the ancestors are already on board, please hurry up and get on board. After hearing Song Chang's order, Li Chengaiyu, Wang Leping and others did not dare to say much, and hurriedly called on all the cultivators they brought to board the flying boat. Then Liu Yuxin arranged for the market law enforcement team to lead the team in batches, and brought all the hired cultivators on the flying boat. When everyone was there, Song Chang's and others returned to the flying boat and issued an order to head north. This large flying boat was rented by Su Ziyan, the elder of the General Affairs Hall, after Song Qingming made a special trip to the Sexguiyang Mountain to transport these low-level cultivators quickly. Otherwise, it would take more than a month for them to walk from Qianfang to their destination by foot. Moreover, such a large team moving in a mighty manner would easily be detected by the monsters in advance. By then, The other party would escape in advance, and everyone would have work in vain. After all the cultivators from Qing County boarded the flying boat traveled a long distance and arrived at the Jinshanfang in the north. At this time, hundreds of cultivators from Pingayang County had already gathered in the market. The flying boat had just stopped, and many cultivators from Pingayang County quickly boarded the flying boat under the arrangement of Song Chang's and others. It was not until this large flying boat was full and could not accommodate any more that it began to take off and head north under the command of the Song family, heading straight for the biggest destination of this time, White Lion Ridge. White Lion Ridge, a third-level inferior spiritual vein, is located in the northeast of Pingayang County, about 3,000 miles away from Jinshanfang, which is already deep in the floating cloud mountains. White Lion Ridge was originally an unnamed fairy mountain. It was renamed this name by the cultivators because it was occupied by a white lion demon king who had just formed a pill. Later, the white lion demon king was killed by Song Qingming and the sect together, and White Lion Ridge slowly became a paradise for a group of second-level monsters. Before, there were occasional foundation-building monks who came here to hunt monsters. The last time the white rhino demon king attacked Jinshanfang, Song Qinggayu chased all the way, and saw that the other party's final escape direction was also in the White Lion Ridge, and suspected that this monster might be hiding here. This is also one of the reasons why Song Qingming was determined to wipe out this place. If this monster has been hiding here, it will also pose a huge threat to the Jinshanfang closest to it, and it must be killed forever. Otherwise, the territory that the family has worked hard to expand to the north will always be under the eyes of the other party, and the days in the future will definitely be difficult. After traveling north for most of the day, the flying boat that has crossed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers finally arrived at the foot of a huge mountain thousands of feet high. Song Chang's, who was standing in front of the flying boat, saw the high mountain that soared into the sky. He immediately turned around and came to the outside of a cabin in the middle and knocked on the door softly. "Come in." Hearing the command from inside, Song Chang's immediately opened the door and walked in slowly. Seeing Song Qingming and the other two who were enjoying a chant not far away, he hurried forward and bowed. "Report to the ancestor. We are already near the White Lion Ridge, and there are less than 20 miles ahead." Hearing this, Song Qingming put down the teacup in his hand and nodded slightly. "Well, tell Yuan Hao and the others to act according to the previously planned plan. After surrounding the White Lion Ridge, you will immediately attack the mountain in different directions. Warn them that no matter who encounters the White Rhino Demon King, they must immediately send the designated signal and never let the demon have a chance to escape. Anyone who dares to disobey orders on the battlefield will be severely punished according to the family rules. Don't worry, ancestor, I will arrange it right away." After Song Chang's left, Song Qingming stood up and came to the side, opened the window and glanced at the White Lion Ridge in the distance. Because the Song family suddenly attacked with the help of the sect's large flying boat, the monsters on the White Lion Ridge side did not notice the arrival of the Song family monks in advance. It was not until a large number of monks suddenly emerged from the foot of the mountain and surrounded the White Lion Ridge from all directions that the low-level monsters hiding at the foot of the mountain began to flee in panic. This time, in order to wipe out the White Lion Ridge in one fell swoop, the Song family sent out all the family elites, plus the cultivators recruited from the Immortal cultivation families and the market. A total of nearly 1,500 monks were sent. These monks who went here were basically carefully selected, and their cultivation was at least above the 5th level of Qi Refining. In addition, in front of these monks, there were nearly 30 foundation-building monks including Song Chang's and others, who had already led the monk army, which had already been divided into 4 teams, and rushed to the White Lion Ridge from different directions. "Leave a team to guard the intersection below, and the others will follow me." Song Chang's, who was at the front, killed 2 low-level monsters that were fleeing in front of him with a sword. After giving an order to the monks behind him, he took the lead in controlling the flying sword under his feet to continue chasing up the mountain. Soon, many monsters on the mountain also reacted and began to organize to resist the attacks of several armies of monks. For a time, the entire White Lion Ridge was filled with a sound of killing, breaking the original tranquility of the mountain. White Lion Ridge is a third-level low-grade spiritual vein, and there are still many monsters on it. There are more than a dozen monsters above the second level, and the number of first-level monsters is no less than that of the human monks who came to attack. However, the human race has a clear advantage in foundation-building combat power, And there are 6 late-stage foundation-building monks such as Song Chang's, Song Yuanhao, Liu Yuxin, and Li Chengaiyu, who are much stronger than the monsters. Under their leadership, after only less than half an hour of fighting, the monster armies that came to resist began to retreat and slowly fled to the top of the mountain. Just as Song Chang's and his companions were about to reach the halfway point of the mountain, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from the top of the White Lion Ridge. Song Chang's and his companions, who were attacking upwards, felt a pressure far beyond that of a foundation-building cultivator coming towards them, causing them to stop in their tracks. The White Rhino Demon King was a middle-stage giant and demon king, with a body of 50 to 60 feet tall. He rushed down from the top of the mountain, like a huge mountain pressing down on his head, causing many cultivators below to feel a little scared. Some timid Qi refining cultivators were frightened by the Demon King's pressure at this moment, and their hands and feet could not help but tremble, and they could not help but want to retreat. Not good. The third-level Demon King is coming. Zuanayu, quickly send a signal to the ancestor. All Taoist friends, form a formation to block the Demon King. The others should go to block the low-level demon beasts first. If anyone dares to escape, the law enforcement team will deal with them according to the rules of the battlefield. Seeing the White Rhino Demon King suddenly appearing in front of him and rushing towards him, Song Chang's hurriedly shouted to the people around him who were still a little dazed, and quickly conveyed the order to stabilize the morale of the army. Song Linfen, who reacted, hurriedly took out a golden talisman from his body, cast a spell to turn it into golden spiritual light and quickly flew into the air. Then, he and the other 6 foundation-building cultivators beside him, each holding a silver formation flag, quickly formed a second-level upper-grade 7-star Azure Dragon formation. This formation was refined by Song Qingming in his spare time. It only takes more than 3 foundation-building cultivators to jointly launch it. Song Chang's and the 7 people can also resist the attack of the General Giant and Demon King for half a quarter of an hour. After the 7 people activated the formation flags in their hands, a huge light and shadow of a green dragon soon appeared in front of Song Chang's and others. At this time, the White Rhino Demon King had also quickly killed in front of them, and the single horn on his head directly released a fierce golden light. Seeing the golden light coming, Song Chang's and others immediately waved the formation flags in their hands quickly, injected magic power into it, and manipulated the green dragon light and shadow in front of them to open their huge mouths and spit out more a ball of green flames to directly block the attack of the White Rhino Demon King. Seeing that Song Chang's and others could actually block his powerful attack, the White Rhino Demon King was also a little surprised. He raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground in anger, and then rushed directly towards the crowd. The huge body of the White Rhino Demon King ran wildly, shaking the nearby ground immediately, making some of the lower-level Qi refining cultivators unable to stand steadily at this moment. Facing this earth-shaking and fierce attack, Song Chang's and his companions did not panic. They changed the magic circle again, making the size of the Azure Dragon in front of them also increase several times. They took the initiative to resist the White Rhino Demon King and tried to stop it halfway. However, the White Rhino Demon King was a demon king in the middle stage of the Golden Core after all, and his body was very strong. Although the Azure Dragon light and shadow controlled by Song Chang's and his companions looked equally huge, they were not as strong as the Demon King's body. After the two sides collided, the Azure Dragon light and shadow soon showed some decline. After only resisting the opponent for a moment, it was smashed into pieces in mid-air by the White Rhino Demon King. Seeing this scene, Song Chang's and his companions were also somewhat surprised. They did not expect that the Azure Dragon Phantom they had summoned with great difficulty would be defeated so quickly. After seeing the White Rhino Demon King solve the opponent, he roared with some excitement and accumulated strength again to rush towards them. Song Chang's and his companions could only bite the bullet and desperately inject the remaining mana into the formation flags in their hands, and with the help of the formation in their hands, they conjured up the last defensive shield to block the front. This defense was the last resort of the 7-star Azure Dragon formation. If it was quickly broken by the White Rhino Demon King, then the fate of the few of them would inevitably be death. Therefore, everyone did not dare to hide their secrets at this moment, and desperately urged the formation flags in their hands to cast spells to resist the next attack of the White Rhino Demon King. Song Chang's, who was standing at the front, saw that everyone was in a very dangerous situation. With a flash of inspiration in his hand, he threw out another blue second-level high-grade talisman, which turned into a shield to block the front, adding another layer of defense for everyone. However, this second-level high-grade talisman was obviously impossible to block the full-strength attack of the White Rhino Demon King, who was already in the middle stage of the Golden Collar. It was directly smashed by the opponent's corner after just a slight block. The White Rhino Demon King rushed through the talisman shield and soon crashed directly into the last shield. In this confrontation, both sides used their full strength. There was only a loud boom. The White Rhino Demon King was blocked by the shield and failed to score a goal. Instead, he was shot back several steps. The situation of Song Cheng's and others was even worse. The huge impact force broke up the formation at once. Song Zuanyu and several other foundation-building monks with lower cultivation had been knocked away more than 10 feet away. The battle flags in Song Cheng's hands had also been released and fell to the ground. All 7 of them spat out blood. Obviously they were seriously injured by the attack of the White Rhino Demon King. The only battle array that could fight against it had been broken by the Demon King. Song Cheng's and others no longer had the means to resist the opponent. Seeing that the White Rhino Demon King was accumulating strength to launch another attack, everyone's faces suddenly showed a bit of despair. Just as Song Cheng's and others were about to separate and flee, a sharp sword light suddenly fell from the sky in front of the White Rhino Demon King, forcing the Demon King who was accumulating strength to retreat dozens of steps. Feeling a familiar breath in the sword light, the White Rhino Demon King immediately looked up in the air and found that the person coming was Song Qingming, who had chased it for hundreds of miles a few months ago. He couldn't help but show a bit of anger in his eyes. "You guys retreat first, leave this to me." Seeing Song Qingming coming to the rescue in time, Song Cheng's and others who were still nervous instantly relaxed, and showed a bit of joy on their faces. After responding, they hurriedly left the place together. After Song Cheng's and others retreated, Song Qingming turned his head to look at the White Rhino Demon King, and then cast a spell to directly summon his life-saving magic weapon Qingming Golden Light Sword. "Last time I didn't fight enough and let you run away. Today you have no way to retreat. Come and try the power of my sword." Chapter 732, Sword Shadow Transformation Technique, Killing the Demon King. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he waved his hand forward and pointed forward. The 5 Qingming golden light swords around him immediately glowed brightly and emitted a powerful pressure. Then the Qingming golden light swords turned into 5 sharp sword lights, divided into several different directions, and broke through the air in the direction of the White Rhino Demon King. The White Rhino Demon King was defeated by Song Qingming last time, and he knew that the opponent was not easy to deal with. If he met him in the wild, he might have turned around and ran away like last time. But now that Song Qingming led people to kill him in his lair, he had already touched the bottom line of the Demon King's majesty. Naturally, the White Rhino Demon King would not give in easily. Seeing the Qingming golden light sword coming again, the White Rhino Demon King roared and immediately summoned a white iron shield in front of him to block all the sword lights from Song Qingming. Although he had no way to retreat, the White Rhino Demon King was not a brainless Demon King. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat Song Qingming, a strong opponent, by himself. Just after blocking Song Qingming's attack, the White Rhino Demon King immediately sent a voice transmission into the air, asking for help from other Demon Kings near White Lion Ridge. Then another roar resounded throughout the Lingyuan Mountain, and began to summon nearby low-level demon beasts to come to help him. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not want to give the opponent too many opportunities. He immediately controlled his own flying sword to merge into one, and once again held a huge Qingming golden light sword and chopped it hard on the opponent's head, and fought fiercely with the White Rhino Demon King. Although Song Qingming's magical powers were higher, the White Rhino Demon King had a powerful defensive magic weapon on him. He fought desperately against him and did not fall behind for a while. Even though he knew that he might not be able to defeat Song Qingming in front of him, as long as he could delay time as much as possible and wait for the nearby Demon Kings to come to his aid, the White Rhino Demon King was still very confident that he could repel these enemies in front of him and defend his own Lingyuan. However, the White Rhino Demon King had just fought with Song Qingming for only a dozen rounds, and suddenly 2 more escape lights that were not weaker than Song Qingming appeared not far away, rushing towards his position. These 2 escape lights were Song Qingming and Wang Xian, who had received the message and rushed to support them quickly, but they were a little further away, so they were a little slower than Song Qingming. When he saw that there was more than one giant and cultivator on the other side, the White Rhino Demon King was immediately shocked and didn't care about protecting his Lingyuan. He directly abandoned the many low-level demon beasts on the mountain, and flashed away from the battle and wanted to escape far away. However, how could Song Qingming, who was fighting with him right in front of him, do what he wanted? Seeing that the White Rhino Demon King wanted to escape, he immediately used a sword shadow transformation technique and used his own flying sword to transform into 5 clones to stop the Demon King in front. This sword shadow transformation technique was a powerful magical power that Song Qingming had comprehended and cultivated from the sword intent in his body after breaking through to the 5th level of the golden elixir. The clones that Song Qingming used this technique to differentiate were not phantom illusions, but were also the same as the original body and could help her fight the enemy, which was equivalent to allowing her to add several more helpers to help at once. However, the magical powers of these clones summoned by the original magic weapon were not as strong as the original body, and they could only exert about 1/3 of Song Qingming's usual strength. Moreover, performing a sword shadow transformation technique also consumed a lot of his own mana. Song Qingming's current cultivation could only maintain these clones for a quarter of an hour at most, and he could not use them to fight for a long time. Just after escaping from the battle, the White Rhino Demon King was stopped by 2 clones of Song Qingming. When it tried to turn around, 3 more clones came to surround it, making it impossible for it to escape the battlefield smoothly. The White Rhino Demon King was entangled by Song Qingming's sword shadow transformation technique. Seeing that he could not get rid of his opponent, he opened his mouth and spit out his own inner elixir. Then he cast a spell to activate his inner elixir, releasing hundreds of sharp spikes at a time, trying to force back the clones that were entangled with it. However, facing the White Rhino Demon King's desperate attack, Song Qingming, who had fought with it before, was obviously prepared. Before the opponent launched an attack, he immediately controlled these clones to get together and work together to cast a shield to resist the opponent's killing move. While these clones were guarding against the attack of his own inner elixir, the White Rhino Demon King quickly put away his inner elixir and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, what he didn't expect was that Song Qingming's real body had already blocked him with 2 flying swords. HMPH. I told you that you can't leave today, why are you still thinking about running away? Seeing the provocative look on Song Qingming's face, the White Rhino Demon King was also furious at this moment. He spit out his own inner elixir again, wanting to use his magic power to force Song Qingming, who was blocking him, to retreat. Just as the White Rhino Demon King was struggling to cast a spell, several purple lights suddenly shot out in the air, fixing his inner elixir in the air, making it difficult to move for a while. Seeing this somewhat strange scene, the White Rhino Demon King was immediately shocked and cast a spell to take back his inner elixir, but found that the inner elixir that was usually inseparable from him seemed to be imprisoned by someone and was suddenly out of his control. My husband, you have already subdued the inner elixir of this Demon King, and he has no powerful magical powers. I think you should stop attacking and leave it to me and Qingming. That's fine. Just go ahead and I'll hold the fort. Song Qingming, who was standing in midair and controlling the 5 elements divine light mirror to control the other party's inner elixir, smiled slightly when he saw the panicked White Rhino Demon King in front of him, and nodded to Wang Xian, who was standing beside him. The White Rhino Demon King was not as strong as Song Qingming. After losing his inner elixir, his magical powers immediately weakened by 3 points. Soon, Song Qingming took the upper hand and beat him back again and again. At first, the White Rhino Demon King could still rely on the shield magic weapon in his hand to resist Song Qingming's fierce attack, but when Wang Xian joined the battlefield, it was soon unable to resist the joint attack of the 2 women. Song Qingming practiced a sword cultivation way that was proficient in killing, and his fighting ability was already better than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. After Wang Xian broke through the 4th level of the golden elixir, her strength also improved by leaps and bounds. When the 2 of them joined forces, they could fight even if they met an ordinary late-stage golden elixir Demon King. The White Rhino Demon King, who had lost his life inner elixir, was overwhelmed by the attack of the 2 people, and he had no power to fight back at all, let alone escape. The White Rhino Demon King wanted to summon his low-level demon beasts to help, but they were all firmly blocked in the distance by the army of cultivators led by Song Chang's and others. They could not even protect themselves, let alone come to rescue it. Although the signal for support had been successfully sent before, it was at least 2,000 miles away from the nearest Demon King's territory. With such a long distance, even if the late-stage Golden Elixir Demon King rushed at full speed after receiving the message, it would take at least half an hour to reach White Lion Ridge. Song Qingming, who was standing by, hadn't made a move yet. The White Rhino Demon King was already struggling to hold on, and there was no chance for it to wait for reinforcements to arrive. In the end, it lasted less than a quarter of an hour. The White Rhino Demon King, which was already at the end of its rope, was killed in mid-air by Song Qingyu's sword as expected. Seeing that the Demon King was dead, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell to collect the demon pill not far away. Just as he was about to step forward to congratulate Song Qingyu and the other two for killing the Demon King, Song Qingming heard a thunderclap from the northern sky, followed by two pressures that only giant and cultivators could have from a distance. It should be the Demon King's reinforcements. They came so quickly. Song Qingyu, who had also seen the huge movement in the distance, immediately guessed that it must be the Demon King who was nearby to support the White Lion Ridge. Seeing this, Song Qingyu didn't bother to collect the materials on the White Rhino Demon King below, and hurriedly went to the Black Cloud where the Demon King was with Song Qingming and Wang Xian. The human cultivators know how to support each other, and the many Demon Kings of the demon race also know this. Unless they happen to meet outside, if they want to go deep into the floating cloud mountains to attack a Demon King, they must always be prepared to deal with the reinforcements it calls for. In the black clouds above the sky, a white egret Demon King with a white body and another black armored giant bull several feet tall are rushing towards the White Lion Ridge at full speed. The white egret Demon King who controls the black clouds to travel is generally only at the early stage of the golden collar, while the black armored giant bull Demon King is much higher, having reached the peak of the middle stage of the golden collar. The Lingyuan where these two Demon Kings are located is not far from the White Lion Ridge, only a few thousand miles away. After receiving the message from the White Rhino Demon King for help, they immediately organized their Demon Beast army to rush to support. However, although they had chosen to abandon the Demon Beast army and rush to the White Lion Ridge in advance, they were still a step late. At this moment, the White Rhino Demon King had already died in the hands of the three people from the Song family. Before the two Demon Kings arrived at the sacred mountain in front of them, they suddenly saw three beams of light flying from the mountain and approaching them quickly. Seeing this scene, the two Demon Kings immediately felt bad. Seeing that the three powerful human giant and monks were coming, the two Demon Kings' faces suddenly changed. They dared not continue to move forward, but turned around and quickly fled from the White Lion Ridge. Seeing that the two Demon Kings were very sensible and retreated directly, the three people of the Song family were not too surprised. Although the two Demon Kings who came were like the White Rhino Demon King, they were all ordinary giant and Demon Kings in the early and middle stages, and they were not the opponents of Song Qingming and his three friends at all, so they naturally did not dare to take the initiative to fight with them. However, the other party wanted to escape, and if they wanted to catch up with the other party, they would have to go deeper into the floating cloud mountains. Song Qingming and his three friends did not dare to chase them relentlessly. If they met other more powerful Demon Kings halfway, it would be dangerous. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Song Qingming and his three friends only followed them for more than 10 miles to make sure that the other party had really left, and then immediately returned to the White Lion Ridge. In order to seize the third-level spiritual vein White Lion Ridge this time, the Song family was well prepared, and the strength of the cultivators was far greater than that of the monsters. Without the interference of the White Rhino Demon King, Song Chang's and his human cultivators were unstoppable. Except for a few low-level monsters that were lucky enough to escape the encirclement, most of the monsters were killed by them on the Lingyuan Mountain. When Song Qingming and his three companions returned to the mountain, the battles on the battlefields of White Lion Ridge were also coming to an end, and only a few monsters surrounded on the top of the mountain were still resisting. After Song Qingyu, the giant and ancestor, returned to the battlefield, she immediately stepped forward to help join the battle. She saw the flying sword in her hand flying a few times on the battlefield, and immediately fell down a large number of low-level monsters. Seeing this, the remaining monsters also lost their last courage to resist, and could only scatter and flee. Not long after, they were all killed by the human cultivators. After the battle, Song Qingming immediately took out a set of level 3 mountain protection formations that had been prepared long ago, and led a team of formation masters to set up the mountain protection formations on the Lingyuan Mountain. Song Qingyu and Wang Xian went to deal with the body of the White Rhino Demon King. After receiving the order, Song Chang's also immediately arranged for the family monks to start cleaning the battlefield, searching for the remaining fish hiding in the caves, and treating the injured monks in time. In this battle, not only did they kill the White Rhino Demon King, but they also harvested materials from nearly 1,000 monsters at once, including more than a dozen valuable level 2 and above monsters. In addition, the White Lion Ridge, a level 3 inferior spiritual vein, has been occupied by monsters for many years, and there are also many kinds of natural spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits on it. The human cultivators, because they were well prepared and their strength far exceeded that of the demons, only lost dozens of Qi refining cultivators in the battle. Among the foundation building cultivators, only Song Chang's and others were slightly injured, and did not suffer too much loss. The Song family prepared for this battle for several months in advance, and once again recruited so many monks to come here. Even the 3 family ancestors all came out of the mountain. It was expected that they could successfully win such a rich victory. They had just won a great victory and seized the 3rd level spiritual mountain where the Demon King had been entrenched for many years. At this moment, the faces of many monks on the mountain were filled with joy. These monster materials and spiritual objects were all spoils of this battle. According to the previous rules, the Song family would naturally reward them according to their merits after the battle. Every monk who came here to participate in the battle was looking forward to it. As soon as the battle on the mountain ended, Song Yuangsu immediately led dozens of monks from the Song family to search everywhere. These people had learned some spiritual plant skills and knew how to identify the value of various spiritual medicines. Under the leadership of these spiritual plant masters, the Song family monks found more than a dozen second-level spiritual medicines of different qualities on the mountain, and finally accidentally discovered a 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree that was more than 1,000 years old in a cave on the top of the mountain. It was a pity that everyone came a little late. The ripe spiritual fruits on the fruit tree had been devoured by the monsters. It would take several decades for the remaining spiritual fruits to mature. However, although no ripe spiritual fruits were found, the 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree that could enhance the family's heritage was of great value in the eyes of the Song family. After Song Yuangsu and others found the fruit tree, they immediately sealed it with a formation, and when they found a suitable time in the future, they would find a way to transplant it to the Funiu Mountain family spiritual medicine garden. In order to prevent someone from taking advantage of the chaos to embezzle high-level spiritual objects, Song Chang's, Liu Yuxin, and others immediately gathered all the monks on the top of the mountain after cleaning up the battlefield. After the family searched for those valuable second-level and above spiritual objects, they were given 1 day to sweep the remaining spiritual objects on the mountain. The reason why the Song family did this was also a small reward for these monks who responded to the call to come here to participate in the war, so that they could get a little chance with their own luck after the war. Knowing that there was still a chance to search for spiritual objects on their own, many monks on the mountain smiled and were extremely excited when they heard the news. Especially for those casual cultivators who were already living in a very tight financial situation, even if they could get a mature low-grade spiritual medicine, it would be worth being happy. They were already grateful to the Song family for this move. Although when these cultivators were sent to search the Lingyuan mountain, the family law enforcement team had repeatedly reminded them that whoever found the spiritual object first would own it, and others were not allowed to make trouble and rob others of their opportunities. However, there were limited spiritual objects on the mountain, and disputes were inevitable with more people. It didn't take long for several cultivators to have conflicts over spiritual objects, and the low-level cultivators under the Wang and Li families almost fought because of this. Fortunately, the law enforcement team led by Song Yuanhao and others had been watching from the side, and immediately stepped forward to stop them and confiscate the spiritual objects, so that the situation did not escalate further. It took a full month in White Lion Ridge. With the assistance of many low-level array masters, Song Qingming finally succeeded in drawing the spiritual energy of the earth veins and arranged the mountain protection array on White Lion Ridge. Seeing that the mountain protection formation had been activated and had covered the entire Lingyuan mountain, Song Qingming calmly waved his hand and summoned a masked man in a black robe. Then, under Song Qingming's command, the black-robed man gathered his spiritual power and punched directly on the formation. With a loud bang, a fierce wind immediately blew around the formation, blowing Song Qingming's clothes up. After a while, when the wind dissipated, looking at the intact mountain protection formation in front of him, a smile appeared on Song Qingming's face, and he nodded with satisfaction. Because there was no suitable mountain protection formation in hand, Song Qingming dismantled the original Jinshanfeng third-level inferior formation and moved it here, intending to replace it when he found suitable materials to refine a better formation in the future. Although this mountain protection formation is only of the third-level inferior grade, its defensive ability is still very outstanding. Song Qingming tried it just now and saw that this formation could easily block the full force of the golden wind of the 5th level of the Jinden. The power was even stronger than when it was set up in the Golden Mountain Square. This was also due to the fact that the spirit veins of the White Lion Ridge had reached the 3rd level lower grade, which was much higher than the 2nd level upper grade spirit veins of the Golden Mountain Square. Therefore, the power that the formation could exert was naturally increased a lot. With the protection of this mountain protection formation, except for those powerful late giant and great demon kings, ordinary demon kings would hardly have the opportunity to break the formation in a short period of time and threaten the White Lion Ridge. After putting away the golden wind not far away, Song Qingming turned and escaped into the formation and flew to the top of the mountain. After a month of cleaning, there is no trace of monsters on the White Lion Ridge. There are human cultivators who are building courtyards, pavilions and caves everywhere, and it has gradually taken on the appearance of a human fairy mountain and spiritual land. After Song Qingming arrived at the top of the mountain, he went directly into a small attic that had just been built not long ago. At this time, Song Chang's, Liu Yuxin and other foundation building elders of the Song family were sitting in the hall to discuss some matters related to the reconstruction of Lingyuan. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing Song Qingming coming in, everyone quickly stood up and saluted him. Song Qingming smiled and nodded to them, then went directly to a chair at the top and sat down. Glancing at everyone, Song Qingming asked Song Chang's on the side, "Have Yuan Hao and the others sent back any news? Have they taken down all those spirit veins?" Reporting to the ancestor, Yuan Hao sent a letter to report this matter 2 days ago. Currently, the 6 spirit veins near the west have been taken down by them, and only 2 difficult to conquer 2nd level superior spirit veins are still in the hands of the monsters. My great aunt went to help yesterday, and I estimate that they should be able to clean up the situation and come back in a few days. Of the 5 2nd level spirit veins in the east, the Li family and the Wang family each led people to conquer 1, and several families in Pingayang County also joined forces to conquer 2, and another one was taken down by Jin Boyun, a foundation building casual cultivator who asked us for troops. At present, most of the dozen or so 2nd level spirit veins south of Baishailing have been conquered by us, and Zuanting and the others are also rushing to set up a mountain protection formation. After occupying Baishailing, Song Qingming sat here to set up a mountain protection formation, and immediately sent out the cultivators under his family to attack the many 2nd level spirit veins near that side. There are also many monsters entrenched on these 2nd level spiritual veins, and there are also many foundation building monsters above the 2nd level. In order to conquer these spiritual veins, Song Qingming also dispersed all the monks on the mountain and asked them to go and clean up these places one by one. First, they had just conquered White Lion Ridge and had not yet gained a firm foothold. In order to prevent other demon kings from leading the army of monsters to counterattack here, Song Qingming and his men could not easily get away. Secondly, it was also to temper these younger generations of the family, give them some opportunities to fight against monsters head-on, and exercise their fighting skills on the battlefield. Although it was the order of the family ancestor, facing such a great opportunity to make military exploits, everyone naturally did not want to miss it. Not only were many monks in the Song family full of fighting spirit, but even the vassal families under their command and some casual cultivators who were hired to help also asked for battle one after another, hoping to make meritorious deeds and get more rewards in the future. In this regard, Song Qingming naturally did not refuse, and directly divided a part of the Lingyuan for them to attack, and promised that as long as they successfully captured the Lingyuan, these spiritual veins would be directly granted to them. Not only the foundation building families were tempted, but also those independent cultivators who wanted to establish immortal cultivation families came to ask the Song family to borrow troops to seize a spiritual vein and find a good spiritual mountain to take root for their future family. With the active participation of many cultivators, in less than a month, these dozens of spiritual mountains were conquered by human cultivators, and they set up magic arrays on them and settled down. Chapter 733, Jin Yushin's Response, Rewards. The territory between Jinshanfeng and Baishailing is thousands of miles in radius, which is the size of 2 Pingayang counties. Such a large area is now full of human cultivators, and there are few traces of monsters above level 2. In the future, as long as the Song family slowly clears out the low-level monsters in the territory and develops slowly, the family territory can be expanded directly by double. At least in the short term, there is no need to worry about the lack of spiritual mountains in the territory as it is now. After listening to Song Chang's report, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Well, since it's almost done, send a message to inform the family and let Yuan Fang and the others prepare. You go back in a few days and transport the first batch of mortals as soon as possible. Also, pick up Zuand and the others and explore all the second-level sacred mountains to see where there are mineral veins nearby. We must hurry up on this matter, so as not to be taken advantage of by those people below." Upon hearing this, Song Changs immediately bowed and responded, "Don't worry, clan leader, when Zuand and the others come, I will personally accompany them, and there will be no problems. Well, this matter is left to you. I will be in charge here recently. If you find anything, come and let me know in time." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave the hall, but he found Song Changs standing aside, with a look of wanting to say something but stopping on his face, as if he had something to say, so he spoke directly to him. "Changs, there are no outsiders here. If there is anything that has not been made clear, just ask directly." Seeing that Song Qingming saw through his thoughts, Song Changs nodded awkwardly and said, "Seventh uncle, actually this is not my own business. Zuanting sent a message back a few days ago asking me to help ask you what you think." A few days ago, Li Chengaiyu came to him and wanted the spiritual vein of Hongaiyu Ridge. He asked him to help ask you if you can hand over this spiritual vein to the Li family at that time. Li Chengaiyu agreed and said that if the family agreed, the Li family is willing to exchange this spiritual vein for a foundation building pill plus half of the shares of Qi Refinement. After Song Changs finished speaking, he glanced at Song Qingming's face with some worry, and found that as he had thought beforehand, Song Qingming had already revealed a not-so-good expression at this moment. The family will have its own way to distribute the spiritual veins. Let Li Chengaiyu go directly to Yuan Fang for this matter. If there is such a thing in the future, don't come to us directly to pass on the message. Later, you tell Zuanting that the matter between the Li family and Funiu should be as little involved as possible in the future. The family has its own rules for doing things, and it cannot be changed arbitrarily because of an individual. Otherwise, everyone will come to the door to seek connections, and what will happen to the family in the future? Hearing Song Qingming's reply, Song Changs, who was still a little embarrassed, nodded hurriedly and dared not say anything more. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief until he saw the ancestor of the family in front of him walk out of the hall. "I told you that the ancestor doesn't like you to get involved in other families' affairs. I told you not to help Zuanting, but you refused to listen. You feel good now." Seeing a trace of regret on Song Changs's face, Liu Yuxin on the side couldn't help but scold him again, and felt helpless about Song Changs's behavior just now. "I also know that the ancestor doesn't like to hear this. This is not the first time that Zuanting has come to me for help. How can I, as an elder, directly reject him? I know you are unhappy, but there is nothing I can do about it. Anyway, whoever says that he will be scolded, I have taken this matter on behalf of Zuanting this time. Just think of it as my uncle taking care of him once." Song Changs, who had already regretted it in his heart, was embarrassed by what his wife said at this moment, and sighed with a self-deprecating look. After Song Zuanting established his foundation, he married the Li family of Qi Mountain under the matchmaking of Song Yuanfang, and married a younger niece of Li Chengaiyu as his Taoist partner. Because of this relationship, he naturally had a closer relationship with the Li family. This time, following the Song family to expand their territory, the Li family took a fancy to the Red Moon Ridge among the more than a dozen second-level spiritual veins near the White Lion Ridge, so they wanted to inquire about this matter with the Song family in advance through Song Zuanting's relationship to see if they could take this second-level upper-grade spiritual vein in advance. Faced with Li Chengaiyu's initiative to ask for help, Song Zuanting couldn't refuse due to the relationship between the two parties, so he agreed to help the Li family to inquire about this matter. However, although Song Zuanting is the family's foundation elder, his relationship with Song Qingming and the three Jiangdan ancestors is relatively ordinary, and there is no good opportunity to ask Song Qingming alone about this matter. On the White Lion Ridge side, the couple Song Changs and his wife are currently close to the ancestors of the family and can talk to them, so Song Zuanting came to them for help. Liu Yuxin has been married to the Song family for so many years, and she has long been very familiar with the tempers of Song Qingming and others. After knowing that Song Xuanting had found Song Chang's, she wanted to remind him not to interfere in this matter, but Song Chang's still said it out loud. Liu Yuxin could only smile bitterly at this moment in her heart at her husband, who always likes to think about others and his dealings with others. She knew that he was kind-hearted and always thought about the people around him, but such a character would always make him suffer. After arranging the mountain protection formation, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu stayed in White Lion Ridge to take charge, and let Wang Xian, who still had a lot of alchemy tasks, return to Funiu Mountain first. The news that the human cultivators had won a great victory and captured White Lion Ridge soon spread to the ears of many demon kings near Qingming Mountain. Although the White Rhino Demon King was an alien demon king and not a direct descendant of Qingming Mountain, after it settled in White Lion Ridge, it also took the initiative to surrender to Qingming Mountain like many other demon kings around it and was assigned to the Great Demon King, the Giant Elephant Demon King. After the two demon kings, Bailu and Heijia, failed to support White Lion Ridge, they soon confirmed the news that the White Rhino Demon King had been killed by human cultivators. It was thought that the Song family went deep into the floating cloud mountains to encircle and kill the White Rhino Demon King just to avenge its previous attack on Jinshinfang. After the two demon kings fled back to their nests, they thought that Song Qingming and others would immediately retreat south to Jinshinfang after looting Lingshan. Unexpectedly, the Song family did not leave after killing the White Rhino Demon King. They also built houses on the mountain and planned to stay there for a long time. Seeing this, the two demon kings knew that the other party was here to grab the territory, so they immediately informed their patron Giant Elephant Demon King of this matter. Knowing that the human cultivators actually went deep into the floating cloud mountains to encircle and kill the demon kings under his command, the Giant Elephant Demon King was also a little furious. A few days later, he personally brought the two demon kings to White Lion Ridge again. Although Wang Xian has returned to Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, who are backed by the mountain protection formation, are not at all weak in the face of the three demon kings, and they took the initiative to come out and fight with them outside the formation. The Giant Elephant Demon King fought with Song Qingming during the monster turmoil that year, and both sides were very familiar with each other's magical powers. However, Song Qingming's cultivation was still at the 6th level of the Golden Core at that time. He could only barely cope with a Giant Elephant Demon King in the late Golden Core stage, and there was no way to defeat his opponent. But decades later, Song Qingming's cultivation has reached the 7th level of Jiangdan, and he has several powerful magical powers and magic weapons. When the two fought again, Song Qingming could actually gain the upper hands in front of his old opponent. Song Qingyu faced the two demon kings, Bailu and Heijia, alone, and fought with ease. He blocked the two demon kings firmly outside the formation with one sword. The two sides fought for a long time, and the Giant Elephant Demon King not only did not gain an advantage, but also almost died in the hands of Song Qingming and the others. Seeing that he could not beat the other party, the Giant Elephant Demon King, who fled back to the north, took the initiative to come to Qingming Mountain, wanting to ask the Maling Demon King to send troops to help drive Song Qingming and others back to the south of Jinshinfang. Unexpectedly, this time the Giant Elephant Demon King took the initiative to come to the door, but was turned away at Qingming Mountain. It happened that the Maling Demon King was practicing in seclusion, and only saw his confidant Golden Tiger Demon King. Facing the request for help from the Giant Elephant Demon King, the Golden Tiger Demon King, who had not received any orders from the Demon King, only comforted him and did not promise to send troops to help him. Only after sending the Giant Elephant Demon King away did the Golden Tiger Demon King turn around and come to a cave on the top of the mountain to meet the Black Dragon Demon King, who was in seclusion. "Ancestor, I have sent the Giant Elephant back. I heard from him that the Song family is not going to leave after taking over Beishi Ridge this time, and they have also set up a magic array on the mountain. Do you think we should send troops to drive them back? Drive them back? How do you drive them back? Do you think Xiaoyao sect doesn't know about this move by the Song family? I'm afraid that when you arrive at Beishi Ridge, the people of Xiaoyao sect will be waiting there." Hearing the question from the Golden Tiger Demon King, the Black Dragon Demon King raised his hand to collect the magic power scattered around his body, and then stood up. "Last time we were defeated in Gianfang and suffered heavy losses. Xiaoyao sect has recovered now and will definitely not give up easily. If I am not mistaken, The Song family's dispatch of troops this time should be their first step to test us. Now our strength is not much greater than Xiaoyao sect. We will not gain any advantage if we rashly send troops, and we will easily fall into the ambush of those cunning human cultivators. Now is not the best time for us to launch a full-scale war. There is no need to start a war with them in advance for a small Beishi ridge. Let's wait until we find helpers. After the last defeat, the Funiu Mountain demon clan was severely damaged. More than half of its low-level demon beasts were killed or injured, and even 7 or 8 giant and demon kings were killed in the battle. Although some demon beasts have been recruited from the northern border in recent years, their current strength is still incomparable to that before the demon beast turmoil. It will take hundreds of years for them to slowly recover. As a close confidant of the Black Dragon Demon King, the Golden Tiger Demon King also knew the unfavorable situation of the Golden Feather Mountain and did not question the decision of the Black Dragon Demon King. However, now that the human cultivators have begun to expand northward and killed the White Rhino Demon King under the Giant Elephant Demon King, it would be unreasonable for Golden Feather Mountain, as the backer of the nearby demons, to ignore this matter. After hesitating for a moment, the Golden Tiger Demon King still bit the bullet and asked, "Ancestor, how should we respond to the giant elephant? If we just ignore it, I'm afraid he will be disappointed with us in the future." Hearing this, the Mauling Demon King sighed and said, "After all, he is a great demon king in the late giant stage who has practiced for thousands of years. He can't even defeat the small Song family. I handed over the entire northeast to him in vain. He is such a waste. He has no ability and only knows how to come here to ask us for help. We know to send troops to support him. The Xiaoyao sect is not all fools. How can they sit back and watch us fight? You can't let me, the Yuanying ancestor, take action to deal with them. If so, the Song family would not have such a big courage to attack our demon clan territory in the north. It's just a third-level lower-grade spiritual mountain that was lost. It's not is. The giant spirit peak is gone. Why be so short-sighted? Later, you can have someone send a magic weapon to the giant spirit peak to appease it, and tell the giant elephant not to worry. When we have accumulated enough strength, we will definitely fight back to the south sooner or later. By then, you can have as many spiritual mountains as you want. Also, tell all the demon kings near the south that Xiaoyao sect may have other actions recently, so let them pay attention and don't let the human cultivators take advantage of it like this. The ancestor is wise, just leave this matter to me, don't worry, I will appease the giant elephant." Hearing the explanation of the Mauling Demon King, the Golden Tiger Demon King hurriedly nodded and agreed to this matter. The Song family moved north to occupy the White Lion Ridge, which means that the Giant Elephant Demon King entrenched in the east lost some territory, which did not have much impact on the entire Funiu Mountain Demon clan. The Golden Tiger Demon King didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the White Lion Ridge in his heart, but it was a bit unreasonable not to give an explanation when someone came to his door. Song Qingming, who was far away in White Lion Ridge, had actually expected that Mauling Demon King would not intervene in this matter. This was also the biggest reason why he dared to take action against White Lion Ridge. This time, when expanding his territory to the north, Song Qingming first went to Guiyang Mountain in person. After getting the support of the sect, he felt relieved to gather people to attack White Lion Ridge. After the last monster riot, the Golden Feather Mountain monster army suffered heavy losses after failing to attack Yanfang. More than half of the monster army under its command were killed or injured before they were able to withdraw to the floating cloud mountains. After the war, the Golden Feather Mountain monsters now have no advantage over the Xiaoyao sect. The human cultivators have also long wanted to counterattack the monsters to avenge their hatred. Mauling Demon King was short of manpower, so he could only recruit a group of monsters with varying strengths from the northern border to strengthen the already somewhat empty defense outside Funiu Mountain. Now the demon tribe of Golden Feather Mountain is still in danger. As long as the Black Dragon Demon King is not stupid, he will not go to war with Xiaoyao sect for a small White Lion Ridge at this time. At most, he will give some support behind the scenes to see if the Giant Elephant Demon King has the ability to recapture the Sacred Mountain. It is absolutely impossible to send the main force of the Demon Beast army. After White Lion Ridge was conquered by Song Qingming and his men, the third-level mountain protection formation had been arranged. Without 5 or 6 demon kings above the middle stage of the Golden Core attacking at the same time, there is no chance to recapture this sacred mountain. With only the Giant Elephant Demon King and his Demon Beast army, the 3 giant and monks of the Song family are enough to deal with it, and no one else needs to help. If the demon tribe army of Golden Feather Mountain dares to go south for large-scale support, the Xiaoyao sect behind the Song family will definitely not sit idly by, and the demon tribe will not get any benefits at that time. After receiving clear instructions from the Maling Demon King, the Golden Tiger Demon King went to Julang Peak in person a few days later to comfort the Giant Elephant Demon King, who had been wronged. Knowing that the person in Funiu Mountain did not want to go to war with the human race now, the Giant Elephant Demon King was unwilling but helpless. Without the help of Funiu Mountain, they could not drive away Song Qingming and others at all. In the end, they could only reluctantly record this account. Although he knew that Funiu Mountain would most likely not send troops to support the Giant Elephant Demon King, Song Qingming did not relax his vigilance and continued to sit on White Lion Ridge with Song Qingyu. Soon, more than half a year passed. As Song Qingming thought, there was no movement on Funiu Mountain. In addition to going south several times to investigate, the Giant Elephant Demon King also did not dare to go deep and bring people to attack White Lion Ridge. More than half a year has passed, and the monsters in many spiritual mountain territories near White Lion Ridge have basically been eliminated. Everyone has worked hard for more than half a year, and now it is time to reward them according to their merits. Seeing that White Lion Ridge has gradually stabilized, Song Qingming took the time to lead some family monks back to Funiu Mountain, leaving Song Qingyu and Song Chang's stationed on White Lion Ridge. The family has just conquered White Lion Ridge and expanded thousands of miles of territory to the north. Not only do they have to reward them according to their merits and divide the territory, but they also have to arrange for monks and mortals to go and build and manage these spiritual veins. In the past 6 months, Song Yuanfang, who was in charge of this matter in the rear, was also busy for this. When he heard the news that Song Qingming had returned to the family, he immediately went to the top of the mountain to find him. Seventh uncle, these are the cultivators who will be rewarded after the war according to Yuanjin and other statistics, as well as the merits of the major foundation building families. Please take a look first. If there is no problem, I will let Chang's and others execute it directly. In addition, in recent months, many immortal cultivation families and foreign independent cultivators have come to ask for the low-level spiritual veins that we have newly occupied in the north. There are too many people coming. We only have these extra spiritual veins, which are far from enough for them to share. I can only distribute them based on merit. This is a draft of the division of new spiritual veins that I drafted. Please take a look at what needs to be changed first, and I will consider it later. Seeing the merit account handed over by Song Yuanfang, Song Qingming just glanced at it and nodded, agreeing to their arrangement. The Song family has been promoted to Golden Elixir family for more than 100 years, and the merit system within the family has long been very complete. Song Qingming is relatively relieved that Song Yuanfang and others can handle this matter. After returning the merit account book to Song Yuanfang, Song Qingming focused his attention on the second list of spiritual veins in his hand. This time, in addition to the third-level spiritual vein White Lion Ridge, the Song family occupied a total of 13 second-level and above spiritual veins and more than 80 first-level and above spiritual veins. Some of these spiritual veins were previously developed by cultivators and then occupied by monsters, while others were naturally occupied by monsters and were just taken down by human cultivators. Without exception, they are all excellent spiritual veins with an environment that is more suitable for mortals to live in. Knowing the news that the Song family has developed so many new spiritual veins, all the immortal cultivation families in the Song family territory began to move, wanting to use merits or spiritual objects to exchange for better spiritual mountains for the family. The most radical among them is the Li family where Li Changyu is located. The spiritual vein grade of the Li family's Lotus Mountain is only the second-level middle grade. With the rapid development of the family in recent years, the spiritual energy on the mountain has been somewhat insufficient. They are just trying to take this opportunity to take a second-level upper-grade spiritual mountain near White Lion Ridge, which can not only solve the problem of insufficient family spiritual veins, but also allow the Li family to follow the Song family to develop northward. However, the spiritual vein of Red Moon Ridge that the Li family wanted to exchange for was not only theirs, but also several foundation building families. The competition was very fierce. After Song Yuanfang combined their offers, he finally chose to exchange the spiritual vein to the Li family, but the price he asked was much higher than what they had offered before. The Li family spent nearly 30,000 spiritual stones to get this spiritual vein. In addition to the immortal cultivation families under the Song family, many independent cultivation forces that lack spiritual veins for cultivation, as well as some foreign immortal cultivation families, also came to Funiu Mountain and spent spiritual stones to exchange a spiritual vein they wanted from the Song family. Even in the Xiaoyao sect, there were several foundation-building cultivators who had lost their paths. They asked someone to write to the Song family to ask if there were any extra spiritual veins for them to settle their relatives and descendants. All of them were old and had long lost the hope of breaking through the golden elixir. They had no background in the sect. Once they passed away in the future, their descendants would definitely be ostracized like the ancestors of the Song family. So he thought about whether he could exchange an estate for his relatives and descendants in advance, so that they would have a place to settle down in the future and not have to live under someone else's roof and look at other people's eyes. Facing these forces that wanted to join the Song family, Song Qingming was still quite concerned. He carefully checked the names of the people above, and unexpectedly saw a name that he was very familiar with, Bai Yunhu. Seeing this name, Song Qingming's mind immediately emerged with the other party's figure. Thinking of the formation genius who followed him to Funiu Mountain to help improve the spiritual veins, he couldn't help but sigh that time had passed so quickly. It has been almost 200 years since the two of them met. Yuan Fang, I have some old acquaintances with this person, and he is also Yuan Rong's master. The spiritual vein of Suri Peak that he wants is a first-grade upper-grade spiritual vein anyway, so just give it to him directly, and don't ask him for spiritual stones. As for the others, I have taken a look and there is no big problem. Just do it according to your current expectations. If there are any changes, please inform me by letter. Remember one thing, those spiritual mountains where mineral veins have been detected by Zhuanda and others must be told in advance, and they cannot be allowed to mine privately. Anyone who disobeys will have his spiritual vein taken back on the spot, okay? 7th Uncle, there is one more thing about Zhuanda's recent foundation building. I would like to ask your opinion again. Should the family continue to support him in building his foundation? Chapter 734 Family Talent, Yuanying Puppet Beast. Song Xuand is a Qi refining cultivator of the Zhuan generation of the Song family. He has a relatively ordinary talent for cultivation. Like Song Qingming, he is only a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. However, Song Xuand has a very rare spiritual exploration skill and is currently the only first-class spiritual exploration master in the Song family. It was he who discovered the spiritual stone vein in the Shuangfeng mountain of the Song family. When Song Qingming learned that Song Xuand had found the spiritual stone vein, he was very happy. After returning, he arranged to reward Song Xuand for his great contribution to the family. He also said at the family meeting that after he reaches the 9th level of Qi refining, the family will reward him with a foundation building pill to support him in his future efforts to reach the foundation building realm, so as to set an example and encourage other clansmen to contribute more to the family. Song Xuand, who received a lot of rewards from the family, used this spiritual stone resource and successfully cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining 5 years ago as expected by everyone, and also received the foundation building pill given by the family. It's just a pity that although Song Xuand got the foundation building pill a few years ago and retreated to the foundation building realm, he failed to build the foundation because of his poor aptitude. After the failure of the foundation building, Song Xuand, who had recovered from his injuries, did not give up the foundation building matter. He still practiced diligently every day to hone his cultivation and wanted to break through the foundation building realm again. Recently, a chalcedony golden branch happened to mature in the spiritual medicine garden behind the family. Wang Xian used this medicine and a 5-element spiritual fruit from the sect to refine 5 foundation building pills, and the Song family finally got 2 of them. Knowing that the family had a new foundation building pill, Song Xuand took the initiative to find the family's gold storage pavilion, wanting to use the family's merits and some spiritual objects in his hand to exchange for a foundation building pill. Since Song Qingming built the foundation, the family has developed for more than 200 years. In the past, those who were selected to support the foundation building, as long as they failed, basically had no chance to build the foundation a second time because the exchange of foundation building pills consumed all their family merits. The first foundation building pill Song Xuand got before was a direct reward from the family, and he did not use his accumulated merits for many years. So this time he had the confidence to exchange it for the foundation building pill from the family. Although Song Xuand had enough family merits to exchange for the foundation building pill, His previous failure in building the foundation had caused dissatisfaction among some people in the family. Many family elders were not very optimistic about Song Xuan's participation in the foundation building pill competition this time, fearing that he would waste another family foundation building pill, and the probability of getting the foundation building pill was obviously not as good as other members of the same level. However, because Song Xuan, as a spirit explorer, had made many great contributions to the family, and it was Song Qingming who said that he would support him in building the foundation, Song Yuanfang was not sure about the matter for a while, so he took this opportunity to ask Song Qingming to make the decision. Hearing Song Yuanfang mention Song Xuan's foundation building, Song Qingming did not think too much, and nodded to him directly, saying, Zhuanda is a man who has made great contributions to the family. Not to mention the other mineral veins he has found over the years, the Qingming Mountain spiritual mine he discovered that year alone has brought so much income to the family. How can these be compared with a foundation building pill? Leave him a foundation building pill first, and let Xuan retreat to build his foundation as soon as possible. Other spiritual objects for foundation building should also be arranged for him. If his merits are not enough, give him some from my side. Tell Xuan that the family said that it would support him in building his foundation and will do its best to do so. Let him prepare for the foundation building with peace of mind and don't have too much pressure. Even if it fails this time, I will find a way to arrange another foundation building pill for him. I agree with the family's support for Xuan's foundation building. Regardless of whether he can succeed in building his foundation in the future, if anyone has any opinions or ideas about this matter, you can ask him to come to the top of the mountain to find me. After getting Song Qingming's support, Song Yuanfang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Seventh uncle is right. Although Xuan's talent and aptitude are average, he has found so many mineral veins for the family in the past few years. His contribution is not much worse than that of us foundation building cultivators. The family cannot treat him unfairly. Don't worry, before Xuan goes into seclusion this time, Yuking and I will definitely take the time to guide him again, so that he can succeed in building his foundation as soon as possible and live up to the cultivation of seventh uncle. Well, it's okay if you understand this. The family is developing so fast now, and there will always be different opinions among the many people. These are inevitable in the future. But no matter what, those of us who are in charge of the family must take a long-term view. People like Xuan, who will be of great use to the family in the future, should be supported as much as possible. No matter what happens in the future, whether I am here or not, you all must understand this, and do not bury the talents of the family for these petty gains. What the seventh uncle said is very true. Yuanfang understands. Seeing Song Yuanfang, who was listening to his teaching seriously, Song Qingming nodded slightly and continued, there have been many things at home recently, and you guys have worked hard. Now that Xuan and the others are back, if you are too busy, you can share more with others, and do not delay your personal cultivation. This spiritual fruit was found by Yuan Hao and the others in Hongaiyu Ridge. It should be of some help to your breakthrough in cultivation. You should keep it first and strive to break through to the late stage of foundation building as soon as possible. After speaking, Song Qingming's hand moved with a spiritual light, and he took out a black wooden box from the storage magic tool and handed it to Song Yuanfang. When he opened the wooden box and saw that it was actually a second-level high-grade spiritual fruit, Song Yuanfang's face immediately showed a bit of surprise, and he looked at Song Qingming with a little excitement. Although Song Yuanfang has been in the rear Funiu Mountain, the cultivators on the front line of White Lion Ridge will report back to the family on time every day how many monsters and spiritual objects they have obtained. Naturally, Song Yuanhao and his friends have heard about the spiritual fruit they found a long time ago. Song Yuanfang's cultivation has now reached the peak of the 6th level of foundation building, and he needs to find spiritual objects to impact the late stage of foundation building. The second-level high-quality spiritual fruit in front of him is just what he needs to break through his cultivation. Originally, Song Yuanfang wanted to wait for Song Qingming to return to the family before finding a chance to ask him for this object, but Song Qingming had been thinking about it in his heart, and took it out before he could speak. Seeing the spiritual fruit in his hand, Song Yuanfang was also very excited, and hurried forward to bow to Song Qingming and thank him. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand and said, "We are all family members, why are you so polite? Although you didn't go to the front line to make merit this time, you stayed to guard the family and ensure that we are safe in the rear, which is also meritorious. This time the family successfully captured Batishailing, so naturally we can't treat you unfairly. Tell Yuan Jin and others that all the cultivators who didn't go to the front line to guard the family, as long as they have done nothing wrong within half a year, should go to the Zhangjin Pavilion to receive 20 points of family merit, and you foundation building cultivators will each receive 200 points. Thank you for your cultivation, clan leader. Song Yuanfang smiled and responded immediately after hearing this. After sending Song Yuanfang away, Song Qingming went to the family's alchemy pavilion to find Wang Xian, who was in seclusion refining pills, and gave her all the spiritual medicines above level 2 that the family cultivators had looted near White Lion Ridge recently. Since Wang Xian became a third-level alchemist, the entire family has basically kept all high-level spiritual medicines above level 2 for alchemy. If the many immortal cultivation families under the Song family find valuable and high-level spiritual medicines, if they can't use them, they will also take them to Funiu Mountain to pay tribute to the giant and ancestor in exchange for some useful elixirs. However, even so, Weiguo is a place with relatively scarce cultivation resources after all, and it is still difficult to meet the needs of Wang Xian, a high-level alchemist. Most of the time, Wang Xian still has to go to Guiyang Mountain or Xiandan City to find a way to get the auxiliary spiritual medicines needed to refine high-level spiritual pills. In response to this, the Song family has also increased its efforts to cultivate medicinal fields in recent years, expand the planting of the spiritual medicine garden in the back mountain of the family, and cultivate more spiritual plant masters. However, due to the fact that the family does not have a spiritual plant master above level 3, the family heritage of the Song family in spiritual plants is far inferior to those of the large sects that have been established for more than 1,000 years. If they want to meet the self-sufficiency of spiritual medicine, they still have a long way to go. After returning home and staying for a few days, Song Qingming boarded the large flying boat that he had rented from the sect to attack White Lion Ridge and planned to go to Guiyang Mountain to return the flying boat to the sect's Good Merit Pavilion in person. After all, he had borrowed this thing himself, and he was not too confident to let others return it. He simply went there himself, which would not take a few days anyway. In order to help deliver some goods on the way, Song Qingming also deliberately asked the flying boat to make a detour to Yinfeng Ridge. After loading all the ore collected in the past year onto the flying boat, he turned to Guiyang Mountain in a mighty manner. Just as the flying boat was moving slowly, Song Qingming, who was reading a book of formations in his hand in the warehouse, suddenly felt that the light inside the flying boat suddenly dimmed, and he felt a little strange. He got up and went to the window to open it, only to find that a strange black cloud suddenly appeared above the originally clear sky, covering the entire flying boat, and the surroundings were dim as if it had suddenly entered the night. Hey! What's going on? Seeing this strange scene outside, Song Qingming's face suddenly became confused. Just as he was about to go out to check the situation, he heard a knock on the door from behind. Song Qingming hurried to the door and opened it to find that it was a middle-aged man who had reached the 5th level of foundation building. He was one of the Xiaoyao sect disciples who was hired by him from Guiyang Mountain half a year ago to help control the flying boat. This man looked a little panicked. Seeing Song Qingming, he quickly said, "Uncle Song, it seems that something has been following us in the sky. It looks like a giant and demon king. Giant and demon king. This place is not far from Guiyang Mountain. How could a giant and demon king dare to come here? Did you see it wrong?" Hearing the words from the visitor, Song Qingming asked with a puzzled look on his face, obviously not quite believing what he said. Seeing Song Qingming say this, reporting to Uncle Song, "We didn't see it clearly, but just now junior brother Chen said that he saw the shadow of a large white bird in the black cloud, which really looked like some powerful monster. This place is less than 1,000 miles away from Guiyang Mountain. Logically, there shouldn't be such a powerful monster appearing. This disciple has been controlling the flying boat for so many years, and this is the first time I have encountered such a situation in this area." Before the Xiaoyao sect disciple finished speaking, the flying boat suddenly seemed to be hit by something, and it shook violently, interrupting his words. "You stay on the flying boat, activate the formation and continue to move forward. I'll go see what kind of ghost thing is causing trouble on it." Seeing this, Song Qingming's face suddenly changed, and he was a little angry. After explaining something to the Xiaoyao sect disciple who had just stood firm, he immediately turned around and walked out of the warehouse. When Song Qingming came to the front of the flying boat, a thunder suddenly struck the location of the flying boat in the sky, But at this time several Xiaoyao sect disciples had already activated the formation on the flying boat. The lightning fell on the formation, immediately sparking a spark that illuminated the surrounding darkness, and the entire flying boat shook violently again. Fortunately, this lightning that fell from the sky seemed fierce, but in fact it was not as powerful as imagined. It did not cause any other damage except that it made the flying boat shake a few times. HMPH. You are a man who hides his head and shows his tail. Let me test how capable you are. With the help of the lightning just now, Song Qingming also clearly saw a large bird phantom several feet high appear in the black cloud. As the foundation building disciple just said, it looked like a demon king with a high level of cultivation. However, the magical power displayed by the other party seemed scary, but Song Qingming did not take it seriously. Now his cultivation has reached the late stage of the golden core, and ordinary golden core demon kings are not his opponents at all. Moreover, this place is not far from Qingming Mountain, and he can send a message to the sect for help at any time. As long as the other party is not the nascent soul demon king, even if he encounters a great demon king at the peak of the golden core, Song Qingming, who has a powerful magic weapon and magical power, does not have to be afraid of the other party. After Song Qingming snorted coldly, he summoned his life treasure 5 elements divine light mirror with his magic power, and then escaped from the flying boat formation and headed for the black cloud in the sky. Encountering obstacles near Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming was very curious in his heart, wondering which blind person had the guts to act so recklessly here. Just as Song Qingming was about to sink into the black cloud, there was another flash of lightning and thunder above his head, followed by a flash of white lightning of the same color as before, which quickly rushed to Song Qingming's position. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell to control the 5 elements divine light mirror to turn into a huge bronze mirror to block above his head, trying to directly take on this attack. As soon as the lightning fell on the 5 elements divine light mirror, a burst of fire immediately lit up and illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. What surprised Song Qingming was that although this lightning was obviously cast by the same person, its power was much stronger than the one that the flying boat below had just endured. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Song Qingming felt a very powerful wave of thunder from the 5 elements divine light mirror, which made his hands, which were controlling the magic weapon, suddenly feel numb, and he almost couldn't control his own magic weapon. The power of this lightning is no longer at the level of an ordinary giant and demon king. If the opponent is not a special demon beast that is naturally good at thunder, then at least his cultivation is not weaker than his own. Feeling that he seemed to have underestimated his opponent, Song Qingming became more curious. He just blocked the attack in front of him, and immediately his figure flashed into the black cloud and went straight up to the position of the opponent. However, as soon as he moved, another white lightning fell on his head. And the pressure of this lightning seemed to be stronger than before. Still coming, it's really not over yet. Seeing that the opponent was decisive, the powerful lightning came one after another, as if he didn't want to let himself get close. Song Qingming's face suddenly changed and became a little solemn. After uttering a few words with some displeasure, Song Qingming waved his hand and quickly took out another golden sphere, and directly held it above his head. After the golden sphere appeared, it immediately formed a shield to block Song Qingming. With this layer of protection, Song Qingming's face immediately relaxed a lot. This time he did not choose to stay where he was and resist, but instead flew up and headed straight towards the fierce lightning. Soon, Song Qingming's figure collided with the white lightning falling from above. However, this time, the two sides did not collide with very intense sparks like before. As soon as the white lightning fell on the shield formed by the golden sphere, it was immediately firmly absorbed by the golden sphere, and its power was immediately weakened by 80% to 90%, and only a few small sparks appeared before it completely disappeared. This golden round bead was a treasure that Song Qingming had asked for from the Fire Phoenix that year, a spiritual object thunder gathering bead that specifically restrained thunder magic. Although this item is not a powerful high-level magic weapon, it is very restrained against various thunder methods in the world of immortal cultivation. Even the powerful thunder methods that giant and cultivators find difficult to resist will be greatly reduced in front of the thunder gathering pearl. In recent years, Song Qingming has relied on this item to survive several crises, so he has always carried it with him and never separated from it. Seeing that the thunder gathering pearl easily blocked the lightning as expected, Song Qingming took this opportunity to immediately perform the 9 palace meteor escape and quickly broke through the barrier of the dark clouds to the location of the opponent above. What is this? Song Qingming, who had just rushed into the sky, saw the white bird that had just launched a lightning attack on him not far away, and his face showed a bit of shock. Although the white bird's figure was lifelike, it did not exude the breath of a monster. Its eyes were dull, and it looked like a dead thing staring at Song Qingming in front of it. What shocked Song Qingming the most was that after seeing the other party up close, Song Qingming's spiritual sense just probed towards the other party, and was suddenly blocked by a more powerful spiritual sense, so that he could not see the other party's true cultivation. Is this a unyielding puppet beast? Since advancing to the late Jinden stage, Song Qingming's spiritual sense is no worse than those Jinden peak cultivators. In recent years, he has hardly encountered a Jinden cultivator who can be stronger than him in spiritual sense. And the other party can actually surpass him so much in spiritual sense, which is obviously not something that a Jinden level cultivator can show. If he does not have some special treasure, it must be a unyielding level cultivator who can do this so easily. In addition, there is no breath of living things on this big bird. Song Qingming quickly made a comprehensive judgment that the other party may be a unyielding level 4th level puppet beast. But he still doesn't know who controls it and why it appears here. At this moment, Song Qingming, standing in place, looked at the white big bird in front of him with a very solemn expression. Before coming up, he had always thought that he might encounter a blind giant and demon king, and he could not imagine that the one who attacked him would be a level 4 puppet beast of the unyielding level. Spiritual objects above level 4 are extremely rare and precious in the entire cultivation world. Taking out any one of them can cause a sensation in a place like the floating cloud mountains. Although Song Qingming is a late Jinden cultivator who has practiced for more than 200 years, he has only seen a few level 4 spiritual objects in all these years, not to mention the even rarer thing like the level 4 puppet beast. Although the power of the puppet beast is not as strong as the corpse puppets and spirit beasts of the same level, it is relatively simple to control and does not require high requirements from the user. It is still loved by many cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. However, because the production of puppet beasts is very complicated, except for a few large sects that specialize in this art, there are few cultivators in the entire world of immortal cultivation who can improve their puppetry skills to level 3 or above. Therefore, high-level puppet beasts in the world of immortal cultivation have always been relatively rare. Although the Xiaoyao sect is a Yuanying sect that has been established for thousands of years, because it is deep in the floating cloud mountains where resources are relatively scarce, there is only one third-level medium-quality puppet beast that has been passed down for a long time. As far as Song Qingming knows, there are more than 100 sects of all sizes above the Jinden level in the entire floating cloud mountains in the world of immortal cultivation, and few of them can produce spiritual objects of the level of a 4th-level puppet beast. May I ask who you are and why you are here to attack the flying boat of Xiaoyao sect? Seeing the big white bird in front of him, Song Qingming knew that he was definitely not the opponent's opponent. However, this place was not far from Qingming Mountain, so he could try to use the name of the sect to make the opponent afraid. Moreover, the 4th-level puppet beast was not a real nascent soul cultivator after all, and could only exert half of the strength of a nascent soul cultivator at most. If a fight really broke out, he would not be completely without a chance of escape. Hearing Song Qingming's question, the big white bird suddenly let out a strange laugh, and then said something that made Song Qingming a little confused. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am here today to ask for your advice. I hope that Brother Song can give me some advice. I have been practicing in the mountains for a long time and have not offended anyone outside. Brother Song, did you find the wrong person and misunderstand me? Since he entered the Taoist practice, Song Qingming has always been relatively low-key in his dealings with others. Even when he goes out to practice and interact with people, he rarely uses his real name. He never likes to show off outside. It stands to reason that there should not be such a mysterious master who had come to deal with him on purpose. Song Qingming had no impression of this big white bird. But after hearing what the bird said, the other party knew that his surname was Song and it was obviously coming for him. This sudden situation also made Song Qingming a little confused for a while, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735 Testing Strength, Nascent Soul Opportunity. After all, The other party is a puppet beast at the nascent soul level. Song Qingming really doesn't want to fight with him. Even though he knows that the other party will not be easily persuaded by him, he still has to give it a try. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, the big white bird in the distance did not change at all. It stared at Song Qingming with a calm face and replied, "I just want to spar with you. It doesn't matter whether it is a misunderstanding or not. There is no need to be so nervous, fellow Taoist Song." Seeing that the other party's tone had softened a lot, and it seemed that he did not have any deep hatred with him, Song Qingming relaxed a little in his heart. He simply bowed to him and said, "It's not impossible for you to spar with me, but I have important matters to attend to in the sect, and I really can't stay here for long. Could you please leave your name and wait for me to come back after I finish the things in my hands?" "Haha, you want to leave? That won't do. If you leave and don't come back, I will have to wait for you in vain. Since we have met today, don't think you can run away so easily. As for my name, I will tell you after the fight." After the big white bird finished speaking, it didn't wait for Song Qingming to answer. It suddenly spread its wings and released several white lightning bolts directly at his location. Seeing that the other party was ready to fight without saying anything, Song Qingming's face changed immediately, and he quickly activated a thunder bead on his head to form a shield in front of him. Then, while the other party could not see behind him, Song Qingming took advantage of the fact that the other party could not see behind him, and a red talisman that he had prepared in his hand flew out of his hand, flew directly behind him and quickly disappeared into the black cloud beside him. Although this person only said that he wanted to spar, the other party was evasive and refused to reveal his identity, and Song Qingming was a little unpredictable for a while. Unable to figure out the other party's purpose, Song Qingming was also afraid that this person would turn against him next. In order to be on the safe side, he chose to send a talisman for help to Qingming Mountain first. His location was only more than 1,000 miles away from Qingming Mountain. As long as the sect received his help transmission talisman, they could get here in less than half an hour at most. The white bird seemed to be unaware of Song Qingming's secret distress talisman, and its attention was focused on the shield in front of Song Qingming. Soon, the lightning it controlled collided directly with it. This time, just like before, although the power of the lightning was amazing and had exceeded the magical powers of ordinary giant and cultivators, Song Qingming absorbed most of the lightning directly with the help of the lightning gathering bead on his head, and forcibly took the attack head-on. "Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing as the lightning gathering bead, but it's not enough to rely on this magic weapon to block my divine thunder." Seeing that Song Qingming once again relied on the lightning gathering bead to block his attack, the white bird was not too surprised, and once again spread its wings to gather a large ball of white lightning in front of him. However, this time he did not choose to release the lightning to attack Song Qingming immediately, but cast a spell to control the lightning to compress it into a ball, and then turned it into a spear as thick as an arm. "Since you like to absorb thunder magic so much, let's see if you can swallow my thunder gun." The white bird chuckled calmly, and then the thunder gun in front of it flew directly to Song Qingming's position. Before the thunder gun arrived in front of him, Song Qingming instantly felt a strong pressure coming quickly, which made him feel a chill on his back. Facing the opponent's full-strength attack, Song Qingming felt something was wrong, and could only desperately inject his magic power into the Thunder Pearl, hoping that this magic weapon could help him withstand the opponent's attack. However, this time, after the shield formed by the Thunder Pearl came into contact with the opponent's thunder gun, it did not successfully absorb and swallow the lightning inside as Song Qingming expected. It only blocked the thunder gun for a moment before the opponent broke through the defense. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming felt a little shocked on his face. He didn't expect that the lightning in the thunder gun could resist the swallowing of the Thunder Pearl after being compressed by the opponent. Fortunately, Song Qingming knew the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, and did not put all his hopes on the thunder gathering bead. He had already prepared for this situation. Seeing that the opponent's attack was about to hide him, Song Qingming, who had already performed a 9-palace meteor escape, quickly disappeared from the spot and retreated directly to a position several dozen feet away, successfully avoiding the opponent's attack. However, just as Song Qingming moved his body, the thunder spear that was coming towards him suddenly changed direction and chased after Song Qingming's current position, as if it had already set its sights on him. Song Qingming, who was performing the escape light, looked back and saw that the thunder spear behind him was still chasing him. He was shocked again, and could only increase his mana and inject it into the meridians of his feet again, increasing his escape speed to distance himself from the thunder spear. However, being in the black cloud, Song Qingming could not tell the direction for a while. He performed the 9 palace meteor escape continuously and shuttled through the black cloud for a long time, but he never passed through the black cloud, as if he was trapped in it. Seeing that he could not escape and the lightning spear behind him was approaching, Song Qingming gritted his teeth and sped up his speed again, turning back to the cloud. The big white bird saw Song Qingming running back again, but it did not show any surprise. It just looked at him quietly, wanting to know how Song Qingming could get rid of the lightning spear following behind him. Song Qingming, who had just escaped, looked at the big white bird in front of him calmly, and suddenly spit out a trace of blood from his mouth, and then a layer of red spiritual light immediately appeared on his body. The spell that Song Qingming cast was found by him from the old man who plotted against them in Funiu Mountain more than 10 years ago. It was called Red Blood Escape. After casting, one can use part of the blood in his body to double his speed in a short period of time. However, after using this secret method, it cannot be used again for a period of time. Otherwise the blood in his body will be consumed too much at one time, which will damage the vitality of the cultivator. Red Blood Escape. You actually know the secret technique, but just hiding is not enough. No matter how fast you escape, you will eventually be caught up. Seeing the red blood light on Song Qingming's body, the white bird saw the origin of this magical power he used at a glance, and his tone couldn't help but become more interested. No matter how fast the opponent escapes, he will eventually run out of energy, but his thunder gun will not slow down because of this, and he will still be able to catch up with Song Qingming in a short time. Since I can't escape, I can only trouble you to help me deal with it. After Song Qingming performed Red Blood Escape, he did not choose to escape into the black cloud again, but flew directly towards the white bird. Seeing that Song Qingming suddenly looked like he was going to fight to the death, regardless of the thunder gun behind him, he ran directly towards him. The white bird finally moved, and hurriedly used his escape speed to leave the spot and dodge to the side. However, just as he moved, Song Qingming followed closely behind him and caught up with him. Moreover, with the blessing of Red Blood Escape, his speed of flight was not slower than that of the white bird in front of him, and was even slightly faster. Even the lightning gathering bead could not stop it. If Song Qingming chose to take the opponent's lightning spear head-on, the consequences would definitely not be good, and he might even get injured. Since the lightning spear was secretly controlled by the opponent, as long as he followed the opponent closely, he would definitely not risk getting injured and continue to fight. This was also the strategy that Song Qingming had just come up with. Humph! You kid, you are really a tough guy. Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to be eyeing him, the white bird that escaped into the air cast a spell again, releasing a ball of lightning to form a white shield beside him, trying to use it to separate himself from Song Qingming. But what he didn't expect was that Song Qingming suddenly released the lightning gathering bead on his body and directly swallowed up most of the lightning shield he had just released, and appeared beside him again. But, if you want to fight me to death, you are still a little short. Seeing Song Qingming sticking to him, the white bird snorted coldly, opened its mouth and spit out more a ball of lightning again, then turned it into a giant axe and chopped Song Qingming behind him to force him back. When Song Qingming wanted to cast a spell again to catch up, the white bird suddenly released a white scroll magic weapon, wrapping himself and Song Qingming in it. Then the white bird flew directly into the scroll in front of Song Qingming, and soon both the person and the scroll disappeared. Seeing this sudden scene, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of helplessness, and then he waved his hand decisively and threw out 5 formation flags, casting a spell to form a golden shield in the air to protect him. Just after completing these actions, the lightning gun behind him immediately followed and hit the golden shield directly. This time, Song Qingming did not think much about it. He quickly waved the formation flag in his hand and carefully controlled the Yongang 5 elements formation that he had just arranged to resist the lightning gun in front of him. Although this Yongang 5 elements formation was only temporarily arranged by Song Qingming, its power was only 20% to 30% of the usual power, but after all, it was a 3rd level top grade defense formation, and this formation also had some restraint on thunder magic. In the absence of interference, Song Qingming, who was holding up the formation, consumed a lot of mana, and successfully blocked the lightning gun in front of him without any danger. After successfully taking the opponent's attack, Song Qingming, who was hiding behind the shield, just breathed a sigh of relief, and heard bursts of thunder in the black clouds above his head. It seemed that the hiding white bird was preparing to attack again. This time, looking at the lightning light above that seemed to be more powerful, Song Qingming's face was not surprised, and he suddenly became very calm. When a more powerful lightning appeared in front of him, Song Qingming, who was standing in the formation, couldn't help but frown. He was obviously a little tired of the endless lightning. However, facing the fierce lightning coming towards him quickly, Song Qingming did not rush to activate the formation to resist, but shouted directly to the sky with a firm face. "Senior Feng, do you want to test my fighting skills, or do you really want to kill me?" As Song Qingming shouted, the lightning in the sky suddenly stopped, and then after flashing for a while, it disappeared directly at a distance of only a few dozen feet away from Song Qingming. After a while, the white bird that controlled the lightning fell from the sky and appeared in front of Song Qingming. Then, a figure in a green robe appeared out of thin air with a flash of light. After taking off the green robe on his head, Feng He, with a slight smile on his face, said to Song Qingming with some confusion, "How did you know it was me?" Seeing Feng He, whom he hadn't seen for many years, Song Qingming showed some joy on his face and hurriedly stepped forward to salute him. "Hello, Senior Feng He. I had the honor to see the magic weapon you just used, and I still have some impression of it. That's why I guessed that you might be testing my skills." Feng He took out the scroll from his body and smiled thoughtfully at Song Qingming. "Oh. You are sure it's me just because of this magic weapon? Although similar magic weapons are not common in the world of immortal cultivation, they are not unique to me. It's a bit hasty for you to conclude that it's me just based on this thing. How come you have been practicing for so many years, but your temperament is not as stable as when you first built your foundation? Haha. Senior, what you are teaching me is that my cultivation is still shallow. I was really forced to fight with you just now. If you don't speak up, I'm afraid you won't be able to save your life." Of course, Song Qingming confirmed his identity not only because of the scroll magic weapon in Feng He's hand. Although Feng He didn't show up directly just now, although the other party was very decisive and fierce when he attacked, it was obvious that there was a bit of testing in it, and he was not in a hurry to kill him. Otherwise, if they really wanted to kill him, when Song Qingming wanted to set up a formation to deal with the thunder gun just now, other opponents would definitely not watch him set up and cast the spell so smoothly. The opponent's extraordinary magical powers have far surpassed those of ordinary giant and cultivators, and he only wants to test his strength, and he also has a magic weapon similar to Feng He. After these are integrated together, Song Qingming's guess about his identity is already 70% to 80% certain. Moreover, although Feng He is a unyielding cultivator with a natural talent in cultivation, his talent in acting is indeed very ordinary. Although the other party's voice has changed significantly when speaking, his tone and attitude towards Song Qingming just now have not changed much from the past. As Song Qingming, who has been with him day and night for decades, naturally knows Feng He's words and deeds very well, and it is not difficult to see this. However, Song Qingming thought so in his heart, but he did not dare to say it directly. He could only modestly in front of Feng He that he was not capable enough and was forced to do so. Feng He is a nascent soul senior after all. Although Song Qingming has a special relationship with him, he has always been careful with his words and naturally would not say words that might hurt his face. Hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Feng He glanced at him thoughtfully, and then suddenly smiled and waved his hand and said, "Your talent in cultivation is average, but your words are really nice. No wonder even the nascent soul demon cultivator can take a liking to you. The last time I saw you, you had already broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core. How come it has been 20 years and you haven't broken through yet? Did you ask your friend the Demon King for help?" Hearing Feng He mention the Fire Phoenix again, Song Qingming knew that he was testing him again, and hurriedly smiled and shook his head and said, "Haha. Senior, you are joking. I and that good friend are just in a cooperative relationship. We are not as close as you think. It's difficult for me to see her at ordinary times, let alone find someone to help with this matter. As for cultivation, I am indeed a little less talented, and it is inevitable that I will encounter a bottleneck in my cultivation. There is no better solution for now, so I can only take it one step at a time." Feng He heard this and sighed slightly. "Although you are practicing fast, your spiritual roots and talents are inferior to other giant and cultivators. If you want to break through the nascent soul stage, you need to practice to the 9th level of Jinden as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you delay too much time in the late Jinden stage, When you form a nascent soul in the future, you may face the problem of insufficient lifespan like most cultivators. I have a scroll here that records some of my experiences in practicing in the Jinden stage. You can take some time to read it. It may be helpful to you. After saying that, Feng He took out a bamboo slip from his body and threw it directly to Song Qingming. Thank you for your care. Seeing the bamboo slips given by Feng He, Song Qingming hurriedly took it with joy, and then stepped forward to bow to him. You are someone who has helped me after all. What's there to thank you for this little thing? Seeing this, Feng He waved his hand and turned his eyes to the several formation flags in Song Qingming's hand. Seeing Feng He staring at the Xiangang 5 elements formation in his hand, Song Qingming hurriedly took it and handed it to the other party. After receiving the treasure from the senior last time, I spent a lot of time and effort, and finally my efforts paid off. I successfully repaired this formation. Well, not bad. It can block the full strength attack of my puppet beast, which shows that its power is no worse than when I first got this thing. You are indeed a genius in formation, and I still can't compare with you in this respect. Hearing Feng He praising his formation skills, Song Qingming did not speak modestly anymore, but just smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing that Feng He's eyes were always carefully staring at the Tiangang 5 elements formation in his hand, Song Qingming thought that he came to him this time to take back the formation, but he didn't expect Feng He to throw the formation back to him after looking at it for a while. I will have some use for this formation in the future. You should keep it well and make sure it is not damaged. I may come to you when I need it someday. This formation was originally given to me by you. Senior, just take it if you need it. Don't worry about me. Didn't I tell you that I can never get back what I give away? I am not sure whether this formation will be useful to me or not. It is useless for me to keep it on me. You are average in fighting with others, and you only have this little formation skill. It is better for you to keep it. Maybe it can save your life at a critical moment. Seeing that Feng He insisted on not taking it, Song Qingming did not say anything more. He directly put away the Tiangang 5 elements formation in his hand, and then cast his eyes on the big white bird not far away, and asked curiously, Senior, did you refine this puppet beast? Seeing that Song Qingming was very interested in his puppet beast, Feng He slowly smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. You're guessing wrong. This thing was made by me not long ago after I broke through the nascent soul stage. I spent decades collecting high-level materials from all over the place. I have been familiar with the art of puppets for many years. Before I was harmed by the villain, I had made quite a few high-level puppet beasts. However, compared with this one, those previous things are not worth mentioning. Upon hearing Feng He confirmed that the nascent soul-level puppet beast in front of him was made by him personally, Song Qingming's face showed some shock. Although Song Qingming knew Feng He was proficient in puppetry when he first met him, he never expected that Feng He's puppetry skills had reached such a high level that he could even refine a 4th-level puppet beast. You should know that the reason why puppetry skills are so rare in the world of immortal cultivation is that in addition to the difficulty in finding refining materials, another point is that this skill is much more difficult to learn than ordinary immortal cultivation skills, such as talisman making and refining, just like alchemy. In the entire floating cloud mountain range immortal cultivation world, although there are many cultivators who have learned puppetry skills, they are generally low-level puppeteers of the 1st or 2nd level. Even a large unyielding sect, like the Xiaoyao sect, has never had a high-level puppeteer above the 3rd level, let alone a 4th-level puppeteer who is capable of refining a unyielding puppet beast. In Song Qingming's impression, among the hundreds of immortal sects and dozens of countries in the entire floating cloud mountain range immortal cultivation world, no one can be compared with Feng He in this regard, and he can't help but have some respect for him. At this point, Song Qingming recalled the encounter with Feng He at the 7-Star Square in Wu State. It seemed that his guess was right. The reason why Feng He went to the Star Conference was to get the last item in the auction that could be used to refine a puppet beast and get a 4th-level spiritual object. You are so interested in this thing. Are you interested in my puppet beast? Seeing Song Qingming looking at the white bird not far away with envy, Feng He suddenly asked. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately smiled awkwardly and said, Senior, you are joking. I am just a little curious. How dare I take a fancy to your things? By the way, I have just sent a request for help to the sect. I am afraid that someone from the sect will come to check it out later. If Senior Feng He has nothing urgent to do when you come to see me this time, why don't you wait for me to go to the sect to explain this matter first, and then come back to entertain you? The request for help you are talking about should be this. Feng He responded to Song Qingming and threw a red talisman directly at him. It was the one he secretly released before the battle. Unexpectedly, this talisman had already fallen into Feng He's hands, causing Song Qingming to break out in a cold sweat on his back. The difference between Jinden cultivators and unyielding cultivators is indeed too big. He didn't expect that he couldn't even ask for help in front of Feng He. I came to you this time not just to reminisce about the past, but I have an opportunity to break through the unyielding to give you. I wonder if you are interested. Chapter 736, The Determination of Bai Yuxin, the Life and Death Enemy. Nascent Soul Opportunity. Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise when he heard Feng He's words. Although he guessed that Feng He must have something to do when he suddenly came to see him, Song Qingming never expected that the other party would actually say that he would give him a chance to become a nascent soul. Song Qingming's current cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th level of the Golden Core. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Golden Core. For Song Qingming in the future, he will definitely try to break through the nascent soul realm. However, the 4th level spiritual objects in the world of immortal cultivation that can help cultivators break through the nascent soul are basically controlled by those large sects of the nascent soul, and they are not found in ordinary places. It is too difficult for Song Qingming to find a chance to become a nascent soul in a place with poor resources like the floating cloud mountains. There is basically no such possibility. For Song Qingming, if he wants to break through the nascent soul realm in the future, he must go to the Eastern Phoenix Country immortal cultivation world, or other places outside to find opportunities. But no matter where Song Qingming wants to look for opportunities in the future, the precious spiritual objects that can help break through the nascent soul are definitely not so easy to obtain. After practicing for so many years, he naturally has a deep understanding of this. Although Song Qingming currently has no shortage of cultivation resources, he still has not much confidence in whether he will have the opportunity to condense the nascent soul in the future. At this moment, he suddenly heard that Feng He wanted to give him a chance to condense the nascent soul. On the one hand, Song Qingming was very surprised, and on the other hand, he was a little confused about this matter. Although Feng He is already a nascent soul cultivator, his current identity is just a casual cultivator who has taken over another body and reborn. He does not have many resources to use. It is not so easy to support a cultivator to condense the nascent soul. Seeing Song Qingming looking at him with surprise, Feng He smiled and nodded, saying, "You heard me right. I was talking about an opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage. But I'll tell you in advance that this opportunity is a little dangerous for you, and it's not so easy to get. Whether you want to listen to it or not depends on whether you have the determination. People like me who practice Taoism, since we have chosen to practice Taoism, we have no other way out. I am definitely determined to break through the nascent soul stage. With Senior Feng He's understanding of me, you should not doubt my determination to seek the Tao. But since Senior said that this opportunity is a little dangerous, I must listen to the danger and weigh it before I can respond. If Senior is not convenient to tell me, then I will definitely not force it." Feng He heard this and slowly put away the smile on his face. He smiled, his face became a little serious, and he said directly to Song Qingming, "I know a place where you can find a spiritual object that helps to condense the nascent soul. I can also take you in. But after you go in, you have to help me kill a person. As long as you can kill this person and get out safely. Even if you don't get the spiritual object for condensing the nascent soul, I will find a way to give it to you in the future. Moreover, after the matter is done, I can also give you a copy of my experience in condensing the nascent soul. This is not something that can be bought in ordinary places. Brother Song, I have been dealing with you for so many years, and I have never broken my promise. You should be able to trust me on this point." Seeing Feng He asked him to help him kill someone, Song Qingming's expression did not change much. After thinking for a while, he spoke again, "I naturally believe what Senior Feng He said, you can rest assured about that. However, I have another question that I hope you can tell me first. What is the cultivation level of the person you want me to kill? Does he have any useful magical powers or magic weapons?" Hearing the doubts raised by Song Qingming, Feng He smiled and said, "This person's cultivation level is not high. He has just broken through to the late Jinden stage not long ago, and should not be much different from you. But after all, he was born in the Yuanying sect, so his magical powers and magic weapons must be strong. Now you can only draw with him. But don't worry, I have something in my hand that can easily break his skills. As long as you use this thing, it should not be a problem to kill him. He is just a late giant and cultivator. It is a piece of cake for Senior Feng He to kill him. Why does he need to use my hand? Could it be that your real target is not this person? Seeing Song Qingming staring at him with a puzzled look on his face, Feng He chuckled and sighed. Haha. I didn't want to tell you directly, but you are really troublesome sometimes. Well, now that we have come to this, there is no need for me to hide it from you anymore. You guessed right, my target is not him, but the person behind him. You just need to kill this person, and I will definitely be able to lure out the person behind him, and then I will have my own way to deal with him. These people are old foxes who have practiced for many years and are not so easy to be fooled. If I do it myself, the person behind the scenes will definitely notice it, and it may destroy my years of careful arrangements. So, the person behind the scenes should be a nascent soul cultivator. If I am not mistaken, he should be the enemy who murdered the senior back then. When he met Feng He that year, Song Qingming knew that he was harmed by someone, which resulted in his physical body being destroyed and only his soul possessing another body. If he hadn't met Song Qingming, he might not be able to cultivate back to the nascent soul stage now. Although Feng He had never mentioned anything about his enemies in front of Song Qingming so many years ago, Song Qingming could feel a deep hatred from him almost all the time. Now that Feng He has returned to the nascent soul stage for many years, he suddenly made an elaborate plan to attack a nascent soul cultivator. It was not difficult for Song Qingming to guess that his intention was to take revenge. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Feng He nodded with a serious look on his face and said, "You are right, he is my greatest enemy in this life. I have been living in disgrace for so many years with my physical body destroyed, and finally I had to take the path of possessing another body, all because of this man. For so many years, I have been thinking about eating his flesh and sleeping on his skin day and night. No matter how I progress in this life, I must avenge this hatred to vent my hatred. Brother Song, there are not many people I can trust in this life. If you can promise to help me get revenge, no matter what happens in the future, I will remember your kindness in this life." When talking about his enemy, Feng He gritted his teeth and the hatred that he had suppressed for many years immediately came out. His eyes were full of ferocity, as if he wanted to cut the man into pieces immediately. It was the first time that Song Qingming saw Feng He like this, and he was a little shocked in his heart. Even though they had known each other for many years, Song Qingming did not expect that Feng He had such a deep hatred for this enemy. A unyielding cultivator like Feng He has already stood at the top of the world of immortal cultivation. Presumably, his life back then must have been very difficult. It was extremely glorious. He was suddenly attacked by someone and his body was destroyed. He had to hide in the dark for hundreds of years and his soul was wandering and helpless. It was understandable that he had resentment in his heart. However, it was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people that he could have such a deep hatred. I am afraid that what happened to him that year was not as simple as Song Qingming thought before. Seeing Feng He staring at him and expecting a reply, Song Qingming bowed to him with a solemn expression and said, "I promised you that year that if I have the ability to help you get revenge, I will do my best. Since this person is your mortal enemy, whether there is this opportunity of nascent soul or not, I am willing to accompany you on this trip. It's just that I came out in a hurry today, and there are still things at home that I haven't explained. I hope you can give me some time to arrange the affairs at home and then meet up with you." Speaking of helping Feng He with his revenge, Song Qingming did say so at the beginning. This time Feng He took the initiative to come to him. Even if there was no nascent soul opportunity, Song Qingming would most likely agree to do his best. But in Feng He's heart, Song Qingming's words that he said casually to save his life at the beginning, he naturally did not take it to heart, so he took out a nascent soul opportunity to win Song Qingming's help. Although it was a little dangerous for Song Qingming to have the opportunity to get a nascent soul opportunity and to help Feng He, his old friend, to get revenge and fulfill his promise, it was worth it for him to agree to the other party. The only thing that made him a little worried was that the other party was also a nascent soul cultivator. Song Qingming was not sure how confident Feng He was that this plan would succeed. However, opportunities in the world of cultivating immortals always go hand in hand with risks. No matter what choice Song Qingming made, he could not easily get what he wanted without taking a risk. Song Qingming has been practicing for so many years, so he was naturally very clear about this truth. "Okay. Brother Song, you really didn't let me down." Hearing Song Qingming's answer, Feng He's face immediately showed some joy, and he nodded happily. Then, Feng He took out a golden talisman from his body, threw it directly to Song Qingming, and continued, Brother Song, from today on, if there is no one else present, you and I can just call each other brothers, and don't call me senior anymore. From now on, your affairs, Brother Song, are my affairs. Please keep this talisman. If you have anything to find me in the future, you only need to activate this talisman, and I will come to see you. Don't worry, brother, I came here just to make a deal with you first. The matter of revenge still needs some preparation before it can be carried out. I am not in a hurry. When the time comes, I will naturally notify you in advance. Don't worry, Brother Fenghe, since I promised you, I will never regret it. Song Qingming took the talisman and glanced at it, then decisively put it away. Okay. Since this matter has been agreed upon, I will not waste my brother's time. I hope that your cultivation will be further improved when we meet next time. After talking with Song Qingming, Fenghe was in a much better mood at the moment. After bowing and saying goodbye, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared into a large white bird not far away. He then controlled this unyielding puppet beast and cast a spell to take the black cloud beside him away, leaving Song Qingming standing there with a calm face, looking at the direction he left. After the black cloud in the distance had completely disappeared from his eyes, Song Qingming took out the phantom boat and stepped on it, then turned into a white beam of light and disappeared on the spot. It didn't take long for Song Qingming to fight with Fenghe and leave. When Song Qingming caught up with a large flying boat, they were still hundreds of miles away from Qingming Mountain. Seeing Song Qingming return safely, the people who were controlling the flying boat breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly opened the formation welcomed it onto the flying boat. After returning, Song Qingming, facing everyone's doubts about what happened before, directly found an excuse that he encountered a giant thunder beast that had mistakenly entered this place, and he had sent it away after a fierce battle. Although there are rarely high-level monsters near Qingming Mountain, it is not uncommon for foreign giant and monster kings to mistakenly enter this place over the years. How could the Xiaoyao sect disciples dare to doubt what came out of the mouth of Song Qingming, the giant and elder, and immediately nodded in agreement and stepped forward to thank him. If Song Qingming had not accompanied them today, it would have been difficult for them to control the flying boat alone, and it would have been difficult to get rid of the pursuit of the giant and thunder beast, and they might even die here. Now that they have finally escaped from danger, it is natural that they have to step forward to thank them. The flying boat was delivered safely. After Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming personally went to the sect's General Affairs Hall to find Su Ziyan, wanting to hand over the matter to her in person. Unfortunately, Su Ziyan happened to go to the East China Sea with Chen Zuixin half a month ago, leaving Song Qingming empty-handed. Fortunately, before Su Ziyan left, she had entrusted all the affairs of the sect's General Affairs Hall to the sect's newly formed Gan Elder Yu Nishan, and she also explained the matter of Song Qingming returning the sect's flying boat. The Xiaoyao sect has always been relatively loose in its management of the immortal cultivation families above the foundation building stage, and usually does not ask about the affairs within their territory. As long as it does not affect the fundamental interests of the sect and the spiritual objects are handed over to the sect's General Affairs Hall on time, the sect will provide these immortal cultivation families with the protection they deserve. As for the immortal cultivation families under its command who want to expand their territories, this is not the case. It is a matter that is beneficial to the entire Uyghur cultivation world. As long as you have the strength, the sect will not object. This time, the Song family expanded their territory to the north and seized the White Lion Ridge from the monsters. The sect's General Affairs Hall was also very supportive. They only collected the spirit stones for renting the flying boat. Other cultivators sent to help control the flying boat did not ask the Song family for a single spirit stone. However, the family successfully took over so many spiritual mountain territories and made a lot of money. Song Qingming was not stingy and took out more than 1,000 spirit stones to share with them as a thank you. Song Qingming sent the flying boat back to the sect's General Affairs Hall. After the goods on it were unloaded, the handover was completed smoothly and the large flying boat was returned to the sect. After completing this matter, Song Qingming did not choose to stay in Qingming Mountain for a long time, and soon returned to Qing County alone. After taking over White Lion Ridge, the Song family has just expanded its territory to the north for thousands of miles. Mountains need to be opened and built everywhere, and the family affairs have increased a lot. Song Qingming and several family foundation-building elders had to stay in White Lion Ridge for a long time. Funiu Mountain only relied on Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanqian, and it seemed a bit too busy for a while. For this reason, the ancestor Song Qingming could not hide in the top of the mountain to practice in seclusion, and could only run between White Lion Ridge and Funiu Mountain to help transport monks and handle some family affairs. This lasted for more than a year. As the monsters near White Lion Ridge were gradually eliminated, the nearby spiritual mountains were basically all distributed by the family. These large and small spiritual mountains were soon occupied by human monks who migrated from the south, and a large number of monks and mortals began to take root and multiply in this area. These newly expanded territories were just taken from the monsters. During this period, there were still many places that had not been explored and looted, and many spiritual objects were hidden. For a time, it also attracted many casual cultivators from other parts of Uyghur, as well as some foreign monks to come here to look for opportunities. In order to retain these foreign cultivators, the Song family not only opened up thousands of caves in White Lion Ridge to rent to these casual cultivators, but also built a new market on this third-level spiritual vein to provide them with a lot of convenience. Originally, because Jinchunfang was located in a remote area and far away from the depths of the floating cloud mountains, there were not many cultivators who chose to enter the floating cloud mountains from here to hunt monsters. Generally, only cultivators from several neighboring counties would come here. Now that the Song family has expanded its territory to the north, the newly occupied White Lion Ridge is closer to the north than the previous Jinchunfang, and entering the floating cloud mountains from here is not much farther than Gianfang and Toyunshan. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come here to hunt monsters has doubled compared to the original Jinchunfang, which has also made the newly built White Lion Fang of the Song family lively. After seeing the thriving development prospects of White Lion Fang, the nearby mortal cultivation families and casual cultivation forces came to the market to open shops, hoping to reap the dividends of this wave of Song family development. Even the General Affairs Hall of the sect sent people to Funiu Mountain to discuss cooperation with the Song family, wanting to invest in White Lion Square and run this market together with the Song family. In this regard, Song Qingming did not refuse. After discussing with Su Ziyin, who came to the door in person, he took the initiative to take out 40% of the shares of the market and distributed them to the General Affairs Hall of the sect, and ran White Lion Square together with the sect. With the participation of the General Affairs Hall of the sect, the development of White Lion Square immediately ushered in another wave of explosion, and the number of shops in the entire market also expanded several times. Not only did the Immortal cultivation forces near the Song family come here to open shops, but even the small and prestigious shops such as Yondan Pavilion and several other large markets of Uyghur also opened their branches in White Lion Square. In just 2 years, the scale of shops in White Lion Square has reached more than 300, which has exceeded the giant square of the Song family and can already be compared with large markets such as Funiu Mountain and Iron Immortal Castle. After the General Affairs Hall of the sect joined, hundreds of monks were sent out to help guard the market all year round, which made the Song family much more relaxed in terms of manpower shortage. Even Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, could occasionally return to the family. A 3-level formation was arranged on the White Lion Ridge, with more than a dozen foundation-building monks and more than 300 Qi refining monks stationed all year round. Ordinary demon kings were not to be feared at all. Even if a big demon king like the giant elephant demon king came, it would be impossible to quickly break through the formation in a short period of time. The distance between the Funiu Mountain of the Song family and the White Lion Ridge is not too far. The giant and monks can arrive in less than an hour at full speed, which is enough to rush to support if something happens. While the Song family was wholeheartedly operating the White Lion Ridge market, Bai Yuxin, who was in seclusion in a cave on the top of the Guiyang mountain to impact the nascent soul realm, had reached the most critical moment of his breakthrough. Long before the monster riot, Bai Yuxin, the head of the Xiaoyao sect, had already adjusted his own state and could retreat at any time to break through the nascent soul stage. However, something unexpected happened in Funiu Mountain at that time, and the monsters in the north increased their strength, causing the sect to suddenly encounter a crisis that was rare in 1,000 years. In order to protect the sect from the invasion of monsters, Bai Yuxin discussed with the Grand Elder Li Mufeng and decided to postpone his retreat to form a nascent soul, which delayed his impact on the nascent soul realm for more than 10 years. However, Bai Yuxin's personal sacrifices did not disappoint everyone, and the Xiaoyao sect won a great victory over the monsters and survived this crisis, which was not a waste of his time. After the monster riot, Bai Yuxin also suffered some minor injuries. It was not until a few years later that he completely adjusted his state and began to retreat to impact the realm and condense the nascent soul. Li Mufeng, the Grand Elder of the Xiaoyao sect, also did his best to support Bai Yuxin in her impact on the nascent soul realm. Not only did he personally go to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm and use the mature 2-bead 4th level spiritual medicine in the sect's spiritual medicine garden to exchange for Bai Yuxin's spiritual object to assist in condensing the nascent soul, he also personally taught her a lot of his experience in impacting the nascent soul realm that year. With the experience of the last failed breakthrough, and the fact that she was a genius in cultivation with a natural spiritual root, Bai Yuxin was much more successful in condensing the nascent soul this time. After more than 10 years of seclusion, she had successfully tempered all the mana in her body into the natal golden elixir in her danshan. The next step was the most critical step, which was to transform the natal golden elixir into the nascent soul. As long as she passed this level, she would be able to take this crucial step to condense the nascent soul. Then, as long as she survived the nascent soul thunder tribulation sent by the heaven, she would be able to successfully advance to the nascent soul realm. However, the most critical step of transforming the nascent soul into the nascent soul was not so easy to take. Once there was any mistake, the inner elixir meridians would be damaged, just like Yao Qianshu did back then, and it would take at least several decades to recover. If she was unlucky, it might also cause the golden elixir to shatter and fall into her own cultivation realm. It would not be so easy to cultivate again and impact the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Bai Yuxin also knew that her chance to break through the nascent soul was hard-won, and she had no way out. Although she knew that the road ahead would be extremely dangerous after taking this step, she still did not hesitate too much, and without hesitation directly drew the mana stored in the golden elixir in her body to try to transform the fetus into a primordial infant. As Bai Yuxin took this crucial step, white clouds suddenly began to roll over the entire Qingming Mountain, and countless spiritual energy began to madly flow into the cave where Bai Yuxin was in seclusion. Chapter 737 Yuanying Celestial Phenomenon, Casual Cultivator Zhoujiang. Qing County, in the Huxin Pavilion on the top of Funiu Mountain. Song Qingming, who was sitting by the window on the 3rd floor, was holding a bamboo slip and watching it with relish. Wang Xian, who had just come out of retreat to make elixirs, walked towards him with a cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea and gently placed it in front of Song Qingming. "Husband, what kind of practice is recorded in this bamboo slip, and why are you so interested?" Seeing that Song Qingming was so absorbed in reading that he didn't even notice the fragrant spiritual tea in front of him, Wang Xian couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Hearing Wang Xian's question, Song Qingming immediately came back to his senses, put down the bamboo slip in his hand, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's not a powerful practice, it's just a volume of the senior's practice experience. Recently, my practice has been a little unsatisfactory, so I want to find something helpful from it, so I am a little absorbed." After saying that, Song Qingming took a sip of the spiritual tea brewed by Wang Xi, and then a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Since the Song family expanded its territory to the north, in the past 2 years, although they have not been out much, Song Qingming and Wang Xian have a lot of things to do, and rarely have time to get together. It was not until recently that the two of them had some free time, and had time to spend some leisure time on the top of the mountain. Song Qingming naturally cherished this very much. Hearing Song Qingming's answer, Wang Xian's face showed a little more interest and said, "When did my husband get the cultivation experience of the Yuanying Senior? I have never heard you mention it. I have also encountered some puzzles in my recent cultivation. Can you lend this thing to me to take a look?" "Of course you can. I have copied this thing. I will give it to you directly." Seeing that Wang Xian was also very interested in this, Song Qingming immediately handed her the bamboo slips on the table. "Xian, this cultivation experience is something I accidentally got back then. The identity of its owner has not been confirmed yet. Just keep it well and don't let anyone else see it, so as not to cause us unnecessary trouble." Wang Xian, who took the bamboo slips, heard Song Qingming's instructions and nodded in response. "Don't worry, husband, I'll remember it." The two have been Taoist companions for many years, and Wang Xian naturally knows her husband very well. Since Song Qingming specifically reminded her so much, the origin of this bamboo slip is probably a little unusual, So she didn't ask too much? After putting away the bamboo slips, Wang Xian was about to turn around and refill Song Qingming with another cup of spiritual tea, and smiled and said, "Some time ago, I heard that Zhuanfang wanted to go out for training, but you rejected him. Other people in the family have reached the level of cultivation and can go out for training. Why don't you let him go out? Are you worried about him going out for training?" Song Zhuanfang is a descendant of the direct bloodline of Song Qingming's family. After his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of foundation building last year, he immediately applied to the family for travel. However, when the matter came to Song Qingming, he rejected it directly, saying that the family was currently short of manpower and asked him to go out for training in 5 years. Song Zhuanfang was unhappy about this and found Song Yuanfang several times in the past year to ask for help, but Song Qingming never agreed. This kid is the same as Yuan Hao. Although he has some talent in cultivation faster than others, his character is far less stable than Zuanayu and others. I did this just to temper his character. You just came out of retreat, how do you know about this? Did that kid find you again? Hearing Wang Xian suddenly mentioning Song Zhuanfeng, Song Qingming asked back in confusion. Wang Xian smiled and shook her head slightly after hearing this, saying, "I heard it from Yuan Fang. Don't think too much about it and say something about him later. I thought that since Zhuanfeng wants to go out for training, why don't you give him a chance and let him go to a safer place nearby? This will not only satisfy his wish, but we don't have to worry too much." After hearing Wang Xian's suggestion, Song Qingming smiled and sighed, "I know what you mean, but if Zhuanfeng is released, many things will not be what we want him to do. The last time Yuan Hao went to the secret realm, he would not have come back if he hadn't been lucky. Yuan Li also went out and has not been seen since then. These young people think differently from us. In all these years in the family, Zhuanfeng is the only one who has embarked on the immortal path and has a good talent. As an elder, I really don't want to see him go out and encounter any danger. But since you have spoken for him, I will think about it again, and discuss with Yuan Fang to see where it is more appropriate for him to go." As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, footsteps sounded downstairs, and then a cultivator of the Lin generation who was guarding the door below walked up quickly. "Report to the ancestor. The elder wants to see you for something." "Hey. What a coincidence, how come he comes just as I mentioned Yuan Fang? Let him come up." Hearing that the person came to say that it was Song Yuanfang who wanted to see him, Song Qingming hurriedly waved his hand to signal him to come up, and soon Song Yuanfang, who was holding a sound transmission talisman in his hand, appeared in front of Song Qingming. "Seventh uncle, I just received an urgent message from Qingming Mountain, and I haven't had time to open it. It seems that the sect has something urgent to find you." After Song Yuanfang finished speaking, he immediately handed the sound transmission talisman in his hand to Song Qingming in front of him. Hearing that there was an emergency in the sect, Song Qingming and Wang Xian immediately focused their attention on the communication talisman in his hand. However, when Song Qingming opened the talisman and took a look, his expression did not change much, and he gave the talisman directly to Wang Xian. Wang Xian took the sound transmission talisman and opened it, but she was a little puzzled and said, "Junior sister Su sent a letter asking us to go to the sect, but why didn't she say what the specific matter was?" Hearing this, Song Qingming answered calmly, "Since she didn't say it, it must be that it is not convenient to say it in the letter. We will know it naturally when we go there. It's something that is not convenient for us to say, could it be?" After hearing Song Qingming's answer, Wang Xian seemed to have thought of something. But she stopped halfway through her words and shifted her gaze to Song Qingming's face. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly. Then he spoke and instructed Song Yuanfang in front of him, "Xian and I are going to Qingming Mountain now. It may take some time and we won't be back soon. The house is left to you. Also, send a message to Yuan Hao, Zhuanfang and Yuangso immediately, asking them to return to the family and bring people to Baosh Island to help garrison. Tell King Gaiyu to ask them to send more people to pay attention to the movements of some monsters in the north from now on. We must not let the monsters take advantage of this time." "Seventh uncle, do you want to tell my great aunt about your trip to Qingming Mountain?" Song Yuanfang nodded in response and asked again. Song Qingming nodded slightly and replied, "You can talk to her directly about this matter, but other than you and King Gaiyu, don't let anyone else know. Tell all the elders of the family that no matter what happens next in Qingming Mountain, you are not allowed to make any comments. Anyone who talks too much will be dealt with according to the family rules." After knowing that the matter was urgent, Song Qingming did not delay too much. After explaining it to Song Yuanfang for a while, he immediately took Wang Xian to the sect on the phantom boat. The two of them flew all the way and soon arrived outside Qi Mountain. Seeing that the mountain protection formation had been activated on the mountain, Song Qingming's face did not show much surprise, and he flew directly to the entrance of the mountain gate. Before the two of them approached, 3 Xiaoyao sect foundation building disciples immediately flew out of the mountain protection formation and came forward to bow to Song Qingming and the others. Second Master, the mountain protection formation has been taken over by Master Li, and you can no longer enter or exit at will. Please wait for a moment. I have sent someone to inform Master Li to open the formation. After hearing what the three said, Song Qingming and Wang Xian stopped immediately and waited for a long time before following the foundation building disciples through the formation and into Qi Mountain. As soon as they passed through the mountain protection formation, Song Qingming and Wang Xian immediately saw a large group of rolling white clouds gathered on the top of Qi Peak, as if a huge spiritual energy vortex had formed in the air. Song Qingming, who had witnessed Feng He's formation of a nascent soul, immediately confirmed his guess when he saw a similar phenomenon. He said to Wang Xian, "The phenomenon has been triggered. It seems that senior sister Bai has reached the last step of fetal transformation. It will take at most 1 month for us to see the result. I didn't expect that after so many years of cultivation, I would have the honor to witness senior sister Bai's formation of a nascent soul today." This trip was not in vain. Wang Xian's eyes also showed some excitement when she heard Song Qingming confirm that the one who triggered the phenomenon was Bai Yuxin, who had been in seclusion for many years and was breaking through the nascent soul. It is not so easy to have the opportunity to witness a cultivator breaking through the nascent soul realm in person in the world of cultivating immortals. Regardless of whether it succeeds in the end, people who observe closely can gain some valuable experience from it. After Song Qingming and the others entered the mountain protection formation, they immediately headed straight for Qi Peak. Along the way, they also saw many disciples of Xiaoyao sect rushing here. Song Qingming, who had controlled the flying boat to the vicinity, saw a dozen cultivators standing by an open space on the west side of the mountain, staring at the sky not far away, and immediately moved over there. Haha. Junior brother Song, you're here so fast. The dozen people standing here were the many giant and elders of the Xiaoyao sect. No matter they were practicing in seclusion or going out to do business, they all appeared here without exception. Seeing Song Qingming and Wang Xian rushing over, Zhao Mengling and Chu Fangping, who were the first to discover them in the crowd, immediately took the initiative to greet them. Senior sister Zhao, senior brother Chu, junior sister Su. After greeting Zhao Mengling and the others one by one, Song Qingming unexpectedly found a familiar person in the crowd whom he had not seen for a long time, Li Xiaonan. Since they parted in the East China Sea Xiuxin world that year, Song Qingming had not heard from him again. He did not expect to see Li Xiaonan in Qi Mountain today. However, at this moment, Li Xiaonan was standing alone quietly, watching the strange phenomena in the sky and seemed to be fascinated, and did not seem to notice Song Qingming coming. Junior sister Su, when did fellow Taoist Li come? Seeing Song Qingming asking, Su Ziyan on the side hurriedly explained, this time, senior sister Bai was in seclusion to break through the nascent soul, and Uncle Li was afraid that something might happen, so he asked me and brother Chen to go to the East China Sea to invite fellow Taoist Li to help. Fellow Taoist Li only arrived a few days ago, and he had not had time to inform brother Song about this. Unexpectedly, senior sister Bai had already caused strange phenomena in the sky and the earth. Oh. So that's the case. The sect is so well prepared this time. It seems that uncle is quite confident that senior sister Bai will break through the nascent soul this time. Hearing Su Ziyan's explanation, Song Qingming nodded lightly. When a cultivator breaks through the nascent soul realm, it will not only cause strange phenomena in the sky and the earth, but also bring down the heavenly thunder tribulation. Such a big movement will not even be covered up by the mountain protection formation at that time, and the news will definitely not be completely concealed. Although the Xiaoyao sect is a nascent soul sect and is not afraid of ordinary cultivators coming to cause trouble, there are also many powerful opponents near Uyghur who do not want to see another nascent soul cultivator appear in the current Xiaoyao sect. Among them, what worries the Xiaoyao sect the most is the demon tribe located in the north of the sect. If the Black Dragon Demon King of Funiu Mountain knows this news, he will definitely come to block the way. Once the demon tribe succeeds and causes the White Jade Immortal to fail to form a baby, the Xiaoyao sect will not only be unable to enhance its own strength, but will also suffer a heavy blow. I am afraid it will be difficult to turn over for hundreds of years. Regardless of whether there is anyone coming to block the way at that time, in order to be on the safe side. These cannot be ignored by Li Mufen, the supreme elder of the sect. For this reason, he sent people to the East China Sea a year in advance to ask Li Xiannian to come and help. Seeing that Li Xiannian's attention was on the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the air, Song Qingming took Wang Xian and stepped forward to greet the other party. I'm so glad to see you, fellow Taoist Li. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to see you again here today, fellow Taoist. Song is so polite. Who is this? After hearing Song Qingming's greeting, Li Xiannian turned his head and came back to his senses. After returning the greeting to Song Qingming, he saw Wang Xian standing beside him and asked with some confusion. When Song Qingming and Li Xiannian separated, Wang Xian had not yet formed a pill, so Li Xiannian didn't know that Song Qingming had a partner who formed a pill. When he saw Wang Xian and Song Qingming standing together, he didn't understand the relationship between them for a while. Seeing the confusion on Li Xiannian's face, Su Ziyan, who was standing beside him, immediately took the initiative to introduce, junior sister Wang is senior brother Song's Taoist partner. She formed a golden elixir later than me. Now, like senior brother Song, she is also a guest elder of the sect. I have heard of brother Li Daoyao's reputation as the #1 casual cultivator in Uyghur for a long time. Today, I am honored to see that you are truly extraordinary. I am honored. I have not been here for a long time. It is just an empty name. Daoyao, please don't be polite. Just as Song Qingming and Li Xiannian were chatting, two more escape lights flew over from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. One of them was Zhang Tianying from Iron Immortal Castle, who arrived a step later, and the other was a thin scholar, also a golden elixir cultivator, but Song Qingming looked a little unfamiliar, as if he had never seen him before. Without waiting for Song Qingming to ask, Su Ziyan explained directly, Brother Song, the one who came with junior brother Zhang is Zhou Jiang, who formed a pill in Wu State a few years ago. After returning to Wei State last year, he has been living in Tixin Fort. This time, the sect needs help. After Uncle Li agreed, I asked junior brother Zhang to invite him as well. Oh, it turned out to be him. Uncle Li is willing to accept him. It seems that the sect will have another talent soon. After hearing Su Ziyan's explanation, Song Qingming immediately remembered this person and nodded with a smile. Zhou Jiang is a casual cultivator from Wei State. This person has a very good talent for cultivation and is a double spiritual root cultivator. Soon after entering the Tao, he worshipped a veteran late foundation building casual cultivator and cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining very smoothly. Unexpectedly, when he was about to build his foundation, Zhou Jiang's master was killed by someone outside, and even the foundation building spiritual objects prepared for him were taken away. Since then, Zhou Jiang lost his only support and became an ordinary casual cultivator in Camel Cloud Mountain, living a very tight life. However, the misfortune did not affect Zhou Jiang's Taoism. After that, he carefully polished his own cultivation and succeeded in building the foundation without the foundation building pill, which caused a sensation in Camel Cloud Mountain at that time. After building the foundation, Zhou Jiang did not choose to agree to stay in Camel Cloud Mountain when Lin Yuding took the initiative to invite him to join the Golden Cloud Pavilion. Instead, he left there and began to travel around. After that, he wandered around for many years. Zhou Jiang not only traveled all over Uyghur, but also traveled to other countries. He was lucky enough to get a lot of opportunities outside. After building the foundation for 100 years, he succeeded in forming the pill. Although the Xiaoyao sect was very aware of the sudden return of this casual cultivator who had traveled abroad for many years to Uyghur, it was not in a hurry to win him over. It was not until now that it showed a hint of friendliness to him. Song Qingming had heard about Zhou Jiang over the years, but he was not familiar with him before, and Song Qingming did not take the initiative to inquire about him. He just knew that he had returned to Uyghur a few years ago. After Zhang Tianying brought Zhou Jiang to the crowd, he immediately took the initiative to introduce him to everyone. Song Qingming and many other elders of the Xiaoyao sect also took the initiative to greet him. Only Li Xiannian had a cold attitude. Facing Zhang Tianying and Zhou Jiang's initiative to show goodwill, he just nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to the sky, as if he had no great interest in the two of them. Seeing that the other party was indifferent to them, Zhang Tianying and the other two also looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Ziyan and others quickly came up to make peace, which eased the atmosphere on the scene. Song Qingming, who knew that Li Ziyan had an arrogant personality, was not surprised by this. This genius, who had been famous in the Uyghur cultivation world for many years, except for cultivation, Li Ziyan had never been interested in making friends. If Song Qingming had not happened to have had some friendship with him when he was traveling in the East China Sea Immortal cultivation world, I'm afraid the other party would not have given him too much good face. Li Ziyan's cultivation has long reached the peak of the golden core, and the aura revealed on his body is obviously not used by ordinary golden core 9 level cultivators. It is obvious that he has also challenged the nascent soul realm once before. For him, nothing is more important than breaking through the nascent soul realm in front of him. Seeing the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by the white jade fairy in the sky, Li Ziyan seemed to have entered a state of selflessness at this moment, and had already regarded the person who was condensing the nascent soul in the distance as himself. After Zhang Tianying and the others arrived, it didn't take long for a beam of light to fly from the top of the ancient Yang Peak and landed directly in front of everyone, revealing the figure of Li Mufeng. Uncle Li, seeing the appearance of the sect's supreme elder, Song Qingming and others hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. After glancing at everyone, Li Mufeng nodded calmly and said, I invited all of you here because the Jade Fairy's retreat has reached a critical moment. Now the prosperity and decline of the sect falls on her shoulders alone. We must protect Guiyang Peak and never let anyone disturb her retreat. From today on, no matter what happens outside, none of you can leave without my permission. I will be in charge of the top of the mountain myself. You must guard every corner. Anyone who dares to approach Guiyang Peak without reason will be killed on the spot. I will follow the orders of my uncle and senior. Hearing Li Mufeng's serious instructions, Song Qingming and others hurriedly responded. Then, under the arrangement of Su Ziyan, more than a dozen giant and cultivators found a place to sit down and surrounded the entire Guiyang Peak. In addition, Song Qingming, Li Wutong and Chen Zuingsen were secretly called to the top of the mountain by Li Mufeng, and the Vajra Skynet formation that had been prepared long ago was handed to them. Qingming, you have the highest level of formation here. If there really is a unyielding cultivator coming to make trouble, you will be responsible for controlling the formation to fight the enemy. I have already talked to the Wind Ape, and it will show up to help at that time. Seeing the 4th level formation in front of him, although Song Qingming's face was a little surprised, he did not ask much, and nodded directly to accept the formation flag handed over by Li Mufeng. At present, the Xiaoyao sect has almost concentrated all the elite forces of the sect, and has also invited a lot of external aid. There is also a 4th level formation to contain the nascent soul cultivators. In Song Qingming's view, it should be foolproof. However, when he took the formation flag from Li Mufeng, he saw a trace of worry on the face of the sect's supreme elder, which made Song Qingming suddenly have some bad premonitions in his heart. No one will really dare to come to Guiyang Mountain to block the road. Except for those demon cultivators hiding in hiding, the human cultivators are facing huge pressure from the northern demon tribe. Even if they have some discords behind their backs, they would never dare to come so blatantly to block the way. Not to mention that it would be very dangerous to go deep into other people's territory. If they are not careful, they may be ambushed and fail to block the way, and they may even lose their lives. Moreover, if they do such a thing that makes their relatives sad and their enemies happy, once they are discovered, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction from other sects. At that time, they will not get any benefits, and will be excluded by the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. The only thing that people need to worry about is the demon tribe in the north. Chapter 738, by Yuxin's Tribulation, Demon King blocks his way. In the Funiu Mountains in the north of Uyghur, the closest Golden Feather Mountain demon clan is the #1 enemy of the human cultivators of the entire Uyghur. The two sides have fought against each other for thousands of years and have killed countless lives. They have long been enemies of life and death. If there is anyone who least wants to see someone from the Xiaoyao sect break through the nascent soul, it is naturally the Malang Demon King who now commands the Golden Feather Mountain. However, the Golden Feather Mountain demon clan is far away in the Funiu Mountains in the north, thousands of miles away, and few demon kings dare to go deep into the territory of Uyghur to explore the information of human cultivators. Moreover, The Xiaoyao sect has kept the matter of Bai Yuxin's infant formation strictly confidential over the years. Except for the cultivators of this sect, even the nearby sects rarely know about it. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the demon clan to know everything about what happened on the Guiyang mountainside, and come to stop Bai Yuxin from breaking through the nascent soul realm. Even if the noise caused by the nascent soul thunder tribulation was loud and would leak the news, by the time the Golden Feather Mountain demon tribe reacted, Bai Yuxin would probably have already survived the thunder tribulation and would not be able to catch up in time. However, there is always a chance of something happening. No matter if someone comes to block the way, Li Mufang's preparation is definitely correct. After Song Qingming and others received the order, no one had any objections to it. They directly took over the formation flag and guarded the top of the mountain. It takes more time for a cultivator to condense the nascent soul than to break through the golden core. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by Bai Yuxin lasted for more than a month before it slowly changed a little. On this day, the sky was originally covered with rolling white clouds, but suddenly the clouds above slowly dissipated and revealed a clear sky. Not long after, the bright sky gradually darkened again, and a large group of extremely dark black clouds appeared above the sky, accompanied by flashes of light flashing from time to time. Only to hear a sudden roar from the black clouds. Li Mufeng, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, stood up immediately with a serious face after seeing this scene. Yuxin has successfully transformed into a nascent soul, and is about to pass through the nascent soul thunder tribulation. You should quickly leave the top of the mountain and open the mountain protection formation to avoid being accidentally injured by the thunder tribulation. Li Mufeng opened his mouth and instructed Song Qingming and the other two not far away, and then took out a sound transmission note to inform Su Ziyan and others at the foot of the mountain, so that everyone guarding outside the mountain could take precautions. The nascent soul thunder tribulation is created by the heavenly Dao for cultivators who are passing through the tribulation. Except for the spiritual objects that the person passing through the tribulation uses his own mana, he cannot use other external forces to pass through the tribulation. Therefore, the Guiyang mountain protection formation is useless at this time, and can only be closed in advance, so as not to be injured by the thunder tribulation, which will increase the difficulty of Bai Yuxin's next tribulation. As soon as the mountain protection formation was closed, a figure in white took the initiative to walk out of the cave on the top of the mountain. It was Bai Yuxin, the head of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been in seclusion for more than 10 years. At this moment, she was completely different from before her retreat. The aura she exuded far exceeded that of a giant and cultivator. It was obvious that she had successfully transformed her fetus into a unyielding in her body and advanced to the unyielding realm. However, although Bai Yuxin had already transformed her fetus into a unyielding, her body had not been baptized by the thunder tribulation, so she was not yet a true unyielding cultivator. The next heavenly thunder tribulation she had to go through was the last step to form a unyielding. Only after successfully passing this level could she use the thunder tribulation to temper her body and reach the unyielding realm. Looking at the thunder tribulation that was about to form in the sky, facing this last test of breaking through the unyielding, Bai Yuxin's face was very solemn at the moment. She knew very well in her heart that the next step was the most critical moment in her life. If she succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, she would soar into the sky and stand at the top of this world of immortal cultivation, becoming a unyielding cultivator admired by thousands of people. But if she failed, she would be directly reduced to ashes under the thunder tribulation and disappear from the world from then on. Regardless of whether the next result is success or failure, Bai Yuxin has no choice to retreat. He can only face the challenge and win a chance of survival under the heavenly thunder tribulation. Seeing Bai Yuxin flying into the air and summoning his own life-saving magic weapon Green Jade Lotus platform to prepare for the thunder tribulation, Song Qingming and others standing in the distance also became nervous. On the one hand, they were sweating for Bai Yuxin's tribulation, and on the other hand, everyone's eyes were fixed on the surroundings of ancient Yang Peak to prevent anyone from making trouble at this critical moment. Before, because of the protection of the mountain protection formation, and so many cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect guarding the surroundings, even if the nascent soul cultivator came, it would not be possible to easily approach ancient Yang Peak. But now, because of the nascent soul thunder tribulation, the sect had to temporarily close the mountain protection formation, and the defensive strength of ancient Yang Peak was reduced a lot. If someone wanted to come to block the way, now is their best chance. Therefore, The period of Bayuxin's tribulation was also the time when everyone in the Xiaoyao sect was under the greatest pressure. If there was a mistake and someone took advantage of it, the consequences for the sect would be disastrous. At the same time, in a group of white clouds dozens of miles away from Qingming Mountain, a pair of eyes were also staring at the black clouds in the sky, with a look of surprise on their faces. I didn't expect that it would actually trigger a heavenly thunder tribulation. If we hadn't received the news in advance, when Xiaoyao sect had another nascent soul cultivator, our lives would have been a little difficult. Brother Malin, where did you get this news from? How did you calculate the time for this person to pass the tribulation so accurately? The demon king Malin, who was standing aside and also staring at the thunder tribulation in the sky, heard the question from the demon king Qian and nodded directly, saying, Brother Qian is right. The last time you and I conspired to attack the Yunfang, we had already torn our faces with Xiaoyao sect. If this person passes the tribulation and successfully breaks through the nascent soul realm, then the Xiaoyao sect will be greatly strengthened and will definitely go north to compete with us for territory. By then, I'm afraid there will be no place for you and me. We can't let them get their wish this time, no matter what. We can only if we can stop this person from crossing the tribulation. Xiaoyao sect will definitely be seriously injured. When the next beast tide comes, we still have a chance to go south and take over the northern part of Uyghur. As for where the news came from this time, to be honest, I only knew it by chance. You don't need to ask me again. Anyway, the news is not false. Well, now that things have come to this, how can we miss the opportunity? No matter whether we can stop the road successfully or not, we must try it. How to do it is up to you, brother, okay? Don't worry, wait until that person deals with a few thunder tribulations. The black clouds rolled, and the lightning flashed for a while. Suddenly, a burst of white light flashed in the sky and directly illuminated the surroundings. Then a loud thunder exploded in the air and went straight to Bayuxin, who was in the air. Just like what Song Qingming had seen that year, the power of the first Yuanying thunder tribulation was not inferior to the full-strength attack of the late giant and cultivator. If it were replaced by other giant and cultivators present, this first thunder tribulation would be enough to make most of them unable to resist. However, Bayuxin, the protagonist of the tribulation, was very calm and did not change much when facing this first thunder tribulation. She turned her life magic weapon into a blue lotus and held it above her head. Then the blue lotus began to grow rapidly and turned into a towering tree more than 10 feet high in just a moment. With a loud bang, the thunder tribulation struck the blue lotus directly, splitting the blue lotus more than 10 feet high into two halves. One half disappeared directly in the air, and the other half was already completely charred. However, although this attack seemed to have split the blue lotus very badly, it did not completely destroy it. Soon, new blue buds emerged from its charred roots. These newly grown blue lotuses grew quickly into a huge lotus just like before, and bursts of colorful golden light were emitted from it. Bayuxin practiced wood-attributed exercises. Although she was not good at attacking, her defense and recovery abilities were not weak. The defense ability of her life magic weapon Blue Jade Lotus was also better than the 5 elements Divine Light Mirror practiced by Song Qingming. This first thunder tribulation seemed very fierce, but Bayuxin didn't care too much about it. Bayuxin, who had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, had not yet mastered the magical powers of a nascent soul cultivator, but her mana was no less than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. And her life magic weapon was also much more powerful than before, so she didn't need to use all her strength to deal with such an attack. However, this first nascent soul thunder tribulation was also the weakest of the 6 thunder tribulations, and any cultivator who could reach the stage of crossing the tribulation could basically take it easily. Generally, when a cultivator crosses the tribulation, few people will fall under the first 3 weaker thunder tribulations, and only the last 3 nascent soul thunder tribulations are the easiest to fail. Bayuxin had just prepared herself, and the second thunder tribulation had already responded and fell quickly on her head. This time, as expected by everyone, the life magic weapon controlled by Bayuxin forcibly took it. Then came the third thunder tribulation with even greater power, which was still blocked by Bayuxin with the same move. However, although Bayuxin's life magic weapon Green Jade Lotus forcibly took on the thunder tribulation this time, the luster on the magic weapon also dimmed a little, and it was obviously damaged. Sister Bai's life magic weapon has been damaged, why don't you use other magic weapons? As the fourth thunder tribulation was about to fall, Seeing that Bai Yuxin actually wanted to forcibly control her life magic weapon Green Jade Lotus to resist this fourth thunder tribulation, the faces of the onlookers also showed some puzzlement. Just when everyone was puzzled, Bai Yuxin did not hesitate too much, and desperately poured her own magic power into the Green Jade Lotus, turning it into a giant lotus again to block above her head. As the fourth thunder tribulation fell, this power was close to the attack of the nascent soul cultivator, and the lotus transformed by the Green Jade Lotus was directly split into pieces as soon as it fell. Bai Yuxin, whose life magic weapon was severely damaged this time, immediately spit out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and then quickly took back his life magic weapon. Without the obstruction of the Green Jade Lotus, the remaining lightning in the thunder tribulation also quickly struck Bai Yuxin's head. At this critical moment, a silver talisman flew out of Bai Yuxin's hand and turned into a giant turtle in the air to block the remaining thunder tribulation. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sweat for Bai Yuxin's risky move just now. The reason why Bai Yuxin did this just now was that she was afraid that the third-level top-grade defensive talisman in her hand could not block this thunder tribulation. She chose to use her life magic weapon to absorb the power of a wave of thunder tribulation first, and finally used the talisman to steadily take this attack. Although this move was a bit risky and she suffered some minor injuries, she took the fourth thunder tribulation with only a third-level top-grade talisman, which also saved Bai Yuxin some extra spiritual objects for the tribulation. Bai Yuxin had just taken a healing pill and had not had time to practice and refine it when a series of roars sounded in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The fifth thunder tribulation was even more powerful, and was already equivalent to dealing with the attack of a unyielding cultivator. Bai Yuxin did not dare to be careless about this, and directly took out a golden formation flag and cast a spell to activate a third-level superior defense formation that had been prepared long ago. Qingming armor formation. Seeing a huge set of golden armor that appeared out of thin air in front of Bai Yuxin, Qingming's originally worried expression immediately calmed down a bit. This third-level superior magic formation was also a great formation that had been treasured in the Xiaoyao sect treasury for thousands of years. Since the sect obtained this formation, almost every generation of unyielding cultivators had used it when they were overcoming the tribulation. The Qingming armor formation was the same as the Xiangang Five Elements formation in Qingming's hand. It was also a third-level superior formation with outstanding defensive capabilities, and could be used to deal with this powerful unyielding thunder tribulation. Bai Yuxin herself was a high-level formation master, and her ability to control the formation was much stronger than Feng He, who had crossed the tribulation at the beginning. The power that the Qingming armor formation could exert in her hands would certainly be even better. Seeing Bai Yuxin use this formation to deal with the last two thunder tribulations, the faces of the people watching on the side immediately became a little more excited, and their confidence in her passing the thunder tribulations increased a little more. However, at the critical moment when the fifth thunder tribulation was about to fall, a ball of black light suddenly flew quickly from the sky not far away, heading straight for the Guiyang Peak where Bai Yuxin was passing the tribulation. Who dares to come to my Xiaoyao sect to make trouble? Although the speed of this black light was extremely fast, far beyond the scope of a giant and cultivator, Li Mufeng, who had already been on guard, still reacted quickly and used the magic weapon in his hand to stop it before the black light approached the Guiyang Peak. Seeing this scene, the people of the Xiaoyao sect immediately realized that someone was going to take the opportunity to make trouble, and hurriedly flew to Li Mufeng's side. At the same time, more than a dozen figures descended from the sky not far away, led by the old rivals of the Xiaoyao sect, the Maling Demon King and the Qian Demon King. Behind the two Demon Kings, there are more than a dozen Jinden Demon Kings, most of whom exude a pressure that has reached the late Jinden stage, and the weakest ones are also at the peak of the middle Jinden stage. Seeing the many demon masters led by the Maling Demon King appear, it is obvious that they came prepared to block the way, and Li Mufeng's face can't help but show a bit of solemnity. To Taoist friends, this is the territory of our human cultivators in Qi Mountain. You come here to make trouble today. Don't you want to go back, humph? Li Mufeng, you are really arrogant. In this situation today, do you think you have the ability to stop our two families from joining forces without a mountain protection formation? Hearing Li Mufeng's warning, the Maling Demon King looked unconcerned. The dozen Demon Kings they brought to Qi Mountain this time are the most elite forces of the two families, and the lowest cultivation is at the peak of the middle Jinden stage. and their main purpose is to prevent Bai Yuxin from crossing the tribulation, not to fight to the death with his Iao sect here. Without the help of the Mountain Protection Formation, it is absolutely impossible for the Zioao sect to completely stop them with the existing strength and prevent Bai Yuxin, who is undergoing the tribulation, from being disturbed. After the two sides met and greeted each other, the Maling Demon King, who knew that time was precious, did not give the Zioao sect people a chance to delay time, and directly led many demon clan masters to kill Guiyang Peak. Stop them, we must not let a demon king pass today. Seeing this, Li Mufang gave an order and took the lead in holding the flying sword to block the Maling Demon King with the highest cultivation. Song Qingming, Li Wutuang, and Chen Zuongxin also immediately took out the formation flags and formed the Vajra Heavenly Luo formation with the Spirit Beast Wind Ape that had just arrived, and stopped another demon clan Yuanying Strongman Xia and Demon King. The rest of the people desperately blocked other giant and demon kings and blocked them outside Guiyang Peak. In addition to the two demon kings, the demon clan had a total of 12 giant and demon kings, 7 of whom were in the late giant stage, and the remaining 5 were at the peak of the middle giant stage. On the Zioao sect side, apart from Song Qingming, Li Wutuang, Chen Zuingxin and the Spirit Beast Fingyun who were dealing with the Red Cloud Demon King, the remaining giant and cultivators only had Li Xianian, a late giant and master, Zhao Mengling, Jin Ziyan, Chu Fangping, Su Ziyan, Zhang Tiang, and Wang Xian were in the middle giant stage, while Fang Baixun, Yu Nishan, Zhou Jiang, and the sect's third-level puppet beast Golden Winged Flying Tiger were only at the early giant stage. Although the number of giant and cultivators was not much different from that of the other side, facing the 12 demon clan giant and masters, the Zioao sect was clearly at a disadvantage, and they quickly fell behind as soon as the battle started. Even though they knew that their cultivation was inferior to the other party, behind them was the Guiyang Peak where Bai Yuxin was undergoing the tribulation. At this critical moment that concerned the survival of the sect, no one dared to take a step back, and everyone chose to fight to the death. Fortunately, Li Xianian, who had already broken through the nascent soul realm, had a very strong ability to fight with his sword cultivation magic power. He stopped the 3 late giant and great demon kings of the other party with one sword. Li Xianian shared a lot of pressure on the others, and there were hundreds of foundation-building disciples of the Zioao sect on the ground around them, and the third-level flying cloud crossbow controlled to help, so that the entire battlefield situation was temporarily stabilized and did not collapse quickly. Bai Yuxin, who was preparing to deal with the thunder tribulation, had already noticed the many demon kings who came to block the way not far away, and she couldn't help but feel a little more worried. But before she could worry about the battlefield, a thunderclap sounded in the sky, and the 5th thunder tribulation began to fall quickly towards her location. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin also immediately focused her mind and used all her strength to activate the formation flag in her hand to welcome the thunder tribulation that had already fallen towards her. The power of this 5th thunder tribulation was comparable to the attack of a Yuanying cultivator. Facing such a powerful attack, Bai Yuxin did not dare to neglect it. In addition to operating the Qiankin armor formation in her hand, she also cast a spell to release another 3rd-level upper-grade spiritual talisman to assist in dealing with the thunder tribulation. A thunderclap fell, and the ground around the entire Guiyang Peak immediately began to tremble violently, making those foundation-building cultivators who were controlling the Fian crossbow to fight the enemy somewhat unstable. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Bai Yuxin standing on the top of the mountain slowly appeared. Seeing that she was still standing proudly in the air without any trouble, and even the Qiankin armor formation beside her was not completely destroyed by the thunder tribulation, a hint of excitement immediately appeared on the faces of the Zioao people. Now Bai Yuxin has survived 5 thunder tribulations, and her overall condition is not bad. As long as she survives the next thunder tribulation, she can directly advance to the nascent soul realm. By then, the mountain protection formation can be restored, and the demon clan masters who came to block the road will fail and can only retreat in disgrace. Seeing that the last thunder has formed above Bai Yuxin's head, the Maling Demon King who was fighting with Li Mufang suddenly shouted at the empty air, "It has come to this point, brother, don't hide it anymore. Are you going to sit and watch this person achieve the nascent soul road?" As soon as the Maling Demon King finished speaking, a golden light suddenly flashed in the originally empty air, and then an obese old man wearing a golden crown walked out of the golden light. Iron Wall Demon King, seeing the old man who suddenly appeared in the air, it turned out to be another demon king who had reached the nascent soul realm, The faces of the people in the Xiaoyao sect suddenly changed, and they all showed a look of shock. The Iron Wall Demon King was originally a giant iron-clad turtle. He was a Yuanying Demon King in the Taiyu Lake in the southwest of Wei State, and was in charge of all the aquatic monsters on the east side of Taiyu Lake. It was rumored that this Yuanying Demon King had lived in the Taiyu Lake for nearly 10,000 years, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the middle Yuanying stage, and he was only one step away from entering the late Yuanying stage. Seeing the sudden appearance of this powerful Yuanying Demon King, the people of the Xiaoyao sect who were fighting against the demons were shocked and showed a bit of despair. Originally, in the battle with the demon masters, the Xiaoyao sect had already fallen behind, and could only barely hold back the opponents in front of them, and no one could spare a hand. Now there is another powerful Yuanying Demon King, and everyone has no extra strength to stop him. Next, I am afraid they can only watch the Iron Wall Demon King go to block the way. Haha. Lim Yufen, you didn't expect that I could invite Brother Tibby this time. You even invited the Iron Wall Demon King who hasn't shown his face for thousands of years. Your Excellency is really generous. Hearing the proud words of the Maling Demon King on the side, Lim Yufen, who was holding a magic weapon to force his opponent back, did not show much panic on his face. He then turned to the Iron Wall Demon King in the distance and asked, "Fellow Taoist TB, our sect has always kept to ourselves over the years. Are you really here to stop us this time?" Chapter 739, One Step Away, Achieving the Nascent Soul Path. The Iron Wall Demon King with a wisp of white beard on his face looked at Lim Yufeng with a smile, then shook his head gently and said, "Dao Ali, you have misunderstood. Your clan and I have no life and death grudges, and blocking the thunder calamity is against the way of heaven. How could I, who has practiced for thousands of years, easily be contaminated by such cause and effect? I came here today just because I have heard of your great name for a long time and want to learn from you. I have no interest in other things, Dao TB. If you want to learn from me, why bother to come to my Qingming Mountain? I have something important to do today and it is inconvenient for me to do it. Dao I only need to tell me a time and I will come to you in person to ask for advice another day." After hearing Lim Yufeng's reply, the Iron Wall Demon King waved his hand and said, "Friendly Taoist, I am here today because someone has entrusted me. It is not up to you whether you want to fight or not." As soon as the words fell, the Iron Wall Demon King opened his mouth and spit out several streams of water that went straight to where Lim Yufeng was. The water flow quickly turned from a small stream into a surging river, and all of Lim Yufeng and the Black Dragon Demon King beside him were sucked into a water prison. Seeing this, Lim Yufeng immediately controlled the magic weapon in front of him to resist the water flow beside him, and wanted to rely on brute force to break out of the encirclement of the water prison. However, the water flow released by the Iron Wall Demon King seemed to be the same as ordinary river water, but the flow rate was so turbulent that even the magic weapon in Lim Yufeng's hand could not be directly opened for a while, and he could not help but frown. "Brother Tigby, with your help today, we will definitely succeed. I promised you in advance that I will come to your house to thank you in person someday." Hearing the respectful words of Maling Demon King beside him, Iron Wall Demon King nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I only promised you to contain Lim Yufeng. I will not interfere with the rest. Whatever you want to do, you'd better do it quickly, so as not to waste time. If you can't do it, don't blame me, okay? I'll leave it to you, brother." Maling Demon King bowed and responded, and then immediately rushed out of the water prison through the gap specially opened by Iron Wall Demon King. Maling Demon King, who had just come out, glanced at Qingming Peak not far away, and saw that the sixth Yuanying thunder tribulation in the sky was about to form, and a bit of pride appeared on his face. This time, the Maling Demon King came to Qingming Mountain to stop Yuxin from crossing the tribulation. He not only lured the Red Cloud Demon King to come with him, but also persuaded the Iron Wall Demon King with a higher cultivation level to help with a treasure in his hand. They spent so much effort just to prevent the Xiaoyao sect from giving birth to a second nascent soul cultivator. Now all the power of the Xiaoyao sect has been tied up. Next, he just needs to kill Yuxin in front of him, and this time he will be successful. Once Yuxin falls into the thunder tribulation, the Xiaoyao sect will suffer a heavy blow and it will be difficult to recover for hundreds of years. When the next beast tide comes, they still have a great chance to conquer the north of Uyghur in one fell swoop and slowly erode the territory of the human cultivators. The Maling Demon King has already arrived above the Qingming Peak and is watching the thunder tribulation in the sky. Thinking of the scene of the demon clan going south in the future, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Because the power of the heavenly thunder tribulation was so great, the mauling demon king did not dare to attack Bai Yuxin rashly at this moment, lest he be contaminated by her aura and accidentally injured by the thunder tribulation. The simplest way for him was to wait for the moment when the thunder tribulation fell, and when Bai Yuxin was trying her best to resist the thunder tribulation, he would directly destroy the Qiankan armor formation in Bai Yuxin's hand that resisted the thunder tribulation. As long as the last barrier to resist the thunder tribulation disappeared, Bai Yuxin would also be destroyed by the thunder tribulation without the mauling demon king taking action. Just as the mauling demon king was standing in the distance waiting for the thunder tribulation to fall, he did not expect that after a long time, the black clouds in the sky just kept rolling, but he never saw the thunder that he expected fall. Standing in the air, the mauling demon king saw this situation, and a trace of doubt slowly appeared on his face. This is not good, it's a trick. The mauling demon king, who noticed something wrong, waved his hand and released a ball of fire, and then cast a spell to disperse it into dozens of flames and shoot them around him. Soon, the scenery around the Black Dragon Demon King changed, and he realized that he was still halfway to the ancient Yang Peak. At this time, the Yuanying thunder tribulation in the sky had already fallen, and Bai Yuxin was also controlling the formation to resist this last powerful thunder tribulation. Seeing this, the Black Dragon Demon King immediately changed his body shape and showed his true body, and then directly spit out a powerful black light and rushed to the place where Bai Yuxin was, trying to stop him from resisting the thunder tribulation. Unexpectedly, the black light was stopped by a huge bronze mirror that suddenly appeared halfway, and then a white-haired old man holding a whisk and a little immortal style appeared in front of the bronze mirror. Haha. I wanted you to stop and save some energy, but I didn't expect that this little trick couldn't be hidden from you. You can't take a break. Those who hinder the heavenly way from passing the tribulation will most likely suffer some karma, and they will have to pay it back in the future. You and I have practiced hard to achieve the nascent soul path, so why bother yourself with more trouble, he old ghost? It turns out that you have been hiding in the dark. Seeing the person who suddenly appeared in front of him blocking his attack, the mauling demon king's face changed and he became a little more angry, and his voice was a little gnashing his teeth. Song Qingming and others who were still fighting with the monsters on the battlefield not far away saw that the old man's faces were all a little more happy. They had been guarding near Guiyang Peak for so long that they didn't notice that there was another nascent soul cultivator hidden on the mountain. Only Li Mufeng, who was fighting with the Iron Wall Demon King, was not surprised by this. Obviously, he was the only supreme elder in the entire Xiaoyao sect who knew about this a long time ago. Song Qingming had seen this white-haired old man holding a Buddhist dust from afar before. He was the supreme elder of the Stargate of Wu State, He Wuao. He Wuao's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the nascent soul, which was even higher than the Mauling Demon King. It was no wonder that the Mauling Demon King was so angry when he saw such a powerful enemy suddenly appearing in front of him to block his way. Seeing that the Mauling Demon King recognized him, He Wuao nodded with a smile and said, I haven't been out for a long time. It's rare that you can recognize me at a glance. I am really honored. I came here today to protect the Dao. I advise you to retreat quickly and don't go forward. Otherwise, you may not be able to retreat unscathed today. Humph. It has come to this point. How can I let you do what you want today? If you want me to retreat on my own initiative, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. Facing He Wuao's warning, the Mauling Demon King was not afraid of the other party. He opened his mouth again and condensed a black ball in his mouth. In that case, let me teach you a lesson. As soon as He Wuao finished speaking, the black ball in the mouth of the Mauling Demon King had already been shot out, but his target was not He Wuao in front of him, but Bai Yuxin, who was about to pass the tribulation not far away. Seeing this, He Wuao gently raised the whisk in his hand, and a huge bronze mirror appeared in the air in front of him, easily blocking the black ball just fired by the Mauling Demon King. Seeing this scene, the Mauling Demon King, who knew that the opponent's strength was not weaker than his own, had a very ugly face, but looking at Bai Yuxin, who was passing the tribulation not far away, he really didn't want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stop the Tao in front of him. He Laoge, I miscalculated today. I didn't expect Li Mufeng to secretly find you to help protect the way. But if you think you can stop me like this, you underestimate us. The Black Dragon Demon King shouted angrily, opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of black light again, But he did not rush to attack, but gathered the black light into a round black ball, and then fired it towards He Wuiao's position. Facing the attack of the Demon King's accumulated power, He Wuiao's face became serious. He waved a whisk in his hand and turned out 3 bronze mirrors in front of him, stacking them in a row to resist the attack of the black ball. However, just as He Wuiao was trying to deal with the black ball in front of him, the huge figure of the Black Dragon Demon King suddenly emitted a burst of white light and disappeared directly on the spot. The next moment, the figure of the Black Dragon Demon King suddenly appeared in the air behind He Wuiao, bypassing his current position, and then quickly went straight to Bai Yuxin on the top of the mountain. However, just as the Black Dragon Demon King approached Bai Yuxin's location and was about to launch an attack, He Wuiao, who had just been left behind by him, suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. Change your shape and shadow. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would know this trick. I almost underestimated you. Hearing what He Wuiao said before, the Black Dragon Demon King thought that he had been tricked again. He ignored the other party and spit out more black light, but he didn't expect that he was easily blocked by the other party. The Black Dragon Demon King turned around and saw that there was another He Wuiao behind him who was resisting the black ball he had just launched. He couldn't help but show a look of shock. Is this the art of external incarnation? The two He Wuiao looked almost exactly the same. Although the momentum they exuded seemed to be weaker than before, their cultivation was still above the nascent soul stage, and they were obviously not puppets or corpse puppets. Putting aside these doubts, it can only be the art of external incarnation that can be cultivated by high-level cultivators. Haha. This clone of mine is just a temporary split with the help of my life magic weapon. It is not a technique of external incarnation. Dao, you are praising me too much. He Wuiao, who tried his best to block the black sphere, explained to the Malang Demon King, who was still puzzled, and then went directly into the bronze mirror in front of him, and then immediately got out of the mirror next to the other He Wuiao. In the surprise of the Malang Demon King, the two He Wuiao who were also in the nascent soul cultivation level immediately merged into one, and their auras were restored to their previous cultivation level. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that you would know this secret method of splitting spirits. Today, this emperor really underestimated you. It's just a trifling trick. Why do you praise me so much? Dao, not far away, Bai Yuxin, who had already resisted most of the power of the last thunder tribulation, threw out a 4th-level spiritual talisman to form a shield to block his head and prepare to face the remaining thunder tribulation whose power had been weakened a lot. For her, she had already survived 80% of the tribulation, and there was still a 4th-level spiritual talisman left to resist. Basically, she was foolproof, and she just had to wait for the thunder tribulation to end. After fighting with He Wuiao for a while, although the Malang Demon King was unwilling, he knew that his magical powers were not as good as the person in front of him. With him, he had no chance to cross here to stop Bai Yuxin. After carefully arranging for a long time, he still failed in the end. Knowing that his trip had failed, the Malang Demon King looked back at the battlefield not far away, and decisively sent a retreat message, and directly flashed back. Seeing that the Malang Demon King had taken the initiative to retreat, He Wuiao did not chase him, but stayed firmly on the Guiyang Peak, watching the direction they were going away. The demon cultivators who were fighting with the people of the Xiaoyao sect here, after receiving the message of the Malang Demon King retreating, they also quickly left the battle and took the initiative to withdraw from the Guiyang Mountain Protection Formation. Seeing that the enemy wanted to withdraw, the people of Xiaoyao sect wanted to step forward and fight with him, forcing them to stay. However, the Malang Demon King was obviously prepared, and directly sacrificed a flag magic weapon to create bursts of black smoke to block the Xiaoyao sect people who came to pursue. Then, together with the Chilean Demon King, he took all the Demon Kings with the help of the smoke and fled quickly to the north. Seeing that the Malang Demon King failed, the Iron Wall Demon King sighed softly, took the initiative to put away the water prison that trapped Li Mufeng, and fled to the south without looking back. Seeing this, Li Mufeng did not choose to stop the other party. After letting the Iron Wall Demon King leave Guiyang Mountain, he flew to Song Qingming and others and stopped the people who were chasing. Don't chase the poor enemy. It's important to guard the mountain gate. Everyone go back first. There will be plenty of opportunities to settle accounts with them in the future. At this moment, although the demon clan took the initiative to retreat, its own strength was not damaged. It would be difficult to keep them if they chose to pursue rashly. For the current Xiaoyao sect, Protecting Bai Yuxin, who is undergoing the tribulation behind them, is the top priority. As long as Bai Yuxin can successfully pass the tribulation and advance to the nascent soul realm, these invading demon cultivators will sooner or later have to pay the price. Hearing Li Mufang's order, everyone hurriedly stopped chasing and responded in unison, then turned around and returned to the Guiyang Peak where Bai Yuxin was undergoing the tribulation. This battle came and went quickly. From the appearance of the mauling demon king to the end of the battle, it was only about less than half an hour. Although both sides used all their means at the beginning and fought fiercely, there were not many casualties after the battle. Many giant and cultivators on the Xiaoyao sect side were basically only slightly injured after the war. Only Fang Beixuan and Yu Nishan, who had lower cultivation, were more seriously injured and needed to recuperate for a period of time to recover. Everyone had just returned to Guiyang Peak, and Bai Yuxin's tribulation was just in the final stage. After using the Jinkun armor formation above her head to resist part of the thunder tribulation, Bai Yuxin poured all the remaining mana into a 4th level lower grade spiritual talisman in her hand, turning it into a shield to firmly withstand the remaining thunder tribulation. Knowing that it was not easy to survive the thunder tribulation, Li Mufang had already prepared a lot of spiritual objects for Bai Yuxin in advance. This 4th level lower grade spiritual talisman was also specially given to her by him to survive the tribulation. Although this talisman was not as powerful as the 4th level thunder control talisman used by Feng He at the beginning, it was at least a 4th level lower grade defensive spiritual talisman, and its defensive ability was still there. It was not a big problem to resist the remaining thunder tribulation. After a while, as the lightning above Bai Yuxin's head slowly disappeared, the black clouds lingering in the sky above her head also quickly dissipated, revealing a very dazzling colorful glow. Seeing a burst of nectar quickly falling towards her position in the glow, Bai Yuxin immediately took out several porcelain bottles that had been prepared long ago and collected all the very rare earth spirit dew in the world of cultivation. Congratulations, Master, on achieving the nascent soul great Dao. Seeing that Bai Yuxin had successfully passed the tribulation, Song Qingming and others who were not far away immediately rushed over and congratulated him in unison. Bai Yuxin saw everyone smiling and nodded, then took out 2 bottles of earth spirit dew in his hand and handed them to Su Ziyan. This time, I have troubled everyone to protect me. These 2 spiritual objects are my personal gifts. Sister Su, please exchange them for spiritual stones and share them with everyone. Seeing the 2 bottles of earth spirit dew given by Bai Yuxin, Su Ziyan's eyes also flashed a gleam of light, and she quickly opened her mouth to thank him. Haha. Thank you Uncle Bai for the reward. You can rest assured and leave this matter to me. In the world of cultivating immortals, if there is no nominal master-disciple inheritance between the 2 parties, the address between the cultivators is based on the first one to achieve it. Now that Bai Yuxin has broken through to the nascent soul realm, everyone will naturally call her and Li Mufang together in the future. Seeing Su Ziyan change her words first, Song Qingming and others immediately followed suit and said in unison, "Thank you, Uncle Bai, for the reward." Just as everyone finished thanking him, they saw Li Mufang also brought Wu out to Bai Yuxin's side, and immediately stepped aside to give the 3 nascent soul cultivators room to talk. Congratulations to Brother Bai Dao for joining our generation. Brother Dao has outstanding talent and will definitely have a bright future. Hearing He Wu Iao's praise, Bai Yuxin replied modestly, Senior He, you are joking. Yuxin's cultivation aptitude is just average. How can I be considered as having a bright future in front of you? This time, I was able to successfully survive the thunder tribulation, all thanks to you for blocking the invading demon king. I dare not forget your kindness in protecting the Dao. Please accept my courtesy. After saying that, Bai Yuxin took the initiative to step forward and bow deeply to him. Seeing this, He Wu Ao, holding a whisk, waved his hand and said, Alice. Now that fellow Taoist Bai has broken through the nascent soul stage, you can just treat us as your peers from now on. Don't call me senior anymore. This time, I came here because fellow Taoist Li asked me to. Fellow Taoist Bai doesn't need to be so polite. Besides, you and I are both human cultivators. Even if we are passing by, I can't just sit and watch these monster villains block my way. Bai Yuxin nodded slightly and smiled. Then, Yuxin won't be polite to you. He Wuao nodded and turned his gaze to Li Mufang on the side, and asked directly, when you asked me to protect you, I thought you were worrying too much? I never expected that so many demon masters would come to stop you this time. Even the Iron Wall Demon King was persuaded by them. These demon masters came at such a coincidence. I'm afraid there must be some clues. Do you think what went wrong? Li Mufang saw this and replied with a displeased look on his face. After my junior sister retreated to condense her nascent soul all these years, I have already issued a strict order to block the news. It is impossible for the Jinayashan demons to have the ability to calculate the time for my junior sister Bai to pass the tribulation. It is not difficult to guess that such a coincidence happened today. It is nothing more than someone deliberately leaked the news to Jinayashan. I know who the people who have had grievances with my Xiaoyao sect over the years and who don't want to see junior sister Bai break through to the nascent soul realm the most are. And only that group of people can do such a despicable thing. They thought that they could stop junior sister Bai from breaking through to the nascent soul realm by borrowing the hands of the demon clan, but they didn't know that I had already invited fellow Taoists to protect her in advance, which made them happy for nothing. This time, Bai Yuxin was in seclusion to break through to the nascent soul. In order to be on the safe side, Li Mufang had already sent a message to the state of Wu a month ago, inviting He Wu Iao, a nascent soul master, to Guiyang Mountain to protect him. The relationship between the Xiaoyao sect and the Xingqian sect has always been good, and there has always been contact between the two sides. When He Wu Iao passed a nascent soul thunder tribulation, Li Mufang's master Daoxun's Henren also went to the state of Wu to protect him. After receiving Li Mufang's request, He Wu Iao immediately put down what he was doing and rushed to Guiyang Mountain. However, after Wu Iao came, he did not show up in public. He had been hiding in a cave near Guiyang Peak. Li Mufang was the only one in the entire Xiaoyao sect who knew of his existence. Before Li Mufang invited He Wu Iao to come, he did receive some rumors that the demon tribe in the Funiu Mountain in the north had some unusual movements. However, at that time, he was not sure whether the Maling Demon King would come to block the way. This move was nothing more than preparing an extra layer of protection for Bai Yuxin to survive. Hearing Li Mufang's answer, He Wu Iao smiled and nodded and said, "Haha. Dao Iao, it's good that you know it in your heart. I won't say more about this matter. A few years ago, I heard that there were monsters in Taiyu Lake who survived the tribulation again. I still don't know whether it succeeded. Now the power of the demon tribe in Taiyu Lake is getting stronger and stronger, and our pressure in the south is also increasing. Fortunately, Dao Iao Bai has condensed his nascent soul, and your sect has another nascent soul cultivator. In the future, the affairs of the demon tribe in the north will all depend on the two Daoists. I have been here for so many days, and the sect still has some things to deal with, so I won't stay here for long." After saying that, He Wu Iao bowed to Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin. Seeing this, Li Mufang hurriedly tried to persuade them to stay, saying, "Alice, fellow Taoist, he has come to Guiyang Mountain with great difficulty, and our sect has not been able to properly perform the duties of a good host. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? It won't be too late to stay for a few days before leaving, haha. Fellow Taoist Bai has just broken through the nascent soul realm and still needs to stabilize his cultivation. Fellow Taoist Li also has a lot of things to deal with. I won't bother you anymore. Let's wait until fellow Taoist Bai comes out of seclusion, and then we can find a chance to have a good chat." Chapter 740 Spiritual Beast Wind Ape, Wanlingdu. Seeing that He Wu Iao didn't want to stay, Li Mufang didn't force him to stay. He and Bai Yuxin bowed and saw him off. Soon they saw him leave Guiyang Mountain. After seeing off the distinguished guest, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin came to Song Qingming and others, and took them to the Xiaoyao Hall where the sect held meetings not far away. Now that Bai Yuxin has successfully passed the tribulation and reached the nascent soul realm, he no longer needs to sit at the bottom with Song Qingming and others, but sits in the center of the hall with Li Mufang. At the bottom are the giant and elders of the Xiaoyao sect, including Li Xianian and Zhou Jiang who came to help, who also sat aside. Since our master passed away 600 years ago, the sect was handed over to me. I have been trembling with fear all these years, fearing that I would not be able to protect the thousands of years of foundation laid by our ancestors. Now, fortunately, junior sister Bai has condensed her nascent soul, and the sect finally has a successor, and someone can help me share some of the heavy responsibilities. From today on, junior sister Bai will serve as the sect's supreme elder like me. In the future, if I am not in the sect, junior sister Bai can decide on all matters of the sect. As for the affairs of the head of the sect, it will be temporarily handed over to Ziyan and Wu Tong to handle together. We will discuss it with everyone after confirming the right candidate in the future. Li Mufang had just finished speaking when Song Qingming and other elders of the Xiaoyao sect hurriedly stood up and bowed to Bai Yuxin. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin hurriedly stood up and nodded, and then waved to everyone, asking them to sit down again. Li Mufang had just announced the appointment of Bai Yuxin, and then he said to Li Xiannian and Zhou Jiang beside him, "You two have come to our sect to help protect the Dao as agreed, and you have done us a favor. Next, please don't leave in a hurry, stay in the sect for a few days, and our sect will give you a small gift. I hope you don't mind it, thank you, Senior Li." Upon hearing this, Li Xiannian and Zhou Jiang hurriedly stood up and bowed their hands to express their gratitude. This time, the two of them came to help not only to protect the Dao, but also to get some promises from the Xiaoyao sect. Hearing that Li Mufang would soon fulfill his promises to them, the two of them also had a little more joy on their faces. After bowing their hands to thank him, the two of them followed Su Ziyan, the elder of the General Affairs Hall, and left the Xiaoyao Hall and went to the Yink Peak of the sect to rest. After Li Xiannian and the other two outsiders left, Li Mufang discussed with everyone again and decided to hold a nascent soul ceremony for Bai Yuxin, who had just condensed his nascent soul. In this regard, Bai Yuxin, who always disliked these false formalities, wanted to refuse, but Li Mufang insisted, and Song Qingming and others below also agreed, so she could only nod and follow everyone's wishes. However, now that she has just broken through the nascent soul realm, it will take some time to stabilize her own cultivation, so the time for Bai Yuxin's nascent soul celebration has also been set for a year. Knowing that the sect is going to hold a rare nascent soul celebration in 1,000 years, everyone in the hall is also looking forward to it. Now that Bai Yuxin has broken through the nascent soul realm, the sect has 2 nascent soul cultivators. The status of Xiaoyao sect in the cultivation world of Funiu Mountain range will inevitably be improved a lot in the future, and the sect will also usher in a better development opportunity. All the giant and elders sitting here are people who have been with the sect through thick and thin all the way. Everyone knows very well that after the sect grows and develops, they will also benefit more or less. After everyone discussed in the hall, Li Mufang gave a few more instructions to Song Qingming and Zhang Tiang, asking them to be careful and pay attention to the movements of the monsters in the north after returning. Although Bai Yuxin has broken through the nascent soul realm, it has put great pressure on the northern demons. However, the entire floating cloud mountain range is still a place where demon beasts are stronger than humans. If the Mulling Demon King finds some reinforcements from other places, the demons will definitely take advantage of it if they are not on guard. After Song Qingming nodded and said a few words, he saw that Li Mufang had nothing else to do, so he and Wang Xian stood up and left to return to Funiu Mountain first. Because the entire Guiyang Mountain was blocked when Bai Yuxin was crossing the calamity, Song Qingming and Wang Xian had never received any news from the outside. Now, it has been more than a month since they left the family territory. Song Qingming and Wang Xian are also a little worried about Song Qinggai, who is guarding White Lion Ridge alone, and want to go back and see him quickly. After leaving the Xiaoyao palace, Song Qingming had just taken out the phantom boat and was about to go up with Wang Xian, but suddenly a voice came from behind and stopped the two. "Brother Song, Sister Wang, wait a minute." Song Qingming and Wang Xian turned around and saw Su Ziyan rushing over not far away. After showing a hint of surprise, they quickly put away the phantom boat in front of them. "We just said goodbye to Uncle Li and we're about to go back. I wonder what Sister Su is so anxious about." Su Ziyan, who had just arrived beside Song Qingming and the others, bowed slightly and returned the greeting, then smiled and said, "It is indeed a bit anxious to find you too, but it is not Ziyan who has something to do, but Senior Fingyan wants to see you." "Oh. Senior Fingyan has something to find us, do you know what it is?" Sister Su, hearing that it was Senior Fingyan, the spirit beast of the sect, who wanted to see them, Song Qingming and Wang Xian looked at each other, and a bit of doubt appeared on their faces at the same time. Since the previous master passed away, the Senior Fingyan mentioned by Su Ziyan has been living in the Spirit Beast Garden of the Xiaoyao sect. Except for the Guiyang battle with the monster army decades ago, and the White Jade Fairy's Yuanying Thunder Tribulation this time, Song Qingming and Wang Xian had never seen each other before, and they couldn't figure out why the Fingyan Senior suddenly wanted to see them. Seeing the puzzled look on their faces, Su Ziyan immediately began to explain, "Don't blame me, Senior Brother Song, I actually don't know why Senior Fingyan wanted to see you. Just after sending Li Daoyao and the others away, the disciple in charge of the sect's spirit beast garden took me to see Fingyuan. I just learned from the senior that it wanted to see you. As for what it was, Senior Fingyuan didn't tell me, and only asked me to take you to see it alone. Since Senior Fingyuan has invited us, how can we neglect it? Please lead the way, Junior Sister Su. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming still couldn't figure out why the Fingyuan senior who never took the initiative to deal with the elders of the sect wanted to see him, so he simply agreed directly, and it was rare to be entangled. Anyway, the sect's spiritual beast garden is not far from here. No matter what the other party wants to find me for, I will know it when I see the senior Fingyuan there. Seeing Song Qingming agreed, Wang Xian, who was standing next to him, did not say much. She followed the two of them and soon came to a densely forested valley located in the north of Qi Mountain. After joining the Xiaoyao sect for so many years, it was the first time for Song Qingming and Wang Xian to come to the sect's spiritual beast garden. After the two arrived here, they saw many various spiritual beasts raised by the sect along the way, and they were immediately attracted and couldn't help but slow down their pace. Although the Xiaoyao sect is not a sect famous for taming beasts, it has accumulated a lot of skills in taming beasts over thousands of years. It is still much better than the surrounding general Jinden sects in taming spiritual beasts. Although the sect currently does not have a third-level beast tamer, the accumulation of foundation in this area is still there. As long as they are willing to spend more time, they will definitely be able to train another one. At present, the tamed spirit beasts in the sect's spirit beast garden are basically the companion spirit beasts of the sect's foundation building and Qi refining disciples, except for some that are used for sale. Their cultivation is not high, only level 1 or 2. The only level 3 spirit beast living here is the Wind Ape Demon King, who will meet Song Qingming and Wang Xian this time. After following Su Ziyan into the spirit medicine garden, the three walked about 4 or 5 miles in the valley and finally came to a pond, where they saw a green armored ape that had been waiting here for a long time. After bringing the two to the ape, Su Ziyan immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the ape. Senior, these two are senior brother Song and junior sister Wang. They are the ones you told me to look for. Feng Yuan, with his big eyes, scanned Song Qingming, then set his sights on Wang Xian, and then said directly to Su Ziyan, well, yes, I am looking for her. If you two have nothing to do, go to the side and wait. Seeing that Feng Yuan found Wang Xian, Song Qingming and Su Ziyan were a little surprised. After looking at Wang Xian, who was also puzzled, they chose to turn around and retreat to the side. As soon as Song Qingming and Wang Xian left, Feng Yuan immediately cast a spell to release a transparent shield to separate them from the outside, and then asked, that intelligent red flame rat is your spirit beast, right? Let it out for me to see. Senior, you are talking about the red flame. Hearing the red flame rat mentioned by Feng Yuan, Wang Xian immediately reacted, and then patted the spirit beast bag on her waist and released the red flame from it. After seeing Qiyan appear, the wind ape showed a hint of excitement on his face. And then he stepped forward and locked his eyes on Qiyan. Qiyan, who had just run out of the spirit beast bag, was about to act like a spoiled child with his master Wang Xian to ask for some delicious elixirs, but he suddenly saw a huge ape not far away staring at him. Just when he wanted to teach the other party a lesson, he suddenly found that the ape was much stronger than him, and he was so scared that he quickly shrank behind Wang Xian. The wind ape stared at Qiyan, and seeing that the other party was a little afraid of him, he didn't care about it and asked seriously, what spiritual thing did you eat to open your spiritual wisdom in advance? What do you care about what I eat? I didn't steal your things. Although Qiyan's face was very scared, he immediately refused the other party when he heard that the other party was asking about what he ate. Hearing Qiyan's somewhat unhappy answer, Feng Yuan's face was not surprised. He waved his hand and took out a red round bead from his body, and said to Qiyan, this is the fiery bead that I have treasured for many years. If you swallow it, you can increase your cultivation by at least 20 years. I will exchange it with you for some unyielding dew. You are not at a disadvantage, right? It's really the fiery bead. Seeing the red round ball in the other party's hand, he immediately showed a bit of greed with a happy face. However, he didn't have what the other party wanted, so Qiyan could only look at his owner Wang Xian with a pitiful face, and his eyes were full of hope that she would agree to the other party. From the beginning, Feng Yuan suddenly wanted to see Qiyan, Wang Xian didn't know what it meant, until the other party mentioned that Qian had opened his spiritual wisdom in advance. Wang Xian knew that Fenyuan came for the white liquid she and Song Qingming found together. In the previous battle to protect Bai Yuxin, Wang Xian faced a great demon king in the late Jinden stage alone. Knowing that she was not as strong as her opponent, she could only summon Qian to help her, and she barely held off her opponent until the end of the battle. At that time, Fenyuan, Song Qingming, Li Wutong and others formed a formation to fight against Qiyun Demon King. The battlefields were not far apart. The difference between Qiyan and ordinary demon kings should have been seen by it at that time. Unexpectedly, this senior Fenyuan not only knew that Qiyan was the spiritual wisdom that was opened in advance by devouring spiritual creatures, but also knew the name of the white spiritual water, which made Wang Xian feel a little surprised. After thinking for a while, Wang Xian took out a small white jade bottle from her body and asked Fenyuan directly, "Senior, is this the Wanling you mentioned?" Seeing the white porcelain bottle in Wang Xian's hand, Fenyuan was immediately delighted and nodded and said, "Yes, you have the Wanling in your hand. Sure enough, you still have some. This time I am lucky enough to have come across it. If you are willing, I will use the red flame pearl in my hand to exchange some spiritual water with you. Don't worry, the value of this thing is definitely not less than the spiritual water in your hand. Although I am a demon, there is no need for the clan to deceive you youngsters." Wang Xian nodded gently and said, "Please forgive me, Senior Fengyan. I am not worried that you will deceive me. It's just that since I got this thing, I have never known its use. I have only used it to feed my greedy spirit beast. I hope you can help me solve my doubts. What is the use of this bailing water? Will there be any disadvantages after feeding it to the spirit beast? Please rest assured, if you can solve my doubts, I can agree to exchange this bottle of spirit water with you first, and I will never go back on my word. This Wanling is rare in the world. This thing is usually only born in a very small number of high-level water-attributed spiritual veins. After swallowing it, our spiritual beasts will not only have the opportunity to open their spiritual wisdom in advance, but also strengthen their own physical strength and cultivation. Because this thing is extremely useful to our demon race, no matter where it is born, it will attract the demon race's golden elixir or even unyielding masters to snatch it, so there are very few such spiritual waters that are lost. I don't know where you got the luck to find this thing, which is also a bit of an opportunity for you. But although this thing is very useful to our demon race, it is useless to you humans. You can use it to feed." This little guy made it open up its spiritual wisdom in advance, so it didn't waste this thing. "I know you should have more than this small bottle of Wanling in your hand, so why don't I make another deal with you? If you can give me 2 more bottles of spiritual water, I can give you a secret method of refining Wanling. This secret method can help giant and period spirit beasts break through the realm, and it is also of great help to that little guy. You can consider it." After the Wind Ape finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Wang Xian, who was thinking. His face was full of confidence, as if he had already determined that the other party must have more spiritual water and would not refuse the conditions he proposed. Sure enough, after some thought, Wang Xian nodded and asked, "Senior, is there any requirement for this refining method?" "It won't be too difficult, don't worry, this method is not difficult to refine. I heard from Ziyan, the junior, that you are still a high-level alchemist, and it is just a piece of cake for you." After the Wind Ape finished speaking, he threw a very simple animal skin directly to Wang Xian. Wang Xian took the animal skin and opened it. She found that the secret method of refining the Wanling that Fenyuan had just mentioned was recorded inside. After a careful glance, she found that the record inside was exactly the same as what the other party said. She immediately put away the animal skin and nodded slightly to the other party. Then Wang Xian cast a spell to take out 2 bottles of the same Wanling and sent them to Fenyuan, who had already been looking forward to it. "Senior, if you don't mind, I will keep the secret method first. I will go to the Good Merit Pavilion to record it and return it to you later." Fenyuan, who had received the Wanling had already focused most of his attention on the spiritual water in his hand. He didn't care too much about Wang Xian's request and nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Wang Xian waved his hand and put the red flame at his feet back into the spirit beast's bag. Then he bowed slightly to Fenyuan and took the initiative to leave the soundproof shield he had set up. Song Qingming, who was chatting with Su Ziyan not far away, saw Wang Xian walking over with a smile on his face, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "What exactly did Senior Funiu want to see you about?" "Have you done it?" Wang Xiu nodded, glanced at Su Ziyan, who was also curious, and replied softly, "Senior Funiu gave me a secret method and asked me to help refine a spiritual object. I have already agreed with him. You guys wait here for a moment. I'll go to the Shanggong Pavilion to find an empty bamboo slip to record the secret recipe given by the senior, and I'll be back soon." Hearing what Wang Xian said, Su Ziyan on the side immediately took out a bamboo slip from her body and handed it over. "I happen to have a copy of the empty bamboo slips. Junior Sister Wang doesn't have to go to the Good Merit Pavilion. I wonder what kind of spiritual object Senior Funiu wants to refine. Junior Sister, can you tell me about it?" Wang Xian, who took the bamboo slips, saw Su Ziyan's curious face and sighed slightly, saying, "This thing is just a spiritual object that can improve the senior's cultivation. However, Senior Funiu said that I can't make it public. I hope Senior Sister Su will forgive me. If Senior Sister has the opportunity in the future, I can ask Senior Funiu in person. Maybe he's willing to tell you." Junior Sister Feniuan's temper is not unknown to Junior Sister. "How dare I take the initiative to get into trouble? I am just curious for a while. Since Senior doesn't want others to know, Junior Sister Wang should not tell others." Su Ziyan heard this and immediately smiled and shook her head when she thought of Senior Funiu with a weird temper not far away. Wang Xian, who got the empty bamboo slips, spent a little more time and soon recorded Feniuan's secret method into the bamboo slips. After returning the animal skin to the wind ape, Wang Xian took the initiative to say goodbye and left the sect's spiritual beast garden with Song Qingming and Su Ziyan. "Brother Song, Sister Wang, I have some things on my hands, so I won't see you off. I'll have a good chat with you over tea another day when you are free." After leaving the spiritual beast garden, Su Ziyan, who had accomplished her mission, immediately bowed and said goodbye to the two. After watching Su Ziyan leave, Song Qingming took out the phantom boat and took Wang Xian with him, turning into a beam of white light, and soon passed through the mountain protection formation and headed north. After the flying boat left Qingming Mountain for a distance, Wang Xian took out the bamboo slips she had just carved and handed them directly to Song Qingming, who was standing in front. "Senior Funiu didn't ask you to tell others. Why did you give it to me?" Seeing the bamboo slips in Wang Xian's hand, Song Qingming recognized it at a glance and asked with some doubts. Seeing this, Wang Xian chuckled and shook his head and said, "That's because Junior Sister Su was here just now, so there are some things I can't say. After reading this, you will know why Senior Funiu wanted to find me." Song Qingming took the bamboo slips and put them on his forehead. After carefully examining them, he found that this was a secret method for refining spiritual water. Without waiting for him to ask, Wang Xian immediately told Song Qingming everything that happened after seeing Funiu in the spiritual beast garden of the sect, including the deal she reached with Funiu. Wanlinglu, so this spiritual water is called this name. After hearing Wang Xian's explanation, Song Qingming couldn't help but smile and shook his head and said, "I'm really stupid. I only knew to ask human cultivators before, and I never thought that demon cultivators might know more about this thing than us." 3 bottles of spiritual water were exchanged for this secret recipe for refining spiritual water. "You didn't suffer any loss in the transaction with Senior Funiu this time, but I'm going to take advantage of you this time. In the future, as long as we have enough spiritual water, the spiritual beasts in the family will be able to use this method to make further progress when they reach the giant stage, which can improve their strength a lot. It's a pity that the refined spiritual water can only be taken once, and it's useless if you take more. Otherwise, these spiritual beasts will soon be able to catch up with us." Song Qingming, who was holding the bamboo slips in his hand, showed some joy on his face after knowing the true purpose of Wanlinglu, and praised Wang Xian beside him. "Whether it is for our human cultivators or demon cultivators, most of these spiritual objects that can help break through the cultivation level are limited. Otherwise, they can advance quickly by just devouring spiritual objects. Who would be willing to sit down and practice hard? It's good luck to get one this time. My husband doesn't have to think about such a good thing. Although the cultivation level of these spiritual beasts is not as good as ours, as long as they reach the giant realm, they can help. We don't have to ask too much from them." As the two were talking, the phantom boat had slowly crossed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers and arrived in Qing County. Just as Song Qingming was controlling the flying boat to return to the family's spiritual land, the two standing on the flying boat saw from afar that the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation had been activated, and their faces immediately showed some surprise. Chapter 741, Be prepared for danger in times of peace, break through the 8th level of Jinden. Because fully activating the mountain protection formation will consume a large amount of spiritual energy in the spiritual veins, resulting in the cultivators on the mountain not having enough spiritual energy to practice, so usually only a small part of the mountain protection formation in the family spiritual land will be activated. Only when encountering a strong enemy attack or something big happens within the family will the mountain protection formation be activated at full power. Seeing the Funiu Mountain formation fully activated, Song Qingming and Wang Xian, who had not heard from the family for more than a month, could not help but worry about what happened in the family, and immediately accelerated the speed of the flying boat under their feet. Before arriving at the mountain protection formation, Song Qingming took out the family token and directly passed through the formation from above into the spiritual mountain. As soon as the two of them passed through the formation, the movement caused immediately alarm the cultivators on the mountain. Soon two sword lights flew into the air and came directly in front of Song Qingming and Wang Xian. Seventh uncle, you're back. Greetings, ancestor. Song Yuanhao and Song Zuanfeng, who came in a hurry, found that the two ancestors who had just passed through the mountain protection formation were Song Qingming and Wang Xian, and hurriedly stepped forward to bow. After glancing around and finding nothing unusual, Song Qingming nodded slightly to the two and asked, when did you two come back? Did something happen on the mountain? Why did you activate the mountain protection formation like this? Facing Song Qingming's inquiry, Song Yuanhao hurriedly replied, Zhuanda is at a critical time in the past 2 days to build his foundation. In order to prevent any changes on the mountain at this time, Brother 16 activated the mountain protection formation and asked us to come back to help guard the mountain gate. Oh. Zhuanda is already in the realm of foundation building. I'll go and see the situation. You guys go ahead. Hearing that Song Zhuanda, who had been in seclusion half a year ago, was already in the realm of foundation building, Song Qingming finally understood why the family suddenly activated the mountain protection formation, and immediately turned his worry into joy and nodded. After giving instructions to Song Yuanhao on the other two, Song Qingming brought Wang Xian to the cave where Song Zuan was in seclusion, and met Song Yuanfang who was guarding the door. Seventh uncle, seeing Song Qingming and the other two who had been away from home for a long time return, Song Yuanfang's face immediately showed joy, and he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the two with a happy face. After Song Qingming waved his hand slightly, he looked at the cave where Song Zuan was in seclusion, and after a while, he said with a look of relief, Zhuanda has successfully passed the level of body forging. It seems that his breath is still stable. There should be no problems next. It is estimated that there is a 70% to 80% chance of success this time. If so, that's great. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Song Yuanfang, who was standing aside, was delighted and immediately put down the worries in his heart for days. Since Song Yuanfang got Song Qingming's consent to fully support Song Zuan in building his foundation, he has been devoted to this junior in the past 2 years and spent a lot of energy preparing for his foundation. Knowing that Song Zuan has a chance to build his foundation this time, Song Yuanfang is also very pleased. No matter what, his hard work in the past few years has not been in vain, and he has lived up to the trust of Song Qingming, the clan leader. Yuanfang, after we left, did anything happen in the family? How's the situation on the front line of Baishailing? Is there any movement from the demon clan? Upon hearing this, Song Yuanfang immediately replied with a serious face, reporting to seventh uncle, nothing major has happened in King and Pingyang in the past month. But after you left, Baishailing was soon attacked by a large army of demon beasts. Fortunately, the giant elephant monster king did not come this time, and my great aunt relied on the mountain protection formation to repel the demon army in a short time. And there's no one else here, just say whatever you have to say, don't worry about anything. Seeing that Song Yuanfang was a little embarrassed to say the rest of the words, Song Qingming immediately comforted him. Song Yuanfang nodded slightly and continued, some time ago, Yuan Jin told me that some people in Qianfang were talking about the Sexguiangshan formation that had been open for a long time, and it seemed that some seniors were trying to reach the nascent soul realm. We don't know whether this is true or not, and before leaving, Seventh uncle specifically told us not to discuss the sect's affairs, so I asked Yuan Jin to bring the people from the Fangxi law enforcement team to control all those who were discussing this matter in the Fangxi. Some of these people are independent cultivators near the Fangxi, and many are from the lower cultivation families, as well as the two younger generations of the family with the character Lin, adding up to dozens of people. Recently, many people have come to me and want me to show some leniency. Now that seventh uncle is back, you tell me how we should deal with this matter. After hearing what Song Yuanfang said, Song Qingming's face also looked a little ugly at this moment, and he spoke directly in a cold tone. We've already warned them, but there are still people who dare to ignore the orders issued by the family. These people should be taught a lesson so that they remember how to control their mouths. Send a message to Yuan Jin to find out who spread the news first. The person who first discussed this matter will be exiled to Yinfeng Ridge to mine for 10 years, and all the rest will be exiled for 2 years. If anyone else comes to plead for mercy, no matter who it is, ignore them and bring them to the top of the mountain to find me. I want to see how brave they are, husband. If so many people are exiled to Yinfeng Ridge, I'm afraid that they won't be able to fit so many people in at once, and there will be trouble. Otherwise, we should give them a lighter sentence. After hearing Song Qingming's arrangement, Wang Xian on the side seemed to think that the punishment was a bit heavy, and couldn't help but speak up to persuade them. Upon hearing this, Song Qingming shook his head and said bluntly, I know they are not guilty of such a crime, but the family has been more lenient in recent years, so these people below have not cared about the family's dignity. This time, the demon clan masters raided Qingming Mountain. It must be that the sect leaked the news, so the demon clan was prepared to come and block the way when senior sister Bai was undergoing the tribulation. If there are still people in the family who can't control their mouths at this time, once the sect suspects that the news was leaked from Qianfang in the future, how should we explain this matter then? Now it's just to let them dig mines for a few years to teach them a lesson. If someone from the sect's law enforcement hall comes to investigate this matter, I'm afraid they will never get out of the mine in their lifetime. Seventh uncle, this is actually true. It is really Master Bai who is condensing his nascent soul in Qingming Mountain, and there are demon clan masters who go to block him. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation and learning the news that Bai Yuxin had formed a nascent soul, Song Yuanfang's face was a little shocked for a moment, but Song Qingming quickly nodded to him directly, confirming what he had just said. Before Song Qingming and the others left, they specifically told Song Yuanfang not to discuss the sect's affairs. It turned out that the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Bai Yuxin, was breaking through the nascent soul realm, and they needed the two to go and protect him. It was only because the sect strictly blocked the news that Song Qingming and the others did not tell him about this when they left. Thinking of this, Song Yuanfang supported his forehead with some fear. As Song Qingming just said, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect had passed the tribulation and broke through the nascent soul realm. How could these people below discuss such a big thing in private? Once the sect knew about this, it would inevitably attract the investigation of the law enforcement hall. At that time, it would not only be these people who went to mine and get away with it. I am afraid that the family behind them and even the Funiu Mountain above would be implicated. Compared with these possible outcomes that could destroy the clan, Song Qingming only punished them to mine for a few years, which was indeed a great mercy. Thinking of the intention of Song Qingming's explanation, Wang Xian and Song Yuanfang also understood it immediately, but just sighed slightly and didn't say anything more. Whether it was Wang Xian or Song Yuanfang, when there really became the core of the family, the Song family was no longer the weak small family at the beginning, but the thriving overlord of Qing County. Therefore, when considering family affairs, the two were far less sensitive to family crises than Song Qingming and Song Qinggao, who grew up from a weak family. Since building the foundation, Song Qingming has participated in family affairs, big and small, and led the weak Song family to grow up step by step. At that time, Song Qingming had just built the foundation not long ago, and he knew that his cultivation ability was limited. He was always cautious in case of mistakes, in case he or his clan members made mistakes and were caught by others and suppressed. Even now, Song Qingming has successfully formed the elixir, and the Song family has become the overlord of the northeast of Uyghur. Even when the people from the Xiaoyao sect deal with them, they are polite and courteous. However, Song Qingming still did not get carried away. He knew in his heart that he and the entire Song family did not have much equal status in front of the huge sect with unyielding cultivators. If one day, the family did something that the sect could not tolerate and touch their bottom line, just like the Ma family of Iron Immortal Castle. The end of the Song family would not be much better than that of the Ma family. The Ma family ruled Iron Immortal Castle for 600 years. Now, only 100 years have passed, and there is no trace of the Ma family in the entire Iron Immortal Castle. For the Xiaoyao sect that controls the entire Uyghur world, the Song family is not irreplaceable. Without the Funiu Mountain sect, it would not be difficult to support another Jinden family in the future. Song Qingming certainly did not want his family to end up like this in the future. Although he has never shown it in front of others over the years, he has always been cautious about the sect in his heart. Being able to cultivate to the late Jinden stage with the qualifications of 4 spiritual roots and lead the entire family to the present, in addition to personal opportunities, this cautious character at all times also has a great influence on Song Qingming. Fortunately, although the Xiaoyao sect has some suspicions about the Funiu Mountain in recent years, it has not used any excuse to suppress the Song family. Song Qingming has also tried his best to maintain a good relationship between the family and the sect. Now that Bai Yuxin has broken through the nascent soul realm, the sect will definitely expand its own strength. At this time, the Song family can also gain some benefits by following the Xiaoyao sect. Therefore, the more at this time, the more the family cannot find an excuse to suppress others. Otherwise, once it arouses the suspicion of the sect, the Song family will not only not get any benefits, but also may have a grudge with the sect. Yuan Fang, you go and handle this matter first. Remember to block the good news and let the people below shut up. No one is allowed to talk about this matter anymore. After 2 years, when the sect is stable, no one should care about this matter anymore. It's okay for you to be more lenient to others at ordinary times. I agree with everyone. However, if you encounter such a situation related to the safety of the family in the future, you still have to be more decisive in handling this matter. Even if someone needs to make some sacrifices, don't let others find excuses to suppress the family easily. We are not alone. We have so many blood relatives behind us who need protection. We need to consider the family more when encountering things. In the world of immortal cultivation, how many immortal cultivation families will rise and fall after becoming powerful? Although the family is thriving now, we all need to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Don't become the second Ma family. Hearing Song Qingming's teachings, Song Yuanfang was touched and understood his good intentions. He immediately nodded seriously. Just as Song Qingming was worried, the family has developed too fast in recent years. The younger generations in the family who have just entered the Dao can't understand the hardships of Song Qingming, Song Qinggayu and others in establishing the family foundation. Over time, it is inevitable that some people will be careless and ignore the family's warnings. Song Qingming takes the matter so seriously in order to warn them. The Ma family rebelled against the sect and the family was forced to flee to Yu State. Even the Jinden clan leader died in the hands of the Xiaoyao sect. It's only been 100 years since the previous lesson, and Song Yuanfang and others are naturally very clear. Even if they can't carry forward the family in the future, they can't let the family end up like the Ma family in their hands. Thinking of this, Song Yuanfang's eyes became a little firm at this moment. After responding, he left the place and went to the conference hall at the foot of the mountain. Xian, seeing your sister Bai break through the nascent soul realm this time, I also have some more insights in my heart. I am afraid that I will have to retreat for a while. You should help take care of the things at home. If Qinggayu encounters an emergency while I am in retreat, you must tell me immediately. Although the demon clan does not have any advantages on the surface and will not easily go south, the actions of these demon clan masters are not so easy to guess. During this period, we must often tell everyone not to relax their vigilance. Husband, just retreat with peace of mind. There will be no problem with the family affairs with me and Yuan Fang. Qinggayu is not a careless person. I will remember to remind them. After explaining to Wang Xian, Song Qingming went directly back to his cave and began to practice and retreat alone. Since he got the cultivation experience given by Feng He 2 years ago, Song Qingming has been studying hard for a long time in the past 2 years. It is equivalent to getting the personal guidance of a nascent soul cultivator, and he has also gained a lot from it. This time, when he went to Guiyang Mountain to protect the road, Song Qingming witnessed Bai Yuxin condensing the nascent soul and successfully breaking through the realm. At that time, he suddenly had a little more understanding of cultivation in his mind. The bottleneck of Song Qingming's cultivation that had been bothering him for these years also began to loosen up a little after that moment. Therefore, After returning to the family, Song Qingming didn't care about other things. He hurriedly took advantage of the fact that this understanding in his body had not dissipated, and began to retreat and break through the realm of cultivation. Song Qingming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the golden core, and this retreat did not disappoint him. After refining a high-level elixir refined by Wang Xian, Song Qingming, with the understanding in his body, finally broke through his own bottleneck of cultivation very smoothly after half a year, and successfully advanced to the 8th level of the golden core. After breaking through the cultivation, feeling the growth of his own mana, Song Qingming's face also showed a bit of joy. Since his cultivation reached the peak of the 7th level of the golden core, Song Qingming has not made any progress in cultivation for more than 10 years, which made him a little confused about his future path. This time, he successfully broke through the cultivation, and Song Qingming regained his inner confidence. Next, as long as Song Qingming breaks through the last level of the golden core stage and raises his cultivation to the 9th level of the golden core stage, he can prepare to try to break through the nascent soul stage. After spending a few more days in the cave and consolidating his own cultivation level, Song Qingming, who had been in seclusion for more than half a year, opened the restriction at the door of his cave and walked out. After walking out of the cave, he happened to see a ray of sunrise rising in the distant sky. Looking at the rare beauty of the sky, Song Qingming flew directly to the top of the mountain and stood aside to watch the sunrise. After a while, a figure in white appeared next to Song Qingming again. It was Wang Xian, who had just received the news that he had come out of seclusion. Seeing that Song Qingming had successfully broken through the realm of cultivation, Wang Xian was also very happy. Looking at the sunrise in the sky, she smiled and said to him, "My husband has broken through the realm of cultivation so smoothly this time. I think it won't take long for him to advance to the 9th level of the golden core." Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and shook his head and said, "In the late stage of the golden core, every step is more difficult than before. These things are not something we can calculate. It's better to let fate take the things of cultivation. Just like me this time, when the time comes, there is always hope of a successful breakthrough." After the two looked at each other, Song Qingming took Wang Xian to find a clean place to sit down and enjoy the beautiful sunrise outside the mountain top. Song Qingming and Wang Xian have been Taoist partners for many years. Although their lives are a bit dull, they understand each other and their relationship is quite stable. Looking at Song Qingming sitting quietly beside her, Wang Xian felt very at ease in her heart and couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder. "Husband, although the nascent soul realm is a bit far away from us, I always feel that you will definitely be able to reach this step like seeing your sister by in the future. I wonder if King Gaiu and I will have the opportunity to keep up with your footsteps in the future." Hearing Wang Xian's sigh, Song Qingming turned his head and sighed at her with a smile. "You also know that breaking through the nascent soul realm is not such an easy thing for us. Why do you suddenly think so far? The road of cultivation is long, and it is difficult to predict where we can go in the end. Regardless of whether we will have the opportunity to go further in the future, we still have hundreds of years now. It will be worthwhile to live the rest of our lives well. When I was in King Hefang, I didn't dare to think about building the foundation. How could I have thought that one day I would succeed in forming a pill, and I would be standing here with you?" Wang Xian nodded slightly, with a satisfied smile on her lips. Seeing this, Song Qingming looked into the distance and continued, "Although the nascent soul road is not easy, it is not completely out of our reach. It's just that I am not sure about it at the moment. But don't worry. If I really have the opportunity to cultivate to the nascent soul stage in the future, I will definitely try my best to support you. By that time, we will have stood at the top of the immortal cultivation world, and the other members of the family will have grown up. I will take you around to see more beautiful scenery, okay? If that day really comes, I will be with you no matter where my husband wants to go." Looking at the rising sun in the distance, which had already dispelled the fog around him, Song Qingming smiled and stood up, pulling Wang Xian back to the cave. The two had not seen each other for more than half a year, and it was rare to encounter the happy event of Song Qingming's breakthrough in cultivation. Wang Xian also put down the chores in her hands and accompanied Song Qingming in the cave for a while. 2 months later, in the family's meeting Immortal Pavilion. One day, Song Qingming had just finished practicing and was sitting in the family's meeting Immortal Pavilion drinking tea and flipping through books. Suddenly, he heard a report downstairs. After hearing this, he put down the book in his hand and responded. After a while, Song Yuanfang, holding a red invitation in his hand, quickly came to Song Qingming and handed him the invitation in his hand. "Seventh uncle, I just received an invitation from the sect, inviting you to attend the celebration of Bailiozu in a month." "Oh. The celebration will be held in a month, so soon?" Song Qingming, who took the invitation, opened it and took a look, and nodded with some surprise. After Bai Yuxin broke through the nascent soul realm, the sect, under the arrangement of the Grand Elder Li Mufeng, had decided to hold the Grand Nascent Soul celebration for her. Song Qingming had known about this for a long time. However, he did not expect that Bai Yuxin's Nascent Soul celebration had been prepared just after half a year. It seems that the sect was indeed eager to announce her success in forming a Nascent Soul. "Yuan Fang, go and send a message to Bai Shiling to ask King Gaiyu to come back, and go to the family's gold storage pavilion to see if there are any spiritual objects suitable for gifts. Prepare some for me first. This time, the sect's Nascent Soul celebration will definitely be different from the past. Don't be stingy with spiritual objects, it will make us look petty." "Don't worry, Uncle Qi, I'll arrange it right away," Song Yuanfang responded and left the meeting Immortal Pavilion directly. After putting away the teacup beside him, Song Qingming was about to go to the family's Alchemy Pavilion to inform Wang Xian about the celebration. He didn't expect that he had just walked out of the meeting Immortal Pavilion when he saw her in white clothes walking towards him with a happy face from a distance. "You are so happy, Xian. Could it be that you already know about the invitation?" Wang Xian looked at Song Qingming with some doubts, then shook her head and said, "I just came out of my retreat to make pills, and I don't know what invitation my husband is talking about." "Oh. What is it that makes you so happy?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742, Yuanying Celebration, Wanling Sect Visits. Wang Xian heard this, waved her hand and took out a white jade bottle from her storage magic tool, and handed it directly to Song Qingming in front of her. "I made this according to the secret recipe given by Senior Fengyan. Although the process is a bit complicated, it is not difficult to make one portion. The remaining spiritual water in our hands can be refined into 4 or 5 portions. Oh. This is a happy event, but I don't know how effective this thing is. Can it really improve the cultivation level of giant and spirit beasts?" as Senior Fengyan said. Song Qingming took the jade bottle and opened it. He found that the Wanlingdu inside had turned golden after refining, and the spiritual energy it exuded was several times richer than before. You will know the effect after trying it. Qian's cultivation has now broken through the 3rd level of Jinden. It's just right to refine it first. If it can help it break through the middle stage of Jinden in one fell swoop, it won't be a waste of this thing. Wang Xian gently patted the spirit beast bag on her waist, and a figure covered in red immediately burst out from it. It was Wang Xian's spirit beast Qian. When Wang Xian had just subdued Qian, he had only advanced to the golden core stage not long ago, and his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the golden core. However, since following Wang Xian, this guy has consumed a lot of the pills and Wanling Lu refined by Wang Xian over the years, and his cultivation speed is much faster than that of ordinary monsters outside. Under Wang Xian's careful cultivation, Qian's cultivation is now as expected, and he has successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the golden core, which is not much lower than his master Wang Xian. The last time Song Qingming saw Qian, it was only at the peak of the 2nd level of the golden core. He didn't expect that in just a few months, Wang Xian's spirit beast in front of him had actually broken through to the 3rd level of the golden core. He couldn't help but show a bit of surprise on his face. "Hey. When did this guy break through in cultivation, HMPH? I'm not that stupid snake you raised. I practice so slowly and can only eat." Seeing the arrogant words coming out of Qian's mouth, Song Qingming, who had long been accustomed to the other party's arrogance, grabbed Qian with a smile while he was unprepared, put it in front of him and observed it carefully with his spiritual sense. It was able to break through this time thanks to the blazing flame pearl given by Senior Fengyuan. It was not far from breaking through before. This time, it was lucky enough to refine the spirit pearl and just broke through to the 3rd level of the golden core. It's not all a matter of luck. After all, It has already opened its spiritual wisdom in advance, and the effect of refining spiritual objects is indeed stronger than that of ordinary spirit beasts. If it can really break through to the middle stage of the golden core with the help of the unyielding in your hand, its path will be much better than that of ordinary monsters. In the future, it will at least be able to cultivate to the peak of the golden core and become a golden core master like Senior Funiu. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he touched Qi Yan a few more times before returning it to Wang Xian with a reluctant look on his face. Wang Xian's current fighting skills are not too weak among the middle stage golden core cultivators. If Qi Yan can also break through to the middle stage golden core, with the help of a middle stage golden core spirit beast, the two of them should be able to fight against ordinary late stage golden core cultivators in the future, and their strength will not be much worse than Song Qingming who practices the sword cultivation. Unfortunately, Song Qingming's two spirit beasts, Ice Fire Dragon and Sky Fire Peng, are still at the late stage of foundation building and have not successfully broken through to the golden core stage. They are still unable to use the refined unyielding to improve their strength. However, Song Qingming's few spirit insects, Golden Illusion Butterfly, which have advanced to the golden core stage, can try to use this item to break through the realm of cultivation. Regardless of the effect, as long as Wang Xian refines the remaining spirit water, the result will be known at that time. After returning the unyielding in his hand to Wang Xian, Song Qingming took out the invitation he had just received from the sect and told her about the nascent soul celebration that the sect would hold for Bayuxin in a month. "Husband, why don't you and Qingming go together this time? I'll go to Baishailing to take charge for a few days to prevent any more movements from the monsters in the north." Seeing that Song Qingming wanted to take her with him, Wang Xian wanted to refuse and give the opportunity to attend the celebration to Song Qingming, who had been stationed at Baishailing. Unexpectedly, just as she opened her mouth to express her thoughts, Song Qingming immediately shook his head and said, "You can all go with me this time, don't worry about the things over at Baishailing. Senior Sister Bai's Yuanying festival is only a few days away, and there is nothing unusual in Funiu Mountain recently. It won't be a big deal if you leave for a few days. Besides, Baishailing is now equipped with 2 level 3 Fian crossbows, and Chang's and the others have the level 3 magic array I gave them. Even if Qingming is not there, the defense force is not bad. As long as the giant elephant monster king does not come in full force, 1 or 2 giant and monster kings simply have no ability to break through the mountain protection array in a short time, so we don't have to worry too much about this. Since the conquest of White Lion Ridge, although the giant elephant monster king entrenched in Qingming Mountain in the north has always been worried about the Song family expanding its territory to the north. He often sends his monsters to the south to harass the surrounding areas of White Lion Ridge to prevent human cultivators from taking root nearby. However, the Song family has Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, in charge, and has been developing relatively steadily, without letting the monsters take advantage. Since the Battle of Guiyang Mountain half a year ago, because Bayuxin broke through to the Yuanying realm, the monsters in the north of the entire Wei Kingdom have suddenly become much quieter. In the past 6 months, the giant elephant monster king has not sent a large-scale monster army to the south. Seeing that Song Qingming had already made arrangements in his mind, Wang Xian did not say anything more and nodded in agreement. After Song Qingming and Wang Xian agreed on this matter, the two discussed the gifts they would give, and then returned to the cave together. Time flies, and soon it came to a month later. Early in the morning of this day, the entire Guiyang Mountain began to bustle, and lights and decorations were hung everywhere. At the gate of the mountain, more than a dozen monks dressed in Xiaoyao sect costumes stood in a row at the door, ready to welcome guests from all directions. Most of these monks standing at the gate to welcome guests were foundation-building disciples with high cultivation levels in the Xiaoyao sect. There was also a young man sitting aside early. He was wearing a black and red Taoist robe, which was emitting a layer of colorful rays of light, making him look extraordinary. It was Fang Baixuan, the giant and elder of the sect. The reason why even Fang Baixuan, the giant and elder of the sect, came to the mountain gate to welcome guests was because today was the nascent soul celebration of Bayuxin, the supreme elder of the Xiaoyao sect, and it was also a rare event in the entire sect in the past 1,000 years. Since Li Mufang condensed the nascent soul 600 years ago, no one in the Xiaoyao sect has broken through the nascent soul realm for 600 years. It was not until the appearance of the genius Bayuxin that Guiyang Mountain had the opportunity to hold the nascent soul celebration again. In order to prepare for Baiyuxin's nascent soul celebration, the entire Xiaoyao sect also prepared for it for nearly a year. Not only did they invite many monks in Uyghur to participate in the celebration, but they also sent out invitations to all the surrounding sects, big and small, and even some sects far to the east of Taiyu Lake received invitations. Li Mufang's purpose in doing this was naturally to use the matter of Baiyuxin, condensing the nascent soul to show his strength to the surrounding major sects, so as to make some preparations for the future development of the Xiaoyao sect. In the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, except for the Qin state's Wunling sect and the Wu state's Xingqian sect, other sects have at most only one nascent soul ancestor. Now that the Xiaoyao sect has a second nascent soul cultivator, the sect's strength has greatly increased, and its status in the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world can be directly ranked after the above two sects. After learning that the Xiaoyao sect was holding a nascent soul celebration, nearby sects of all sizes also immediately sent people to the Xiaoyao sect. Fang Baixun and others had just prepared at the mountain gate when several rays of light flew over from the horizon. All of them were cultivators holding invitations to attend the celebration. Seeing this, the foundation building disciples who had been standing aside for a long time immediately took the initiative to greet them, checked the invitations and registered the names and gifts of the guests, and then took them to the sect's guest welcoming peak to rest and prepare to participate in the upcoming nascent soul celebration. As the sun in the sky slowly rose, the people who had been busy for almost an hour suddenly saw a white light flying from the north and landing at the mountain gate. As the white light slowly dissipated, Song Qingming put away the phantom boat beside him, and then took Wang Xian and Song Qinggayu to where Fang Baixun was. Senior brother Song and the two sisters are polite, junior brother Fang is polite, and you have worked hard today. Seeing Fang Baixun coming over quickly, Song Qingming and the other two hurriedly bowed and returned the greeting, and then took out a few wrapped spiritual objects and handed them directly to the foundation building disciples standing aside. Seeing this, Fang Baixun immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop them. Brothers and sisters, why are you so polite? We are all family members. If I accept these spiritual objects, I am afraid senior sister Su will blame me in the future. Please take them back quickly, brother Song, to prevent senior sister from blaming me for my incompetence. What are you talking about, brother Fang? These spiritual objects are sent by me on behalf of the family. They are not donated by us alone. There is nothing wrong with the General Affairs Hall accepting them. Can junior sister Su say that my Song family in Funiu is not a vassal of the sect and is not qualified to give gifts? After Song Qingming finished speaking, he waved at Bai Zhuan, glanced at the foundation building cultivator standing beside him, and signaled him to quickly register the spiritual objects sent. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Fang Baixun, who wanted to stop him, quickly put away his hand, nodded and smiled. Oh. So it's my misunderstanding, senior brother Song, please don't blame me, we will accept these spiritual objects first. Senior brother Song, two senior sisters, please follow me to Xiaoyao Hall to rest for a while, Uncle Bai's already there, then I'll trouble you, junior brother Fang. After registering the spiritual objects, Song Qingming and the other two followed Fang Baixun all the way to the outside of Xiaoyao Hall. As soon as he arrived at the door, Song Qingming saw Su Ziyan and Chu Fengping who were busy, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet them, and then followed Su Ziyan into the hall and came to Baiyuxin who was sitting at the top. Congratulations to Uncle Bai on his nascent soul. This small spiritual object is not a respect, I hope Uncle will not despise it. After the three of them bowed and saluted, Song Qingming took out a wooden box as a gift for several people and sent it to Baiyuxin. After Baiyuxin opened the wooden box and took a look, he found that there was a mature, valuable, third-grade middle-grade spiritual medicine inside. He immediately smiled and nodded to Song Qingming and said, I won't be polite to you at today's celebration. I'll return the favor to you another day when I have a chance. Seeing Baiyuxin accept the spiritual medicine, Song Qingming and the other two bowed again and saluted, and then came to the seat arranged by Su Ziyan and sat down. This time, the Xiaoyao sect rarely sees 1,000 years of Yuanying celebration. There are many people who come to participate in the celebration. Therefore, the sect arranged the people with foundation building cultivation in the guest welcoming peak first. Only the cultivators who come to participate in the celebration above the Jiandan realm will be directly led to the Xiaoyao hall. When Song Qingming and the other two arrived here, there were few outside guests in the hall except for many Jiandan elders of the sect. However, less than half an hour later, More than a dozen giant cultivators came to the door one after another. These people were all from major sects or giant immortals around Uyghur. Many of them were good friends that Song Qingming had met when he participated in the Star Conference before. After seeing each other, Song Qingming hurriedly stood up and said hello to each other. Afternoon, as more and more people came to the hall, many familiar friends sat beside Song Qingming and the other two. One of the old men in a green Taoist robe was Wei Xuanping, the great elder of the Truyang sect who had fought side by side with Song Qingming in the Gianfang. Everyone was a giant cultivator with a similar cultivation level. When encountering such a rare opportunity, it was natural for them to exchange their cultivation experiences with each other. Soon, Song Qingming and Wei Xuanping began to toast each other. As the great elder of the Truyang sect, although Wei Xuanping's cultivation level had reached the 9th level of the giant not long ago, his lifespan was only more than 100 years, and theoretically there was no chance of breaking through the nascent soul. However, as a giant cultivator, even if he knew that the hope was slim, no one could easily give up the opportunity to condense the nascent soul. Seeing Bai Yuxin, who had just successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage, sitting at the head, Wei Xuanping was also very envious. When talking to Song Qingming, his tone also revealed a bit of yearning for the nascent soul stage from time to time. Just as everyone was sitting together and chatting in the hall, several cultivators suddenly walked in at the door. The leader was an old man with a Taoist style, Yang Fengyu, the nascent soul grand elder of the Xianji sect of Shangyang State, in the southeast of Wei State. We respectfully welcome Senior Yang. Seeing this person appear, Song Qingming and dozens of giant cultivators present hurriedly stood up and bowed to the visitor. Facing the salute of everyone, Yang Fengyu nodded slightly, and then, under the respectful guidance of Su Ziyan on the side, he walked directly to the position at the head of the hall where Bai Yuxin was. As Yuanying sects located in the eastern part of the floating cloud mountains, the relationship between the Xianji sect of Shangyang and the Xiaoyao sect of Wei has always been relatively good. Decades ago, when the monsters were rioting, it was Yang Fengyu, a 5th-level Yuanying cultivator, who led people to help Wei in time and helped the Xiaoyao sect to finally defend the northern direction of Gianfang. Seeing Yang Fengyu coming, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin, two Yuanying cultivators who had already been sitting at the top, hurriedly took the initiative to greet him. I never thought that fellow Taoist Yang would take time out of his busy schedule to come to Qingming Mountain to attend the Nascent Soul celebration for junior sister Bai. It is really an honor for our sect. Seeing Li Mufang and the others, Yang Fengyu hurriedly bowed and said, fellow Taoists, I am polite. I heard that fellow Taoist Bai had a nascent soul. How could I miss such a happy event? This is a spiritual object I got when I was traveling. I hope fellow Taoist Bai will not despise it. Congratulations again on entering the Nascent Soul Avenue. After saying that, Yang Fengyu asked a giant cultivator from the Xianji sect who was walking with him to open a brocade box that had been prepared in his hand. Soon, a golden jade bamboo slowly floated out of it. As soon as the golden jade bamboo appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the people around, and soon a burst of exclamations came from not far behind Song Qingming. Hey! It's actually a 3rd-grade high-quality spiritual bamboo. If it were taken outside, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Xianji sect is really generous this time, Alice, fellow Taoist Guo, this is wrong. Xianji sect is a Yuanying sect after all. How can they be so stingy with us when they come to participate in Senior Bai's Yuanying celebration? It's just a 3rd-grade high-quality spiritual object. It's not a rare spiritual object for them. Although Song Qingming didn't know the specific use of this jade bamboo, he could roughly see from the discussions of the people around him that the value of this spiritual object was not low, probably worth at least 30,000 or 40,000 spiritual stones. Yang Fengyu, the Yuanying Grand Elder of Xianji sect, came in person, and gave such a generous gift right away. Obviously, he came with some sincerity, just to show their good relationship with Xiaoyao sect in front of others. Fellow Taoist Yang, you have given me a great honor by coming here. Why are you so polite? Please take a seat. Seeing the gift from Yang Fengyu, Bai Yuxin quickly took it with a smile, and then invited him to sit at the top of the hall with Li Mufang. After the people from the Xianji sect arrived, soon the monks from the other two Yuanying sects on the east side of the floating cloud mountains, the Lingyuan sect and the Xingchen sect, who came to participate in the celebration, also came to the Xiaoyao Hall and presented Bai Yuxin with an equally valuable gift. Among them, the one who came from the Xingqian sect this time was not Wu Ayao, who protected Bai Yuxin last time, but another Yuanying Grand Elder Zhang Zidan. The only Grand Elder of the Lingyuan sect, Sitian, did not come because he was in seclusion and had not yet come out. The one who came on behalf of the Lingyuan sect was Cheng Bufan, an old acquaintance of Song Qingming. When Song Qingming went to participate in the Babel Tower trial 100 years ago, Cheng Bufan's cultivation had already broken through the 9th level of the Golden Core. Now, more than 100 years have passed, and his cultivation is still at the peak of the Golden Core, and he has not been able to break through the nascent soul realm. At this time, Cheng Bufan's face was full of vicissitudes of life, and the whole person has become much older. He no longer looks high-spirited. Seeing Bai Yuxin sitting at the head of the hall, he also looked envious. Cheng Bufan, like Bai Yuxin, was previously a nascent soul seed fully supported by the sect. However, compared with Bai Yuxin, who has successfully broken through the realm, stepped into the nascent soul avenue and stood at the top of the world of immortal cultivation, Cheng Bufan failed to form a nascent soul twice, and the status between the two is now very different. Song Qingming, who was sitting not far away, saw that Cheng Bufan's face was a little lonely now, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although Song Qingming's cultivation was only the 8th level of the Golden Core, he had not yet tried to break through the nascent soul realm. However, in his cultivation over the years, Song Qingming has seen too many cultivation geniuses like Cheng Bufan, who all failed at the stage of condensing the nascent soul. This also made him deeply realize the hardships of the nascent soul path. After a cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul realm, he can not only stand at the top of this world of immortal cultivation, but also enjoy 1,000 years of life. All these make countless cultivators yearn for it. However, in the entire world of immortal cultivation in the floating cloud mountains, there are at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators from various countries, and there are only a dozen cultivators who can step into the nascent soul realm. Among them, there are many cultivation geniuses like Yao Qianshu and Cheng Bufan. Even if they have a smooth journey before the 9th level of the Golden Core, they still find it difficult to move forward when they reach the nascent soul stage. Just as Song Qingming was thinking about something, Su Ziyan, who had been welcoming guests at the door of the hall, suddenly walked in quickly, came directly to Li Mufeng, bowed and whispered, "Report to Uncle Li and Uncle Bai, Senior Chu from the Unyielding sect is here to visit and is waiting at the mountain gate now." The sect didn't send an invitation to the Unyielding sect. Why did they come suddenly? Hearing Su Ziyan's report, Bai Yuxin, who was sitting next to him, immediately showed a puzzled look on his face. The Unyielding sect is located in Qin State, west of the floating cloud mountains, and has always had some discord with many sects such as the Xiaoyao sect in the east. This time, the Xiaoyao sect held a Yuanying celebration for Bai Yuxin, and did not specifically invite them. Therefore, when Bai Yuxin heard the news that the Unyielding sect suddenly came, he showed a puzzled look. Yang Fengaiyu and Zhang Zidan, who were sitting at the head of the hall, also heard what Su Ziyan said just now, and their eyes could not help but focus on Li Mufeng's face, wanting to see the other party's attitude in dealing with this matter. After thinking for a moment, Li Mufeng calmly replied, "Today is a big day for the sect whether you are invited or not. Since you are here, you are a guest. Please invite them in first." After getting Li Mufeng's consent, Su Ziyan hurriedly nodded and responded, then quickly left the hall, and soon led a team of monks to come in again. Among the cultivators who came in, the leader was a young woman in palace dress. Although her appearance was not as stunning as Bai Yuxin, she was also one of the rare beautiful women cultivators. As soon as the woman in palace dress walked into the hall, she immediately took the initiative to step forward and bowed to Li Mufeng and Bai Yuxin standing in front of her and said, "Chu Lingyuan of Unyielding sect, the two Taoist friends are honored." "Excuse me, Taoist friend Chu, I wonder why you are here today." Chapter 743, Fork Out, Old Friend Visits. Although Xiaoyao sect and Unyielding sect rarely interact with each other, Li Mufeng and the others had heard of Chu Lingyuan, the Grand Elder of Unyielding sect together with Bai Yuxin. They took the initiative to greet the other party very politely, and immediately asked Chu Lingyuan about his purpose. Seeing this, Chu Lingyuan first waved his hand and took out a golden jade bottle, then sent it directly to Bai Yuxin, then smiled and slowly said, "I came here today to congratulate fellow Taoist Bai for witnessing the nascent soul avenue. This is the golden spirit pill made by senior brother Zhao of our sect, and I was specially asked to bring it to fellow Taoist Bai to show my Wanling sect's heart. I didn't expect this thing to be the golden spirit pill. Even the 4th level pill made by Zhao Wuling's unique secret method was willing to be given as a gift. It seems that Wanling sect is really sincere this time. Seeing the golden jade bottle that Qi Refinement took out, Yang Fengyu, who was sitting at the head of the hall, showed a bit of surprise on his face, and said something with some envy. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zidan, the supreme elder of the Xingqian sect sitting next to him, immediately showed a bit of disdain on his face. It's just a low-grade 4th grade pill. What's there to be proud of? Old man Zhao is just trying to suppress us here. The Wanling sect is always thinking about how to show off their strength. They are afraid that others don't know that they are the #1 sect in the floating cloud mountains. Haha. What fellow Taoist Zhang said is right. We have always kept our distance from the Wanling sect. I think they came uninvited this time, and it's definitely not just for gifts. Let's see what their purpose is later. The two exchanged glances while talking, and then returned to their previous calm expressions and turned their eyes back to the center of the hall. Bai Yuxin, who had just taken the golden jade bottle in front of her, didn't know what the golden spirit pill Qi Refinement was talking about. Just when Bai Yuxin was about to open it to take a look, Li Mufang beside her immediately interrupted her. I have heard for a long time that your sect's golden spirit pill is a rare 4th level pill. I am fortunate to have the opportunity to see it today. Taoist friend, you have come here today, which has already given my Xiaoyao sect some face. But how dare junior sister Bai easily accept such a precious thing as the golden spirit pill? We appreciate your sect's kindness, but I hope you can take it back first and follow me to have a few more drinks, Alice. Taoist friendly is too polite. When I came, senior brother Zhao specifically reminded me that although our two sects have had less contact in the past, we all belong to the floating cloud mountain range to cultivate immortals, so we should visit each other. Now, there are powerful enemies outside, the northern monsters are aggressive, and there are demons inside that are causing trouble and slaughtering cultivators and mortals. It is not easy for our sects. Taoist friend Bai has formed an infant. This is a great achievement for the cultivators of our human race. Our sect should sincerely congratulate you. This gift was prepared by senior brother Zhao himself. If fellow Taoist Bai does not accept it, I am afraid that senior brother will blame me for not being considerate and not knowing etiquette when I go back. This fellow Taoist Zhao is so righteous and considerate of our human cultivators. How can our sect live up to his painstaking efforts? Even so, junior sister Bai will accept this kindness for the time being. Fellow Taoist Shu, the celebration is about to begin. Our sect has prepared the best spiritual wine. Please take a seat first, and we will have a good chat. When Li Mufang saw Qi Refinement take out the golden spirit pill at the beginning, he showed a look of surprise and wanted to refuse the generous gift of the Wanling sect. However, when he heard Qi Refinement specifically mention that this thing was arranged by his senior brother Zhao Wuling, who is recognized as the #1 in the cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, Li Mufang hesitated for a moment and nodded to let Bai Yuxin accept it. The reason why the Wanling sect can dominate and become the largest sect of immortal cultivation in the floating cloud mountains is because of Zhao Wuling, a late unyielding cultivator. Although he didn't want to have too much involvement with the Wanling sect, Li Mufang didn't want to offend Zhao Wuling, a late unyielding cultivator, because of his face. Then I won't be polite. Thank you to Taoist friends for your hospitality. After Bai Yuxin put away the golden jade bottle in her hand, Qi Refinement followed the two to the top of the hall and sat next to Bai Yuxin under the arrangement of Xiaoyao sect. When Yang Fengyu and Zhang Zidan saw Qi Refinement, who was also a unyielding cultivator, sitting down, they also stood up and bowed to greet each other politely. Several of them were big figures who had practiced for many years and stood at the top of this immortal cultivation world. Naturally, they all understood the ways of the world. Even if they had some grudges against each other and secretly disliked each other, they still had to consider the face of the Xiaoyao sect as the main family in today's occasion, and they must still be polite on the surface. Qi Refinement had just sat down when a giant and cultivator standing behind her took the initiative to come forward to Bai Yuxin. Junior Zhao Cheng from Funiu sect, under the order of the head of the sect, came to congratulate Senior Bai on his nascent soul great success. Song states Funiu sect is also a nascent soul sect located to the west of the floating cloud mountains, just like the Wanling sect. However, the strength of this sect is generally only one nascent soul ancestor, which is similar to Bai Yuxin's Xiaoyao sect before he formed a nascent soul. Hearing that the visitor was presenting a gift on behalf of the Funiu sect, Bai Yuxin and Lim Yufeng looked at each other, and both showed a bit of surprise on their faces. They didn't expect Qi Refinement to bring people from other sects with him today. Please don't be offended, fellow Taoist Bai. Originally, fellow Taoist Chu had agreed to come here with me, but not long ago, a giant and demon cultivator suddenly appeared in the territory of Song State and he was unable to get away, so he sent junior brother Zhao here. Not only him, but the people behind me, like junior brother Zhao, are also here to congratulate on behalf of their sects. Their teachers were a little worried about the long journey, so they asked me to take them along. Just now at the mountain gate, I was in a hurry to get on the road and failed to state their identities in advance. I hope you two fellow Taoists can forgive me. Fellow Taoist Chu, you are too polite. Fellow Taoist Chu and I have met several times, so how can I care about such a small matter? Since junior brother Zhao is here to participate in the celebration, he is a guest of our sect. Please take your seat quickly. Lim Yufeng did not mind too much that the Funiu sect sent people to congratulate him. Although the two sects were located on the east and west sides of Tai Lake and had an average relationship, they had never had any deep hatred. However, Lim Yufeng knew that the reason why the Funiu sect and the sects behind Qi Refinement sent people to congratulate him this time was mostly because of the Wanling sect. Otherwise, even if he sent them invitations, he might not be able to invite them. As Zhao Cheng left, several more monks came forward to present gifts to Bai Yuxin. However, compared with a previous large-scale Wanling sect that took out a 4th-level lower-grade elixir, the gifts they took out were not so valuable. They were basically spiritual objects above the 3rd level. After 4 or 5 people passed by, a man with a kind face at the 2nd level of the Golden Core came to Bai Yuxin with a wooden box, and then stepped forward and saluted with a respectful face. Junior Jingwen sect Zhang Zhiang, under the order of the sect master, comes to congratulate Senior Bai on his nascent soul greatness. As Zhang Zhiang finished speaking, the entire hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes could not help but focus on him. Even the faces of Yang Fengaiyu and Zhang Zidan, two nascent soul cultivators sitting nearby, showed some surprise. How dare someone from Jingwen sect come here? Does this kid want to die? How dare he come here to cause trouble when Uncle Bai's holding a celebration? Song Qingming, who was chatting with Wei Zunping, was also a little shocked when he heard that the person from above actually called himself Jingwen sect. When the Ma family of Iron Immortal Fort rebelled, Jingwen sect took the opportunity to intervene in the Uyghur cultivation world, and the battle with Xiaoyao sect was once a sensation. Almost all the sects in the Floating Cloud Mountains knew that after the battle of Tixianbao, the Xiaoyao sect and the Jingwen sect of Yu State had a feud, and the two sides had not had any contact for hundreds of years. Now that the Xiaoyao sect is holding a Yuanying celebration, the Jingwen sect has sent people to congratulate. It seems a bit strange no matter how you look at it. For a moment, Song Qingming couldn't understand what the other party meant by this move. As the people below began to talk about it, Bai Yuxin and Lim Yufeng, who were sitting at the top, also gradually became a little ugly, and their eyes looking at Zhang Zhiang became a little colder. Seeing that Bai Yuxin had not accepted his gift for a long time, Zhang Zhiang, who was holding a wooden box, instantly had a little more embarrassment on his face, and couldn't help but look at Qi Refinement who brought him here for help. Seeing this, Qi Refinement immediately smiled and explained to Lim Yufeng and the others, "When I came here, I also heard that there were some misunderstandings between Taoist fellow Wu and your clan. Since Taoist fellow Wu sent junior nephew Zhang to congratulate me today, he must have wanted to clear the matter with your clan. Taoist fellows, can you please give me a favor and find an opportunity to talk with Taoist fellow Wu? If both sides can use this opportunity to turn hostility into friendship and jointly deal with the northern monster beast, it would be a good thing. The monster race is now powerful, and our human cultivators' territory has been gradually eroded by them over the years. We all have no way out. This time, I have seen your brother Zhao's Ling came here. In addition to congratulating fellow Taoist Bai on his achievement of the nascent soul, he also wanted to discuss with the other Taoists present. Let's see if we can take advantage of fellow Taoist Bai's opportunity to condense the nascent soul this time, and unite to launch a counterattack to the north, so as to strike a blow to the arrogance of the demon race and gain more living space for our human cultivators." After hearing this, Lim Yufeng stood up and bowed slightly to Qi Refinement and said, "Fellow Taoist Chu, the matter of uniting to deal with the demon races for the survival of our human cultivators, and our sect naturally has no objection. However, today is the unyielding celebration held by our sect for Junior Sister Bai. It is really inconvenient to discuss this matter. Please wait until the celebration is over and we can discuss it in detail. As for the matter between our sect and Qingming sect, it is not as simple as fellow Taoist Chu said. If you don't know the details, it is better not to interfere in this matter. Today is the day of our sect's grand celebration. I will give fellow Taoist Chu a face and not care about his crime of trespassing into our sect's territory. However, I don't have a place for you Qingming sect monks to sit in this hall. Bring your get out of Qingming Mountain right now. What's in your hand? If I see someone from your Qingming sect entering Weiguo again, you will have no good luck. Remember to tell Wu Qingming a message. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Don't think that I don't know about his dealings with Funiu Mountain. If you want to make peace with us, let him come to Qingming Mountain by himself. After saying that, Li Mufeng's face darkened and immediately became a little more gloomy, and his eyes also revealed a bit of murderous intent, which frightened Zhang Ziyang so much that he stood there and dared not move. Where is the sect's law enforcement monk? Take this man out and drive him out of the mountain gate. Hearing Bai Yuxin's order, Li Wutuang and Jin Ziyan, who had been standing aside and prepared, immediately stepped forward to lift up Zhang Ziyang, who was a little at a loss, and then let him out of the hall directly. Seeing this sudden scene, not only Zhang Ziyang himself did not expect it, but also many monks who came to participate in the celebration sitting in the hall did not expect that the Ziyao sect would act so decisively and not care about the face of Chu Lingyuan of the Wanling sect at all. From the time Li Mufeng finished speaking to Zhang Ziyang being driven out of the hall, Chu Lingyuan, who was sitting aside, looked a little ugly, but she just shook her head slightly in the face of Zhang Ziyang's request for help and did not stand up to stop it, watching everything happening in front of her with cold eyes. It was not until Zhang Ziyang was driven out of the hall that Yang Fengyu, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said to Chu Lingyuan, "Fellow Taoist Chu is willing to mediate for Qingming sect. This is indeed a good intention. It's just that there are some things that we don't know the details of. Fellow Taoist must have been deceived by others, which led to today's misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuxin, who had just sat down, immediately picked up a glass of spirit wine and took the initiative to explain to Chu Lingyuan softly, "Fellow Taoist Chu, you don't know that there is far more than the misunderstanding between Qingming sect and our sect. Just a year ago, when I was striving to reach the nascent soul realm, they deliberately revealed this matter to the demon clan. If it weren't for the favor of heaven, I'm afraid I would have been blocked by the Black Dragon Demon King and died and would not have lived to this day. There is such a thing, Alice. I have been in seclusion in the sect for a long time these years, and I have indeed heard less about some things outside. I thought it was just a trivial matter. I didn't expect that the demon race could be involved in this. If this is true, then fellow Taoist Wu is really confused. How can human cultivators like us collude with our enemies of the demon race? Please rest assured, fellow Taoists. After I go back, I will tell Brother Zhao the truth about this matter. Now is a great opportunity for all the major sects to unite and fight back against the demon race. We must never let the Qingming sect act so recklessly again. Fellow Taoist Chu, it's good that you have this intention. What happened just now is just a small misunderstanding. Fellow Taoists, don't take it to heart. Today is the celebration of our sect. Please don't be polite and drink a few more cups. Fellow Taoist Li is right. We can't miss such a good wine easily. I will toast to all the fellow Taoists first." After the several unyielding cultivators sitting at the top explained to each other, they soon began to push cups and exchange cups. Seeing this, Song Qingming and others below also returned to their current state. Soon everyone temporarily forgot what had just happened, and the whole hall began to be lively again. It was rare that 5 nascent soul cultivators gathered in the hall at once. When the celebration was halfway through, under the leadership of Li Mufeng, several nascent soul cultivators present took turns to speak and explain some of their personal experiences in cultivating immortals to the many giant cultivators present. In particular, Bai Yuxin, who had just broken through the nascent soul realm, as the protagonist of today's celebration, shared with everyone present some of the difficulties he encountered when breaking through the nascent soul realm and how he overcame them without reservation. This also made Song Qingming and many other giant and cultivators who came to participate in the celebration prick up their ears and write down this very valuable experience of breaking through the nascent soul realm. Although most of the nearly 100 giant and cultivators in the entire hall actually found it difficult to break through the nascent soul, Even if they knew that the hope was slim, it was difficult to stop each of them from yearning for the nascent soul realm. This nascent soul celebration was held for a day and a night, until the afternoon of the second day, when several nascent soul cultivators left the stage one after another, and everyone began to get up and say goodbye and leave. Song Qingming and the other two were not in a hurry to leave. They took advantage of this rare opportunity to stay in Qi Mountain for 2 more days, and had a good chat with other giant and elders of the sect before returning to Qing County together. As the news of Yuxin's condensation of the nascent soul spread, the entire Yuxin world and the surrounding countries caused a sensation. The market was full of cultivators discussing this matter. Everyone knew that after Yuxin broke through the nascent soul, the Xiaoyao sect would definitely expand its territory and improve its strength. Many cultivators were looking forward to it. Like the Song family, as long as the Xiaoyao sect started to expand northward, countless opportunities would be born. This is a good development opportunity for both casual cultivators and those Yuxin family forces. Maybe someone can get their own opportunity from it and soar into the sky to become a high-level cultivator. However, although the outside world was very lively, the Xiaoyao sect itself was very calm. Since Chu Lingyuan personally went to Qi Mountain to congratulate Li Mufen, Yang Fengyu and others quickly reached a joint agreement with the other party, preparing to jointly launch a counterattack against the aggressive northern demon tribe. For this reason, although the Xiaoyao sect was carefully preparing and secretly dispatching various materials and spiritual objects to the Guianfang frontline, there was no news of taking action against the demon tribe. Even Song Qingming and other giant and elders did not know the sect's specific action plan for the next step, and could only start accumulating various spiritual objects according to the sect's intentions to prepare for emergencies. More than a year of such peaceful days passed, and the entire Song family and even the Yuxin world were still very peaceful, and no war occurred. On this day, an old man with white hair and beard led a 14 or 15-year-old white-clothed boy to the foot of the Song family's Funiu Mountain on a magic weapon. "Grandpa, is this the giant and fairy clan you mentioned, the King Song family?" Looking at the towering mountains, the white-clothed boy couldn't help but ask with curiosity. "Well, this is it. I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect that some places are still the same as before." Looking at the towering mountain in front of him, the white-haired old man couldn't help but think back to 200 years ago. At that time, Funiu Mountain was far from being so tall and majestic. It was just a very inconspicuous first-grade upper-grade spiritual vein in Qing County. The Song family was not yet a well-known giant and immortal clan at that time. Even among the many foundation-building families in Qing County, they were just the most inconspicuous one. 200 years, time flies. With the sudden rise of the Song family, not only has the Funiu Mountain in front of it undergone earth-shaking changes, it has been promoted from an inconspicuous first-grade upper-grade spiritual vein to a third-grade middle-grade one. Even the surrounding Qing County and even the entire northeast of Uyghur have become many times more prosperous than 200 years ago. The remote corner of Uyghur in the past is now one of the rare holy places for cultivating immortals in the country. You can't see the top of the mountain no matter how you look at it from the bottom of the mountain. "Let's go. Go up the mountain with the grandpa." After recalling for a while at the foot of the mountain, the old man quickly found the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain by memory, and walked directly to the mountain gate with a young man in white who had been looking up beside him. Spring goes and autumn comes, the 4 seasons rotate. With the arrival of late autumn, golden leaves began to float all over the Funiu Mountain. In the Huxin pavilion on the top of the mountain, Song Qingming was holding a cup of fragrant spiritual tea, sitting by the window with Wang Xian to drink tea and chat. The beautiful scenery of fallen leaves outside the window, the fire boiling tea beside them, the two sat and talked, as if they were integrated with the surrounding scenery, so comfortable. "Husband, I met Yuking on the mountain yesterday, and heard her say that Zuan found another black iron mine near Baoshailing half a month ago, and it was not small in scale. This child is diligent after building the foundation. In less than 2 years, he has found 2 mineral veins outside for the family. You insisted on supporting him with Yuan Fang to build the foundation, and some people didn't understand, but now no one dares to speak." Hearing Wang Xian mention Song Zuan, Song Qingming, who was sipping tea, immediately showed a look of relief on his face, and replied calmly, "Not understanding is not necessarily wrong. No matter who we, as elders, choose to support, we can only do our best. In the end, Whether they can build a foundation or not depends on their own efforts. I can't predict what will happen in the future. If Xuan fails one after another, it means that I, the ancestor, have poor vision. Speaking of vision, my husband, you do see farther than the rest of us. I want to ask you again, Changs, Yuan Hao and Yuxin are all about to cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building. Who do you think will succeed in forming a pill first? Wang Xian added a cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea to the empty cup in front of Song Qingming, blinked, and looked at him curiously. Seeing Wang Xian staring at him so seriously, Song Qingming thought for a while, sighed again and said, speaking of spiritual root talent, of course Yuan Hao is better. But this kid is always restless because of his pride. You see how many marriages Yuan Fang has arranged for him over the years, but none of them are to his liking. I think his character may not be very smooth in the future. Changs has been practicing diligently. Although his talent is not as good as Yuan Hao, he is more stable. However, with our support, he should be able to form a pill in the future. As for Yuxin, I think her confidence in forming a pill should be slightly higher than Chang's and Yuan Hao, but you and I have experienced the difficulties of forming a pill. No matter who of them wants to succeed in forming a pill in one go, it may not be easy. It depends on who can have better luck. It's a pity that Yuan Li has not come back, otherwise he should be able to try to form a pill with his current cultivation. Hearing Song Qingming talking about Song Yuan Li who has not returned for many years, Wang Xian smiled and nodded and said, in this case, my husband is more optimistic about Yuan Li. Don't worry, my husband, Yuan Li has been sending messages back all these years, and there are people on duty every day on the family list, so there must be nothing wrong. I think he hasn't been back for so long. Most likely he has found some opportunity to form a pill, or met his sweetheart, so he is so reluctant to leave the outside world, haha. If that's the case, then he is more enlightened than Yuan Hao. Just as Song Qingming and Wang Xian were chatting, a young man who was guarding downstairs walked up quickly and bowed respectfully to Song Qingming and the others in front of him. Ancestor, the great elder sent someone to say that there is a visitor in the meeting room. It's an old friend of yours. Old friend? Which old friend is it? Let me see it. Seeing Song Qingming waving, the young man hurriedly handed the letter in his hand to Song Qingming, and then stepped aside respectfully. After practicing Taoism for more than 200 years, most of the cultivators of the same generation as Song Qingming have died or passed away. There are really not many who can be called old friends now. Picking up the letter and opening it, Song Qingming quickly showed a smile on his face, and then nodded to the young man not far away and said, you go and bring the person directly to me. If Yuan Fang is not busy, let him come with you. The young man nodded in response, and then immediately left here quickly. After a moment, Wang Xian on the side asked curiously, I wonder where this old friend who came to the mountain this time is that makes your husband pay so much attention to him. It is indeed an old friend I have known for many years. When I just built my foundation, it was he who helped to upgrade the Funiu Mountain spiritual vein to the 2nd level. I used to have some friendship with him. However, we have less contact later, and I haven't seen him for many years. I don't know why he came to see me this time. A quarter of an hour later, under the guidance of the young man from the Song family, Song Yuanfang, with a white-haired old man and a white-clothed boy of about 14 or 15 years old, came to Song Qingming and his wife on the 3rd floor of Huxin Pavilion. As soon as they met, the white-haired old man immediately came forward with the white-clothed boy and bowed to Song Qingming. Junior Bai Yunhua, greetings to the two seniors, fellow Taoist Bai, no need to be polite. Fellow Taoist is Yuan Rong's mentor, and you and I were old friends. There is no need for so many formalities when you come to my Funiu Mountain. Sit down and talk if you have anything to say. Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hands and asked Song Yuanfang to arrange for the two of them to sit down on the side. This white-haired old man was none other than the good friend of his third brother Song King's, and also the Xiaoao sect formation master Bai Yunhua, with whom Song Qingming had dealt several times. 200 years ago, when Song Qingming had just established his foundation, he needed to find a second-level formation master to advance his family's spiritual veins. It was through Song King's introduction that he went to Guiyang Mountain to ask Bai Yunhua for help. 200 years had passed in a flash, and now Song Qingming had successfully entered the Golden Core realm, and his demeanor remained the same. Bai Yunhua, who was also high-spirited back then, was now gray-haired and looked old. Since the formation of the Dan, although Song Qingming had not had much contact with the other party. However, because Bai Yunhe accepted Song Yuanrong, a member of the Yuan generation of the Song family, as a disciple and supported him in successfully establishing his foundation, Song Qingming occasionally heard some news about Bai Yunhe through Song Yuanfang and others over the years. Bai Yunhe was gifted in formations in his early years, and was still refining Qi. At the stage of the first stage, Bai Yunhe had already become a second-level formation master. After receiving support from the sect, he successfully established his foundation before he was 40 years old. In terms of cultivation talent, he was much better than Song Qingming when he was building his foundation. He was also expected to become a giant and seed in the sect. However, things did not go as planned. After building his foundation, Bai Yunhe's path suddenly became much more bumpy, just like Song Zinayu who joined the Xiaoyao sect. Although he finally cultivated to the 9th level of the foundation, he was too old to receive much support from the sect. He failed twice in his attempts to reach the Jianden realm. In the end, his path could only stop at the peak of the foundation. Looking at Bai Yunhe, who was already gray-haired and had little life left, and thinking of the scene when the two met in the past, Song Qingming felt a little sad about the cruelty of the world of cultivation. Whether it is Qi refining, foundation building, or Jianden realm, the deadline is approaching and no further progress can be made. Everyone will eventually have this day. The current Bai Yunhe may one day become like himself. Brother Bai, are you here today? Is there something wrong, or did you encounter any difficulties in Baishiling? After the Song family sent troops to the north to conquer the spiritual vein of White Lion Ridge a few years ago, many independent cultivators and cultivators who wanted to establish a family came to Funiu Mountain to purchase the spiritual veins they conquered from the Song family. Because Bai Yunhe's lifespan was insufficient, he also wanted to go home to recuperate, so he asked his disciple Song Yuanrong to help him take a first-class spiritual vein from the Song family. He planned to move his relatives and descendants here and arrange an industry for them in advance, so that they would not be excluded by others in the future if they stayed in Qingming Mountain. When Song Qingming learned about this, he not only nodded in agreement, but also agreed to it. Song Qingming came to visit him, and even decided to exempt Bai Yunhe from the spiritual stones needed to purchase the spiritual vein, which was a special care for his old friend. Afterwards, Bai Yunhe quickly moved all his relatives and friends to Baishiling. In the past few years, with the help of the Song family, he has slowly taken root in the new spiritual vein. Seeing Bai Yunhe take the initiative to visit him, Song Qingming thought that he had encountered some difficulties and couldn't tell the people below, so he found him here. Hearing Song Qingming's concern, Bai Yunhe stood up and shook his head and said, "Thank you for your care, Senior Song. We haven't encountered any difficulties in Baishiling in the past few years. I came to see you today, mainly to thank you for your care for my Bai family, and secondly, there is something I want to talk to you about. I wonder if you can give me a chance. There are no outsiders here, you can say whatever you want. This matter is very important to me. I can only tell Senior Song. I hope you can forgive me." Chapter 744 The Secret of the Formation Plate, by Jingyan. Seeing Bai Yunhe's embarrassed look, Song Qingming was also a little confused for a moment, wondering what exactly was so embarrassing for him. Just when he wanted to continue speaking, Wang Xian stood up and said with a smile, "Since Bai Daoyao has something important to say, you can go inside to talk to him. I just happened to make another pot of tea for you." Song Qingming nodded slightly and said nothing more. He took the initiative to walk to a compartment next to him. Seeing this, Bai Yunhe told his grandson to sit there and wait, and then immediately followed Song Qingming. The two soon came to a private room inside. After motioning Bai Yunhe to sit aside, Song Qingming raised his hand and gently waved it to set up a soundproof barrier between the two of them. Then he opened his mouth and asked him, "It's just you and me here, Brother Bai, just say whatever you want to say. If you really encounter any difficulties or someone makes things difficult for you, just tell me. My Song family has been established for so many years, and although we can't say we have a very good reputation, we still have rules. If someone really throws sand in my eyes, I will definitely not tolerate him." Seeing that Song Qingming still thought that he was wrong and didn't want to speak directly, Bai Yunhe shook his head and said, "Senior Song has misunderstood. What I just said is the truth, and I didn't mean to be polite with you. The reason why I want to meet you alone is that there is a very important matter I want to discuss with you. I hope you won't blame me." After that, Bai Yanhui stretched out his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a set of second-level top-grade magic array, and then placed it in front of Song Qingming. I wonder if Senior Song still remembers this formation. This formation is not the ancient formation that fellow Taoist Hu and I helped you repair back then. What is the purpose of fellow Taoist by showing this to me? Although more than 100 years have passed, Song Qingming still recognized the formation that Bai Yanhui took out at a glance. This second-level upper-grade formation was the ancient formation that Bai Yanhui invited him and several other people to help repair. Back then, Song Qingming asked Bai Yanhui for help to introduce and exchange a foundation-building pill. Later, in order to thank him, he agreed to help repair this formation. At that time, Song Qingming's formation level was only the second-level middle grade. It took several people 2 months to restore the power of this ancient formation to the second-level upper grade. Song Qingming also remembered it very clearly. Seeing that Song Qingming recognized the ancient formation in his hand, Bai Yanhui nodded quickly and said, "What you said is right. This is the ancient formation that we repaired together back then. When I got this formation, I thought it was just an ancient formation. After repairing it, this formation has helped me escape danger many times. Until 40 years ago, I was lucky enough to buy a piece of third-grade low-grade water attribute ore in Yangshan Fang, and I wanted to refine the ore into the formation plate to increase its power. Unexpectedly, when I was refining the formation plate, I accidentally discovered a secret in it. This formation plate actually contains the runes of an ancient cultivator's cave. Ancient cultivator's cave, there is such a thing. Could this cave be in the floating cloud mountains?" When Song Qingming heard Bai Yanhui say that there was a secret about the ancient cultivator's cave hidden in the formation plate in his hand, his face immediately showed a bit of shock. This world of immortal cultivation has been around for 100,000 years. The caves of the so-called ancient cultivators have gradually disappeared in the world of immortal cultivation as the years passed by and the new cultivators continue to explore them. In today's world of immortal cultivation, it is not uncommon to find a spiritual object handed down from ancient times like Bai Yanhui's, but it is not something that can be found with ordinary luck. If you want to find a cave of an ancient cultivator, Song Qingming has been practicing Taoism for more than 200 years and has also explored many secret caves. But except for the unknown time in the secret realm of Tongshan Tower, the caves of other senior cultivators are only a few thousand years old at most, and they are not considered to be the caves of ancient cultivators that are tens of thousands of years old. Unexpectedly, Bai Yanhui, who is not good looking in front of him, can have such good luck. Song Qingming was shocked and looked at him with a little more envy. Bai Yanhui nodded and said, "That's right. Senior, you only need to probe your spiritual sense into the tortoise shell in the middle of the array disc, and you will naturally see the runes describing the cave." After hearing Bai Yanhui's explanation, Song Qingming immediately closed his eyes and covered his spiritual sense on the array disc. After a while, under the tortoise shell described by Bai Yanhui, he found a group of runes that only ancient monks would write. It is indeed the work of an ancient monk, but I don't quite understand what is written on the runes. Have you studied it? These runes are very simple and do seem to describe some status and position. Although Song Qingming is a formation master, he can roughly see some of the ways, but he has not spent time studying these runes in detail, and for a while he can't determine where the place described above is. Bai Yanhui in front of Song Qingming is also a formation master, and when he was repairing this formation, he had already studied the ancient runes on the formation. In terms of understanding these runes, Song Qingming is probably not as good as him now. Hearing this, Bai Yanhui immediately smiled and nodded, saying, "Senior, your guess is right. As an array master, I have always studied these ancient runes. When I discovered the secret in the array disc, I didn't pay much attention to it at first. I didn't expect that after spending a few years, I really found the cave. It's just a pity that I went in a little late. Someone had already got there first, and I didn't find anything good. Moreover, it is very dangerous in there, with powerful arrays and restrictions everywhere. If I hadn't been more cautious when I went in for the first time, I would have almost died in there. Senior Song, please look, these things are what I brought out of that cave. They are all very exquisite ancient spiritual objects, but they have been there for too long and there is no spiritual energy on them." After Bai Yanhui finished speaking, he took out a few broken magic weapon fragments from the storage bag and presented them to Song Qingming. After picking up the magic weapon fragment that Bai Yanhui took out and looking at it for a while, Song Qingming slowly put it down, and then asked him directly, since what you found was just an empty cave with no spiritual objects, why are you telling me all this? At first, Song Qingming thought that Bai Yunhu had found the cave and got some good things from it, so he came to him to exchange for something. As a result, he found that what he took out were just some useless magic weapon fragments, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Bai Yunhu, who was sitting nearby, seemed not very interested when he saw Song Qingming suddenly ask this, and hurriedly explained with a look of anxiety, Senior Song, you don't know that although this ancient cultivator's cave has been visited by someone before, the space inside is very large, and some places are guarded by very powerful restrictions. After searching for a long time in it over the years, I found a place covered by restrictions. From the outside, it seems that no one has entered yet. I guess there must be some spiritual objects hidden in it. It's a pity that the restriction is very powerful, and I have limited ability. Although I have tried to break the restriction many times over the years, I have never succeeded. Maybe I am not destined to have this opportunity. When he said this, Bai Yunhu sighed with some regret, as if he felt sorry for not being able to get this unknown opportunity. After a pause, Bai Yunhu continued, I have tried hard for decades but have not been able to achieve my goal. Now I don't have much time left, and I don't have the ability to go in again. I came here today because I want to pass on this secret to you, and ask for a favor from you. When I pass away in the future, I hope you can take care of my relatives and descendants in Batishiling. After saying that, Bai Yunhu knelt down directly in front of Song Qingming, his eyes and tone full of sincerity, as if he was intentionally entrusting his affairs to him. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurried forward to help him up, sighed slightly and said, Brother Bai, you are too polite. Now you and the Bai family are already a family of immortal cultivators under my Funiu Mountain, and we should take care of them. No matter whether there is any favor between us, as long as they can practice with peace of mind and do not touch the bottom line, I can assure you that I will never intentionally suppress the Bai family in the future, so please rest assured about this, Senior Song. I naturally believe what you said, but you also know that my death is not far away. I just want to try my best to find some way out for them before I die, and also to seek peace of mind for myself. If you can agree to one of my requests, I am willing to tell you the location of this ancient cave, and I can take you in personally. Tell me what you want first. If it is convenient for me to agree to it, I will not be unkind. Hearing this, Bai Yunhu immediately stood up and replied, Besides me, there are only 7 or 8 people in my family who can practice. They are all mediocre in talent, and I am afraid that they will not be able to build a foundation in this life. Only one grandson has decent aptitude, and he is a rare double spiritual root aptitude. It's a pity that he is still young and I don't have much time left, so I won't be able to see him build a foundation. I want him to become a disciple of Senior Song in the future. I hope that Senior can take care of him, so that my Bai family can have hope in the future. Become my disciple? To be honest, although I have practiced Taoism for many years, I have never accepted disciples, and I am not good at teaching others. I am afraid that I will fail to live up to your trust. Would you like to change your request? After hearing the request made by Bai Yunhu, Song Qingming immediately understood that the grandson with double spiritual roots he was talking about should be the young man he brought with him sitting outside. Bai Yunhu came to him so hard today, probably to pave the way for his descendant. With the talent of dual spiritual roots, if there is a mentor who is a giant and cultivator to take care of him, as long as his luck is not too bad, it will definitely not be difficult for him to successfully build a foundation. If he has better luck in the future, he may have a chance to successfully form a golden elixir and get ahead of Bai Yunhu. However, Song Qingming's family has so many juniors that he rarely has time to teach them on weekdays. He really has no interest in taking in disciples. After knowing Bai Yunhu's purpose, he thought for a moment and shook his head gently. The juniors know that the seniors are busy with many things and cannot teach him to practice in person. These juniors naturally dare not have any extravagant hopes. I only hope that the seniors can support him when he builds his foundation in the future. That would be my wish. Otherwise, once I pass away, the few people in the Bai family may find it difficult to keep the small foundation, let alone build a foundation in the future. It will be difficult for the juniors to feel at ease even if they go there. This child has the talent of dual spiritual roots. If he can directly join the sect, his achievements will definitely not be worse than yours. After hearing Song Qingming's suggestion, Bai Yunhu shook his head directly. He shook his head and said, I have been a disciple of a sect since I was young. I have seen through the intrigues and struggles in the big sects. That's why I want to set up a family business in Badashailing and bring them out. I want them to stay away from the troubled times and live a peaceful life for a few days. I really don't want this child to go down the same path I did back then, so I brought him to ask for help from Senior Song today. I hope you can help me fulfill this wish. Although you can get more cultivation resources by joining a sect, you have a greater chance of becoming a Taoist than a family cultivator or a casual cultivator. However, there are too many geniuses in a sect. Even if you are a dual spiritual root cultivator with extraordinary talent, it is nothing in a nascent soul sect like the Xiaoyao sect. In the future, if you want to build your foundation and form a pill, you will have to face fierce competition with your peers, and there will naturally be struggles. Seeing that Bai Yunhua, who has already experienced this, said such sincere words, Song Qingming slowly nodded in agreement. Although joining a sect will bring better prospects for the path of cultivation, disputes are bound to be inevitable in places with many people. It is rare for fellow Taoists to think so thoroughly. I can agree to this matter and help you take care of the child in the future. But before that, I have a question to ask you. Fellow Taoist has discovered the secret of this cave for so many years. Why didn't you think of informing the sect about it and asking other elders to help break the restriction you mentioned? If there is really something in it, I think they should not treat you unfairly, Song Qingming said, staring at the other party with a serious face, waiting for Bai Yunhua's answer. Bai Yunhua sighed and replied, to be honest, I have considered what you said. But this cave has been occupied by senior monks, and there are many dangerous restrictions inside. It is not easy to persuade other elders of the sect to help. If there is nothing in sight and something bad happens, it will be difficult for me to explain. After thinking about it, I finally gave up this idea. Since discovering the secret in the array disk, Bai Yunhua has thought about finding someone to help crack the restrictions inside. However, the restrictions also involve ancient array runes, and even a top-level second-level upper-grade array master like him cannot crack it. Ordinary monks can't help it all. At least a giant monk or a third-level or higher array master can do it. There are not many third-level array masters in the Xiaoyao sect. They are all the key training objects in the sect and will not easily go out to take risks. Not to mention the giant elders. If you want to persuade them, Bai Yunhua's words alone are definitely not enough, at least it will cost a lot. Otherwise, if they spend a lot of effort and don't find anything good in it, who would be willing to accompany you to take a risk and run for nothing? Unless you can first take out a spiritual object that makes them excited, it is possible to persuade them. Although the secret of the ancient cultivator's cave on Bai Yunhua sounds a bit exciting, it is an unknown to put it bluntly. No one knows whether it is a blessing or a curse to go there. Moreover, this kind of place may have been visited by countless cultivators, and it is impossible to leave any good things. It is precisely because of this understanding that Bai Yunhua wants to use this unknown opportunity to exchange a favor for Song Qingming in the future. Although Bai Yunhua takes this matter very seriously, Song Qingming doesn't care too much. The reason why Song Qingming asked Bai Yunhua why he didn't ask someone in the sect for help was actually to confirm whether the other party had told this secret to others. If other people in the sect knew about it, Song Qingming would definitely not be willing to take the risk of getting involved in this mess in order to prevent the matter from being unclear in the future. Bai Yunhua took the initiative to come to him for help today, just to ask him to take care of his descendants in the future. This was just a matter of convenience for Song Qingming and was not a difficult matter. As long as the other party practiced honestly in the future and did not cause any trouble to himself, it would not have much impact on Song Qingming to accept him as a nominal disciple. After getting confirmation from Bai Yunhua, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Brother Bai's right. This kind of place is too dangerous, and it is not certain whether we can find useful things. It may not be a good thing to take other people there rashly. Since I have already promised you today, I will accept this thing first. As for the child outside, I will give you two choices. If you want to worship me as your master, then we can only be nominal master and apprentice. I will not spend too much energy to teach him. If you think this is inappropriate, I can also choose a suitable person from the many elders of the Song family to accept him. In this way, he can be regarded as someone who can teach him and stay on Funiu Mountain to practice in the future. No matter which one you choose, my previous promise to you to support him when he builds his foundation in the future still counts. After you go out, Bai Daoyao, take the child back first. I will give you 3 days to think about it. I will let Yuan Fang prepare it in a few days and notify you to come. Then you can tell me your decision. Dao, do you think this is okay? That's great. Thank you very much, Senior. After agreeing with the other party, Song Qingming put away Bai Yunhu's second-level top-grade array. There is a mark of the cave on this thing, and Song Qingming will naturally not let others see it easily. Bai Yunhu has no objection to this, and hurriedly nodded and agreed. The purpose of his coming today is to get a promise from Song Qingming to pave the way for his descendants. Compared with this, the value of this second-level top-grade array is not so important. After the two of them talked, Song Qingming directly removed the soundproof barrier and then walked out with Bai Yunhu. At this time, in the hall, Wang Xian was talking to the young man with a smile. In order to ease the other party's nervousness, she specially asked someone to bring him a plate of spiritual fruits. Seeing Song Qingming and Bai Yunhu coming over, the young man hurriedly got up and walked over, carefully following behind Bai Yunhu. Two seniors, Brother Song, if you have nothing else to say, I will take my leave first. After coming out, Bai Yunhu sat for a while, then bowed and greeted everyone, and then took the boy beside him and left under the guidance of Song Yuanfang. After the other party left, Wang Xian asked curiously, this Brother Bai came to you, could it be for this child's path? Oh. How did you see that? Seeing that she had guessed it, Wang Xian smiled and explained, this child is only 15 years old, and his cultivation has reached the 4th level of Qi Refining. I think he has at least 3 spiritual roots, if not 2 spiritual roots. Fellow Taoist Bai has a short lifespan now, and his path to the Tao is hopeless. He was brought here today. Isn't this purpose obvious? Seeing that he was relieved when he left, it is probably because your husband agreed. Could it be that you have accepted this child? Facing the doubts on Wang Xian's face, Song Qingming nodded and admitted, fellow Taoist Bai is just seeking peace of mind. I agreed to him, but it is up to them to choose. After all, I often practice in seclusion for a long time, so where can I have time to teach my disciples? If he insists, we can only be nominal master and apprentice. After Song Qingming answered, he told Wang Xian the agreement he had just reached with Bai Yunhu. Wang Xian was also a little surprised at first when she heard that Bai Yunhu had not achieved her goal and presented Song Qingming with an ancient cultivator's cave. But after hearing that someone had already gotten there first, Wang Xian showed some disappointment and said, it's just a restriction that we don't know if there is anything inside. Most likely, we won't get anything good. So, my husband has made a loss in this deal. I had some friendship with Bai Dao back then. The reason I agreed to him was mainly because we knew each other back then. This matter is just a piece of cake for me, so it doesn't matter if I suffer a loss or not. I just promised to take care of this child in the future. As for how far he can go in the future, it depends on him. 3 days passed quickly. Bai Yunhu, who received the message from Funiu Mountain, also came to the Song family again with his grandson Bai Jingyan as agreed. In the end, he insisted on choosing Bai Jingyan to worship under Song Qingming and become the first disciple of his cultivation career. Song Qingming had expected this, and without saying much, he asked Song Yuanfang to arrange a simple apprenticeship ceremony and accept Bai Jingyan as his disciple. After waiting for Bai Jingyan to perform the kowtow ceremony, Song Qingming, who was sitting at the head, stood up and took out a low-level magic weapon and gave it to his apprentice as a gift. The apprenticeship ceremony had just ended, and when there was no one around Song Qingming, Bai Yunhu took the initiative to walk towards him. Senior Song, this is the map of the location of the cave that I drew. Chapter 745 King Cave, Mysterious Scroll. The reason why Bai Yunhu wanted to use the cave map in his hand to exchange a favor with Song Qingming was to pave the way for future generations. Now that he saw that his most concerned grandson Bai Jingyan had officially become Song Qingming's disciple, Bai Yunhu was completely relieved at this moment. Without hesitation, he directly handed the map he had drawn to Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not hesitate to be polite with him. He took the map and opened it to take a look, and then a bit of surprise appeared on his face. It's so close to King County, but I haven't heard any news about it in all these years. It's really strange. Seeing that Song Qingming was a little confused, Bai Yunhu hurriedly explained, Senior, you don't know that the entrance here is very hidden. Even if ordinary cultivators reach the vicinity of the cave, it is difficult to find the entrance. If I hadn't had the guidance of the runes on the array plate, it would have been difficult to find the cave. You will naturally know it when you get there. Song Qingming was silent for a moment after hearing this and nodded directly, well, Since the distance is not far, you might as well accompany me today, so as to save you from trouble in the future. Let Jingyan stay on the mountain first. The technique he practices is similar to Yuan Fang's, so Yuan Fang can guide his practice. By the way, I am willing to listen to your instructions, senior." Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to have suddenly become interested and wanted to go to the cave to take a look immediately, Bai Yunhu hurriedly nodded and agreed. Now that he had given the secret to Song Qingming, the things in the cave naturally had nothing to do with him. He had no objection to Song Qingming going there whenever he wanted. After talking to Bai Yunhu, Song Qingming came to the side and told Song Yuanfang a few words, and then left Funiu Mountain with the Bai Yunhu. In the southeast of Qing County, there is a river about 30 or 40 feet wide, named Qing. This river originates in the Yunwu Mountain hundreds of miles away, runs from east to west across the entire Qing County, then enters Jiangling County in the west and finally flows into the Taiyu Lake in the southwest of Wei State. When Qing County was first established, it was directly named after this Qing River. The cultivators of the entire Qing County are very familiar with this river, including Song Qingming, who grew up here since childhood. After leaving Funiu Mountain with the Bai Yunhu, Song Qingming rode a flying boat all the way south. After crossing hundreds of miles, he soon arrived over the Qing River over there. Then Song Qingming, who was standing on the flying boat, picked up the map in his hand and took a look at it. The speed of the flying boat under his feet also slowly slowed down. After confirming his location, Song Qingming controlled the flying boat to fly slowly upstream of Qing River. Soon, he came to a place between two high mountains. Because the two mountains here are steep and the river is much narrower than ordinary places, the water flow is also turbulent and very turbulent. Even standing in the air hundreds of feet high, Song Qingming can hear the sound of water splashing below. After stopping the phantom boat in place, Song Qingming took another look at the map in his hand, then turned around and asked, "Friend Bai, is this here?" "Yes. The entrance to the cave is under a reef in the water below. Senior, please follow me." Bai Yunhu responded and jumped directly from the flying boat, then stepped on the flying sword and flew to the river surface, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the surface of the water. Then Bai Yunhu cast a spell to use his magic power to put on a waterproof shield for himself, and sank directly to the bottom of the river. Because the water was turbulent and the soil on the mountain walls on both sides was washed away all year round, the water in this section of Qing River was also relatively turbid. Song Qingming, who also used the water avoidance spell, found that his vision was very blurry after entering the water. It was not until he sank to the bottom of the river that he saw Bai Yunhu standing next to a reef in the distance. When Song Qingming came over to him, Bai Yunhu moved a huge rock under the reef and pointed to a cave under the rock and said, "Senior Song, the entrance is here. When I first found this place, most of the cave entrance was covered with sand and gravel. If I hadn't been sensitive to the formation and restrictions and noticed something wrong below, I would have found it difficult to find this place." Seeing a dark cave entrance that could only accommodate one person in front of him, Song Qingming couldn't help but smile and nodded and said, "There is no spiritual energy overflowing here. It is indeed hidden enough. If you didn't lead the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see anything even if I passed by here." As Bai Yunhu said before, there were few people around here, and the entrance to the cave was located in the muddy river several feet deep, which was indeed very hidden. Even a giant and cultivator with a strong spiritual sense like Song Qingming would not be able to detect that there was an opportunity for an ancient cultivator's cave below, not to mention the ordinary cultivators and mortals nearby. This cave is hidden in such a secluded place, no wonder no one has ever discovered it in the more than 1,000 years since the establishment of Qing County. However, after all, after so many years, no matter how secluded a place is, someone will always find it. Even this cave hidden in the water has been taken by someone before Bai Yunhu entered. Following Bai Yunhu into the black cave below, they explored about a dozen feet forward. Suddenly, a suction force came from the front, causing the two to fall quickly. Seeing this sudden abnormal phenomenon, Song Qingming instinctively wanted to cast a spell to resist, but heard the voice of Bai Yunhu stopping him. "Don't be nervous, senior. This is just a water barrier at the entrance of the cave. Follow the water flow down and you will soon enter the cave." After hearing Bai Yunhu's reminder, Song Qingming put down his hands that were casting spells and followed the water flow down. After a while, the two passed through a layer of film and entered a very simple hall. This hall is located at a depth of more than 10 feet at the bottom of the river. There is a restriction above that isolates the water flow, so the hall is not eroded by the water, but appears very dry. Song Qingming, who had just entered the hall, hurriedly stood up and glanced around. He found that except for some useless stones, there was nothing here, and even the spiritual energy could not be felt. Seeing that there was nothing unusual around, Song Qingming cast a spell to release a night light pearl to illuminate the surroundings, and then he spoke again to Bai Yunhu beside him and asked, "Is this the cave?" "Yes, it is here, but there are many powerful restrictions inside. Senior Song should be a little more careful. When I first came here, I didn't know the situation and almost died in a restriction inside. Well, this kind of restriction set by ancient cultivators cannot be underestimated. We should be more careful. Fellow Taoist Bai, you should lead the way and take me directly to the place you said. Let's not go to other places for now." Bai Yunhu nodded slightly after hearing this, and then cast a spell to release a defensive magic weapon to protect him in front of him, and carefully led Song Qingming slowly to the depths of the hall. Seeing such a cautious appearance, Song Qingming couldn't help but concentrate his attention and released his life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror in advance. This hall looked empty, but the space inside was really large. Song Qingming followed Bai Yunhu and walked forward for hundreds of feet before they came to the bottom of a high platform at the end. After arriving here, Bai Yunhu stopped and pointed to the wall behind the high platform and said, "Senior, there are several passages hidden behind this. One of them is where I found those magic weapon fragments, and it is also the place where the restriction is located. However, there are very powerful restrictions on this high platform, and it is difficult for cultivators like us to pass directly. Please wait for a moment." After speaking, Bai Yunhu patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a second-level array, and then cast a spell to send out 5 or 6 array flags, arranged a second-level array, and summoned 5 or 6 golden armored tigers formed by spiritual magic. Bai Yunhu used the array to summon the golden armored tiger. Although it was completely formed by the gathering of invisible spiritual energy, it was not inferior to ordinary foundation-building cultivators in fighting against the enemy. After summoning these tigers, Bai Yunhu cast a spell to release several sealing talismans and attach them to them, and then commanded one of the golden armored tigers to jump directly onto the platform. Just as the tiger fell, the 4 stone platforms around the platform suddenly lit up with a green spiritual light, and then these spiritual lights flew directly into the sky and gathered into a group, turning into an iron armored giant holding a giant sword. After the giant appeared, the aura on his body was no less than that of a giant and cultivator. He raised a giant sword in his hand high and quickly slashed at the golden armored tiger not far away. Although there was still a distance of more than 10 feet between the two, the spiritual light giant actually released hundreds of sword lights with one sword, like a rain of swords, directly shooting the golden armored tiger in front of him into a sieve, and soon turned into spiritual light and disappeared on the spot. Just as the spiritual giant attacked the golden armored tiger on the stage, Bai Yunhu below also seized the opportunity and commanded the remaining golden armored tigers to rush to the stone platforms above the high platform and release the spiritual light. The spiritual giant had just dealt with a golden armored tiger in front of him, and the high platform that provided it with spiritual power was now tightly bitten by the remaining tigers. Under Bai Yunhu's control, the sealing talismans on the golden armored tigers quickly fell on the stone platform, and soon the aura on the spiritual giant became a little dim. Although the spiritual giant later noticed their actions and rushed to kill several tigers in time. However, Bai Yunhu had already successfully integrated the prepared sealing talismans into the stone platform with the spiritual energy of the golden armored tigers. Soon the talismans successfully sealed the spiritual energy supply source of the spiritual giant. Song Qingming used Bai Yunhu's set of sealing and prohibition methods to break the formation. Seeing that the other party achieved the goal smoothly like flowing water, Song Qingming's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. It must be said that Bai Yunhu's talent in the formation is indeed outstanding. If he is given the opportunity to successfully form a pill, he will surely advance to the 3rd level formation master like Song Qingming sooner or later. The spiritual source of this restriction has been sealed by me. Just wait for a while, and the spiritual power in this guy's body will naturally dissipate when it is difficult to maintain. After hearing Bai Yunhu's explanation, Song Qingming, who was standing aside, looked at the spiritual giant not far away, but shook his head calmly. This is not so troublesome. Fellow Taoist Bai, you stand further away, just leave this to me. After Song Qingming finished speaking, He waved his hand and the 5 elements divine light mirror around him split into 5, flying directly towards the location of the spiritual giant from 5 different directions. Seeing that someone had invaded the high platform again, the spiritual giant immediately sensed it and waved the giant sword in his hand, turning it into a rain of swords and shooting at Song Qingming, who was following closely. However, Song Qingming did not take the powerful attack of the spiritual giant too seriously. He directly summoned the Zhuangguang armor in his body to cover himself, and easily stopped the rain of swords. Just when the spiritual giant wanted to launch another attack, a bronze mirror suddenly appeared in front of it, blocking its way. Then the other 4 bronze mirrors of the 5 elements divine light mirror appeared around it, trapping it firmly in the middle. Then several colorful spiritual lights shot out from the bronze mirrors, directly binding the spiritual giant in a light shield, making it difficult to move. Through the brief fight between Bai Yunhu and the spiritual giant just now, Song Qingming had already seen the opponent's strength and knew that his strength was only the 4th level of the golden elixir. After Bai Yunhu sealed the spiritual source, the strength of the spiritual giant dropped a lot, and it had long posed no threat to Song Qingming. Because of this, Song Qingming chose to attack it directly, not wanting to waste too much time here. Seeing Song Qingming attacking the giant directly, Bai Yunhu wanted to persuade him. But before he could say anything, he found that after only a few rounds of fighting, the giant on the high platform had been firmly suppressed by Song Qingming's life magic weapon. Seeing that the giant seemed to be no match for Song Qingming, Bai Yunhu quickly closed his mouth and suppressed the words on his lips. With a look of relief on his face. After trapping the giant, seeing that the opponent had no power to fight back, Song Qingming directly increased his mana and injected it into the 5 elements divine light mirror, and soon easily defeated it and turned it back into spiritual light and dissipated in the air. Seeing that Song Qingming had dealt with a giant spiritual light, Bai Yunhu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, flattering him, "I didn't know that you were so powerful, senior. It was really unnecessary for me to show off my ugliness just now. I hope you won't laugh at me." Hearing this, Song Qingming gently waved his hand and said, "If you hadn't sealed the spiritual source of the restriction just now, I don't think it would be so easy to kill it directly. Brother Bai, don't think too much. But this restriction is indeed very powerful. After so many years and being broken many times by others, it is indeed rare to still have such power. I don't know what kind of cultivation and magical powers the ancient cultivator who built this cave had, and he could actually set up such a powerful restriction. I didn't expect it. What you said is right, senior. When I first came in, it was because of this that I always felt that this cave was a little extraordinary. It's a pity that my luck is a little worse. I have explored here many times over the years, but apart from encountering these powerful restrictions, I haven't found any opportunities." After Bai Yunhu finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh at the corner of his mouth. Personal opportunities are destined by heaven, and we cultivators cannot force them. This place is so dangerous, and fellow Taoist Bai has been able to enter it many times without any problems. It can be regarded as the care of heaven. Hearing Song Qingming's words of comfort, Bai Yunhu smiled and nodded and said, "Senior, what you said is not bad. Although I have been mediocre in my life and have not achieved any great achievements, compared with other fellow cultivators who died early, I have been able to experience many dangers in this life, and it is indeed not easy to live safely until now." After Bai Yunhu recovered his emotions, he took Song Qingming to the wall behind the platform. There was a very beautiful landscape mural painted on the wall, and many ancient runes were marked in the painting, which was obviously not the work of modern cultivators. I don't know what materials the painter used at the time. After so many years, it is still brilliant and has no signs of fading. Senior Song, many of the runes on this wall are hidden passages, but there are no spiritual objects in them. They have basically been taken away by others. After entering here that year, I never gave up and searched almost all the passages on it, but still found nothing. So I started to think about these runes again. I didn't expect that after so many years of research, I really found a more special passage. The restrictions inside are still intact, and it seems that no one has destroyed it. It's a pity that the restriction is very powerful. I have exhausted all my efforts over the years but still can't get in. I don't know if I will have the chance to see what's inside in this lifetime. Don't worry, Brother Bai, if we can get in smoothly later, there will be good things inside if you say so. I will definitely not treat you badly. After all, without you, I would not have had the opportunity to find this place. Haha. I have known Senior Song for so many years. It is precisely because I know that Senior is kind that I dare to entrust my family to you and tell you all the secrets in my heart. I am already a dying person. Even if I get more spiritual objects and magic weapons, it will not change anything for me. Don't worry, Senior, since this cave has been given to you, I will never covet anything in it. I just want to take a look to make up for the regret in my heart. Hearing Song Qingming's promise to share some spiritual objects with him after entering, Bai Yanhu shook his head repeatedly and directly rejected the other party's kindness. Then he began to cast a spell to search for the runes on the wall. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not continue to say anything more. He looked at the other party calmly as he carefully searched for the special passage he mentioned. Many of the ancient runes on this painting are the same as those Song Qingming has seen before. Bai Yanhu has been studying for many years and is already very familiar with them. It didn't take much time to accurately find the one he wanted to open. As Bai Yanhu injected his mana into the runes, the entire mural on the wall soon lit up with a dazzling aura. Under the illumination of the aura, the scroll on the wall began to change constantly, from mountains and rivers to rivers, lakes and seas, and then changed to the heavenly palace fairyland in the clouds. Various exquisite pictures flashed before the eyes of the two. It was the first time that Song Qingming saw such a scene. He couldn't help but show a bit of surprise on his face, and secretly admired the person who could arrange such a delicate pen. Senior Song, these runes will change their positions every time you come in. I have written them down and put them on the back of the map I gave you. If you come in next time, you can also follow the notes above, which will be much more convenient. Hearing Bai Yanhu's reminder, Song Qingming opened the drawing in his hand and quickly found the rune he mentioned, and then smiled and nodded to it. Fortunately, Bai Yanhu came with him this time, otherwise Song Qingming would have to spend a lot of time alone to find the passage he wanted to enter among so many runes. After Song Qingming put away the blueprint, the scroll on the wall suddenly flashed with a more dazzling light, and then a rotating pattern that looked like a teleportation entrance appeared. Senior, the passage has been opened, let's go in first. After Bai Yanhu finished speaking, seeing that Song Qingming did not object, he walked directly into the teleportation entrance and soon disappeared on the high platform of the hall. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately followed him, and the two of them quickly passed through the teleportation array and fell into an underground passage that was much smaller than the hall outside. After arriving here, Bai Yanhu led Song Qingming to walk forward along the passage for dozens of feet, and soon they were blocked by a white stone door. After taking a look at the stone door in front of the two of them, Song Qingming quickly realized that the restriction on it had already been broken, and immediately asked, "Did you break the restriction on this door?" Bai Yanhu nodded and said, "What the senior said is right. I did remove this restriction, but the restriction on this door is not very powerful, and I didn't spend much effort at that time. However, in addition to the restriction on the stone door, there is also a very powerful ban on the back of the door. I was blocked by it and couldn't get in. Well, you open the stone door first, I will try to see how powerful this restriction is." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he moved his magic power, and the 5 elements divine light mirror automatically flew out of his body and protected him and Bai Yanhu. Seeing this, Bai Yanhu did not hesitate at all and pushed the stone door open directly. As the stone door was opened, a fierce gust of wind came towards him. Even though Bai Yanhu, who was standing in front, had already prepared and used the body protection light shield, he was still blown away and couldn't stand. Just as Bai Yanhu took out his magic weapon to resist, a bronze mirror appeared beside him, blocking the fierce gale in front of him and allowing him to stabilize his body. This gale is indeed quite strong, and it is not something that a cultivator in the foundation building stage can withstand. Fellow Taoist Bai, you stay here first, and I will go forward to see if I can break this restriction. Hearing Song Qingming's suggestion, Bai Yanhu nodded and responded quickly, then removed a few formation flags and simply set up a defensive formation on the spot and went in. After Bai Yanhu did all this, Song Qingming took back the 5 elements divine light mirror to protect himself, and walked forward carefully against a fierce gale. The further he walked forward, the more Song Qingming found that the power of this gale seemed to be slowly increasing, and it was no longer something that an ordinary giant and cultivator could directly resist, which made him frown slightly. Chapter 746, Level 4 Magical Weapon, the third incomplete map. Seeing that the strong wind was so powerful, Song Qingming's hand flashed with a flash of inspiration, and he increased his magic power and injected it into the 5 elements divine light mirror in front of him. Then he reduced the shield formed by his life magic weapon a little, and then he raised his legs and continued to walk forward. After walking forward for dozens of feet with the shield, Song Qingming suddenly felt that the surrounding strong wind suddenly weakened a lot. He was delighted and immediately quickened his pace. After walking for more than 10 steps, as expected, he directly passed through the barrier and came to the outside of the strong wind. After breaking through this barrier, Song Qingming's location also came to a very simple circular hall. This hall is much smaller than the outermost one, only about 5 or 6 feet long and wide. There are more than a dozen stone statues around the hall, on which are carved various monster heads. There is also a high stone platform in the middle of the hall, on which is a half-foot-long and very simple wooden box. Seeing the wooden box, Song Qingming's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking that there must be something good in it. Just as he was about to take a step forward to take the wooden box, Song Qingming suddenly felt a strange feeling coming from his body, which made him stop in surprise. Could it be? How could it be such a coincidence? Song Qingming was surprised, and quickly stretched out his hand and gently waved it on his chest, taking out the ancient fragment of the map that had been sewn on his chest. Feeling that the fragment in his hand was emitting a faint spiritual light without the cover of mana, it became very agitated, and Song Qingming's face was also full of shock. Since getting this fragment of the map that year, when Song Qingming did not actively use it to absorb spiritual energy, it was no different from an ordinary rag and never changed. The only time this kind of change occurred was when he and Ho Feng happened to find another fragment of the map in the Taiyu Lake secret realm. Seeing the abnormal reaction of the incomplete picture in his hand, Song Qingming immediately realized that there was a very likely another incomplete picture hidden in this hall, and he couldn't help but get excited. As the biggest secret of himself, since knowing the special function of the incomplete picture, Song Qingming has been wanting to know what kind of treasure this incomplete picture in his hand is all these years. It's just a pity that even though Song Qingming has successfully formed a pill and become a high-ranking giant and cultivator, he still hasn't been able to learn any information about the incomplete picture from various classics in the world of immortal cultivation. Back then, he found another similar incomplete picture, which seemed to be related but could never be pieced together. Song Qingming has studied it countless times over the years, but has never gained anything. If he can find another incomplete picture this time, maybe he will have a chance to unlock the secret of the incomplete picture on his body. How can he not be excited about it? After putting away the incomplete picture in his hand, Song Qingming glanced around the hall again, then cast a spell to summon Golden Wind and commanded it to walk step by step to the stone platform. Just as he walked to the edge of the stone platform, when Golden Wind was about to take the wooden box from it, a noise suddenly came from the sky above the hall. A white light shield suddenly appeared out of thin air above the empty stone platform, covering the wooden box below. Then, sharp golden sword lights shot out from the tops of the stone statues around him, heading straight for the location where Golden Wind was. Sure enough, there are still restrictions. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming, who had been prepared, immediately controlled Golden Wind to release a protective aura to resist the flying sword light, and then quickly retreated back to the original path. Although he retreated in time, Golden Wind was also beaten by the golden sword lights. Not only were his clothes in tatters, but there were also several blood holes on his body. Fortunately, Golden Wind was just a corpse puppet after all, and this injury was not too serious for him. He only needed to recuperate for a period of time to recover. After knowing that the prohibition guard in the wooden box was quite powerful, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless anymore. After carefully observing the surroundings, he waved his hand and took out a set of formation flags, and then arranged the Tiangang 5 elements formation on the spot. After using this formation to cast a set of body protection aura, Song Qingming cast a spell to release his life magic weapon, added another layer of protection inside, and then took the Golden Wind beside him and walked towards the platform again. When Song Qingming arrived near the platform, just like the Golden Wind just now, he quickly triggered the prohibition and caused the surrounding stone statues to attack him. However, Song Qingming's cultivation was not comparable to the Golden Wind of the 5th level of the Golden Core. In addition, he had arranged the Tiangang 5 elements formation in advance. At this moment, the protection of the whole person has almost reached the peak of the Golden Core cultivator. Facing the golden sword light that was attacking quickly and continuously from all sides, Song Qingming did not change his face. After seeing that the formation could defend against these attacks, he directly approached the platform with the sword light. Then he cast a spell to transform his natal magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror into 5 bronze mirrors, and shot several colorful spiritual lights at the light shield on the stage, trying to destroy the shield in one fell swoop and get the wooden box inside. Unexpectedly, after the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror attacked for a long time, the light shield did not weaken at all, which made Song Qingming a little surprised. Although the Tiangang 5 Elements formation can resist the attack of the golden sword light outside, it also consumes the mana in Song Qingming's body. In addition, he had to control his natal magic weapon and golden wind to attack the white shield on the high platform. However, in just a quarter of an hour, more than half of Song Qingming's mana had been consumed. Seeing that this seemed to be no solution, Song Qingming immediately changed his idea of taking the treasure and looked up directly above his head. When the band was activated just now, there was an obvious noise from above, which also indirectly proved that the mechanism controlling these bands was very likely above. Since he couldn't open the shield for a while, Song Qingming could only give up the idea of taking the treasure from the front and try to break the last restriction that blocked him from other directions. After taking back his life treasure 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, Song Qingming flew directly to the top of his head and searched carefully at the dome. Soon he saw an ancient rune pattern that was a bit abnormal. It should be here, Song Qingming whispered to himself, and then he waved his hand and threw out 3 formation flags, fixed them around the rune, and then took out a 3rd-level sealing talisman and pasted it directly on the rune. Success or failure depends on this. Stop it! With a loud shout from Song Qingming, the sealing talisman above the rune immediately emitted a burst of golden light and directly merged into the rune. Song Qingming also used the method that Bai Yunhu used to break the formation, but the sealing talisman he took out was much more advanced than Bai Yunhu's, but the entire rune was sealed in a moment. Not long after he finished casting the spell, Song Qingming immediately felt his body lighten, and the golden sword light that was constantly attacking him suddenly disappeared quickly. Seeing that the white shield on the platform below also disappeared, Song Qingming was delighted and smiled. He quickly fell from the air and walked towards the platform. After successfully getting the wooden box, Song Qingming immediately opened it. Unexpectedly, the thing inside was not the incomplete map he imagined, but a palm-sized green jade bottle magic weapon. Hey! What's going on? Although this green jade bottle magic weapon is not a common thing, its quality has reached the 4th level lower grade, which is more powerful than any magic weapon Song Qingming has. However, he did not find the incomplete map he wanted most in the wooden box. At this moment, Song Qingming's face was still very disappointed. After putting away the green jade bottle in his hand, he immediately searched around the stone platform. The fragment of the map on his body had been reacting abnormally, obviously sensing that there were other fragments of the map nearby, but Song Qingming searched around and found nothing around, and did not find any other places where spiritual objects were hidden. Seeing that his hurried search was useless, Song Qingming took a deep breath and slowly calmed down, then took out the original fragment of the map from his body. Just like before, the fragment of the map exuded a faint spiritual light, and the spiritual energy on it was also very agitated, as if it had encountered something calling. Song Qingming pressed the fragment of the map against his chest again, then closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. After the spiritual sense filled the entire hall, he slowly moved his feet and began to walk around the hall. With his powerful spiritual sense, Song Qingming was able to capture the subtle changes in the spiritual energy in all corners of the hall, and wanted to use this to find out if there was anything unusual hidden in the hall. After walking around the hall for a few times, Song Qingming suddenly walked back to the stone platform, opened his eyes and carefully searched above the empty stone platform. Just now, he did not find any abnormal spiritual energy around him, but he found that the farther he stood from the stone platform, the weaker the reaction of the incomplete picture attached to his chest. The change was very small, and Song Qingming did not sense it before. It was only when he fully opened his consciousness and focused on searching for the surrounding spiritual energy that he accidentally noticed this situation. After searching around the stone platform, it was empty without any patterns or runes, and it did not seem to have any hidden mechanism information. After standing there and thinking for a moment, Song Qingming retracted his gaze, waved his hand and took out a golden ring, cast a spell to magnify it several times, and smashed it directly at the stone platform. Since there is no way to find it directly, we can only use extraordinary means. Under the powerful blow of the golden Yeo Bao halo, a loud noise came from above the entire stone platform, and then a large cloud of dust immediately rose around, and countless gravel began to burst in all directions. Song Qingming raised his hand lightly, released a shield to isolate the rebel directly outside, and then waved a breeze to blow away the dust in front of him, and then a black wooden box floating in the air appeared in front of Song Qingming. Seeing this simple wooden box, Song Qingming's face immediately showed some excitement, and he quickly directed the golden wind beside him to take it over. After opening the wooden box, an extremely familiar animal skin map soon came into view. After Song Qingming picked it up and took a look, he quickly confirmed that this was the incomplete map he had been thinking about, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I really didn't expect that I could find an incomplete map here. It seems that this thing is really destined for me. This time, following Bai Yanhu to this King Cave Mansion, Song Qingming originally wanted to see this ancient cultivator's cave mansion, and by the way, try his luck to see if he could gain something here. Before coming, Song Qingming didn't have much expectation for this cave mansion, and he didn't even think that he could find something related to the incomplete map in it. How could he not be overjoyed? Not only that, just now on the stone platform, Song Qingming also found a valuable 4th level lower grade magic weapon green jade bottle, which can be said to be a full harvest far beyond his previous expectations. A 4th level lower grade magic weapon, if placed outside, can be worth at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. The value of this spiritual object alone is no less than what Song Qingming gained when he explored the Heavenly Corpse Taoist cave in the East China Sea. After getting the incomplete map, Song Qingming, who was still a little excited, couldn't help but start to think about why this strange incomplete map appeared here. The green jade bottle magic weapon that Song Qingming got before was placed directly on the stone platform. As long as someone can get in, there must be a great chance to take it away. However, the incomplete map stored in the stone platform is hidden more concealed. If Song Qingming hadn't sensed another incomplete map on his body, he would definitely not be able to find this thing for a while, and he might really miss this opportunity. It can be seen that the owner of this cave really intended to hide the information of the incomplete map from others, so he hid it so secretly. The owner of the cave in the Taiyu Lake secret realm just threw the incomplete map into a pile of messy things, obviously not knowing the true purpose of the incomplete map. However, the owner of this cave directly used a 4th level magic weapon to cover up the existence of the incomplete map, which also indirectly proved that he was very likely to know the value of this thing. Could it be that the other 2 incomplete maps were spread from this ancient cultivator's cave? The location of this King Cave is close to Funiu Mountain, not far from where Song Qingming found the first incomplete map, probably only more than 1,000 miles away. The ghost cultivator Wen Xianyang back then was very likely to have found the incomplete map here. However, after he got this thing, no one knew what happened later, and he died in the not-so-distant Funiu Mountain. Although the Taiyu Lake secret realm is a little far from Qing County, there is also a connection between the two places, Qing, so it is not impossible for the other party to find this cave. When Xianyang had reached the Jinden stage in his lifetime, and the owner of the Taiyu Lake cave was most likely a great cultivator in the late Yuanying stage. The two of them, like Song Qingming now, were fully capable of entering this cave and getting the fragmented map. Thinking of this, Song Qingming's mind suddenly became clear. Although these things may have happened thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, Song Qingming was able to find some connections after some speculation. After figuring out these things, the King Cave in front of him became more and more mysterious in Song Qingming's eyes. If the owner of this cave was the previous owner of these fragmented maps, then he was very likely to know the true purpose of these fragmented maps, and maybe the secret of unlocking the fragmented maps was right in front of him. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming took out the other 2 fragmented maps on his body and put them together. After a closer look, he found that the edges of 2 of them were somewhat similar and could be spliced together, but he tried for a while and did not find any similar places in the remaining one, which was obviously still missing. I thought I had collected all the fragments, but I didn't expect there were other fragments. It seems that I must find them all. Song Qingming sighed softly, then put away the golden wind beside him, and then put all the 3 fragments in his hand into the storage bag on his waist. He planned to leave here first and go to other places to find information about the fragments. Since one can be found in this cave, it proves that there are very likely other fragments. Now that he has 3 fragments, he can use them to sense each other to find other fragments. After putting away the fragments in his hand, Song Qingming turned around and walked directly outside the hall, wanting to see if he could find the remaining fragments of the other fellows that Bai Yunhu mentioned. But at the moment Song Qingming turned around, a white aura suddenly appeared around him and began to flash non-stop. What is this? Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell instinctively and released the 5 elements divine light mirror in his body to protect him. However, before Song Qingming could figure out what was going on, the surroundings were already submerged in white light. Then Song Qingming felt a dizziness coming, and the whole person seemed to be directly sucked into the air by a vortex of spiritual energy, which made him unable to control his body for a while. After a long time, Song Qingming felt that the spiritual energy around him slowly calmed down, and then the white light suddenly disappeared, and Song Qingming fell directly from mid-air. Although he was still a little confused after the dizziness just now, Song Qingming was already a giant and cultivator after all, and he quickly stabilized his body from the dizziness and slowly fell to the ground. Song Qingming, who was standing in place, quickly checked himself and found that the white light that suddenly appeared just now did not cause any harm to him, so he put his mind at ease and observed the surroundings. But when Song Qingming looked up and looked forward, he found that the place he was in was no longer the original circular palace, and a bit of shock immediately appeared on his face. Hey! What's going on? Is the white light a teleportation array? Seeing this, Song Qingming reacted and immediately flew into the air to carefully scan the surrounding environment. He felt that this place was familiar to him. After flying forward for a distance, another high platform appeared in front of Song Qingming. As he thought, he had already left the palace and came to the hall outside the passage. Senior Song, it's great that you are okay. I don't know what happened just now, but I was sent out directly by a white light. Hey. Fellow Taoist Bai, you are out too. It seems that I just touched some restrictions in there, so we were both teleported out. Just when he arrived in front of the high platform, Song Qingming heard a shout. He turned around and saw that it was Bai Yunhu who had just been teleported out with him. Oh. Has Senior Song broken through the strong wind and entered inside? Did you find anything? Hearing Song Qingming's answer, Bai Yunhu couldn't help but ask excitedly. After parting ways with Song Qingming at the White Stone Gate, Bai Yunhu had been hiding in the formation he had set up, waiting for Song Qingming to break through the restriction before taking him in. However, Bai Yunhu waited and waited in the formation, but after waiting for a long time, the power of the strong wind outside did not weaken, and he thought that Song Qingming was blocked by the restriction and could not break through. Just when he was a little worried about Song Qingming's safety, he didn't expect that a dazzling white light suddenly appeared beside him, teleporting him and Song Qingming out directly. It's just that the two people landed in different places. Bai Yunhu landed near the high platform, while Song Qingming was teleported farther away, almost to the entrance of the cave where the two came in. Seeing Bai Yunhu's face full of excitement and very concerned about the things in the circular hall, Song Qingming smiled and nodded and said, "Your feeling is right, there is indeed something in it, and this thing is what I brought out from it." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he directly took out a green jade bottle he found on the stone platform before and held it in his own hand. Seeing this exquisite magic weapon in Song Qingming's hand, although Bai Yunhu couldn't directly see the specific quality of the green jade bottle because of his low cultivation, he could still feel that this thing was very extraordinary. After decades of painstaking research, Bai Yunhu finally confirmed that there was indeed a spiritual object hidden in the passage. He was extremely excited for a moment, and bowed to Song Qingming with a look of relief, saying, "Thanks to Senior Song's presence, I was fortunate enough to see this object in my lifetime, which made up for my regret. It is indeed very dangerous in there, even a giant and cultivator would be worried about his life. I spent a lot of effort to get this object, but it's a pity that I only found this magic weapon." Song Qingming nodded calmly, and put away the green jade bottle in his hand. "In this case, I am still lucky. If I hadn't found Senior Song and brought other people here, I'm afraid we would have died in the end." Hearing Song Qingming say that it was very dangerous in there, Bai Yunhu's face also showed a bit of fear, and he secretly thanked himself for not asking other giant and cultivators from the sect to come without permission. Otherwise, if a sect's giant and elder really died here, not to mention his life, even the entire Bai family would probably disappear completely in the world of immortal cultivation. Fellow Taoist Bai, there is nothing in the previous passage, but I still want to go to other passages to have a look. Can you please help me open another one? Haha. I dare not bother you. Please wait for a moment, Senior. I will go over and open the passage right away." Hearing that Song Qingming wanted to enter other passages, Bai Yanhu was a little surprised, but he did not dare to ask more questions, and hurried to the location of the mural not far away. "Hey, Senior, these runes seem to be a little wrong." Chapter 747, the mural changes dramatically, everyone takes what they need. Song Qingming, who was standing aside waiting, heard Bai Yanhu's exclamation and immediately walked towards the mural. After approaching, Song Qingming found that the original landscape on the mural had been replaced by another somewhat similar pattern, and the runes on it were also reduced by more than half compared to before, with only a dozen left. Could it be that I just took away the incomplete picture and triggered some restrictions inside, and the mural also changed? After seeing this brand new mural, Song Qingming was also a little more surprised. Before being teleported out, Song Qingming had not felt any spiritual power fluctuations inside. But the moment he put away the incomplete picture, the teleportation was immediately activated, as if it was because he took away the incomplete picture that the teleportation restriction was instantly triggered. Seeing Song Qingming coming over, Bai Yanhu stood aside and explained with surprise, "Senior, I have come here many times before, but I have always seen the original pictures and runes. This is the first time I have seen this pattern. I just tried it, but I can't activate these runes with my mana. It is completely different from before." Glancing at Bai Yanhu, seeing that the other party did not seem to be lying, Song Qingming nodded slightly with a solemn expression and said, "Brother Bai, please let me try first." Upon hearing this, Bai Yanhu immediately took the initiative to leave the front of the mural and gave his position to Song Qingming, standing aside and watching humbly. After carefully scanning the mural, Song Qingming directly opened his palm and cast a spell to cast a spiritual light, covering one of the runes. Although Song Qingming's understanding of these runes is not as good as Bai Yanhu's at present, as a high-level formation, it is not difficult for him to learn how to cast and operate these runes. After completely covering the rune with his own mana, the entire rune immediately lit up with a spiritual light. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately increased his mana and began to control the rotation position of the rune, trying to open the restriction switch on it. This was also the method used by Bai Yanhu before. As long as the rune above is activated and adjusted to the correct direction, the corresponding channel on the mural can be directly opened. Bai Yanhu, who was standing aside, saw that Song Qingming had activated the rune, and a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face, thinking that Song Qingming should be able to open the channel smoothly next. But the next situation surprised both of them. Song Qingming, who had already activated the rune, tried his best to use his maximum mana, but only slightly moved the position of the rune, and it was difficult to shake it any further. After trying for a long time, seeing that it still didn't work, Song Qingming had no choice but to give up and retract his own mana. Afterwards, Song Qingming found another rune on the mural again, cast a spell and tried the steps just now again, but the result was still the same, and the restriction on the rune could not be activated at all. It took another whole stick of incense to try all the runes one by one. Song Qingming found that he could not operate any of them. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who had little mana left, could only stop trying. "Senior Song, although this rune is different from the previous one, I think the operation method is still correct, but it seems to be much more difficult than before. This is really strange. I have been here so many times before and the rune restrictions have never changed. How come it suddenly becomes so powerful?" When Bai Yanhu operated the previous rune restrictions, it also consumed a lot of mana, but it was not as difficult as it is now. After trying for so long, Song Qingming himself felt that the restrictions on these runes were much stronger than he had originally imagined. Although he could shake the runes a little by casting a spell with all his strength, it was obviously not enough to operate the restrictions to open the channel. Song Qingming estimated in his mind that if he wanted to operate the rune restriction smoothly, he would probably need a cultivation level above the nascent soul stage. Seeing that Bai Yanhu beside him also saw it, Song Qingming nodded gently and said, "It seems that the restriction on this rune is indeed much more difficult than before. It is unlikely to go in again now. It doesn't matter, then let's go out first. I found a useful magic weapon today, so it's not a wasted trip. I'll try it myself next time I have time." Although he knew that this cave was related to the fragmentary map in his hand, he was eager to find the remaining fragmentary map, but now facing this mural, Song Qingming was a little helpless at the moment. After thinking for a moment, He still shook his head helplessly and planned to leave here first and try again next time. Bai Yanhui also said before that the runes on the mural would change position every time he came in. Maybe after a while, the mural will be restored to its previous appearance, so that Song Qingming will have the opportunity to operate the rune to reopen the passage. After practicing for so many years, Song Qingming also knew that some things should not be too impatient. Since he had no way to get in at the moment, he could only wait until later. Anyway, this cave was in Qing County and was only a few hundred miles away from the family's sacred mountain. It would be easy for him to come again, and there was no need to rush. After thinking it through, Song Qingming immediately turned around and walked directly to the exit of the hall without hesitation. Bai Yanhui, who was standing aside, followed him without saying much. Even Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, had no way out, so Bai Yanhui naturally didn't want to try again. For him, bringing Song Qingming to this cave and helping him get a good magic weapon was already a fulfillment of the agreement. Bai Yanhui had searched the remaining passages before, and there was nothing useful in them. Whether the other party could get in or not had nothing to do with him, so he was naturally happy to go back earlier. Not long after, Song Qingming and the others left the cave along the original route and returned to the surface of the water. After coming out, Song Qingming did not leave in a hurry, but controlled the phantom boat to take Bai Yanhui around for a circle, and then returned to the sky above King. Then Song Qingming turned around and said to Bai Yanhui behind him with a serious face, "Friend Bai, to be honest, I am indeed interested in this cave. After leaving today, you must promise me one thing, not to mention anything about this cave to other people. You should be able to do this." Upon hearing this, Bai Yanhui immediately nodded respectfully and said, "Since I have already given this cave to you, I naturally cannot mention it to other people. Please rest assured, Senior Song, I have never mentioned anything about this cave to anyone before, that is, even my descendants don't know about it." "Well, that's good, but I've always been cautious and don't want to cause any trouble for myself in the future. Fellow Taoist Bai, do you understand what I mean? This. Senior, don't worry, I'm willing to swear here with my soul that I will never tell anyone about this cave after leaving here today." Seeing Song Qingming staring at him with some concern, Bai Yanhui was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, and then took the initiative to make a soul oath to keep a secret in front of Song Qingming. In order to show his sincerity, Bai Yanhui also took out a soul contract from his body, wrote down the oath, and then took out a drop of his own blood and dripped it on it, and signed a life and death contract with Song Qingming, and took the initiative to hand over his life to Song Qingming. Seeing that the other party took out a soul contract, Song Qingming was also a little surprised. It seems that Bai Yanhui had thought of these things before coming and had prepared for them. After getting the other party's soul contract, Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction, and then took Bai Yanhui and turned into a white light and returned directly to Funiu Mountain. From the time they left to the time they returned, several hours had passed, and the sunset in the sky had already fallen under the distant mountain peak. After returning to Funiu Mountain, seeing that it was late, Song Qingming asked Song Yuanfang to arrange for Bai Yanhui and his grandson to stay, and asked them to wait until tomorrow to return to White Lion Ridge. In this regard, Bai Yanhui did not refuse, and immediately nodded and agreed. After a night's rest, the next morning, Bai Yanhui and Bai Jingyan just went out, and were about to say goodbye to Song Yuanfang and leave, but they didn't want to bump into Song Yuanfang, who took the initiative to come to the door. "Friend Bai, the ancestor invites you to the top of the mountain. Is it the ancestor Song who invites me to go?" Hearing from Song Yuanfang that it was Song Qingming who was looking for him, Bai Yanhui's face was also a little surprised. "Before returning from the King Cave yesterday, I had already sworn in person. For a moment, I didn't quite understand why Song Qingming wanted to talk to me at this time." "That's right, it's Uncle Qi who wants to talk to you about something. Please come with me." After getting confirmation, Bai Yanhui nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He followed Song Yuanfang to the meeting Immortal Pavilion on the top of the mountain and met Song Qingming, who had been waiting there for a long time. "Yuanfang, take Jingyan downstairs to sit for a while. I want to talk to Bai Dai alone." After meeting and greeting each other, Song Qingming asked Song Yuanfang to take his disciple Bai Jingyan to leave the third floor hall first, and then asked Bai Yanhui to sit aside. "I don't know why Senior Song asked me to come here. If you have any questions, please tell me directly." Seeing that Bai Yanhui seemed a little nervous, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand to explain. "Fellow Taoist Bai, you misunderstood. I didn't ask you to come here for anything else. I just have 2 things to give you. After that, Song Qingming took the 2 jade boxes prepared on the table next to him and put them directly into Bai Yunhua's hands. Fellow Taoist Bai, what's inside is a 2nd-level medium-grade longevity pill. This pill was refined by my Song family. It should at least help you live a few more years. There are also 3,000 spirit stones. Consider them as the spirit stones I used to buy the magic array from you. Please accept them and don't be polite to me. This Senior Song is being polite. You have promised to take care of Qingming in the future. I have done nothing for you, so how can I accept your things? I hope you won't be so polite to me. Seeing the thousands of spirit stones in a valuable longevity pill that Song Qingming suddenly took out, Bai Yunhua's face immediately showed a look of surprise, and he quickly opened his mouth to decline. The previous agreement with Song Qingming was that both parties agreed in advance to take what they needed. Regardless of whether Song Qingming could find any spiritual objects in the cave, Bai Yunhua would not suffer any loss. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly want to give him so many spiritual objects, Bai Yunhua was touched, but also a little embarrassed to accept them directly. Yesterday I was able to get a handy magic weapon. You have made great contributions, and it is indeed right to receive some rewards. I have always been clear about gratitude and resentment when doing things, and I don't like to take advantage of the younger generation. Just accept the things. You have just moved to Baishiling with your family, and you need spiritual stones everywhere. These things are useful to you, so don't refuse them. If you can hold on for a while, it will also be good for Qingming. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, these things are purely my personal gifts. What I promised you before has nothing to do with this. I will definitely take care of Qingming's path in the future. Seeing Song Qingming say this, Bai Yunhua, who was originally a little nervous, relaxed instantly. After a few excuses, he didn't insist and accepted the spiritual objects sent by Song Qingming. After the 2 exchanged a few words, just when Song Qingming was about to get up to see him off, Bai Yunhua took out a handwritten note from his body and handed it directly to Song Qingming with a respectful face. I have been practicing Taoism for so many years, and I have dealt with many high-level cultivators like you. It is rare to find someone as kind as you, Senior Song. I have found the right person to entrust my affairs to you this time. Even if I have to live a few years less, I can rest assured. Senior, these are some of my experiences in studying ancient runes for many years. I don't know if they can be useful to you. Please accept them as a little tribute to you. Oh. Even so, I will accept them first. Hearing Bai Yunhua say that the notes he took out were about those ancient runes, Song Qingming's eyes suddenly showed a little more interest, and he took the notes from his hand directly. Bai Yunhua has studied these ancient runes for many years, and he is still much better than Song Qingming in this regard. Now in the King Cave Mansion, these special ancient runes can be encountered in many places. If Song Qingming can learn more about them, it will definitely be of great use to Song Qingming when he enters the cave mansion in the future. Seeing that Song Qingming accepted his gift generously, Bai Yunhua felt much more at ease. Then he bowed and said goodbye to Song Qingming, and returned to White Lion Ridge with Bai Qingming with a happy face. After sending Bai Yunhua and his grandson away, Song Yuanfang immediately returned to the 3rd floor of Huxin Pavilion alone, and came to Song Qingming, who was enjoying the scenery outside the window. 7th uncle, Bai Daoyao and the others have left. After turning around and nodding slightly to Song Yuanfang, Song Qingming calmly said, Yuanfang, send a message to King Yu and ask her to send someone to secretly watch the Bai family. From now on, no matter who goes to the Bai family or where Bai Yunhua goes out, you must record it and send it back to the family every month and give it to me directly. Remember, you must find a reliable person to do this secretly, and don't let Bai Yunhua easily see any clues. If there is any abnormal situation, you are not allowed to alarm him. Just tell me immediately. As the butler of the Song family, Song Yuanfang has been able to help Song Qingming manage the family for many years, and naturally he is also a very smart person. From the beginning, Bai Yunhua brought his grandson to visit Funiu Mountain and asked to see Song Qingming alone. After the two had a secret conversation, Song Qingming suddenly announced that he would accept Bai Qingming as a disciple. Song Yuanfang could see that Bai Yunhua must have reached an agreement with his ancestor, which was why Song Qingming took care of his descendants. However, Song Yuanfang was not very clear about what Bai Yunhua had used to impress Song Qingming. Although Song Yuanfang was very curious about this matter these days, he knew that Song Qingming hated other people asking about him the most. If Song Qingming didn't take the initiative to say it, he would naturally not ask more. Hearing Song Qingming's sudden order, Song Yuanfang was a little surprised, but he did not show too much doubt. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, seventh uncle, Yuanfang understands. I will tell my great aunt in Chang's in a while. Yes. There is one more thing you have to do right away." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he waved his hand and took out a map with Qing County on it, spread it in front of Song Yuanfang, and then pointed to a place on it and continued to speak. "I want to build a cave here for cultivation. You should arrange it as soon as possible. First, cultivate a spiritual vein here. The level does not need to be too high. A second grade lower grade spiritual vein will be enough. Then notify everyone and no cultivators or mortals should come within 30 miles to avoid disturbing my cultivation. If there are other immortal cultivation families and businesses nearby, let them move away. But remember to compensate them and don't let it affect the family's reputation. It's just a second grade lower grade spiritual vein. The spiritual energy here may not be enough for seventh uncle's daily cultivation. Should we directly cultivate a third grade spiritual vein?" Seeing that Song Qingming wanted to cultivate a second grade lower grade spiritual vein for cultivation on the barren mountain he pointed to, Song Yuanfang's face was suddenly puzzled, and he spoke softly to confirm. Hearing Song Yuanfang's reminder, Song Qingming smiled and nodded and said, "The reason why I want to practice there is to absorb some water-attributed spiritual energy in Qing. Therefore, there is no need to waste too many spiritual stones. There is a second-level inferior spiritual vein that allows me to rest. There is no need to be too particular about other things. You should do this as soon as possible, and don't make it public, lest too many people know about it and disturb my practice. Yuanfang understands, Uncle Qi, don't worry, I will arrange it immediately." After watching Song Yuanfang leave, Song Qingming's eyes moved to the map on the side and locked on the location he had been pointing to just now, which was the King Cave Mansion that Bai Yunho took him to yesterday. After returning from the cave mansion yesterday, Song Qingming has been thinking about how to cover up the cave mansion that is very important to him in the future. Although the location of the King Cave Mansion is very hidden, in the past 1,000 years, it may be that only Bai Yunho has found it with the guidance of the array plate in his hand. However, there are many coincidences in the world. Since Bai Yunho can find it, we can't send other people to have this opportunity in the future. After thinking about it for a long time, Song Qingming decided to let the family quickly cultivate a spiritual vein near the cave and control the surrounding territory first. Lest there be cultivators or mortals approaching there and accidentally discovering the cave, it would bring some unnecessary troubles to themselves. After receiving Song Qingming's order, Song Yuanfang also took action immediately and quickly arranged for the family cultivators to go to the barren mountain designated by Song Qingming and began to arrange the formation to cultivate the spiritual vein. The location of the barren mountain is quite remote, and there is no spiritual vein for the monks to stay within dozens of miles around. Only some mortals who live on the river will go near it when they go out fishing and hunting. Song Yuanfang did not spend much effort, and asked the nearby mortal cultivation families to move all the mortals around to other places. It only took a few months to transform the original barren mountain with few people into a second-level low-grade spiritual vein that can provide monks with daily practice and residence. After the spiritual vein was rebuilt, Song Yuanfang arranged more than a dozen family monks to station there to guard and prohibit the surrounding monks and mortals from approaching. In recent years, the Song family has developed rapidly, and there are more and more industries outside. They have already cultivated many spiritual veins in Qing County. The other immortal cultivation families in Qing County have long been accustomed to the Song family's sudden action of cultivating spiritual veins near Qing, and there is no big reaction. They thought that the Song family had found some spiritual mines nearby. After hearing about this, the Gao family, which was closest to the spiritual vein, sent someone to find an opportunity to go to Funiu Mountain to inquire about it, hoping to see if they could find an opportunity to cooperate with the Song family. As a result, when Song Yuanfang learned about this, he was furious when he saw that someone from his Xiuxin family dared to inquire about the things that the family ancestor had personally told him. Not only did he directly deduct the Gao family's 3-year dividend from Qi Refinement, he also sent people to Lotus Mountain to severely reprimand Gao Changjin, the head of the Gao family. This scared everyone in the Gao family. Gao Changjin hurriedly ran to Funiu Mountain to admit his mistake, and only then did he win Song Yuanfang's forgiveness and did not continue to investigate the Gao family's mistakes. Since then, not only the nearby Gao family, but almost all the Zhuxan families in the entire Qing County no longer dared to inquire about things related to this spiritual vein. After the family cultivated the spiritual vein, Song Qingming went there immediately. During the day, he occasionally practiced in the sky above Qing River. At night, Song Qingming took advantage of the night to enter the cave and began to study how to open the rune channel on the mural. However, he was a little disappointed that after a few months, the runes on the mural still did not change, and Song Qingming still did not find a way to reopen the channel. It was not until half a year later that a letter from Qi Mountain came that Song Qingming temporarily gave up studying these and returned to Funiu Mountain. Chapter 748 Xiaoyao Sect's Northern Expedition, Battle at Yaoan Mountain. Golden Feather Mountain in the Floating Cloud Mountains. The Black Dragon Demon King wearing a black robe was sitting in a hall on the top of the mountain, looking solemnly at a letter in his hand. Below the hall, the Golden Tiger Demon King and more than a dozen other Demon Kings stood together, carefully looking at the Black Dragon Demon King at the top, not daring to make a sound. After a while, the Black Dragon Demon King raised his head and looked seriously at the Golden Tiger Demon King, standing in the front. Jinhu, when you arrived at Yaoan Mountain, was it really attacked by human cultivators? Upon hearing this, the Golden Tiger Demon King immediately replied, reporting to the ancestor, when I arrived there, I did not see any human cultivators with my own eyes. However, Yaoan Mountain has indeed been mobilizing manpower, and I also saw several fellow Taoists injured. It is certain that there is a war nearby. It's strange, why is the fighting so fierce in the west recently? Even Yaoan Mountain has a war. Could it be that they went south again and angered the people of Unyielding sect? After confirming his doubts from the Golden Tiger Demon King, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor pondered for a moment with some confusion, then put the letter in his hand away. Bai Long, what's the current situation in Yunfang? Are there any unusual movements in Xiaoyao sect? Reporting to the ancestor, Yunfang has remained the same in the past 6 months. Xiaoyao sect has indeed been mobilizing supplies there, but the human cultivators have not moved north on a large scale. I guess they are still accumulating strength, waiting for the opportunity to move north to attack us, but it's hard to tell when they will take action for the time being. Hearing the question from the Black Dragon Demon Emperor, the White Dragon Demon King who was standing next to the Golden Tiger Demon King immediately replied, and there seemed to be some worry in his words. The Black Dragon Demon King who saw what the other party was thinking immediately replied calmly, it doesn't matter. Although we didn't get reinforcements from Yaoan Mountain this time, I have already negotiated with Qi Mountain and Baby Peak. As long as Xiaoyao sect dares to go north, the three of us can join forces to fight the enemy and we don't have to be afraid of the other side. The Floating Cloud Mountains have been the world of our demon clan for tens of thousands of years. Even if the human cultivators can be proud for a while, they can't get any benefits from us. Bai Long, you have been complaining about lack of manpower. I will send Jinhu to help you. He will help you guard Baiyun Valley, and there is also the demon wind array that I personally arranged. I think this time it should be foolproof. Brother Jinhu is the ancestor's right-hand man. How dare I snatch people from the ancestor? I hope the ancestor can take back his order. Ever since the Black Dragon Demon King occupied Jinyu Mountain, almost all the demons here know that the Golden Tiger Demon King is the right-hand man of the nascent soul ancestor in front of them. The White Dragon Demon King was not very popular in Jinyu Mountain, and he often had to look at the face of the Golden Tiger Demon King. He could only have his own ideas when he returned to Baiyun Valley where he was stationed. When he heard that the Black Dragon Demon King wanted to send the Golden Tiger Demon King to help him, the White Dragon Demon King immediately looked embarrassed and hurriedly opened his mouth to refuse the other party's kindness. However, the Black Dragon Demon King who had already intended to do so would not allow the other party to refuse, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, Alice. The matter of Baiyun Valley is of great importance and must not be lost. Don't rush to refuse. With the help of the Golden Tiger, the defense line over there will definitely be strengthened. Even if the Xiaoyao sect comes in full force in the future, they will not be able to break through Baiyun Valley in a short time. This time is different from the past. We are fighting at our own doorstep. We are the ones occupying the land. As long as the human cultivators dare to come, they will never return. The ancestor is mighty. This time we must let those hateful human cultivators know our benefits. Seeing the Black Dragon Demon King smiling confidently, the Golden Tiger Demon King, who has followed him for many years, hurriedly took the lead and spoke loudly to flatter him. Seeing this, the other Demon Kings standing in the hall immediately followed and echoed loudly, fearing that their voices would not be heard by the Black Dragon Demon King. The ancestor is mighty. We go, Xia Oyo Sect Qingming Mountain. Early in the morning, more than a dozen beams of light flew in from outside the Xia Oyo Hall on Qingming Mountain and entered the hall. As time came to noon, another beam of white light flew in from a distance and landed outside the hall, transforming into a middle-aged man in white. Although the man in white looked a little fat, he walked very flexibly. After landing, he quickly walked into the hall. After the man in white entered the hall, he saw more than a dozen figures sitting on both sides of the hall from a distance, and hurried over to bow to everyone. All the senior brothers and sisters are here. I'm Zhang and I'm honored to meet you, haha. Junior brother Zhang, why are you the last one to arrive today? Look, junior brother Song and the others are not closer than you and coming from Funiu, so why are you always the last one? Junior brother, you can't be reluctant to leave your wife at home, so you always leave a step later than others. Senior brother Jin, you're joking. Junior brother, I really have a long way to go, and the magic weapon I use for traveling is far inferior to senior brother Song's phantom boat, so I'm just a step slower. If I can get a chance someday and change to a top grade 3rd level flying boat, I will definitely not be slower than senior brother Song. Hearing Jin Ziyun's laughter, Zhang Tianying didn't care too much. After explaining with a smile, he sat down on a chair next to him. Your luck is not bad, but you didn't use it in a useful place. All of it fell on the beauty. If you put all your skills in marrying a wife and taking a concubine into cultivation, I think your current cultivation level would not be worse than that of junior brother Song. Haha. This, just as Jin Ziyun and Zhang Tianying were joking, two figures suddenly flashed through the door of the hall and walked in. They were the two Yuanying Supreme Elders of the Xiaoyao sect, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin. Welcome to the Supreme Elders. After seeing Li Mufang and the others, more than a dozen Jinden elders of the sect present hurriedly stood up and bowed to them. Seeing this, the two nodded slightly and walked directly to the top of the hall and sat down. Li Mufang waved to the people who were still bowing below and said, no need to be polite, everyone sit down first. After everyone sat down, Li Mufang put away the smile on his face, became a little more serious, and then spoke softly. I have sent a message to invite all of you here today for the future development of the sect. I think you should have guessed something in your heart. The demons have bullied our human cultivators for tens of thousands of years, and every 100 years they would go south to slaughter our human cultivators and ordinary mortals. Now that junior sister Bai has broken through to the nascent soul stage, our sect has the ability to compete with the demons. We can take this opportunity to have a good fight with these ambitious demons and take back the territories we have lost over the years. Junior sister Bai and I have already discussed with other nearby sects such as Xianji sect and Xingchen sect, and are ready to unite with Unyielding sect and others. While the demon forces in the north have not yet reacted, we will send troops to catch them off guard and conquer the lost spiritual veins in the north. Today, I have called everyone here. I came here to discuss with you about the next military campaign. In recent years, the sect has been at a disadvantage every time it faces the demons. It can only passively take the beating and rely on the formation to defend the market. Now we finally have a chance to teach them a lesson. Don't worry, Uncle Lee. No matter where you want us to fight, we will never retreat. Please give us your orders directly. Yes. Now that Uncle Bai has condensed his nascent soul, our offense and defense with Funiu Mountain have begun to change. It's time for these demons to be unlucky. It is my duty to contribute to the sect this time. I am willing to be the vanguard of the sect's northern expedition. Hearing that Li Mufang was going to send troops to the north to fight the demons, the faces of many Jinden elders of the sect present immediately became excited and began to ask for battle. Since the northern frontier demons invaded the floating cloud mountains tens of thousands of years ago, the human cultivators have been defeated and retreated, and have lost most of their territory. In the hundreds of years that Li Mufang has been in charge of the Xiaoyao sect, facing the powerful Golden Feather Mountain in the north, it has always been at a disadvantage. Every 100 years, the monster beasts will cause a large number of cultivators and mortals to lose, which makes the entire Uyguo cultivation world miserable. For the powerful monster enemies in the north, all the cultivators in the Xiaoyao sect want to change this passive situation. Now that Bai Yuxin has successfully condensed the nascent soul, The Xiaoyao sect has greatly increased its strength and has surpassed the Golden Feather Mountain monsters on paper. It also has the confidence to fight back against the monsters. Everyone is naturally looking forward to the day when the sect will counterattack the north. Before receiving the news that the sect had called for a meeting and rushed over, Song Qingming had actually guessed a little bit in his heart. At this moment, his face was also very happy. He took the initiative to speak in favor of the idea of the sect's northern expedition. After the Song family occupied the White Lion Ridge for several years, they have been under great pressure in recent years and have always been worried about the counterattack of the monsters. For this reason, Song Qingming, the giant and ancestor, has been able to stay in the White Lion Ridge for many years and has been unable to move. Now that the sect is going to send troops to the north, it will naturally attract the attention of the northern demon tribe again. At that time, the pressure faced by the Song family will naturally be much less, which is undoubtedly very beneficial to the current Song family. It has been more than 3 years since Bai Yuxin broke through the nascent soul realm. The entire Xiaoyao sect has been united in order to march north to the demon tribe over the years, and has almost prepared. Not only have they collected a lot of strategic materials from the surrounding countries, but they have also sent all these spiritual objects to the northern front, so that they can mobilize monks to march north to the demon tribe at any time. Seeing the high morale of the people present, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin were also very pleased, and immediately praised everyone. Now that the Unyielding sect in the west has already taken action in advance to contain most of the power of the demon clan, it is a good time for us to send troops to the north. Sister Bai and I have already discussed that we will send troops to the north in half a month to take over the spiritual vein of Yaoyan Mountain. First, go to Yaoyan Mountain? Uncle Li, shouldn't we attack Baiyun Valley first? From Uyghur to the north to Jinyu Mountain, there are more than a dozen spiritual veins of level 3 or above. The best of these spiritual veins have reached the 3rd level upper grade, which is no worse than the Gianfang controlled by Xiaoyao sect among them. The 3rd level upper grade spiritual vein Baiyun Valley is the lair of the White Dragon Demon King. This place is located about 5,000 miles north of Gianfang and is an important road in the floating cloud mountains. As long as it controls this place, the Xiaoyao sect can directly occupy thousands of miles of territory in the north, and then it can attack or defend, threatening the safety of Jinyu Mountain further north at all times. Although Yaoyan Mountain is also located to the north of Gianfang, its spiritual veins are lower, only of the 3rd level middle grade, and its strategic location is far inferior to Baiyun Valley. When Li Mufang said that the target this time was not Baiyun Valley but Yaoyan Mountain, everyone in the hall showed a hint of surprise on their faces, and looked at Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin who were sitting at the top with some confusion. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin, who had expected this, immediately explained to everyone, Baiyun Valley is definitely the target of the sect's northern expedition this time. However, we can think of the Malang Demon King, who naturally knows that Baiyun Valley is not only heavily guarded by the Jinyu Mountain Demon Clan, but also surrounded by the Demon Clan's miasma formation. It is not something we can attack in a short time. Therefore, the sect decided to remove several 3rd level spirit veins around Baiyun Valley one by one to see if we can use this to lure the Demon Clan out of Baiyun Valley. If we can successfully avoid the Demon Clan's miasma formation and fight them outside, we can minimize the losses of some underground cultivators, and this will increase our chances of winning. As soon as Bai Yuxin finished speaking, Li Mufang on the side immediately nodded in agreement. Junior sister Bai's right. This is the first time in so many years that we have counterattacked the monster clan's territory. We need to be cautious and must not fall into the monster clan's ambush. This time, it is not just our Wei Kingdom, but also the surrounding Shanghaian Kingdom, Zheng Kingdom, Su Kingdom, Pei Kingdom and other Taoist friends in the Immortal Cultivation world. They will also cooperate to send troops to the floating cloud mountains to counterattack the monster clan and conquer the lost territory. I hope that you can work together with the sect this time to defeat the monster clan army in one fell swoop and seize these spiritual veins that have been occupied by the monster clan for many years. Don't let the Taoist friends in the surrounding countries laugh at you. Don't worry, ancestor, we will do our best to serve the sect. Hearing the Zhou people below responding in unison, Li Mufang and the other person sitting at the top were also very satisfied, and a few smiles appeared on their faces. After the sect discussed, the entire Xiaoyao sect was soon fully mobilized. Countless cultivators took the teleportation array and the sect's large flying boats and began to gather in the northern front of Yanfang. This time, the Xiaoyao sect went north to attack the demon clan, and also issued a call to many of its immortal cultivation families. The Song family also sent more than 800 cultivators, led by the two giant ancestors Song Qingming and Wang Xian, to the Guianfang. Half a month later, under the arrangement of the sect, a fleet of 5 large flying boats appeared over the Guianfang and began to move rapidly towards the floating cloud mountains in the north. The 5 flying boats were loaded with more than 7,000 human cultivators, all of whom were the first batch of cultivators selected by the Xiaoyao sect to go north. Most of them were elite forces that had experienced the bloody battle of the last Guianfang. The leader of this northern expedition, standing in front of the flying boat, was the latest advanced unyielding cultivator in the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, the Xiaoyao sect supreme elder Bayuxin. In addition, there were 9 giant monks on several flying boats, including Song Qingming, Wang Xian, Li Wutuang, Chen Zuixin, Zhao Mengling, Jin Ziyan, Zhang Tiang, Zhou Jiang, and Feng Beixun. In addition to Song Qingming and Wang Xian, the 3 elders of the Song family, Song Yuanhao, Song Zuanting, and Song Zuanfeng, as well as Li Chengaiyu and Gao Changjin, a total of more than a dozen foundation-building monks from the foundation-building family, also responded to the call and came to participate in this northern expedition of the sect, gathering 10 giant elders, 1 unyielding ancestor, and more than 7,000 elite monks at a time. This is almost half of the power that the Xiaoyao sect can mobilize. The people standing on the flying boat saw such a huge force going north quickly, and everyone's face was a little excited. Many monks who were injured in the last Guianfang battle, or whose relatives and friends died in the battle, were even more angry with the northern monsters in their hearts, and wanted to find those monsters in the next battle to vent their anger. A distance of 5,000 miles was not too far for a large flying boat moving at full speed. In less than a day, everyone arrived near the White Dragon Demon King's lair, Baiyun Valley. After arriving here, at Bayuxin's order, the fleet of the Xiaoyao sect immediately began to divide its forces. The main force stayed behind to follow Bayuxin and hide in a place hundreds of miles away from Baiyun Valley. Some people, led by Song Qingming, Wang Xian and other giant elders, took 2 large flying boats and headed straight for Yaoan Mountain not far away. It took another hour to travel, and Song Qingming and other 3,000 cultivators soon arrived at the towering Yaoan Mountain. Stationed on this spiritual mountain was a barbarian bull demon king in the middle stage of the Jinden. This demon had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Jinden, and was also a fierce general under the Malin demon king. Last time, he followed him to Guiyang Mountain to prevent Bayuxin from forming a baby. Although the name of the barbarian bull demon king sounds a bit savage, this demon king is not stupid. Knowing that the human cultivators in the south might go north to attack Baiyun Valley at any time, he also gave orders to the nearby low-level demons early on, and gathered them all at the foot of Yaoan Mountain, ready to drive these monsters to support Baiyun Valley at any time. However, what the barbarian bull demon king did not expect was that this time the human cultivators did not go directly to Baiyun Valley when they went north, but first went directly to his Yaoan Mountain. When the barbarian bull demon king learned that a large number of human cultivators appeared at the foot of the mountain, he immediately thought it was not good, and hurriedly used the secret method to send a voice to Baiyun Valley to ask for help from the White Dragon Demon King, and then began to command the monsters on the mountain to fight the enemy. This time, in addition to Song Qingming and his wife, there were also Zhao Mengling and Zhou Jiang, a total of 4 giant cultivators, who came to attack Yaoan Mountain. The human cultivators had an absolute advantage over the high-level cultivators. However, because the barbarian bull demon king had assembled the surrounding demon beasts in advance, the number of low-level demon beasts on Yaoan Mountain was not inferior to that of the human cultivators. As soon as the human cultivators surrounded Yaoan Mountain, there were bursts of roars on the mountain, and hundreds of demon beasts began to actively charge down and fight with the cultivators. Seeing so many low-level demon beasts on the mountain, Song Qingming and other giant cultivators standing in the air were also a little surprised. Seeing that the number of demon beasts rushing down was increasing, the cultivator army below could not move forward for a while, and Song Qingming's brows slightly frowned. There are so many monsters gathered here, there must be a monster king on the mountain who is in charge. Senior sister Zhao, you and Xian stay here, I will go with fellow Taoist Zhou to help clear the monsters on the mountain and force the monster king out. Once you find the monster king, stop him immediately and don't let him run away. The world of immortal cultivation has always been based on strength. As the one with the highest cultivation among the four, Song Qingming was naturally entrusted with an important task by Bai Yuxin before the division of troops, and was fully responsible for commanding the attack on Yaoan Mountain. Hearing Song Qingming's arrangement, Zhao Mengling and Wang Xian immediately nodded and flew high into the sky. Zhou Jiang followed Song Qingming to the battlefield below to help the human cultivators deal with the low-level monsters rushing down from the mountain. Knowing that the Monster King on the mountain must have sent a message for help, Song Qingming did not want to give the other party a chance to wait for reinforcements. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield below, Song Qingming cast a spell to release the 5 elements divine light mirror to shoot more than a dozen spiritual lights below, and soon the screams of monsters were heard below. Then the relatives summoned all the golden wind and ice and fire dragon and commanded them to join the battlefield to help quickly clear the surrounding monsters. The situation on Zhou Jiang's side was similar. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, the short sword magic weapon in his hand began to quickly shuttle among the monsters. However, in just half a quarter of an hour, 20 or 30 low-level monsters died tragically in his hands. With the addition of 2 powerful giant masters, the morale of the human cultivators was immediately boosted. Under the leadership of Song Qingming and the others, they soon broke through the blockade of the monster army and quickly killed their way up the mountain. Seeing that the monster army below was gradually unable to hold on and began to retreat, the barbarian bull demon king hiding on the mountain became a little anxious. At first, he wanted to command the monster army to hold on and wait for help, but when he saw Song Qingming and the other 4 giant monks appear at the same time, the barbarian bull demon king immediately gave up this idea. At this moment, he could no longer care about the monster army on the mountain, and only thought about how to get out. Seeing that Song Qingming and Zhou Jiang were slowly killing their way up the mountain from both sides, the barbarian bull demon king, who knew that he would be discovered by the other party sooner or later, roared directly and drove all the remaining monster army on the mountain to rush in the direction of Zhou Jiang. He relied on a magic technique that he had cultivated to directly transform himself into an ordinary low-level demon bull in the Qi Refining stage and follow the herd, trying to take advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement of the human cultivators. Seeing that hundreds of demon bulls with red eyes and some madness suddenly rushed out of the mountain, Zhou Jiang immediately stopped and led the army of cultivators behind him to block the attack of the demon beasts. However, he did not realize that there was a pair of eyes in the herd of demon beasts, which were closely watching his every move. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, Kill the Barbarian Bull and Lure the Enemy Out. Just when Zhou Jiang tried to stop the beasts, these hundreds of demon bulls ignored the other cultivators' attempts to stop them and surrounded Zhou Jiang frantically, looking fearless and fearless. Faced with a siege of hundreds of demon bulls, even a giant cultivator like Zhou Jiang was forced to be a little flustered for a while and could only take the initiative to retreat. Taking advantage of the good opportunity created by his demon beasts, the barbarian bull demon king hurriedly took advantage of the chaos to break through the blockade of the cultivator army with a few low-level demon beasts and rushed straight down the mountain. There were more than 2,000 low-level demon beasts on the entire Yaoan Mountain. Even if the cultivators tried their best to block them, the battlefield of such a battle between thousands of cultivators and demon beasts was very chaotic, and there would still be many fish that slipped through the net and escaped from the mountain. After all, the biggest target of the crowd was the giant and demon king, with the highest cultivation level in the demon beast army, so they didn't care too much about the low-level demon beasts that were missed. It was precisely by taking advantage of this that the barbarian bull demon king restrained his cultivation and lay dormant all the way, and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain smoothly. Just as the demon king rushed through the last line of defense and was secretly glad that he had escaped the encirclement of the monks, a cultivator from the Wang family of Taiyuan Mountain, who was only in the Qi Refining stage, happened to run into him. At this time, the cultivation level displayed by the barbarian bull demon king was only in the middle stage of Qi Refining, and although the cultivation level of this Wang family cultivator was not high, he had already broken through to the 7th level of Qi Refining. Seeing the barbarian bull demon king who was much weaker than himself, the Wang family cultivator who had been guarding at the foot of the mountain thought that it was his chance to make a contribution, So he took the flying sword and took the initiative to kill the barbarian bull demon king in front of him. Seeing that he was noticed, the barbarian bull demon king did not panic and chose to show his original cultivation to kill this person, but instead accelerated his pace of escape, hoping to get rid of the other party directly with the advantage of speed. However, the barbarian bull demon king thought well, but did not expect the determination of the Wang family cultivator to kill the enemy and make a contribution. Seeing that the opponent was too fast and he couldn't catch up at all, the Wang family cultivator took out a precious high-grade talisman and cast a spell to turn it into a wooden cage to trap the barbarian bull demon king, who didn't pay much attention to his back. You wanted to run away after being targeted by me, and wasted my high-grade talisman. I don't know where you can run this time. Seeing that the barbarian bull demon king was successfully trapped by him, the Wang family cultivator was delighted and rushed over here. Just when he thought that his prey had been caught, the next moment the barbarian bull demon king broke free from the control of the wooden cage and ran out directly. Seeing that the demon beast in front of him, who was only in the middle stage of Qi refining, had broken free from the restraint of a high-grade talisman in an instant, the Wang family cultivator who was halfway through the run was also shocked and stunned in place, and couldn't believe what had just happened. How is this possible? Isn't this guy a first-level demon beast? The top-grade talisman in his hand is difficult for a demon beast in the late stage of Qi training to break free in a short time, but the demon beast in front of him escaped in just a moment. This can only be done by a second-level demon beast, at least at the foundation building stage. Seeing that the barbarian bull demon king in front of him was escaping quickly, the Wang family cultivators did not dare to continue chasing him. They could only shout loudly at a distance, trying to find a nearby foundation building cultivator for help. The barbarian bull demon king, who was escaping, heard the shouts from behind and felt something was wrong. He turned around and spit out a powerful spiritual light, directly killing the Wang family cultivator not far away on the spot. But this sudden huge movement also quickly attracted the attention of nearby cultivators, and soon a foundation building cultivator with a flying sword on his feet quickly approached where the two were. The person who came was Li Changyu, the head of the Li family in Qing County, whose cultivation had reached the peak of foundation building. After seeing the Wang family monk being killed by the monster, Li Changyu immediately found something wrong. He personally led the monks to chase the barbarian bull demon king who was escaping in front. He quickly took out a communication talisman and cast a spell to inform Zhao Mengling and Wang Xian, who were guarding in the air of the news. Li Changyu was on the flying sword, and was naturally faster than the barbarian bull demon king who was trying to escape. He stopped him halfway in a short while. Seeing that he had been discovered, the barbarian bull demon king simply didn't pretend anymore. He showed his true body and knocked Li Changyu, who was blocking him in front of him, into the air. Then he quickly flew into the air with a light of escape and fled into the distance. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Xian, who received the news and came to investigate. He immediately took out a magic weapon and quickly chased in the direction of the barbarian bull demon king's escape. Although Wang Xian's cultivation was not as good as that of the barbarian bull demon king, she still had a third-level intermediate-grade flying boat under her feet, and her speed of flight was not slower than that of the barbarian bull demon king. However, she used the magic weapon to stop the barbarian bull demon king in mid-air after chasing him for more than 10 miles. Wang Xian's third-level intermediate-grade flying boat was found by Song Qingming, Luo Li, and Shen Yuding in the cave of the Heavenly Corpse Taoist that year. Shen Yuding, who was given this item at that time, did not need such a high-level flying boat, so she took the initiative to exchange it for spirit stones and gave it to Song Qingming. Song Qingming already had a more useful phantom boat on him, and he also did not need this item. After returning to the family, he gave this flying boat directly to Wang Xian, replacing the one she was originally using. It was precisely because of this third-level intermediate-grade flying boat that accelerated her speed of flight that Wang Xian was able to catch up with her opponent so quickly and did not let the cunning barbarian bull demon king escape easily. Seeing that Wang Xian was only at the 4th level of the golden core, the bull demon king roared and directly urged the two horns on his head to emit a spiritual light, hoping to rely on his own powerful strength to force the opponent in front of him to retreat. Wang Xian was not in a hurry to see this. While driving the magic weapon to deal with the fierce attack of the bull demon king, she patted the spirit beast bag on her waist, and soon a palm-sized red spirit rat was summoned out. This red spirit rat looked a little cute, but the aura it exuded was very amazing. It was actually the same as Wang Xian's cultivation level, and it was also a third-level demon beast that broke through to the middle stage of the golden core. After swallowing the Qi refined by Wang Xian a year ago, Qi Yan, who had been in seclusion for more than half a year, did not disappoint Wang Xian. With the help of the spiritual water, he successfully broke through his cultivation and advanced to the middle stage of the golden core. After breaking through his cultivation, the momentum exuded by Qi Yan was much stronger than before. Even when facing this fierce-looking barbarian bull demon king, he was not afraid of the opponent at all. As soon as he came out, he spit out a large ball of flames at the opponent, burning the barbarian bull demon king to distract himself from resisting its attack. Although his cultivation strength was not as good as that of the barbarian bull demon king, Wang Xian still had his spirit beast red flame in the middle stage of the golden core to help him. With the combined efforts of the two, the barbarian bull demon king could not take any advantage at all for a while, and it was difficult to get rid of the opponent's entanglement. Finding that Wang Xian had already started fighting with the barbarian bull demon king, Zhao Mengling in the air and Song Qingming and Zhou Jiang who were searching on the mountain also quickly rushed to her side one after another. The barbarian bull demon king, who failed to get rid of the pursuit, was soon surrounded by everyone in the air. For a while, he was alone and had no chance to escape. But less than a quarter of an hour later, the barbarian bull demon king, who had been majestic for nearly 1,000 years on Qi Mountain, was killed on the spot by Song Qingming and the other four, and the demon pill also fell into Song Qingming's hands. With the death of the barbarian bull demon king, most of the monsters on Qi Mountain were also cleared by the monks. The remaining monsters had lost their fighting spirit when facing the human monks. Except for a few who escaped in the chaos, they all hid in the cave on the top of the mountain. Under Song Qingming's arrangement, everyone immediately began to clean up the battlefield and the remaining monsters in the cave. Because the human monks were well prepared, and many giant monks took action, they won a great victory and killed the barbarian bull demon king and wiped out the entire Qi Mountain. In addition, more than 1,000 corpses of various low-level monsters were left on the mountain. When the law enforcement team monks searched the entire spiritual mountain, they also found 2 third-level spiritual medicines and countless low-level herbal spiritual objects. These spoils were piled up together like a mountain, and the entire flying boat that came to pick up the spoils was filled to the brim, which made the faces of many monks participating in this battle full of satisfied smiles. Although Song Qingming and other giant ancestors led this battle to a great victory, so many monsters took advantage of the terrain and fought desperately from the beginning, and the casualties of the human cultivators were also not light. Not only did more than 200 Qi refining cultivators die on the spot, but even 4 foundation building cultivators died in the battle, and hundreds of people were injured in this battle and needed to be temporarily withdrawn to the rear for recuperation. Li Chenggao, who went to stop the barbarian bull demon king at the beginning, was directly sent dozens of feet away by the head-on attack of the demon king and was knocked unconscious on the spot. Although he saved his life by blocking important parts with a defensive magic weapon on his body, Li Chenggao was also seriously injured in many places by the blow of the demon king. Song Qingming could only arrange for someone to send him back to Qing County first. While the battle was going on in Floating Cloud Mountain, the White Dragon Demon King in White Cloud Valley had already received a call for help from the barbarian bull demon king and knew that the Xiaoyao sect had led the monk army to the north. However, after receiving the distress letter from Qi Mountain, the cautious White Dragon Demon King did not rush to send troops to rescue it the first time, but informed Funiu Mountain in advance. It was not until the Malin Demon King led his men to arrive that the White Dragon Demon King began to lead his army of monsters to quickly support Qi Mountain. Not long after they set out, they were ambushed by the army of monks led by Li Mufeng, Bai Yuxin and others halfway. After the two sides fought a battle, the demon clan saw that the human race had been prepared and could not rush to support Qi Mountain, and immediately withdrew decisively to Baiyun Valley. Although the contact time was not long this time, both sides suffered considerable losses after a battle. Because the Xiaoyao sect had an extra nascent soul cultivator, they had always taken the initiative on the battlefield. Because of this, the losses of the demon beasts were much greater than those of the human cultivators, and Bai Yuxin killed a giant and demon king on the spot. After the battle between the two sides, the Malin Demon King, who had suffered some losses, knew that he had no chance of winning a direct battle with the demon clan, so he ordered all the nearby demon beasts to retreat into the White Cloud Valley. Since then, The Mauling Demon King, who wanted to preserve his strength, never took the initiative to fight with his Iao sect again, but just guarded the dangerous White Cloud Valley and stalemate with the human monks, waiting for reinforcements from other places to arrive. On the other hand, after the Xiaoyao sect successively destroyed several third-level spiritual veins in the surrounding area without any gains, the army merged and came to the outside of the White Cloud Valley, trying to force the demon clan to come out for a decisive battle. But no matter how the Xiaoyao sect people lured the other side, insulted and called out, the demon beasts were unmoved and did not want to come out for a decisive battle with the human race. Only occasionally sent a small group of elite demon beasts above the foundation building level to the rear of the battlefield to harass the flying boats of the human monks, transporting the wounded and supplies. Seeing that the other party had not come out, and the flying boats and convoys transporting supplies in the rear were often attacked by monsters and could not supply them normally, the human cultivators who surrounded the White Cloud Valley were also a little anxious. A few months later, Li Mufen, who had been unable to force the other party out, chose to send troops to forcibly attack the White Dragon Valley spiritual vein. As a result, after entering the miasma array set up by the monsters in advance, the human cultivators were affected by the miasma and could not exert their full strength. After a big battle with the monsters, the Xiaoyao sect did not gain any advantage and suffered some losses, and lost a lot of manpower. Since then, the people of the Xiaoyao sect have no way to deal with the monsters in the White Cloud Valley for a while, and they dare not easily attack the miasma array set up by the Mauling Monster King. In this way, the two sides began to confront each other outside the White Cloud Valley for more than half a year. Whether it was the Xiaoyao sect or the monsters hiding in the White Cloud Valley, they did not dare to act easily, and each waited for the reinforcements in their hearts. One day, a black light suddenly flew from the east of White Cloud Valley. Not long after, a black bird with a wingspan of 4 or 5 feet came to the outside of the valley. After taking a look at the thick miasma in the valley, the black bird stopped in midair, and then spit out a scroll from its mouth and cast a spell to send it into the valley. After waiting for a long time, the miasma in front of the blackbird suddenly dissipated slowly, and a golden light flew quickly from the valley and landed in front of it. Fellow Taoist Jinhu, long time no see, seeing the golden tiger demon king coming to his side, the blackbird immediately smiled and greeted him. Seeing this, the golden tiger demon king nodded happily and said, Daoya Moyan, you are finally here. The ancestor has been looking forward to seeing you for days. Come in with me. The Moya demon king nodded slightly and soon followed a golden tiger demon king into the valley and came to the Molong demon king, who was discussing things with his demon kings in a hall. Greetings, ancestor. After seeing the Molong demon king, the Moya demon king hurriedly stepped forward and took the initiative to bow. After seeing the other party, the Molong demon king waved his hand happily and said, you came here to deliver a message today, so fellow Taoist King Lu and the others should not be far away. I wonder when they can arrive here. Reporting to Ancestor Malin, the army led by my ancestor is less than 800 miles away from here, and will arrive outside the valley tomorrow at the latest. I came here this time on the order of the ancestor to ask you when you will launch an attack and attack the human cultivators together with us. Hearing the other party's answer, the Malin demon king, who confirmed that the reinforcements had arrived, was first happy, and then with a gloomy face, he slowly smiled and said, don't rush to counterattack tomorrow. I have a better way to have a chance to severely damage the human cultivators. I will let Jinhu go back with you later, and tell fellow Taoist King Lu that the army will stop at 200 miles first, and don't get close to here to avoid being discovered by the human cultivators. Tomorrow I will go to him in person to discuss how to deal with the enemy. I hope you will wait a moment and don't be too anxious. Hearing that the Malin demon king suddenly had a new idea and changed the original battle plan, the Moyo demon king immediately showed a trace of curiosity on his face. But knowing that this matter was very important, it didn't ask much, just nodded and responded, and then left the hall with the golden tiger demon king. 5 days later, in the air 2,000 miles south of the White Cloud Valley, a large flying boat full of various supplies quickly sailed north. The flying boat was painted with a unique logo of the Xiaoyao sect. In addition to various supplies and spiritual objects, there were also hundreds of Xiaoyao sect disciples wearing various costumes. These monks were just summoned from the rear by the Xiaoyao sect and transferred to the front line for support. Knowing that they would soon be on the front battlefield to fight against a ferocious monster army, Many monks on the flying boat were a little nervous at this moment. 3 or 5 of them gathered in a group and asked for news from the front battlefield. Many of them were going to the front line to fight monsters for the first time and had no experience in such a large-scale battlefield. At this moment, they could inquire about some useful information on the battlefield in front of some senior monks, which was also a great comfort to them. As the flying boat was moving slowly forward, on a high mountain in the distance, the Black Dragon Demon King stared at the flying boat in front of him and said to a man in green clothes beside him with a happy face, "Dao Kinglu, in the past few months, I have continuously sent my men to harass the other party's flying boats transporting supplies. Several times, they have been alarmed to send out unyielding cultivators for support. If we can lure Bai Yuxin here this time, we can take the opportunity to kill him. In this way, only Li Mufang will be left in Xiaoyao sect at that time. I am afraid that they will withdraw their troops without our help. Next, it will be time for us to counterattack." After confronting the human cultivators in Baiyun Valley for more than half a year, the Black Dragon Demon King sent small forces to harass the rear many times, and had already roughly figured out the route and time of the Xiaoyao sect transporting supplies. After joining forces with the reinforcements of the Green Heron Demon King this time, the Black Dragon Demon King did not rush to fight the human cultivators head-on, but secretly came to the rear of the battlefield with the Green Heron Demon King. The plan was to use the attack on the Xiaoyao sect to transport supplies to lure them to send reinforcements, and first weaken the opponent's strength. This was also the strategy of siege and attack when the Xiaoyao sect attacked Funiu Mountain. Haha. Brother Maling's plan is very good. No matter whether the opponent will send out unyielding cultivators, as long as they dare to send reinforcements, we can at least kill a few of their giant cultivators and weaken their strength. As long as we can injure them severely this time, we can still send troops to defeat them head-on and help you." Hearing what the Maling Demon King said, the Qinglu Demon King beside him also immediately agreed. After getting the Qinglu Demon King's nod, the Maling Demon King gave an order, and the 4 Demon Kings led by the Golden Tiger Demon King behind him immediately took the order, and took hundreds of second-level demon beasts that accompanied them, and rushed directly to the Xiaoyao sect flying boat that was moving not far away. "There are monsters. Monsters are coming. Everyone stand still. Why are you panicking? Go and inform Master Jin to activate the flying boat formation first." Seeing a large group of monsters chasing them from the horizon, the young monks on the flying boat panicked and became confused. It was not until several foundation-building monks shouted angrily that the scene became much quieter. Under the leadership of several leading foundation-building monks, the crowd quickly stabilized and directly activated the third-level formation on the flying boat, and began to control the large city defense equipment installed on it, preparing for the next battle. "Surround them, stop the flying boat, and don't let them run away." After approaching the flying boat, the Golden Tiger Demon King immediately commanded the many monsters under his command to start besieging the formation above the flying boat, and soon forced the entire flying boat to slowly slow down and stop. "Master Jin, why are there so many monsters this time? I'm afraid the formation can't hold out for long. What should we do?" Looking at the hundreds of level 2 monsters and 4 powerful Golden Elixir Demon Kings in front of them, the many monks on the flying boat were also very nervous at the moment, wondering if the formation could hold out until the reinforcements arrived. However, Jin Xian, who was standing in front of the flying boat, was not too worried when he saw so many monsters coming outside at once. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement on his face. "Tell everyone that reinforcements will arrive soon. Use all your strength to activate the formation and don't be stingy with the spirit stones. The Qi Refining cultivators will stay to control the Fian crossbow. You will go out with me to try to stop them and buy more time." After Jin Xian finished speaking, he took the only dozen foundation-building cultivators on the flying boat and jumped out of the formation to resist the monsters that attacked the flying boat formation. When the Golden Tiger Demon King saw Jin Xian and others running out, he did not rush to besiege them. He only sent some monsters to fight with him, and the other monsters focused on blocking the flying boat, with the purpose of not letting the flying boat escape from here. This time, the two sides fought very fiercely outside, but they seemed to be a little absent-minded and did not use their full strength. After fighting for a long time, neither side suffered any major casualties. It was not until about a quarter of an hour later that a white light suddenly flew over the horizon to the north of the flying boat. And soon a small flying boat, with an extremely fast speed carrying more than a dozen cultivators, appeared in front of everyone, which changed the entire battlefield again. Haha. Fellow Taoist King Lu, the big fish is coming. Chapter 750, each has his own plans, and a mistake. Seeing the small flying boat coming from afar, the mauling demon king hiding on the top of a mountain said something, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. The flying boat that came to support was extremely fast, far beyond the reach of a giant cultivator. The mauling demon king immediately judged that there must be a unyielding cultivator on the flying boat with just one glance. Just as the two demon kings were about to go and intercept the flying boat's retreat, the flying boat that the golden tiger demon king was besieging suddenly changed. According to the original plan of the mauling demon king, they only needed to delay the flying boat to attract the reinforcements of the Xiaoyao sect, and then cooperate with the main force led by the two demon kings to attack from both sides and kill all the human cultivators who came to support. Seeing the arrival of the reinforcements of the Xiaoyao sect, the Golden Tiger Demon King immediately issued an order to take all the demons to evacuate the flying boat and go to besiege the human cultivators who came to support. HMPH. It's too late for you to leave now. Today is your death. Unexpectedly, a roar suddenly came from the large flying boat behind them. Then, dozens of foundation-building monks led by Song Qingming and Zhao Mengling rushed out of the flying boat and stopped many monsters that wanted to withdraw. Seeing Song Qingming and many other monks suddenly rushing out of the flying boat, the Golden Tiger Demon King and other demon monks were shocked. They immediately realized that they came to lure the enemy this time, as if the other party had been prepared, and they were also ambushed by human monks. In the past 6 months, the two sides have been confronting each other in Baiyun Valley. In order to relieve the previous pressure and force the human monks to withdraw, the Black Dragon Demon King frequently arranged his demon kings to lead elite level 2 and above demon beasts to ambush the rear supply line of Xiaoyao sect. These monsters are small in size and move quickly. Every time they attack the weaker supply convoys and flying boats, then destroy the goods on them and quickly flee the scene, making it difficult for the monks who come to support to catch up with them. In just half a year, 5 or 6 convoys transporting supplies to and from the front line have been attacked, and even a large flying boat was forcibly destroyed by them because of untimely rescue. As a result, hundreds of monks from the Xiaoyao sect were killed or injured, and a large amount of supplies sent to the front line were lost. This is a headache for the Xiaoyao sect, and they have been trying to solve the hidden dangers in the rear recently. In order to deal with these small groups of monsters that came to attack the supply convoys, the Xiaoyao sect decided on this method of waiting after some discussion. First, let Song Qingming and some other high-level monks quietly hide in the flying boats transporting supplies, and when the monsters come to attack the flying boats, they will suddenly rush out to catch the opponent off guard, and then cooperate with the monks who come to support to kill them all. In order to prevent the other party from finding anything unusual during the battle, only Jin Xian, who was escorting the flying boat, knew that Song Qingming and his companions were hiding in the flying boat. When the other low-level cultivators on the flying boat saw Song Qingming and his companions suddenly rushing out of the warehouse, they were also shocked, not knowing where they came from. In this battle to attack the flying boat, both sides were calculating each other at the beginning, but they did not know each other's plans. At this time, Song Qingming and his companions who came out from above the flying boat thought that only the army of monsters led by the Golden Tiger Demon King came to intercept the flying boat, and they were still happy that they finally caught the opponent this time. At this time, Bai Yuxin, who was standing on the flying boat in the distance, was also controlling the flying boat and approaching the flying boat quickly. Seeing from a distance that Song Qingming and his companions had entangled the opponent, the people on the flying boat were also very excited. Just when they thought they had succeeded, 7 or 8 escape lights suddenly lit up on the other side of the mountain and quickly approached their location. The 2 escaping lights in the front had an aura that was no weaker than that of Bai Yuxin, who was standing at the front of the flying boat. They were obviously 2 powerful nascent soul cultivators. Not good. The other side also has an ambush. The Black Dragon Demon King is coming. Everyone, get ready to meet the enemy. Seeing the escaping lights coming from not far away, Bai Yuxin was the first to notice something was wrong, and quickly reminded everyone on the flying boat to prepare to deal with the high-level demon cultivators coming from not far away. In order to lure Bai Yuxin to death this time, the demon clan had already sent out all their elite troops. In addition to the Black Dragon Demon King and the Green Heron Demon King, there were 9 Demon Kings accompanying them. 4 of them were already entangled with Song Qingming and others, and the remaining 5 Demon Kings were now all following behind the 2 Demon Kings, ready to help deal with the other helpers brought by Bai Yuxin, creating an opportunity for the 2 Demon Kings to kill Bai Yuxin. Bai Yuxin, in addition to herself, also brought 5 giant cultivators, namely Li Wutuang, Chu Fengping, Wang Xian, Zhou Jiang and Ma Bachan, a giant elder sent by Piguo's Henayang sect to support. The giant cultivators of both sides soon fought each other as soon as they met, and Bai Yuxin was soon surrounded by the 2 Demon Kings, one in front and one behind. Haha. Fellow Taoist Bai, I'm afraid you can't leave today, seeing that there was only Bai Yuxin, a unyielding cultivator, on the flying boat as he expected. The Mauling Demon King was overjoyed and mocked Bai Yuxin directly. In his eyes, Bai Yuxin's cultivation had just broken through the unyielding stage not long ago, and he was far from being his opponent in a single fight. With the help of the Qinglu Demon King, Bai Yuxin would definitely not be able to escape today. However, Bai Yuxin, who was surrounded, looked a little solemn but did not seem too panicked. After being surrounded by the 2 Demon Kings, she did not choose to escape immediately, but directly took out a green semicircular jade pendant and placed it in her hand. Since we have met, I must learn a few tricks from the Demon King today. However, I don't want to accompany you 2 who are outnumbered. If we want to fight, we must be fair. After Bai Yuxin finished speaking, she cast a spell to activate the jade pendant in her hand. Soon, the jade pendant in her hand automatically flew into the air and turned into a ball of white spiritual light. Seeing this scene, the Mauling Demon King, who was still a little confused about what the other party wanted to do, saw that Bai Yuxin seemed to want to use some powerful magical power. After exchanging a glance with the Qinglu Demon King, the 2 immediately took the initiative to attack Bai Yuxin's position, trying to stop the other party from casting a spell. However, despite their quick movements, they did not interrupt Bai Yuxin's spell. As the green jade pendant turned into a ball of white light, a figure soon appeared in the aura and stepped forward to stop the Black Dragon Demon King, who is attacking here. It's you, Li Mufeng. Seeing his old rival Li Mufeng suddenly appear from the white light, the Black Dragon Demon King's face changed and he was a little surprised. He didn't understand how Li Mufeng suddenly appeared from the white light. You are really good at calculating. You actually ambushed us here. If Yuxin hadn't brought the yin-yang heart jade with him today, your evil plan would have almost succeeded. Li Mufeng, who stopped the Black Dragon Demon King, glanced at the entire battlefield and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that the Black Dragon Demon King had already waited for reinforcements and successfully ambushed Bai Yuxin and others here. Fortunately, recently, Li Mufeng was worried about Bai Yuxin going out alone to provide support, so he asked Bai Yuxin to carry a set of teleportation jade rings passed down by the ancestors of the sect in advance just in case. The yin-yang he's in jade is divided into 2 pieces, yin and yang. As long as the person holding one of the jade pendants casts a spell to activate the magic weapon, he can directly teleport the other person holding the other half of the jade ring to his side within a certain distance. However, this magic weapon is not like a teleportation array. As long as there are enough spirit stones, it can be used unlimitedly. Instead, it has a certain time limit and the cultivator can only use it once a day. This set of teleportation jade rings can be used by cultivators above the giant stage, but the teleportation distance is slightly shorter, only effective within 1,000 miles, while unyielding cultivators can teleport about 5,000 miles. It was precisely because of the yin-yang he's in jade on him that Bai Yuxin did not choose to escape when he saw the 2 Demon Kings coming to besiege him, and decisively used this magic weapon to teleport Li Mufeng, who was far away from Baiyun Valley, directly over. Hearing what Li Mufeng said, the Mauling Demon King couldn't help but sigh secretly. He had carefully planned this game this time, and thought that he had blocked Bai Yuxin, and the plan was foolproof. He never expected that the other party had this very rare teleportation magic weapon in his hand, which made the whole battle situation change greatly. The Demon Clan, which had already won, was immediately offset by the other party's advantage because of the appearance of Li Mufeng, and the 2 sides began to become somewhat evenly matched. The human cultivators also felt very regretful. This time they caught so many Demon Clan masters such as the Golden Tiger Demon King. And they could catch them all and severely damage the Demon Clan army, opening up the situation for the front battlefield. Unexpectedly, The other party not only came out in full force this time, but also had the help of the reinforcements brought by the Green Heron Demon King. They wanted to hunt them but ended up attracting tigers, which also made the original plan of the human cultivators completely fall through. It was supposed to be a small-scale sneak attack on logistics supplies, but as the battle was going on, high-level monks from both sides came out from behind and joined the battlefield, turning the battle into a head-on confrontation between the human monks and the main force of the demon race. The monks on both sides who were fighting were all surprised at this moment. They didn't expect that the battle they thought they had won would turn into a battle of equal strength. However, now that the monks on both sides have already fought, there is no time to think so much. In order to win this battle, everyone has used their strongest magical powers to fight the enemy. In the sky, the duel between the 4 Yuanying monks was particularly fierce. Li Mufang and the Maling Demon King were not much different in strength. They were old opponents and knew each other's magical powers very well. Naturally, they were evenly matched in the fight. Even if they both used their full strength without reservation, it was still difficult to tell the winner in a short period of time. After all, Bai Yuxin had just formed a baby not long ago. Whether it was cultivation or fighting magical powers, it was slightly weaker than the Qinglu Demon King, who was at the 3rd level of the Yuanying. After the two sides fought, Bai Yuxin seemed to have fought back and forth with the Green Heron Demon King, but Bai Yuxin's strength was obviously slightly weaker and he soon fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, the gap in strength between the two sides was not too big. Although the Green Heron Demon King could gain some advantages in the battle, it was not so easy to quickly defeat the opponent. The battlefield of the giant and cultivators below was divided into 2 parts. On one side, Chen Zuixin and other 5 people who came with Bai Yuxin to support faced the 5 demon kings of the demon clan. On the other side, Song Qingming, Zhao Mengling, and Jin Ziyan fought against the 4 demon clan masters headed by the Golden Tiger Demon King. Although the number of both sides was almost equal, the demon clan sent out elite masters this time. More than a dozen demon kings were basically above the middle stage of the Jinden. There were 3 great demon kings in the late Jinden stage alone, and the overall strength was slightly higher than that of the human race. The number of foundation building cultivators below was only more than 60 people on the human side, which was much less than the hundreds of second-level monsters of the demon clan. Fortunately, the human cultivators still had a large flying boat to help provide some assistance. The 7 or 8 second-level flying cloud crossbows on it could be equivalent to several foundation-building cultivators. Moreover, once the cultivators on the human side encountered danger, they could use the flying boat formation to temporarily avoid 1 or 2. Although the overall strength of the foundation-building cultivators was not as good as that of the other side because of the small number of foundation-building cultivators, the human cultivators had some geographical advantages and barely maintained the balance on the battlefield. This battle was very fierce, and the cultivators on both sides fought from the afternoon to dusk. In the end, after a large number of reinforcements from the rear of the Xiaoao sector arrived at the battlefield on a flying boat, the Maling Demon King took the initiative to lead the monsters to evacuate the battlefield. Although the final result was that the human cultivators repelled the other side and saved the large flying boat that transported supplies, the demons took the initiative to retreat under the leadership of the Maling Demon King, and their strength was not greatly damaged. On the contrary, the Xiaoao sect not only lost more than 20 foundation-building cultivators, but also several golden elixir cultivators were seriously injured. Even Bai Yuxin, the nascent soul ancestor, was unfortunately injured by the opponent's poison pill in the battle with the Green Heron Demon King. After returning to the base, Bai Yuxin immediately began to retreat to heal his wounds. On the way back to the front line after the war, the faces of the people in the Xiaoao sect also became more ugly. Now that the ancestor Bai Yuxin of the Xiaoao sect was injured, and the demon clan received a powerful reinforcement from the Green Heron Demon King, the power of the two sides has begun to gradually reverse, and the demon beasts have gained the upper hand. In this case, if there are no other reinforcements to help, the Xiaoao sect will not be able to capture the tightly defended Baiyun Valley next, and it will be difficult to defeat the demon beasts even if they face off against them outside. But if they retreat now, the spiritual veins they have laid before are so close to the Baiyun Valley that they will definitely not be able to defend them, and they can only hand them back to the demon clan. After spending more than half a year of hard work, sacrificing thousands of monks' lives and a large amount of supplies, no one would be willing to accept a direct retreat. Moreover, So many monks and supplies are all at the front line of Bayun Valley. It is not easy to withdraw them all. Once the monks have large-scale abnormal movements, the demon clan will immediately notice it and may directly pursue them. Once such a large-scale retreat is entangled by the demon army, it is very likely to cause a rout. At that time, it is unknown how many monks will be lost before they can safely withdraw to the south. Whether to stay and continue fighting or choose to retreat directly, the risks are very high. The Xiaoyao sect was also in a dilemma for a while. After the demon clan withdrew to Bayun Valley, although the careful arrangement failed to lure the enemy, the Maling Demon King was not too disappointed. Although the previous stop did not hurt the Xiaoyao sect at all, they had already seen the strengths and weaknesses of the human monks. After returning, the Maling Demon King immediately began to prepare for war, intending to counterattack the human monks to regain the lost territories. Just when the demon monks in the White Cloud Valley were preparing to rest and immediately counterattack the human monks outside, a piece of news that made them very happy soon reached the ears of the Black Dragon Demon King, who was discussing the counterattack plan. By Long, are you sure that Xiaoyao sect has already started to withdraw its troops? Is it a mistake? The Black Dragon Demon King, who was discussing the counterattack with many demon monks in the hall, suddenly heard the White Dragon Demon King standing below suddenly come to report the news that the human monks outside the valley have already started to withdraw their troops. He was a little bit unbelieving and opened his mouth to confirm. Hearing this, the White Dragon Demon King immediately nodded respectfully and replied, reporting to the ancestor, "Just now I heard the men outside report that there was a flying boat full of supplies heading south from the Xiaoyao sect. So I went to check it out with fellow Taoist Jinhu, and found that the flying boat was indeed full of supplies. Now that the war is imminent, they have begun to transport supplies back. My subordinates analyzed that the human cultivators are indeed showing signs of retreating." As soon as the White Dragon Demon King finished speaking, the Golden Tiger Demon King on the side immediately stepped forward and echoed, "Ancestor, what fellow Taoist Bai Long said is true. I saw it with my own eyes. I think after the battles in the past few days, they must have known that they are no match for us, so they wanted to escape in advance. Ancestor, do you think we should counterattack immediately, so that they will not escape secretly? Fellow Taoist King Lu, what do you think about this?" After receiving replies from the two Demon Kings, Bai Long and Jinhu, the Black Dragon Demon King did not express his opinion directly, but turned around and asked the Green Heron Demon King, who was sitting next to him, wanting to hear his opinion. Green Heron Demon King, who was playing with a white dagger in his hand, heard the question from Black Dragon Demon King and immediately smiled and answered, "Haha. Bai Yuxin was hit by my poison pill last time. Even if they have antidotes, it will be difficult to recover completely in a short time after the poison enters their body. If Bai Yuxin can't attack with all his strength, Xiaoyao sect will definitely not be our opponent next time. I guess they are out of options now, so they want to retreat decisively. I think, brother, you don't have to rush into decisive battle with them. Just be patient and wait for a few more days. When they start to retreat, we will definitely win the pursuit. By then, Brother Malin will not only be able to defeat Xiaoyao sect, but he may also be able to go south and seize the northern territory of Wei State in one fell swoop." Brother, you said that's right. We can't be too hasty to deal with these cunning humans. We must wait until the right time to make a move. If we want to fight, we must hit them hard at once and not give them a chance to come back easily. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. If we can really take over the northern part of Uyghur in one fell swoop this time, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. No matter how many territories we capture, we can just divide them equally. Haha, then I thank you in advance, brother, the Green Heron Demon King said, and looked at the Black Dragon Demon King beside him meaningfully. Soon he saw a trace of greed in the other's eyes, and the two laughed in the hall at the same time. A few days later, on an ordinary second-level spirit vein dozens of miles away from the White Cloud Valley, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin were sitting in a huge white tent that was temporarily built on the top of the mountain. Song Qingming and many other giant and cultivators were standing below, discussing with the two about withdrawing to the south. After a big battle with the demon clan a few days ago, although the Xiaoyao sect suffered little loss and still had the strength to fight the other side. But now that the demon clan has received a powerful reinforcement of the Green Heron Demon King, the Xiaoyao sect has lost its original advantage on the battlefield. If they continue to fight, if the reinforcements from other places cannot arrive in time, They are very likely to be eaten away by the demon clan's counterattack step by step. For this reason, after careful consideration, Li Mufang decided to temporarily abandon the spiritual veins that he had captured in the surrounding area and decisively withdraw to that side, so as not to be entangled by the demon clan army and difficult to escape. Although he knew that if he retreated completely, the demon clan would most likely chase him halfway, and he would inevitably suffer some losses on the way, but at the moment, the Xiaoyao sect had no better way and could only take one step at a time. Just as everyone was discussing this, Yu Nishan, who was ordered to guard the rear, suddenly rushed to the front line with a letter, bringing excellent news to the Xiaoyao sect who were discussing the retreat. Thousands of reinforcements led by Zhang Zidan, the Yuanying Grand Elder of the Xingqian sect of Wu State, have arrived in the territory of Wei State and will arrive at the front battlefield in 2 days at most. The Xingqian sect had originally been in the territory of Zhang State in the east, helping the two major sects of Zhang State to deal with the Red Cloud Demon Emperor in the north and recover the territory that Zhang State had lost in the past few hundred years. After receiving the request for help from the Xiaoyao sect, they had already forced the Red Cloud Demon Emperor to retreat, and they rushed directly from the west of Zhang State through the Funiu Mountain to the Wei State. Hearing that the reinforcements of the Xingqian sect would arrive soon, the Xiaoyao sect present immediately swept away the haze on their faces and showed some excitement. Haha! The reinforcements from Xingqian are here. We don't have to be afraid of them this time. As long as the demon army dares to come out, we will make them know how powerful we are. Uncle Li, do we not need to retreat anymore? Should we send a message to junior sister Sue and the others to transport the supplies back? No. We still need to continue the retreat. Send the order to the flying boats to speed up the transportation of supplies to the south. Don't let the demon see anything. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.